Qian Renfeng's son forces Bibi Dong to abdicate, directly challenges her. Either step down or kill me. In the Pope's palace of Wuhuan City, the atmosphere was frozen to the core. Qian Renfeng stood in the center of the hall, staring directly at Bibi Dong on the throne, his gaze colder than ice. Today, you either step back or kill me. Bibi Dong suddenly stood up, her staff slamming into the ground, her Title Douluo pressure exploding. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? But the hand holding the staff trembled slightly. Golden Crocodile Douluo quickly protected Qian Renfeng, but he waved his hand to stop him. This is between me and her. He understood Bibi Dong too. Well, she appeared ruthless, but she couldn't bring herself to harm her own children. Who would have thought that this transmigrator was actually QianXunji's son, Qian Renxue's biological brother? He looked at Bibi Dong, full of disappointment. Is it worth it for that scum Yu Xiaogang? In the future, you'll be lying dead at Jialing Pass, still foolishly believing in him? I control the Wuhuan Palace, and Qian Renxue controls the Elder Hall. What right do you have to interfere? Bibi Dong scolded. Qian Renfeng smiled, a cold smile. Just because you are my mom. Just because I don't want to see you ruin the Wuhuan Palace. Yu Xiaogang was about to come knocking on the door with Tang San, and the tragedy at Jialing Pass was looming. He had to take this risky step today. Will Bibi Dong compromise next? Can Qian Renfeng stop his mother from jumping in the pit? This mother-son confrontation is even more thrilling than the Battle of Jialing Pass. I bet 5 packs of spicy strips that Bibi Dong will soften up. Did Bibi Dong really abdicate? A 20-year-old Title Douluo emerges, and the Wuhuan Palace undergoes a complete transformation. In the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong threw down harsh words. He'll give you 3 years. If you mess it up, roll back to the Douluo Hall. Qian Renfeng turned around and left, a smile hidden at the corner of his mouth. Successful coup, system rewards received. Level 5 soul power enhancement card 100,000 year soul ring, directly breaking through on the spot. The floor cracked, a storm rose, and the moment 9 soul rings lit up. Title Douluo, a 20-year-old Title Douluo, directly crushing Tang Hao's record. In the Elder Hall, Qian Douluo, after hearing the report, clapped his thighs in approval. Send my orders, the Elder Hall will listen to him. Golden Crocodile Douluo was so excited he was trembling. A second Qian Douluo is about to emerge, and the new task has popped up. Yu Xiaogang is coming to steal core data? Qian Renfeng sneered. In the past, Bibi Dong protected you, but now, with the 100,000 year soul bone reward in hand, it's time to deal with this hypocrite. The people of the Wuhuan Palace were still in the dark. They didn't know that the new ruler was a 20-year-old Title Douluo. Even less did they know that Yu Xiaogang was about to take a big fall next. Qian Renfeng looked outside the hall, his eyes cold. Yu Xiaogang, Tang San, your good days are over. What will we do to deal with Yu Xiaogang next? Will Bibi Dong willingly relinquish power? This operation might change the script of Douluo Continent so much that even a biological mother wouldn't recognize it. Exciting. So exciting. A 20-year-old acting pope? Yu Xiaogang is scolded as scum as soon as he arrives, and Bibi Dong is anxious. In the Pope's palace, Qian Renfeng sat on the throne, surveying all the branch masters. From today on, I have the final say in the Wuhuan Palace. The branch masters sneered in their hearts. This young brat knows nothing. In the next second, Qian Renfeng's soul power erupted. 9 soul rings smashed out, the topmost red ring glaring. A 100,000 year soul ring. Level 92, Title Douluo. The entire hall fell silent. The branch masters turned pale. A 20-year-old Title Douluo? Is this even human? Obey the command of the acting pope. At that moment, a communications soul master rushed in. There's someone outside, named Master, asking for an audience. Qian Renfeng's eyes turned cold, deliberately raising his voice to shout. Yu Xiaogang? That scum who steals data from the Wuhuan Palace? A lifetime without breaking through level 30, relying on plagiarism to pose as a master. In the shadows, Bibi Dong's emotions instantly fluctuated. This son is doing it on purpose. Yu Egwan and Gu Mei nearby were scared out of their wits. This isn't just an acting pope, this is a living king of hell. Daring to confront Yu Xiaogang like this right after taking power, isn't she afraid Bibi Dong will blow up? Qian Renfeng's lips curled into a cold smile. Once you come, you won't be able to leave. Today I must tear off the mask of this hypocrite. Will Yu Xiaogang dare to come in next? Will Bibi Dong be unable to help but protect him? This grand performance is even more exciting than the Soul Master competition. I've already set up my little stool. Yu Xiaogang barges into the Wuhuan Palace with the Elder's order. Yu Egwan and Gu Mei directly send him flying. In the Pope's palace, Qian Renfeng glared at Yu Egwan and Gu Mei. Throw that scum Yu Xiaogang out. Bibi Dong in the shadows was anxious. You're going too far. Qian Renfeng retorted. I'm in power now. Just watch. Outside the Wuhuan Palace, Yu Xiaogang was still dreaming. Seeing Yu Guan and Guimei come out, he proudly said, "It's still my face that matters. 2 Title Douluos come to greet me." But then Yu Guan kicked him away. "Get lost. Do Title Douluos need to target a big soul master scum like you?" Yu Xiaojing got up, pulled out the elder's order to act tough. "I have this. You can't stop me." Yu Guan and Guimei exchanged a glance, a bit troubled. Taking the opportunity, Yu Xiaojing rushed in, cursing in his heart. "Is BibiDong deliberately humiliating me? Just wait. Once I get the secret of the twin martial souls and bring Tang San back, he'll slap your face." He had no idea that Qian Renfeng was inside the hall, sneering. "You still want to get the secret? Today, he'll expose your true self." In the shadows, Bibi Dong clenched her fists, her mind in turmoil. Can Yu Xiaojing break into the Pope's palace next? How will Qian Renfeng deal with him? This hypocrite's mask is likely to be torn apart today. My blood pressure is rising. Hurry up. Yu Xiaojing challenges with the Elder's Order. Qian Renfeng strikes, directly breaking his leg. In the Pope's palace, Yu Xiaojing brandished the Elder's Order, showing off. "What about the acting Pope? The Elder's Order represents the Pope. You have no right to touch me." Qian Renfeng suddenly slammed down on the armrest, soul power howling out. Crack! Yu Xiaojing's left leg snapped in response, howling as he fell to the ground. Daring to act wild with a broken token, Qian Renfeng's eyes were icy. "Yu Guan, Guimei, throw this waste out, and bring back the Elder's Order. Don't let this dirty thing tarnish the token." Yu Guan and Guimei instantly acted, wrapping Yu Xiaojing in soul power and throwing him outside. Outside the Pope's palace, Yu Xiaojing fell like a dead dog, gritting his teeth in pain. "Qian Renfeng, he'll remember this debt." The guard's soul master nearby sneered. "Thought you were great? Turns out you're just a mad dog." In the shadows, Bibi Dong watched, her heart tightening, but she couldn't say a word. She finally understood what Qian Renfeng meant by true face. This Yu Xiaojing, holding the Elder's Order, wasn't here to seek an audience, but to provoke. "Wait, just wait. Once I cultivate Tang San, you will see how good it is for your spirit." "Oh, will he go find Tang San for help next? Does Qian Renfeng have even more ruthless moves? This waste is crazy and self-destructive. It's so satisfying to watch. This is how it should be dealt with." Yu Xiaojing still has the audacity to talk back after having his legs broken. He actually wants Qian Renfeng to be his disciple. At the entrance of the Spear Hall, the guard's taunts pierced Yu Xiaojing's ears like knives. "Do you really think you are something? You dare to talk tough after being thrown out? You're just a dog. Hurry up and roll." Yu Xiaojing clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. This acting Pope is the offspring of the former Pope? Then he must not get along with BibiDong. Back at the inn, Yu Xiaojing immediately wrote a letter to BibiDong. "Donger, I have taken in a disciple with twin martial souls. That little brat is too arrogant. Why not let him be my disciple?" His calculations were loud and clear. As long as Qian Renfeng acknowledges him as a master, it will be easy to manipulate him later. "You broke my legs, and soon he'll make you infamous." He even bought a small puppet, gritting his teeth at it. "Qian Renfeng, just you wait. Sooner or later, he'll make you bow down and apologize." In the shadows, the spies of the Spirit Hall had already reported everything. Qian Renfeng looked at the confidential report and sneered. "Still trying to scheme against me? Isn't that asking for a quicker death? Will Bibi Dong believe Yu Xiaojing's nonsense next? How will Qian Renfeng counterattack? The end of this hypocrite is surely near. It makes my fists clench. Let's make arrangements quickly." Qian Renfeng actually has 3 lives of martial souls. He broke Yu Xiaojing's legs and even revealed a 990,000-year-old soul bone. Yu Xiaojing was venting his frustrations by stabbing a puppet in the inn, cursing. "You little thing, just wait until you fall into my hands. Let's see how I deal with you." What he didn't know was that Qian Renfeng's side had already exploded. The system notification sounded. "Congratulations to the host for punishing Yu Xiaojing. Reward for critical hit. Obtained the fallen dragon body bone of the fallen god, 990,000 years old." Behind Qian Renfeng, the 8-winged fallen angel's phantom spread its wings. The grim reaper's scythe glinted coldly, and the little snake on his wrist was actually an abyssal dragon. 3 lives of martial souls can merge at any time. With the strength of a 90th level Title Douluo, combined with this divine armor soul bone, even Moonlight's ghostly figure must stand aside. BibiDong suddenly pushed the door open. Seeing the black phantom, her face turned pale. "Your martial soul is too evil. Don't let it affect you." Qian Renfeng raised an eyebrow. "Is Mother Dear concerned about me? What I need to prove is that you chose the wrong path. When you fully understand, you won't ask such questions." BibiDong's heart shook violently. "Is this son here to save me?" On the other side, Yu Xiaojing was still dreaming of having Qian Renfeng as a disciple. He had no idea that his end was already near. Will Bibi Dong believe Qian Renfeng next? Will Yu Xiaogan's conspiracy be exposed? The combination of 3 lives of martial souls and divine armor is simply outrageous. The Douluo Continent is about to change. Yu Xiaogang actually wanted to sleep with Bibi Dong and then abandon her. Qian Renfeng is bringing his mother to catch him cheating. In the end, Yu Xiaogang was adjusting his clothes in front of the mirror, putting on a facade of false melancholy. Donger will definitely feel heartbroken seeing me like this, but inside, he was calculating. Once I melt her heart, he'll kick her away after I'm done. Who told her to look down on me back then? What he didn't know was that Bibi Dong was holding his letter, her face as dark as a pot bottom. The letter said, "Let Qian Renfeng acknowledge me as his master, as I, the theoretical master, can teach him well." Qian Renfeng sneered. "Want to be my master? You're not worthy. He'll go with you." Qian Renfeng followed Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong retorted, "Suit yourself." But inside her mind was in chaos. Would Yu Xiaogang really treat me like this? The inn door was knocked on, and Yu Xiaogang happily opened it. "Donger, you're here." The doorway was empty. The next second, Bibi Dong and Qian Renfeng appeared behind him. Yu Xiaogang turned around, his smile instantly froze. Qian Renfeng crossed his arms. "Why don't you keep pretending? Weren't you just thinking about how to abandon my mother?" Bibi Dong looked at his hypocritical expression, shaking with anger. "Is this the man I've loved for decades?" Yu Xiaogang panicked. "Donger, you must listen to my explanation. It's him who's sowing discord." Will Bibi Dong take action next? How tragic will Yu Xiaogang's fate be? This dramatic reveal makes my blood boil. The hypocrite is finally about to be exposed. Yu Xiaogang actually took out his anger on a little girl? There's no such thing as a waste martial soul was actually a lie to deceive people. At the inn's entrance, a 6 or 7-year-old girl knelt on the ground, crying and pleading. "Master, please take me as your disciple. I want revenge. Didn't you say there's no waste martial soul? Only waste soul masters?" When Yu Xiaogang saw her martial soul was a pickaxe, his face changed instantly, and he kicked her away. "Get lost. You actually believe that I was just fooling you. A broken pickaxe wants to become strong? Dream on." He struck her with a wooden stick as the little girl cried and ran away. He shouted after her, "Waste." On the rooftop, Bibi Dong watched, trembling all over. Is this the man she loved for decades? All the words he said back then were lies. Qian Renfeng sneered. "Now do you see clearly? This is the Yu Xiaogang you've been thinking about, bullying even a child." Bibi Dong clenched her fists, her nails digging in her flesh. She finally understood how foolish she had been over the years. Being deceived by a hypocrite. Round and round. Why Yu Xiaogang was still cursing in the inn, completely unaware. Death had already stood behind him. What will Bibi Dong do next? Yu Xiaogang's good days are over, right? This twist gives me goosebumps. The hypocrite's mask has finally been shattered. Bibi Dong finally made her move. Yu Xiaogang was still dreaming of being a master, and in the next second, he was beaten into a pig's head. In the inn room, Yu Xiaogang was flirting with Bibi Dong. "Donger, a day apart feels like 3 autumns." Then he turned around to boast. "My disciple has twin martial souls. You must teach me the secrets." And Qian Renfeng, let him acknowledge me as his master, and the only theoretical master on the continent who can teach him well. Bibi Dong looked at his hypocritical face, recalling the little girl he had hit. Her anger surged to the sky. Yu Xiaogang, enough. Yu Xiaogang was still digging his own grave. "I'm doing this for the good of the spirit hall. Who else can teach him besides me?" Bang. Bibi Dong directly attacked, unleashing her soul power. Yu Xiaogang was sent flying, crashing into the wall and sliding down, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. "How dare you hit me?" Yu Xiaogang was stunned. He never expected that Bibi Dong would suddenly take action. Qian Renfeng stood beside him with a cold laugh. "Now you know to be afraid? Weren't you quite arrogant when you were hitting the little girl just now?" Bibi Dong's eyes were icy. "I was truly blind before. People like you, scum, are even qualified to talk about guidance." Yu Xiaogang was completely panicked, rolling and crawling in an attempt to beg for mercy. But Bibi Dong's fury was just beginning. Would Yu Xiaogang be crippled next? Could Bibi Dong truly awaken? This slap was incredibly satisfying. It was about time to deal with this hypocrite. Yu Xiaogan's disgusting appearance made her feel sick to her core, and her hand reached out towards him. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang sneered inwardly, believing that Bibi Dong had already been convinced by him. Just as he was about to grasp Bibi Dong's hand and add a reassuring comment that he wouldn't let her down, Bibi Dong's hand skipped over his palm and slammed hard onto his body. Chapter 010. A distressed Yu Xiaogang, visitors from the Tindo royal family. Bang! A huge sound erupted, and Yu Xiaogang was uncontrollably sent flying, crashing through the wall and creating a large hole. As he flew backward in midair, a series of blood droplets fell. Yu Xiaogang was stunned, wondering what was happening. Why did Bibi Dong suddenly attack me? Why is she attacking me? With these 3 questions, Yu Xiaogang was dumbfounded in midair. Immediately after, a sharp pain surged through his body, followed by a long, miserable scream. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds erupted, startling many residents in the inn, with several people poking their heads out of the windows. What happened? It seems like someone flew out. Whispered conversations arose, accompanied by a series of bang, bang, bang sounds from the ground. Who is BibiDong? One of the strongest in the entire Douluo Continent, even without using soul power. The destructive force of her anger was unimaginable. Yu Xiaogang was left with half his life gone. After rolling and crawling for a long distance on the ground, he finally lay there motionless in a sorry state. After the strike, BibiDong's cold gaze slightly softened as she approached the edge of the hole, looking at the half-dead Yu Xiaogang, and couldn't help but snort coldly. This isn't like you, my lady mother, Qian Renfeng said softly. BibiDong remained silent. She understood Qian Renfeng's teasing all too well. Regarding this matter, she didn't want to explain too much. After being deceived for so long, what was wrong with striking back in anger? Before BibiDong could respond, Qian Renfeng added, but it's a pity you didn't use your soul power, otherwise you could have directly turned him into dust. BibiDong was at a loss for words. She acted in anger, but did not intend to kill him outright. Concerning her views on Yu Xiaogang, BibiDong was horrified to find that she was also somewhat at a loss for words now. The sudden action of BibiDong today took Qian Renfeng by surprise. Those who are pitiable must also have their hateful aspects. Everything that Yu Xiaogang is facing now is nothing but self-inflicted consequences. Tap, 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 tap. Suddenly, a series of hoofbeats sounded. A convoy drove in from outside the spirit city, with silver-like armor adorning each person. Qian Renfeng took a look and immediately recognized that it was the royal convoy of the Tiando Empire. It seemed that there was no way to continue making a move on Yu Xiaogang today. What a pity! Qian Renfeng continued to lament, feeling a slight regret about the royal convoy of the Heaven-Do Empire. Cutting the grass without removing the roots, the spring wind blows again. The unchanging theorem of the world is that villains die from talking too much. Qian Renfeng does not consider himself a villain. But one thing is certain. In the eyes of scum like Yu Xiaogang, he is undoubtedly a major villain. Is there a problem with the villain taking action against the righteous? It's just that the Spirit Hall is currently lacking in some aspects. Now that the royal forces of the Heaven-Do Empire have appeared, it has made it inconvenient to tear off the facade in public. Help, help! I am Yu Xiaogang, the famous master of martial soul theory. Please save me. Yu Xiaogang was in a sorry state, and upon seeing the royal convoy of the Heaven-Do Empire, he scrambled towards the position of the convoy. While scrambling, he was still shouting frantically. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and Yu Xiaojing's breathing was extremely rapid. What was happening ahead? A cold voice came from carriage, and then a refined young man stepped out. The crown prince of the Heaven-Do Empire, Xue Qinghe. Following that, 2 more people stepped out from another 2 carriages, one being the 4th prince of the Heaven-Do Empire, Xue Bong, and the other being the younger brother of the Snow Knight Emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire. Prince Xue Xing reporting to the crown prince. It seems like a beggar, the leading soldier replied in a deep voice, sitting high on a fine horse. He looked down at the dirty Yu Xiaogang, his face filled with blood-soaked grime, making him frown. Do not underestimate people. Xue Qinghe's voice was cold as he stood on the carriage's footboard, observing Yu Xiaojang's disheveled appearance. On the surface, he wore a compassionate expression, but in the depths of his eyes, a meaningful glance flashed by. Yu Xiaogang saw BibiDong and Qian Renfeng already able to walk out of the inn, especially noticing the coldness in Qian Renfeng's eyes as if struck by lightning. Qian Renfeng wants to kill himself? No, I can't die here. I still have a genius disciple. I am destined to be famous throughout the Douluo Continent. I must live. His eyes darted around, suddenly looking towards Xue Qinghe. He didn't know Xue Qinghe's exact identity, but he guessed that Xue Qinghe must be a prince. And Xue Qinghe, a prince of the Tiando Empire, could very well become someone he could rely on for protection. Stop right there. The leading soldier noticed Yu Xiaojang's thoughts and directly pointed a spear across Yu Xiaojang's path, halting his actions. A dog servant dares to block me? Yu Xiaogang cursed inwardly, but didn't dare to make any more moves. His eyes spun wildly, and seeing that he couldn't get close to Xue Qinghe, he suddenly shifted his gaze to 2 other carriages not far away. The 4th prince, Xue Pejuan, and Prince Xue Xing. Seeing that Xue Pejuan had already gotten off the carriage, Yu Xiaogang hurriedly pounced towards him. Xue Pejuan, arrogant and overbearing, was caught off guard, allowing Yu Xiaogang to rush to his side. Immediately, a look of disdain appeared on Xue Pejuan's face. However, Yu Xiaojing didn't care about that. He only knew that Shue must also be a prince, and he clung tightly to Shue leg, howling, "Your Highness, you must stand up for me. There are thieves in Wuhuan City, and they want to harm me. In such a large Wuhuan city, not a single person has come forward to uphold justice for me." He cried out with tears streaming down his face, wiping his snot and tears on Shue pants, crying with such sorrow. His weak right leg and the tattered burlap clothes he wore, which had been rubbed into strips on the ground, seemed to announce just how miserable he was. In the distance, Qian Renfeng and BibiDong walked towards the Tindo imperial family's convoy together. Their pace was slow, yet an invisible aura quietly and silently intimidated everyone around them. Qian Renfeng couldn't see that Yu Xiaojing's current thought was to cling to the powerful legs of the Heaven Do Empire's royal family to save his own life. However, thinking about Shui Bong, Qian Renfeng couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Under the manipulation of his own sister, Shui Bong had now packaged himself as an extremely debauched royal heir. At this moment, Yu Xiaojing was crying to Shui Bong, wiping his snot and tears on Shui Bong's pant leg, treating Shui Bong as some kind of benefactor. Chapter 011. Shui Bong takes action. Dead dog Yu Xiaojing. Get lost. You beggar, don't come near me. You're dirtying my clothes. Shui Bong was furious and slapped Yu Xiaojing across the face, then kicked him hard. Following that, punches and kicks erupted, fully displaying his debauched image. What's going on? What the hell happened? Why am I getting beaten again? Yu Xiaojing was dazed, holding his head in confusion, occasionally letting out a wail. In just a moment, he was lying on the ground like a dead dog, breathing in more than he was breathing out. Fourth brother, what are you doing? Shui Qinghe suddenly spoke up, his tone full of reprimand. Shui Bong's expression changed, and he kicked Yu Xiaojing again. Someone, don't you dog lackeys have any sense? Quickly throw this dead dog far away from me. Do you know that all my clothes are custom-made? Imperial soldiers hurried over, dragging Yu Xiaojing away and running far off, before throwing him directly into a garbage heap. In the Hall of Martial Spirits, acting Pope Qian Renfeng welcomed the distinguished guests from the Heaven Do Empire's royal family. Qian Renfeng stepped forward. Her gaze first paused on Shui Qinghe for a moment, then briefly on Prince Xuebeng and Prince Xuexing. Unexpectedly, this time, as I first took control of power, it actually led to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince, and even Prince Xuexing all coming to congratulate me. Qian Renfeng said with a smile, his expression very gentle. At this moment, Qian Renfeng had completely changed from his previous indifferent demeanor towards Yu Xiaojing. By mentioning Prince Xuexing last, he further expressed his respect for him. Oomph. Prince Xuexing snorted coldly, ignoring Qian Renfeng. Seeing this, Shui Qinghe quickly stepped in to ease the situation. The acting pope is indeed young and promising. We, on behalf of the Tindo royal family, have come to congratulate. We wish the Spirit Hall can thrive under the management of the acting pope and achieve even greater glory. Qian Renfeng smiled. Soon, many soul masters from Soul Master City arrived here, a large group marching back to the Spirit Hall. In the garbage pile, the stench was overwhelming, and Yu Xiaojing crawled out of the trash like a dead dog. A piece of vegetable leaf was still hanging from the corner of his mouth, and blood flowed down his cheek. The cold wind blew in gusts, and Yu Xiaojing couldn't help but feel disheveled, looking around with a very displeased expression. At this time, many of the original residents of Soul Master City had gathered around, pointing and whispering upon seeing Yu Xiaojing's miserable state in the garbage pile. Is this person seriously sick? Definitely. That group of people just now was obviously royal nobles, and he even went to complain? What he called complaining. Our Soul Master City is thriving, and he says there are thieves trying to kill him? What a joke. He's gone mad, seeing nobles around. He describes himself in such a miserable way to try and cling to their support. I've seen many like him. Yu Xiaojing's face turned pale. The harsh remarks pierced his eardrums, and he looked at the people pointing at him with extreme resentment. Just wait. All of you wait for me. Wait until I achieve success. Wait until I reach the peak. I will make all of you pay the price. Soul Master City, Spirit Hall, and that prince from the Heaven Do Empire, just now. Just wait for me. He gritted his teeth and roared in his heart. Regardless of whether they were strong or weak, noble or commoner, Yu Xiaojing remembered everyone in his heart. He struggled out of the garbage pile, found a broken wooden stick, and fled this place amidst the pointing fingers. He had come here so arrogantly, and now he left like a dead dog. No, I can't just swallow this. Yu Xiaojing fled outside Soul Master City, and suddenly he calmed down. I was impulsive just now. Even if I tell the Heaven Do royal family that it was BibiDong who attacked me, they probably wouldn't believe it, right? This matter must be carefully planned. That fleeting killing intent in Qian Renfeng's eyes, he really has a strong dislike for me. But it seems that after the arrival of the Heaven Do royal family, he eventually restrained himself. So there must be a way. Yu Xiaogang thought to himself. In order to scheme and deceive, he began to recall everything that had happened before. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance crossed his eyes. That's right, BibiDong only attacked me once and didn't continue. She must have just been trying to take care of that little thing's face, right? Indeed, she is such a foolish woman, destined to be deceived by me. How could she possibly kill me? That attack just now seemed angry, but in fact, she sent me flying and saved me. Sure enough, all of this is that little substitute Pope's doing. BibiDong must be wary of the other party's face. So her conflict with that little thing must have reached a breaking point. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but praise how clever he was. In such a dangerous situation, he was still able to analyze the specifics so clearly. It seems at this time, there was no way to learn about the secret of the twin martial souls from BibiDong. Before, I was really confused. Contacting BibiDong with letters inside Soul Master City. Soul Master City is now under that little thing's control, so there must be spies everywhere. The matter of twin martial souls needs to be rethought. I need to find another place to get information from BibiDong. Today's affairs will be noted down for now, and I will get my revenge later. No one who has ever humiliated me, Yu Xiaogang, has ended up well. With a fierce heart, Yu Xiaogangs palm was rubbed raw by the wooden stick, and he gritted his teeth and continued walking. While sorting out matters related to the Spirit Hall, he was also sorting out matters related to the Heaven Do royal family. The prince who beat and kicked me. The other prince seemed to have called him the fourth brother. So by this logic, the one who hit me must be the current fourth prince of the Heaven Do Empire. The other identity must be higher than the fourth prince. The other princes seem to have died young, so that person should be the first prince. The Heaven family is ruthless. Since that fourth prince beat me, spoke harshly, and insulted me as a beggar, then I completely don't need to care about him. After I return this time, I'll prepare well, and then find a way to cling to the first prince's big ship. Things will be much easier then. I'll see who the real beggar is. Yu Xiaogang roared his heart again. At this moment, all his little thoughts had shifted toward Xueqinghe. He felt that it would be as easy as taking candy from a baby to get close to Xueqinghe. He didn't believe that Qian Renfeng could wrestle with the Heaven Do Empire royals. Chapter 012. Acting crazy and foolish, the provocation of the avalanche. In the Spirit Hall's guest hall, Qian Renfeng sat in the main seat, while BibiDong had disappeared from everyone's sight again after her return. The royal entourage of the Qian Do Empire had all arrived at this place, and Xueqinghe was chatting happily with him. Before the relationship turned sour, the Spirit Hall and the two great empires maintained a relatively harmonious relationship, and neither side would let things get too awkward. After talking for a long time, Xueqinghe finally stood up and performed a noble greeting to Qian Renfeng. Xueqinghe thanks the acting Pope for your guidance. Your advice has greatly benefited me. Qian Renfeng waved his hand. It's just a small matter. However, regarding the previous discussion, if His Highness the First Prince is sincere, please convey my words to your country's emperor. Qinghe understood that he would follow up on the ordinary Soul Master subsidy issue after returning. Xueqinghe replied. Suddenly, a cold laugh echoed. Xuebing sat there with an arrogant expression, completely lacking the demeanor of a prince. With both hands resting on the armrests of the chair and his legs stretched out, he looked utterly disdainful. Brother, are you being a bit foolish? The acting Pope merely mentioned it in passing, and you actually took it seriously? I really don't understand how the Spirit Hall could suddenly let such a young person take power. Although I may be a bit of a wastrel, what the acting Pope said is simply impossible. A mouth without hair, doing things carelessly. It's just ridiculous. Xuebing sneered repeatedly, speaking while casting a provocative glance at Qian Renfeng. His arrogance and unruliness were fully displayed at this moment. Fourth brother, what nonsense are you talking about? The acting Pope is young but capable, which proves his ability. Don't speak recklessly. Quickly apologize to the acting Pope. Xueqinghe's face changed dramatically as he looked at Xuebing with reproach, urging him repeatedly. Apologize? Brother, do you think I need to apologize? If it were the previous Pope, I could consider it, but a young person wants me to apologize? Who do I think I am? I am the fourth prince of the Qian Do royal family. I'm a prince. Xuebing coldly sneered, continuing to act arrogantly and flamboyantly, showing off his wastrel behavior. Xueqinghe felt helpless. Fourth brother, we can't take this lightly. Quickly apologize. Apologize? Impossible. Xuebing's voice suddenly became sharp, as if Xueqinghe's request for him to apologize was a great insult. His hands clenched tightly on the armrests, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression becoming extremely twisted. You want me to come here to represent the royal family to congratulate this young, acting pope on taking power, and now you want me to apologize? What a joke. Am I to lose face as a prince? Xu Weibing gave no consideration to Shui Qinghe's feelings, acting like a madman ready to bite anyone who approached him. After venting his anger, Xu Weibing suddenly turned his eyes and, holding his chin, began to laugh strangely. Brother, actually, if you want me to apologize, that's fine. Although I am a bit of a wastrel, I am still a soul sect cultivator, and this acting pope seems to be about the same age as I am. How about you set up a match for me and this acting pope? If he can win against me, I will apologize to him. How about that? At this point, Xu Weibing shot another provocative glance at Qian Renfeng. A match? Shui Qinghe's expression changed again. Fourth brother, how long do you intend to be reckless? Father did not teach us this way. Father. Hearing these two words, Xu Weibing suddenly exploded. Don't mention that old guy to me. When has that old guy ever cared about a son like me? Huh. Shui Qinghe felt helpless. Xu Weibing's reaction frustrated him, and he turned his gaze to Prince Xu Weixing, who was sitting nearby in a mysterious manner. Among the royal family, Prince Xu Weixing held the highest status, and Shui Qinghe was now hoping to appeal to him. Uncle, please persuade fourth brother. He is being too reckless right now. Shui Qinghe said earnestly. We came to congratulate the acting pope on taking power, not to offend anyone. Offend? What offense? Prince Xu Weixing suddenly raised an eyebrow, placing his teacup on the table, looking puzzled. Xu Weibing has always been like this. You know that. Besides, I don't think there's anything wrong with this situation. Xu Weibing is grown up now, a soul sect at over level 40, wanting to prove himself. It's fine for young people to spar with each other. Shui Qinghe realized at this moment that he could see that Prince Xu Weixing was also deliberately playing dumb. Between Xu Weibing and him, it was a typical case of one singing and the other echoing. Seeing this, Xu Weibing stood up and walked over to Qian Renfeng. You're the acting pope, right? I am Xu Weibing, the fourth prince of the Tiando royal family. That position of pope is of the same generation as my father, whom I don't see eye to eye with. You're also a young person, and I don't want to admit you are of a higher generation than me. I formally challenge you now. If you win against me, I will acknowledge it. If you can't win, I believe the Spirit Hall should bring back the previous pope or find another acting pope. Xu Weibing confidently stated these words. He had never heard of someone like Qian Renfeng before. In his view, Qian Renfeng was certainly a genius of the Spirit Hall, and his brother Shui Qinghe was clearly trying to win him over. Perfect. His current situation could just serve as a disruption. Meanwhile, Qian Renfeng wore a faint smile, finding Xu Weibing's arrogant and confrontational demeanor quite amusing. Given Xu Weibing's current behavior, many people would likely view him as arrogant and unruly, but in reality, this Prince Xu Weibing had a depth of scheming that was anything but ordinary. His current actions, seemingly reckless, were actually aimed at creating chaos and secretly stirring trouble. Prince Xu Weixing's tacit approval was clearly adding fuel to the fire. What? Are you afraid? Xu Weibing impatiently urged. Qian Renfeng retracted his smile, and after seeing through Xu Weibing's thoughts at this moment, he quietly got up. It was truly too naive to think of Qian Renfeng as a pawn to disrupt the game. Since the Prince of Xu Weibing had this idea, then this pope also had no reason to refuse. Prince of Xu Weibing, how do you want to compare? Chapter 013. Life and Death Unconcerned. Dugu Bo takes action. Retreat. In Qian Renfeng's dictionary, there is no such word. Everyone could see that Avalanche was deliberately causing trouble and had targeted him. This cannot be left unaddressed. When Avalanche saw that Qian Renfeng agreed, an excited expression immediately appeared on his face. Did he really agree? Avalanche asked. Qian Renfeng smiled and said, This pope's word is as good as gold. So, life and death are not to be discussed. Xu Weibing licked the corner of his mouth and said frantically. Xu Weibing thought very highly of himself. Life and death aside, once he could defeat Qian Renfeng, he would definitely be able to send Qian Renfeng away. At that time, if the substitute pope of the Spirit Hall died at the hands of someone from the Tiando royal family, it would not be so easy for Zwiking to continue to win over the Spirit Hall. And if he accidentally got into trouble at the hands of Qian Renfeng, a prince being harmed by someone from the Spirit Hall would make any attempt at alliance even less likely. The stakes were high, but the rewards could be great. Hearing Xu Weibing's words, Qian Renfeng quickly guessed Xu Weibing's true intentions. Before he could respond, Zwiking anxiously said from the side, Fourth brother, we can just spar. Why does it have to be life and death? After saying this, Zwiking hurriedly turned to Qian Renfeng and said anxiously, Your Excellency, the substitute pope, I'm very sorry. Our royal family has been rude. Let's just spar. You don't need to worry about my matters. Xu Weibing was furious. shouting in an extremely arrogant manner. And then he darted out of the main hall. His hands clenched tightly, and 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings suddenly swirled around him. Come on, let us see how I defeat you today. Seeing Qian Renfeng also stepping out of the main hall, Xiaogang said frantically, remember, I want to hold back. Although it's just a spar, accidents can easily happen. With these words, Xiaogang's intentions were clear to everyone. Most people viewed Xiaogang as a madman among madmen. However, at this moment, Qian Renfeng thought that this kid was quite clever. No wonder he could endure for so many years in the original history, only revealing his true self when seizing the throne. However, Xiaogang's choice in today's scenario was incredibly misguided. Prince Xiaogang, feel free to make your move. This pope will remain right here. If you can force me back even one step, then I will consider it my loss. Qian Renfeng stood with his hands behind his back, his white robes fluttering like uncut jade on a path. As the 4th prince of the Tiando imperial family, he found it beneath him to engage in such trivial banter with Xiaogang. With a swift motion, he could easily strike him down. Xiaogang, upon hearing Qian Renfeng's words, immediately turned red with shame and anger. You arrogant brat, how dare you look down on me like this? Today, I will show you that as the esteemed 4th prince, I am not someone you can underestimate. Xiaogang shouted, and suddenly, for soul rings began to emit dazzling light, with a golden swan phantom appearing behind him. The soul skill activated, and his speed increased dramatically. Bang, bang, bang. Relying on his speed advantage, Xiaogang darted around Qian Renfeng, attacking repeatedly in an instant. He couldn't believe that with his soul sex strength, he couldn't push Qian Renfeng back even a single step. He even thought that Qian Renfeng was just pretending. However, once the fight truly began, Xiaogang quickly realized that in just that short amount of time, he had attacked dozens of times. Despite dozens of attacks, he couldn't even close the distance of a meter in front of Qian Renfeng. So your soul skill is defensive? Xiaogang exclaimed. What kind of ability is hiding like a turtle? Does the Spirit Hall not have anyone capable? Frustrated for being unable to break Qian Renfeng's defense, Xiaogang shouted angrily. He unilaterally believed that Qian Renfeng must be using some kind of defensive soul skill, and since he did not belong to the assault-type soul masters, he tried to rely on the strength of his soul skills to break through Qian Renfeng's defenses. Qian Renfeng remained silent. He was a dignified Title Douluo, and although he hadn't officially confirmed his title yet, he already possessed the genuine strength of a Title Douluo. Did he really need to summon his martial soul to deal with a mere avalanche? Did he need to use soul skills? Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Since you're a prince of the Tiando royal family, I'll indulge you in this nonsense for a bit. Just a slight punishment will suffice. Qian Renfeng whispered softly, still without activating his martial soul or using any soul skills, simply waving a hand casually towards the avalanche. Bang! A deafening sound suddenly erupted, and the avalanche that had come close was sent flying backward like a cannonball. The swan martial soul behind him shattered instantly upon receiving Qian Renfeng's slap. Bang, bang, bang. The avalanche rolled helplessly on the ground for several rounds, with many tears appearing in the noble attire on his body. Puffed, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Avalanche! From the very beginning, pretending to be serious, the Prince of Snowstar, who had been playing along with the avalanche, suddenly stepped forward. The avalanche suddenly fell, directly knocked out by a slap, causing his eyes to bulge in shock. His old face was filled with rage. Young man, your actions are too excessive. At that moment, an old man in a green robe with messy white hair suddenly appeared beside the avalanche. He gently placed a hand on the avalanche's wrist, confirming his condition before coldly speaking. As his words fell, a powerful pressure suddenly descended around the avalanche, accompanied by a foul odor that wafted up. While speaking, the old man coldly stared at Qian Renfeng. The old man was none other than the poisoned Dugu Bo, who followed beside the Prince of Snowstar. Qian Renfeng was not surprised by the appearance of Dugu Bo. After hearing Dugu Bo's words, he placed his hands behind his back once more. How'd I go too far? Qian Renfeng retorted. Dugu Bo replied, at such a young age, shattering a martial soul with a single palm strike is a tremendous blow to a soul master. Such ruthless methods, can that not be considered going too far? Dugu Bo, have you become senile? Qian Renfeng snorted coldly. If I were to strike seriously, he wouldn't even have a breath left, but would have already been dead without a burial place. As he spoke, a powerful pressure suddenly pressed down towards Dugu Bo. Dugu Bo was not like Xiaogang. He was a Title Douluo at level 92. With such a person suddenly appearing, and being exceptionally skilled in poison, he could not be treated casually like Xiaogang. Accompanied by the sudden explosion of momentum, 9 soul rings descended from Qian Renfeng's head. The moment the top red soul ring appeared, Qian Renfeng's indifferent voice rang out again. A title Douluo cannot be insulted. Dugu Bo, do you still think I've gone too far? Chapter 14. Shui Peng. Why don't you just go to heaven? Title Douluo. Dugu Bo's body jolted in disbelief as he looked at the 9 soul rings descending from Qian Renfeng's head, especially the top one, a red 100,000-year soul ring, which was something that countless soul masters dreamed of. Even though he himself was a level 92 title Douluo and had a long-standing reputation, the intimidation brought by the 100,000-year soul ring still made him feel uneasy. And Qian Renfeng's age? He was so young, yet already a title Douluo, breaking the record for the youngest title Douluo on the continent, right? The accusatory expression on his face vanished in an instant. Accusing a title Douluo? Are you kidding? Just as Qian Renfeng said. Shattering Shui Peng's martial soul without directly killing him was already Qian Renfeng giving face to the Tiando imperial family. It was Shui Peng who provoked Qian Renfeng. Even if Qian Renfeng had directly killed Shui Peng in front of everyone, the Tiando imperial family would have to swallow that loss in silence. With a stiff neck, Dugu Bo hurriedly picked up Shui Peng and returned to the side of Prince Xuexing, thinking only of a single curse word that he didn't know whether to say or not. Although he understood the reason behind Shui Peng's recent actions, it was still unwise to directly provoke a title Douluo. A title Douluo cannot be insulted. Why doesn't Shui Peng just go to heaven? Uncle C, I just told you to stop the fourth brother, and now things have escalated to the point of almost causing a disaster. Xuexing hurriedly stepped in to mediate, using this opportunity to criticize Prince Xuexing. Fortunately, the acting pope doesn't hold grudges, otherwise Shui Peng would be in danger this time. As he spoke, a hint of worry appeared on Xuexing's face, as if he was genuinely afraid that his fourth brother might accidentally die here. Prince Xuexing remained silent, allowing Xuexing's accusations to go unchallenged, his old face turning pale. Only heavy breathing could be heard, yet he did not say a word. Staring at the 9 soul rings beside Qian Renfeng, his throat moved with a gulp. Title Douluo. This really was not something to provoke. Qian Renfeng smiled without speaking, watching the turmoil of Xuexing with keen eyes. Your Holiness, I mean no offense, thank you for your mercy. The prince continued. After a long journey, I suddenly feel unwell and will take my leave to rest. I hope for your understanding. Having been criticized for quite a while, Prince Xuexing knew he had to express his stance, so he hurriedly made his declaration. Qian Renfeng sneered coldly in his heart and said flatly, since the prince is unwell, you should rest well first. Our spirit hall also has many healing soul masters, so feel free to call for them if needed. Prince Xuexing forced a smile and replied, thank you for the kind offer, Your Excellency the acting pope. After saying this, Prince Xuexing intended to lead his team away. Seeing this, Xuexing has suddenly said, Uncle, Your Excellency the acting pope is already a title Douluo at such a young age. I have been confused about my cultivation lately and would like to consult the acting pope privately, if that's all right. At this moment, Prince Xuexing had no mind to deal with this. After being humiliated, he just wanted to leave quickly. Do as you wish, he said, and then led his team away. Dugu Bo also followed them out. Your Excellency the acting pope, please. Xuexing continued to maintain his posture as the crown prince and made an inviting gesture towards Qian Renfeng. Qian Renfeng smiled. Since the crown prince has invited, then let's go. With that, the two of them headed back to the main hall. The rest of the royal cavalry could only wait outside obediently at this time. Upon re-entering the papal hall, the solemn door slammed shut. Apart from Qian Renfeng and Xuexing, there was no one else. Sitting in this position of the pope really gives you an imposing aura. I never expected that woman would be willing to relinquish power. It turns out only you can make her submit. With no outsiders around, Qian Renxue stopped pretending, and the appearance of Xuexing disappeared, replaced by a noble dress. She wore a light pink long gown, stepped in high heels, and her golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding an air of purity. After circling around Qian Renfeng twice, she couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. But when mentioning that woman, a look of disgust flashed across her pretty face. Qian Renfeng understood that the person Qian Renxue mentioned was BibiDong, and he also knew the extent of Qian Renxue's resentment towards BibiDong. He did not continue on this topic. With a calm gaze fixed on Qian Renxue, he smiled lightly and said, You've made quite an improvement since your return. You have reached the strength of level 72. You can truly unleash the power of your martial soul now. The angel martial soul inherited from the spirit hall can only unlock its true form at level 70. and it undergoes a significant transformation when combined with the angelic domain. At this moment, Qian Renxue had already broken through to level 72. Qian Renxue's face, which was usually cold, showed a hint of despair upon hearing this. But brother, you have already become a Title Douluo, and I'm only barely at level 72. I am your brother. It's only reasonable that I'm stronger than you, Qian Renfeng said with a smile. Qian Renxue remained silent. Throughout her life, she had been strong-willed. Not that she couldn't admit others were better than her, but her older brother, who was born just a little earlier, had a strength that was a full 20 levels above hers. Moreover, she had been lurking in the Heavenly Do Empire for many years, and even now, she was still somewhat unremarkable, while Qian Renfeng had already ascended to the position of Pope. The gap between the siblings had only widened. I know you want to improve your strength for a reason, but one must not be too hasty. Right now, my strength is greater than yours. But when you reach a higher level, you will also experience a rapid increase in power, so there's no need to feel too resentful. As she spoke, Qian Renfeng looked out in the direction of the Elder Hall. The inheritance of the Angel God within the Spirit Hall today has only one person who meets the conditions, Qian Renxue. Once the 9 tests of the Angel are initiated, her strength will surely skyrocket like a rocket. Others may not know, but he is very clear that Qian Renxue will be the first woman to become a deity in the Douluo Continent. This will happen even faster than his own mother. Qian Renxue smiled bitterly and said, Brother, you know that woman's strength. As long as I don't surpass her for a day, I won't feel comfortable for a day. But with my current strength, let's not talk about this anymore. The more I say, the more frustrated I feel. Surpass her? Qian Renfeng whispered softly in his heart. If he wanted to steadily surpass BibiDong's strength, he would have to become a god at level 100. As it stands, Qian Douluo is already somewhat unable to compete with their mother, not to mention the current Qian Renxue. Qian Renfeng didn't say these things, nor did he dampen Qian Renxue's ambition. The two siblings continued their conversation until Qian Renxue suddenly said, By the way, brother, how do you plan to deal with Dugu Bo? Deal with him? Qian Renfeng responded. Qian Renxue nodded naturally. I know that you're not a soft-hearted person, but are you just going to let the previous matter go? Chapter 015. Uncle and Nephew Conspiracy. The targeted Yu Xiaogang. Let it go. Qian Renfeng chuckled to himself. He was not someone who would just let things go, regardless of whether Dugu Bo had truly made a move or not. That situation at the time could not be overlooked. I have other plans regarding Dugu Bo, so you should go back and take care of your own matters. Just be extra cautious about the avalanche. Qian Renfeng didn't mention much about Dugu Bo to Qian Renxue. Dugu Bo had other matters to attend to. However, regarding the avalanche, he felt it necessary to remind Qian Renxue more often, as the avalanche's disguise was indeed quite remarkable. Qian Renxue frowned and asked in confusion, Be careful of avalanches? An avalanche is unlearned and incompetent. Why do we need to be careful of him? You can't just look at things from the surface. Qian Renfeng smiled and said, Look beyond the surface and see the true essence. Otherwise, you will surely suffer in the future. Qian Renxue fell silent, constantly pondering the words mentioned by Qian Renfeng at this moment. Deep down, she truly did not believe that she needed to be cautious of a young son of the Heavenly Do Emperor, Shuebong. Among the original 4 princes, she had already dealt with 3, all of whom were exceptionally talented and had the greatest hope of obtaining the throne. However, Shuebong was not among those 3. Seeing that Qian Renxue did not come around, Qian Renfeng timely reminded, Where is this place? Wuhuan City, Wuhuan Hall, what happened? Qian Renfeng retorted. Qian Renfeng said, There are countless nobles from the Heaven Do Empire, and there are many young masters who directly provoke others without knowing their identities. However, knowing that I am the acting Pope of the Spirit Hall and still daring to provoke me, do you think this is merely the behavior of a young master? Don't forget, Spirit City is the stronghold of our Spirit Hall, the place where our core strength lies. Boom! Qian Renxue suddenly woke up. She understood. Everything in the past was just an act by him. Qian Renxue gritted her teeth and said, Having infiltrated the Tiando royal family for many years, her pride made her very confident that she had everything under control. The reason she hadn't taken action against Shuebong was simply because she saw Shuebong as a hopeless case, posing no threat to her at all. But at this moment, Qian Renfeng's reminder suddenly enlightened her. Just be careful. Qian Renfeng stopped at the right moment. Saying too much would be useless, after all. He was very clear about his sister's personality. Meanwhile, in an inn within the Spirit City, the long comatose Shuebong finally woke up, and as soon as he did, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Cough, 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 am I still alive? Shuebong's face was pale, and he looked extremely weak. As memories of the moment Qian Renfeng struck flooded his mind, the space seemed to be locked down. It was clearly an ordinary slap, but at that moment, he felt it deeply. He wanted to dodge, but he couldn't muster any thought of evasion, ultimately having to let that slap defeat him directly. You have great fortune and luck. Fortunately, Dugu Bo protected your heart vein in time. Otherwise, it would be difficult for you to achieve anything in this life. Prince Xuexing stood guard by the bedside. Seeing Xuepeng's weak appearance, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. Dugu Bo, who was also in the room, timely added, "It's also thanks to that acting pope not having the intent to kill. Otherwise, even if I were to intervene, it would be useless." Speaking of which, thinking of Qian Renfeng's strength as a Title Douluo, Dugu Bo's expression darkened again. "Thank you, Senior Dugu, for your help." Xuepeng hurriedly dragged his weak body to salute Dugu Bo. At this moment, his demeanor was completely different from the previous arrogance he had displayed. Dugu Bo responded with a grunt, and after confirming that Xuepeng was not in serious danger, he left the room at Prince Xuexing's gesture. Only the two of them, uncle and nephew, were left in the room. Xuepeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and weakly said, "Uncle, Senior Dugu just mentioned that it was that guy who didn't have the intent to kill. What does that mean? That acting pope is a Title Douluo." After a long while, Prince Xuexing explained in a soft voice. Upon hearing the words Title Douluo, Xuepeng's expression suddenly froze, then he bitterly smiled. "This is serious. Acting like a playboy, and I ended up entangled with a Title Douluo." Xuepeng secretly rejoiced in his good fortune, then calmed down. "By the way, uncle, where's Xuexing? He went to consult that acting pope about cultivation matters," Prince Xuexing replied. "You acted recklessly this time. I was even severely criticized by Xuexing." Oomph. Xuepeng gritted his teeth, his expression cold. He really doesn't miss any opportunity. But this time I survived. I won't encounter such situations again next time. In front of Prince Xuexing, Xuepeng showed no pretense of his true character. After all, being alive now, Xuepeng was well aware that it was all thanks to Prince Xuexing, who had been teaching him how to survive. "Uncle, you say Xuexing went to consult that acting pope about cultivation? I see it's just an excuse. His real intention is to win him over, right?" Xuepeng spoke again, his eyes shining with sharp light. "If he can gain the support of the spirit hall, his wings will become even more robust." "This is not a solution." Prince Xuexing fell silent. He sensed Xuepeng's worries, but he couldn't think of a more suitable way to address the current situation. "By the way, Uncle, do you think there's a possibility for us to sabotage the relationship between Xuexing and the spirit hall?" Suddenly, Xuepeng spoke again. Upon hearing this, Prince Xuexing asked, "Sabotage? What do you have in mind?" Xuepeng took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I don't know if you remember the beggar I chased away before. That person seemed to claim to be a renowned master of soul theory on the continent, and when we arrived, he was severely injured and dying, begging us to save him. And you should know who would dare to act boldly in the spirit city, right? That person must have offended that acting pope, which is why we saw that scene. And because of my humiliation towards him, he would definitely harbor resentment against me. If we push that person towards Xuexing, do you think it would?" Xuepeng didn't continue, but at this point, Prince Xuexing already understood what Xuepeng was trying to express. "That beggar from earlier? I've heard of him. He is known throughout the Douluo Continent, but in reality, he is of little use. It's rumored that at such an age, he hasn't even reached level 30 and only knows how to blabber about soul theory. In my opinion, he would be a qualified white-eyed wolf. Pushing such a person to Xuexing's side could indeed ruin the relationship between him and the Spirit Hall. It could be useful." The two quickly finalized this plan. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang was constantly cursing Qian Renfeng and Xuepeng in his heart, attributing all the blame to others. Little did he know, he was already being targeted. A tragic ending was approaching. Chapter 016. Absorbing soul bones, breaking through in strength. On the way, many people were pointing and whispering about Yu Xiaogang. He looked so disheveled, limping along with a broken wooden stick, his face covered in dust, appearing even worse than a beggar. Listening to the comments from people along the way, including some soul masters in their 20s and 30s, Yu Xiaogang felt a mix of shame and anger. "It's all that fourth prince's fault, constantly calling me trash. If it weren't for my weak strength, I would have been tortured to the point of being unable to live or die. Forget it, I should go to Shrek first. At least Flinder will give me some basic protection. Not everyone dares to flaunt their power in front of me. If any of those level 20 or 30 weaklings dare to make noise in front of me, I'll have Flinder deal with them." Oomph. Thinking of Flinder's strength compared to the weaklings who pointed and whispered along the way, Yu Xiaogang coughed a few times, gradually suppressing his emotions. leaving only increasingly frantic thoughts in his mind. On the other side, in the inn of the spirit city, after finalizing their plans, Xue Peng and Prince Xuexing's laughter echoed. Dugu Bo stood outside the room, calm and collected, as the cold wind carried away some of the foul smell from his body. He overheard a bit of the conversation inside and thought nothing was wrong with the discussion between Xue Peng and Prince Xuexing. In Douluo Continent, it's survival of the fittest. Yu Xiaogang? Just a worthless person under level 30. Being involved in a conspiracy with a royal prince and the fourth prince is already a great fortune for him. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Dugu Bo coughed lightly a couple of times, and in his line of sight appeared Xuexing's figure. Xuexing approached, seeing Dugu Bo standing outside the room, and said gently, Xuexing pays respects to the offering. I wonder how my fourth brother is doing? Get lost. I'm not dead yet. Before Dugu Bo could respond, Xue Peng's loud voice came from inside the room. Following that, the door opened, and a weak-looking Xue Peng appeared in front of Xuexing, pointing at him and starting to curse. Xuexing's expression remained unchanged, maintaining his usual gentle demeanor, causing the surrounding imperial soldiers to feel a bit uncomfortable watching such a good crown prince. Unfortunately, the fourth prince is really like a piece of mud that can't be supported up the wall, sigh. It took a full quarter of an hour for Xuebing to finish cursing, while Xueqing remained silent throughout. After Xuebing had finished his tirade, Prince Xuexing finally stepped out of the room. Xinghe, Xuebing has suffered a great defeat and is in a bad mood, so please be more understanding, said Prince Xuexing. Xueqing nodded slightly. Xinghe understands. Then I kindly ask uncle to persuade Xuebing a bit more. Since the fourth brother is not in a good mood today, I will come to visit another day. After saying that, Xueqing turned to leave. Just as he turned around, a cold and sharp glint flickered deep within Xueqing's pupils, and he thought to himself, indeed, what my brother said about being cautious around Xuebing is not just casual talk. I never expected that this seemingly unassuming fourth prince has such deep schemes. If I hadn't come with a purpose to observe, I really wouldn't have been able to discern the outcome. It seems that there will be more matters to handle within the royal family in the future. Inside Qian Renfeng's small courtyard, after having a good conversation with Qian Renxue, he returned here. At this moment, a dark black soul bone was floating in front of him, which was the 990,000-year-old fallen demon dragon's torso bone he obtained from the system earlier. A sinister and cold aura emanated from the fallen demon dragon's torso bone. Qian Renfeng calmly observed for a while before he began to absorb the spirit bone. He and T had the chance to absorb it earlier, all because BibiDong had suddenly arrived and disrupted his plans. Then there were matters concerning the Tiando royal family, which also left him with no time to spare. Now that everything was settled, absorbing the spirit bone naturally became Qian Renfeng's top priority. It was never his style to leave good things unused. Arming himself with sufficient strength was the key to surviving in the Douluo Continent. Acting weak to deceive others? Qian Renfeng scoffed at such a notion. He was like Yu Xiaogang, who was inherently weak. He was a tiger by nature. Why would he pretend to be a pig after being well-fed? Boom! A deafening sound suddenly erupted as Qian Renfeng began to absorb the skeletal remains of the fallen magic dragon, creating a terrifying momentum that burst forth in all directions. The massive commotion instantly woke many people. Of course, only those at the Title Douluo level could perceive this disturbance. Those who were too weak had no right to sense such a commotion. He broke through again. In BibiDong's palace, she suddenly sprang out of the milk bath, covered by a light veil that concealed her graceful figure, with droplets of water trickling down her hair. In her eyes, which seemed both sorrowful and indifferent, a complex expression flashed by. There was no mistaking the aura. He had indeed broken through again. Sigh, I really don't know how he cultivates. Not only has he reached the Title Douluo level at such a young age, but he has also made another breakthrough. BibiDong mused to herself. She was certain that it was Qian Renfeng who had made the breakthrough at this moment. The more she understood these matters, the more complicated her feelings became. She recalled how exceptional she had been in her youth, yet now she was outshone by her own son. Forget it, forget it. Just when he is forcefully pushing me to step down, I'll focus on my own trials for now. After feeling complex for a long time, BibiDong sighed and then sank back in a bath. The creamy milk enveloped her body, and her thoughts slowly withdrew from contemplating Qian Renfeng's changes. Meanwhile, Qian Renfeng's strength had already become formidable, and the skeletal remains of the fallen magic dragon were rewards bestowed by the system. Such a spirit bone had an astonishing degree of compatibility with him. Absorbing it wouldn't take much time at all. Once the spirit bone was completely absorbed, Qian Renfeng saw that a thin layer of scales had already covered his body. Although it looked thin, it was actually incredibly heavy. He stood up and stretched his muscles, exhaling a breath of turbid air. The fallen magic dragon's skeletal body, under normal circumstances, could protect my body like a layer of armor, which was indeed what I needed the most at the moment. Qian Renfeng whispered lightly, not putting too much thought into the matters of the torso and bones. After all, he already knew what soul skills the torso and bones could bestow. He reined in these thoughts. Qian Renfeng just focused on his own strength. The pure soul power was mobilized. Qian Renfeng's eyes flashed with a mix of excitement and disappointment. He didn't manage to break through to level 95 in one go, but level 94 was still acceptable. Chapter 017. The Self-Entrapping Dugu Bo, Title Douluo, Level 1 Heaven and Earth. The gap in soul power between each level is enough to make one sigh in awe. Level 95 is a watershed. Qian Renfeng felt a bit disappointed that he couldn't directly reach level 95 by absorbing soul bones. However, after considering his current age, he felt relieved again. At such a young age, having the strength of level 94, and being a tri-spirit martial soul that can also be a trinity of tri-spirit martial souls, who else in the world can compare? The breakthrough of Qian Renfeng was sensed by all Title Douluo. However, the Title Douluo within Wuhuan City knew who was breaking through and did not pay too much attention. Dugu Bo, a Title Douluo not belonging to the Wuhuan Hall, was awakened the moment Qian Renfeng absorbed the soul bone and broke through. That aura just now? Someone in the Wuhuan Hall broke through, and the commotion was not small. But why did this aura feel so strange? It seemed fundamentally different from that of a normal soul master. Dugu Bo murmured softly, his brows furrowing deeply. If it were just a normal breakthrough, he wouldn't have paid attention. After all, this was the territory of the Wuhuan Hall. However, in his perception, this breakthrough's aura was somewhat unusual. The cold aura made even a dignified Title Douluo like him shiver. Feeling anxious, Dugu Bo stood up and left the room, exploring towards the source of his unease. It couldn't be wrong, it was this place. But this was already the core area of the Wuhuan Hall. Who could be breaking through here? From the momentum of the breakthrough, just now, it should be a soul with an extremely terrifying quality. ISNT, the inherited martial soul of the Wuhuan Hall, the six-winged angel. Why did Dugu Bo feel like he was walking on thin ice? Being in the Wuhuan Hall, exploring at such a late hour, he knew very well what would happen if he was discovered. A dignified Title Douluo, wandering around in the middle of the night? No one would believe it if he said it. Moreover, if someone were to intentionally investigate a soul master's breakthrough, it could easily lead to deadly enemies. Finally, after exploring for quite a while, Dugu Bo completely approached the small courtyard where Qian Renfeng resided. This is it. Dugu Bo carefully exhaled a breath of turbid air, leaped onto the wall of the small courtyard, and looked up. What met his eyes was a pitch-black martial soul standing in the void. Behind the martial soul were 8 wings, and streams of air were cascading down from the 8 wings. The chilling aura was emanating from this martial soul. A mutated martial soul? The one breaking through was actually that acting pope? Dugu Bo was shocked. He recognized Qian Renfeng sitting cross-legged in front of the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul. Discovering that Qian Renfeng's martial soul was not the 6-winged angel, but a mutated 8-winged fallen angel, his heart suddenly dropped to his throat. How could I not control my curiosity, wandering around at this late hour? This acting Pope's martial soul is actually a mutated martial soul. This must be a top secret of the Wuhuan Hall, and I actually stumbled upon such a thing? Dugu Bo was constantly cursing himself in his heart. While cursing, Dugu Bo was already preparing to make a quick escape. Dugu Bo, you thought you could leave? Just as Dugu Bo was about to slip away, Qian Renfeng's cold voice suddenly sounded. Being in Wuhuan City, Qian Renfeng certainly wouldn't be cautious about breaking through. Not to mention that his chief grandfather, Qian Douluo, is already sitting in the Elder Hall with a level 99 strength that is enough to intimidate a region. As for himself, he is not someone who hides and keeps secrets. Being in his own territory, if he were still as careful as when absorbing soul rings and soul bones in the wild, it would truly be laughable. However, Qian Renfeng did overlook one aspect. The people he could shake with his breakthrough would definitely be at the Title Douluo level. Yet in the current Spirit City, there was still Dugu Bo, a Title Douluo who did not belong to the Spirit Hall. Previously, when Qian Renxue asked him how to deal with Dugu Bo, he did not give a clear answer. After all, Dugu Bo is a worshipper of the Tiando royal family, and the Spirit Hall has not completely torn its face with the two empires. So it is not convenient for him to directly act against Dugu Bo unexpectedly, in less than a day, during the quiet of the night. Dugu Bo came knocking on his door himself. What a coincidence! Dugu Bo had met the acting pope. Apologies for any unintentional offense during the late night. I will take my leave now. Dugu Bo's expression was stiff and shocked, his posture extremely low, just wanting to retreat unscathed. Is it really that easy? Qian Renfeng softly spoke. At the moment of a soul master's breakthrough, apart from close acquaintances, anyone who approaches within the range of the breakthrough can be considered an enemy. Regarding Dugu Bo's actions, if he were to kill Dugu Bo right here, the Tiando royal family would not dare to utter a word of complaint. Upon hearing that Qian Renfeng did not intend to let him go, Dugu Bo's old face suddenly became very serious. He no longer maintained a low profile and displayed the pride of a title Douluo. Your Excellency, the substitute pope, I inadvertently offended you late at night, which was indeed inappropriate. I also understand the rules of soul master's breakthroughs. However, I'm willing to apologize for today's abruptness. I believe that Your Excellency, the substitute pope, will not want to engage in a direct confrontation with me here, right? Furthermore, my title is poison, although I am unwilling to kill indiscriminately. If Your Excellency is unwilling to give me a way out, then I might have to go all out. As he spoke, the phantom of the green phosphor snake emperor appeared behind Dugu Bo, its forked tongue flicking in and out. Are you threatening me? Qian Renfeng smiled, as he had already understood Dugu Bo's thoughts at this moment. In terms of individual combat ability, Dugu Bo could be said to be the weakest among all the Title Douluos. However, when it came to killing, Dugu Bo, who specialized in poisons, could unleash the bi-phosphor serpent king, and there might not be many in the entire spirit city who could survive. Now, in order to deal with the matter of Night's breakthrough and to ensure his own safe retreat, he decided to reveal his strongest trump card. However, while this tactic might work on others, it truly wasn't enough against him. Moreover, on the Douluo Continent, there was no one who could threaten Qian Renfeng. They hadn't even been born yet. Qian Renfeng walked step by step towards Dugu Bo, his hands clasped behind his back, and his calm gaze fixed on Dugu Bo. His expression was indifferent, showing no signs of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. Dugu Bo felt a sense of dread in his heart and cautiously took a step back, berating himself for wandering around aimlessly at such a late hour. If Qian Renfeng were to directly state a solution, it would be fine, but his current silence only made Dugu Bo's scalp tingle with anxiety. As Qian Renfeng drew ever closer, Dugu Bo found it impossible to determine how Qian Renfeng intended to handle the situation tonight and was about to speak again. Qian Renfeng's cold voice also rang out. Soul Bone Skill, Dragon Demon S. Wrath. Chapter 018. Dugu Bo Submission. News of Dugu Bo. Dragon Demon S. Wrath. The torso bone produced by the fallen magic dragon. A soul beast of 990,000 years. This skill is a primary offensive spiritual attack among two types of skills. In an instant of eruption, a terrifying might has already swept down. Dugu Bo felt incredibly tense in his heart. Upon hearing Qian Renfeng lightly utter the last sentence, he was just about to react. Suddenly, a dull buzz echoed in his mind. Was this a spiritual attack? Dugu Bo was horrified, his face instantly pale, and his body weakly collapsed to the ground. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, his jaw clenched tightly, kneeling on one knee in front of Qian Renfeng, relying on his arms for support to avoid completely falling down. Impossible! How could this be possible? Dugu Bo shouted in his heart. He knew that he had indeed offended Qian Renfeng by sneaking in at night, but didn't he intend to surrender? That's why he had just spoken such arrogant words. In his view, both were Title Douluo, and he couldn't be that weak. However, with the eruption of the soul bone skill, Dugu Bo was horrified to find that he was wrong, extremely wrong. What a perverse skill. In just an instant, he had fallen into such a difficult situation. Dugu Bo also realized that he couldn't even use his martial soul now, even though he had the poison of the Emerald Phosphor Snake King that could intimidate the world. At this moment, it was all useless. Your Excellency, the substitute pope, do you really want to completely become enemies with the Tiando royal family? I, an elder, am a worshipper of the Tiando royal family. Today may have been inappropriate, but I am willing to make amends. What must you do to let this go? Dugu Bo grunted, struggling to squeeze out these words. Submit or die. Qian Renfeng gave an answer. His indifferent gaze swept over Dugu Bo, revealing no signs of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness as always. Allowing a poison expert, who could easily commit mass slaughter, to exist without being part of the spirit hall was not his style. It was either control or destruction. That was his answer. Dugu Bo's expression changed drastically. I'm already a royal worshipper. How could I possibly submit to you? Then I'll send you on your way. Qian Renfeng did not waste any words. The scythe held by the eight-winged fallen angel spirit behind him pointed directly at the center of Dugu Bo's forehead. With one swing of the scythe, Dugu Bo would definitely die on spot. Seeing the scythe descending, Dugu Bo used all his strength to dodge the strike, speaking rapidly. Your Excellency, the acting pope, everything can still be negotiated. What do you mean by submission? As he spoke, Dugu Bo was sweating profusely. At that moment, he did not dare to say anything more. Just a moment ago, he felt the cold killing intent emanating from the scythe. At the same time, he understood more clearly what kind of person Qian Renfeng was. He was ruthless and spoke little. When he said he would strike, there was absolutely no ambiguity. Dugu Bo had initially wanted to struggle a bit, to vaguely pass over tonight's events. But Qian Renfeng acted directly? He didn't even give him a chance to react. This was not the normal course of events. Seeing Qian Renfeng remain silent, the scythe in the hands of the eight-winged fallen angel spirit still glimmered with a cold light. Dugu Bo was even more alarmed. Submission. I am willing to submit. Anyway, my submission does not conflict with my position as a worshipper of the Tiando royal family. However, I must make it clear that while I am willing to submit, I hope you, acting pope, will not force me to do anything against my principles. Otherwise, I would rather die. After speaking, Dugu Bo looked at Qian Renfeng with a serious expression, fully aware that Qian Renfeng's next move would determine his fate for the rest of his life. The scythe was put away. The eight-winged fallen angel spirit returned to calm. Qian Renfeng did not continue to take action against Dugu Bo. He was waiting for Dugu Bo to say this. Others may not understand Dugu Bo, but he knows him very well. Although he is a master of poison and usually acts according to his own preferences, he keeps his promises and is unwavering. What he seeks is not the submission that Dugu Bo verbally agrees to, but a true sense of submission. Otherwise, he would just kill him with a scythe. A person like that, who can submit to him now, can also submit to others in the future. Danger cannot be left unchecked. Since you have submitted, tell me the location of your cave in the Sunset Forest. Qian Renfeng spoke again, aiming at the feng shui treasure location of Dugu Bo in the Sunset Forest. Dugu Bo was taken aback at first, then smiled bitterly. Indeed, nothing in this world can be hidden from your spear hall. The old man then said he would inform the acting pope of the location. After that, Dugu Bo took out a map from his body and threw it to Qian Renfeng. After taking the map and looking it over, Qian Renfeng memorized all the details and then completely destroyed the map. Sunset Forest, the Eye of Ice and Fire. Qian Renfeng was very clear about the value of the treasures of heaven and earth in that precious land. Historically, those treasures ultimately ended up in the hands of a group of so-called geniuses. Rather than letting the treasures be utilized by such a mixed bunch of geniuses, it would be better for them to play a greater role in his hands. Take Qian Renxue, for example. If she could obtain one of the celestial herbs, she would definitely be able to reach the required strength to unlock her angelic divine examination ahead of time. This would be of immense help to both him and the Spirit Hall. Isn't this much more practical than letting someone like Daim Mubai, a third-rate character, get the celestial herb? As for the poisonous traps set up by Dugu Bo in that place, the dangers were not significant enough to warrant concern, and he had chosen to selectively ignore them. Upon seeing Qian Renfeng destroy the map, Dugu Bo realized that he seemed to understand Qian Renfeng's intentions. On behalf of the Pope, I have now submitted, and I have also disclosed the matters regarding the cave. May I leave now? Dugu Bo took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. Although the eight-winged fallen angel martial soul had already retracted the scythe, the shock brought to him by the death scythe had not dissipated for a long time. Qian Renfeng nodded indifferently. Feel free. Dugu Bo was left speechless, wanting to leave with tears in his eyes. He thought about how his moment of curiosity had ultimately shackled him, and he had even lost the cave dwelling. He now wished he could give himself a couple of slaps. Dugu Bo, oh Dugu Bo, there are countless intriguing things in the world. Why couldn't you control yourself today? Now it's good. You've obediently submitted. Let's see if you're still curious in the future. While wallowing in self-pity, Dugu Bo jumped back onto the courtyard wall, just about to leave when he saw Qian Renfeng still standing there, motionless. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly turned back. Is there something else? Qian Renfeng asked calmly. Dugu Bo hesitated, then finally gritted his teeth and said, Indeed, there is one more thing regarding the fourth prince Xuepen, and the person we encountered at the beginning named Yu Xiaogang. Chapter 019. Qian Renfeng. My matters don't require your explanation. Let's hear it. Qian Renfeng lightly murmured as he took the initiative to sit down at the side of the stone table, the eight-winged fallen angel martial soul already dispelled. After Dugu Bo sat down as well, he recounted everything he had heard from Prince Xuexing and Prince Xueben, detailing it all. Having already submitted, he still understood his position very clearly. A necessary token of loyalty was still required, otherwise he wouldn't even know how he would die. Although he believed that such matters were indeed inappropriate, he also felt that things were still within his control. So that's how it is. But it's just a minor character like Yu Xiaogang, who can't stir up any waves. Qian Renfeng smiled faintly. The news that Dugu Bo had informed him was indeed not very important, but it did hold some significance. After understanding this news, it was time for Dugu Bo to leave. This time, Dugu Bo left very decisively, without any hesitation, wanting to quickly return to Qian Renfeng's courtyard. After Dugu Bo had been gone for a long time, Qian Renfeng had just brewed a pot of hot tea for himself and sat quietly in the small courtyard. Since mother has come, shall we have a cup of tea together? A pot of hot tea, 2 sets of tea utensils. After Qian Renfeng poured 2 cups of hot tea, he suddenly spoke into the darkness. The sound of high heels echoed as BibiDong, dressed in a dignified outfit, stepped out from the shadows. Still holding the Pope's staff, a symbol of power, her face, which drove countless men mad, was covered in frost. Xiaogang, with your current strength, you could kill with just a wave of your hand. Why cause such a commotion? BibiDong did not sit down. Her icy aura spread in all directions, and her cold voice carried a questioning tone. Qian Renfeng sat calmly by the stone table, turning the teacup in his hand, his tranquil gaze meeting BibiDong's questioning stare. If you wanted to kill him, you would have done it long ago. Why would you let him continue to live now? Don't you agree, mother? Qian Renfeng's words, cold and chilling, instantly resolved all of BibiDong's questions. BibiDong's expression changed dramatically, her eyes narrowing slightly as she recalled the moment when she had slapped Yu Xiaogang away. My matters do not require your explanation, BibiDong said sharply. Qian Renfeng smiled. That's just right. I don't need to explain my matters to you. Boom! The momentum of the hidden currents suddenly collided with each other. Qian Renfeng still sat there calmly with a light breeze and gentle clouds, while BibiDong took a small step back. After questioning to no avail, BibiDong gritted her silver teeth and let out a cold snort before disappearing back into the darkness. Watching BibiDong leave, Qian Renfeng's face revealed a cold smile. Oh, mother, I'm not as easily deceived as little snow. If you don't make me wholeheartedly accept the changes, we will surely have a battle in the future. How can the Spirit Hall's heaven be sacrificed for such a scum? To exhaust everything of the Spirit Hall for a piece of trash, you really have a lot of nerve, mother. The final whisper fell. The small courtyard returned to silence, and Qian Renfeng sat cross-legged again in the courtyard. In the depths of his mind, he thought about what he knew of the Spirit Hall coming to an end. He thought about BibiDong, who remained stubborn until the moment of her death, and about her heartfelt declaration of her goal to unify the Douluo Continent. In Qian Renfeng's heart, there was only endless cold laughter. Indeed, at the moment BibiDong made her move, he chose not to act. Family matters are known best by family members. What does blood relation matter? To BibiDong, the existence of him and Qian Renxue was simply a mistake. In terms of close relationships, BibiDong was more inclined to be close to Yu Xiaogang. Even having witnessed Yu Xiaogangs ugly face towards that beggar, he still softened after Yu Xiaogang offered that I have no time to spare explanation. If he had acted then, it would have meant standing completely against BibiDong. If BibiDong were to protect Yu Xiaogang at all costs, what would he do? Kill his mother to prove a point. At night, with stars shining brightly, Yu Xiaogang continued on the path with a broken wooden stick. The muddy road had made his pants dirty, although they were already quite filthy. Wuhuan Palace, Qian Renfeng. Wuhuan City. Those weak soul masters, and the Tiando royal family, along with that 4th prince, Xu. I cannot forget, and I absolutely will not forget. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. I, Yu Xiaogang, still have the capital to revive everything. I, Yu Xiaogang, will definitely become the top person in Douluo Continent. Roaring uncontrollably in his heart, Yu Xiaogang's expression became so twisted it was appalling. His bloodshot eyes, accompanied by occasional beast-like roars from his throat, made him appear like a terrifying demon under the night sky. Hey, Yu Xiaogang ahead, if you don't want to die. Stand still. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed behind Yu Xiaogang, along with a cold voice. Yu Xiaogang jolted awake, his neck stiffly turning to look back, only to find a soldier in Tiando Empire armor, his expression suddenly changing drastically. Oh no, it's someone from the Tiando Empire royal family. Could it be that 4th prince, Xu sent someone to kill me? Good for you, 4th Prince Xu. What grievances do I have with you? Not only did you humiliate me, but now you want to send someone to assassinate me? Yu Xiaojiang's inner monologue was filled with bold speculation as he saw the imperial soldier approaching. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. Esteemed officials, what are you planning to do? Yu Xiaojiang fell to his knees in fright. I am the close guard of 4th Prince Xu. By special order of the 4th Prince, considering previous matters, I am willing to give you a chance to serve our royal family. Do you accept? The imperial soldier sat high on his horse, looking down at Yu Xiaogang. Deep in his eyes, he showed no concealment of disdain, with nothing but confusion in his heart. Fourth prince, after humiliating this waste, why suddenly extend an olive branch? Feeling the soldier's lofty contempt, Yu Xiaogang was first taken aback, then filled with wild joy in his heart. Esteemed officer, does fourth prince truly wish for me to serve the royal family? Yu Xiaogang asked eagerly. The imperial soldier snorted coldly. Of course it's true. When you arrive in Tiando City, you'll understand. I accept. I accept. Yu Xiaogang was overjoyed, unable to contain his happiness, and immediately stood up. His nimble movement was not at all like that of a cripple. The imperial soldier looked at this scene with even more disdain, thinking he was just a sycophant. Just as he was about to leave, Yu Xiaojing's voice suddenly rang out. All right, since I've agreed to serve the fourth prince. If I saw correctly just now, did you look down on me? Now, right now, kneel down. Apologize. Chapter 20. Yu Xiaojang's self-destruction, adding injury to injury. The imperial soldier was taken aback. He looked at Yu Xiaogang, who was leaning on a broken wooden stick and ordering him around, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. What did you say? Kneel down and apologize? The imperial soldier retorted. Yu Xiaogang coldly snorted, naturally. Since I've accepted the invitation, and it was personally from your fourth prince, how can you look down on me? Shouldn't you kneel and admit your mistake? Bang! The imperial soldier suddenly jumped down from his horse. 3 spirit rings lit up around him, and a fist the size of a cauldron came straight at Yu Xiaojang's face. Apologize? Apologize? You worthless piece of trash, dare to ask me to apologize? I chased you for a whole day to deliver this message, and you still want me to apologize? I really don't know how the fourth prince suddenly changed his mind about you. A dog that can't change its eating habits. Do you believe I can just kill you here? The imperial soldier didn't care about the consequences. He unleashed everything he had on Yu Xiaogang. Deep down, he felt uncomfortable having to chase after a worthless person just to deliver a command. Who is he? An elite of the empire. To personally chase after a waste just to convey a command? Especially now, Yu Xiaogang had just chosen to submit, and he wanted him to kneel and apologize? What a joke. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists hitting flesh continued, and the imperial soldier didn't care at all for Yu Xiaojang's cries of pain. It wasn't until a long while later that the imperial soldier finally let out a long breath. Forget it. After all, you're someone the fourth prince wants to recruit. I'll spare your life for now. Remember, if you want me to apologize, wait until your next life. Saying this, the imperial soldier stomped down on Yu Xiaojang's broken leg again. The scream tore through the sky. Yu Xiaojang's eyes rolled back, nearly passing out from the pain. Even after the imperial soldier had long left, he still couldn't recover from the excruciating pain, his expression alternating between blue and red. Yu Xiaojang gasped for breath, looking at his leg that had been broken by BibiDong and now bore a large footprint. The complete lack of feeling served as a constant reminder of his wretched state. This cannot be forgotten. The previous incident cannot be overlooked. I will remember it all. When I return to Tiando City and see that fourth prince again, I will make sure to get my revenge. But why did the fourth prince suddenly want to recruit me? Could it be he investigated that I am a master of spirit theory? That must be it. Forget it. No need to think so much. At least now I have an additional backing. But does the fourth prince think I will forget everything that happened before? Dream on. When I leverage this connection with the fourth prince to attach myself to the first prince's ship, everything will get better. Yu Xiaogang murmured these thoughts in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was quite possible. He did not believe that the fourth prince genuinely wanted to recruit him. Everything happening now was merely due to his title as a master of martial soul theory. The moment he thought of his title as a master of martial soul theory, a proud smile involuntarily appeared on Yu Xiaojang's face. People often said that I deceive and swindle, and back in Nodding City, a few mediocre teachers looked down on me, not knowing that this is also my greatest advantage. Looking across the world, who else can have such profound research on martial souls as I do? Others may not understand, but Flander and the others certainly do. For now, I should first go to Shrek Academy and make a good impression in front of the new students this year. Otherwise, they might really think I'm just a paper tiger. He continued to murmur to himself. Yu Xiaogang recentered his thoughts and awkwardly headed back to his destination. The next day, the sky brightened. Qian Renfeng finished a night of cultivation. The pure soul power surged around him, and the extremely strong fluctuations of soul power made the flowers and plants in the small courtyard sway without the slightest breeze. Your Excellency, the acting pope, His Highness the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, Xueqinghe, requests an audience. Suddenly, Xueqinghe's voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Qian Renfeng restored everything in the courtyard to normal. After tidying up his clothes, he opened the courtyard door. What brings the crown prince to visit early in the morning? Qian Renfeng asked sternly. I seek guidance on cultivation. Xueqing's eyes flickered as she followed him into Qian Renfeng's small courtyard. The moment the courtyard door closed, Xueqing had dropped her disguise and returned to her true identity as a woman. Brother, this is the information I obtained. Knowing that Qian Renfeng must have questions about Xueqing's early visit, she didn't wait for him to ask and already took out a confidential letter. What information? She said. Qian Renfeng opened the intelligence report and took a look. When he saw the contents, he couldn't help but shake his head. Thanks to your reminder, I specifically asked Uncle Shi to investigate. The situation at the avalanche is indeed well disguised. It seems they plan to place Yu Xiaogang by my side as a white-eyed wolf. However, Yu Xiaogang is indeed a qualified waste. As soon as he gained a little support, he immediately started to act with arrogance. Now it's just a case of adding injury to injury. Qian Renfeng smiled. The intelligence sent by Qian Renxue was about Yu Xiaogang and the imperial soldiers from last night. He didn't expect Yu Xiaogan's level of self-destructive behavior to reach such extremes, making himself even more crippled. The scum Yu Xiaogang truly lives up to his infamous reputation. He presents one persona in front of people and another behind their backs. Yu Xiaogang is indeed a master at this. When in front of others, he can disguise himself perfectly, leaving no trace of his true self. Once there are no outsiders watching, he immediately reveals his true colors. By the way, brother, should I have Uncle Shi take care of that waste? A hint of coldness flashed in Qian Renxue's eyes. Hearing this, Qian Renxue stopped her, saying, don't let Uncle Shi take action. That would only harm him. Your intelligence also mentioned that Yu Xiaogang is headed back towards Suatawa City, so let him go back. If you're interested, you can continue to keep an eye on him. In due time, you'll understand my intentions. Qian Renfeng smiled slightly. Naturally, he was the first to disagree with Qian Renxue's idea of having the snake spear Douluo kill Yu Xiaogang. If they wanted to kill Yu Xiaogang, why wait for the snake spear Douluo to take action? Moreover, he understood very well that for someone like Yu Xiaogang, the real nightmare would begin the moment he returned to Soto City. If nothing unexpected happened, there would be no need for the snake spear Douluo to take action. Yu Xiaogang could easily bring about his own demise, and he could even showcase his role. If luck was on their side, they might completely push the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School towards their spirit hall. That place had the little ancestor of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chapter 021. Departing for the Sunset Forest, Hunting Elites. All right, you can go back now. Your identity is still the Grand Prince of the Tiando royal family, and staying here for too long is not appropriate. A quarter of an hour later, Qian Renfeng said lightly. Then he added softly, Yu Egwan Goemei. Whoosh. Two figures appeared beside him in a very strange manner. Seeing the sudden arrival of Jiu Douluo and Gue Douluo, Qian Renxue's eyes brightened slightly. Brother, are you also going out to do something? I'm going to make a trip to the Sunset Forest. Qian Renfeng replied. Then instructed Yu Egwan and Gue Mei. Get ready and prepare to head to the Sunset Forest. Yu Egwan and Gue Mei exchanged glances, already aware of Qian Renfeng's dominance. The two nodded in agreement and disappeared again to prepare. As for Qian Renxue, upon hearing that Qian Renfeng was going to the Sunset Forest, she didn't ask any further and simply left decisively. After sending off Qian Renxue, Qian Renfeng thought about the various immortal herbs in Dugu Bo's cave and had never considered collecting them later. As the saying goes, the longer the night, the more dreams there are, so what is in hand is the most real. After a simple tidying up, Qian Renfeng left Martial Soul City. Apart from the twin Douluo of the Chrysanthemum Ghost, he did not bring anyone else with him. Naturally, BibiDong, who resided deep within the palace, knew right away that Qian Renfeng had left, but she could only watch as he and the other two departed. With his personality, what was the real purpose of this outing? Did he want to stir up a major event again? BibiDong murmured to herself, staring at the direction in which the three left for a long time. 2 days later, at the border area of the Balik Kingdom, Qian Renfeng, along with the Ju Gue twin Douluo, set up camp temporarily to rest. The glow of the campfire illuminated much of the night sky, and looking at the meditative Qian Renfeng, the frown on Ju Gue twin Douluo's face that had been there for the past 2 days finally relaxed. Finally, Ju Douluo took the initiative to walk in front of Qian Renfeng and spoke in a soft voice. Your Excellency, the substitute pope, you brought me and old Gue along on this trip, yet we are still unaware of the specific mission. It has already been 2 days, and we are far from Soul Master City. Can we not discuss information related to the mission? Qian Renfeng frowned. Once you arrive, you will naturally know. Why ask so many questions? After receiving no answer, Ju Douluo's expression turned quite unpleasant. Deep down, he was somewhat reluctant to submit to Qian Renfeng's control over the Spirit Hall, always believing that it would be better under BibiDong's leadership. Although BibiDong had mentioned that she had delegated power and he knew that the Spirit Hall had undergone changes, his accumulated dissatisfaction was becoming hard to suppress. Just as he was about to explode, Title Douluo suddenly stepped forward. "Don't be impulsive. There's a situation." A strange sound came, and a luxurious convoy arrived not far from where Qian Renfeng and the others were camped. The emblem on the convoy was very clear under the night sky. The seven-treasure glazed tile school. It turned out to be the substitute pope of the Spirit Hall, Ning Fengji. "Greetings." Qian Renfeng had just spotted the emblem on the convoy when a gentle voice emerged from the most luxurious carriage. As the voice faded, Ning Fengji, the current sect master of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, stepped out. Following him was the sword Douluo. Upon recognizing the visitors, Qian Renfeng calmly said, "So it turns out to be the esteemed members of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Is there something you need?" Ning Fengji smiled and replied, "I heard that the acting pope has taken power, and I haven't found the time to personally congratulate you in Wuhan City. I thought I'd take the opportunity to come and visit." Qian Renfeng nodded and looked over the team, led by Ning Fengji. Seeing that Qian Renfeng remained silent, Ning Fengji's eyes turned. And he continued, "It's a good coincidence to meet the acting pope. I wonder if you have some free time, as I would like to invite you to discuss some matters." "You mean to accompany you?" Qian Renfeng retorted. Ning Fengji replied, "That's right, but I don't know if it's possible." "It is." Qian Renfeng agreed very readily, even though he wanted to go to the Sunset Forest to collect his spoils. Encountering Ning Fengji forced him to change some of his predetermined plans. As for someone like Ning Fengji, Qian Renfeng was aware that he was quite a shrewd person, and he had a remarkable ability to read people, being the first to notice the undercurrents in the Douluo Continent. The two Title Douluo of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, the bone Douluo broke through to Title Douluo with his support, and the sword Douluo joined the seven-treasure glazed tile school upon his invitation. When Ning Fengji suddenly proposed to travel together, Qian Renfeng thought it would be a good opportunity to see what Ning Fengji was really up to. "Thank you very much. However, it's already late today. How about we discuss this further tomorrow when we travel together with the acting pope?" Ning Fengji spoke again. Qian Renfeng nodded nonchalantly, watching Ning Fengji leave. A hint of surprise flashed across his brow. The Dugu Bo and Shuang Douluo, seeing Qian Renfeng suddenly change his mind, were even more puzzled about what he intended to do. Jian Douluo Chen, who was equally perplexed, returned to the carriage and immediately wrapped it in his soul power. Then asked in a low voice, "Fengji, why did you suddenly invite people from the Spirit Hall? Aren't we supposed to be going to see Rongrong?" "Uncle Jian, can't you see this is a delaying tactic?" Ning Fengji said with a bitter smile. "The intelligence from our sect's spies indicates that this acting pope is very aggressive. With Dugu Bo and Shuang Douluo suddenly leaving Wuhan City, I'm worried they might have a big plan." Chen furrowed his brows in contemplation. "Are you saying he found out about that girl Rongrong? Did he specifically bring people to hunt down our sect's talented individuals?" Ning Fengji nodded. "The previous Spirit Hall might not have done this, but the current Spirit Hall cannot be ruled out. If that's the case, then it would be inconvenient for them to act while traveling with us." Chen understood and did not ask further. Meanwhile, Qian Renfeng did not explain to Dugu Bo and Shuang Douluo. Relying on the uniqueness of his own martial soul, he had caught snippets of the conversation between Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo inside the carriage. He couldn't help but wear a strange smile. Ning Fengji's imagination was surprisingly vivid. So after their encounter, he suddenly proposed the idea of traveling together? When did he ever have the intention of hunting elite individuals? Had he conjured up such a possibility out of thin air? However, speaking of hunting elites, Qian Renfeng couldn't help but fall into deep thought, secretly reflecting, since something that originally didn't exist has been filled in my mind, why not actually hunt once to show them? Directly erasing everything that poses a threat to the Spirit Hall from the weak seems like a good idea as well. Chapter 022. Internal Strife in Shrek, Dominating Dust Heart. Decision made, Qian Renfeng no longer wanted to dwell on this matter and boarded Ning Fengji's carriage after the camp closed the next day. Along the way, he listened to Ning Fengji's awkward chatter, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He thought about the questions that Ning Fengji had conjured up and realized that it would be a lie to say he wasn't impressed. This Ning Fengji could really talk. He could bring up any topic just to ease my vigilance. Instead of worrying about my own issues, it would be better to worry about Ning Rongrong's situation at Shrek. Calculating the days, Yu Xiaogang should have also arrived at Shrek by now. He whispered to himself. After another round of awkward chatter with Ning Fengji and the others, Qian Renfeng simply closed his eyes to rest. Seeing that Qian Renfeng had closed his eyes, Ning Fengji noticed that the convoy had arrived at Sodo City and was about to head to Shrek, so he finally relaxed. He exchanged glances with QianXunji's, and both revealed a look of the plan succeeded. At Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong was completing her daily training when she suddenly noticed a ragged beggar standing at the academy's entrance. With a broken wooden stick in hand, Ning Rongrong frowned. However, having been a Shrek for a while, her character had changed somewhat. She took out some money from her pocket and walked towards Yu Xiaogang. Sir, here's some gold soul coins. This is a Soul Master Academy. You shouldn't just come in here to beg, or it might be bad if you get hurt. A beggar? Yu Xiaogang suddenly looked up. After a hard journey back here, he wanted to have a good chat with his old friends. But before he even entered the gate, a young student referred to him as a beggar. He had already heard so many people mocking him as a beggar during the journey, and he was filled with anger. Smack! He slapped away the money pouch that Ning Rongrong handed him, sharply scolding. What did you say? Who are you calling a beggar? Are you saying I'm a beggar? He looked as if he had gone mad, his eyes bloodshot and glaring fiercely at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's expression changed dramatically. The little witch inside her began to awaken as she put her hands on her hips. I said you, beggar uncle. I kindly gave you money, and you're so rude? You're the beggar. Your whole family are beggars. Yu Xiaogang roared. I am about to become a specially appointed teacher at this academy. How can there be students like you here? The commotion attracted quite a few people, including Flander, Zhao Wujia, and Tang San, who all came to the academy's entrance. Flander recognized Yu Xiaogang at a glance and couldn't help but exclaim, Xiaogang, is that you? How did you end up like this? Yu Xiaogang nodded heavily. Yes, Flander. Let's not talk about my situation. Is this girl one of your academy's students? Flander replied, Yes, she is a new student we just enrolled this year. Before Flander could finish speaking, Yu Xiaogang interrupted, Expel her. This student has extremely poor character. She just called me a beggar. Expel her. Flander was taken aback. Yu Xiaojang's sudden reaction made him feel a bit uncomfortable. But Yu Xiaogang didn't care about that. Seeing Flander in a daze, he urged, Flander, do I look like a beggar? Would I look like one? Flander's mouth twitched. He thought to himself that he really did look like one. But he said, Perhaps Ning Rongrong couldn't identify clearly. Xiaogang, you. Expel her. She must be expelled. Yu Xiaogang insisted. The anger he had suppressed all the way to Flander's territory had now made him treat this place as his own domain. Rongrong, apologize. He is my teacher. A simple apology will resolve this. At this moment, Tang San also recognized Yu Xiaogang and chose to side with him. Ning Rongrong's eyes turned red, feeling extremely wronged. Why should I apologize? I saw him in ragged clothes and thought he was here to beg, so I kindly gave him money. And now he wants to get the principal to expel me? I used to think you were my big brother. How can you make me apologize to someone like him? You don't deserve to be my big brother. I, Ning Rongrong, will not apologize today. Originally, the little witch had changed her character a lot since arriving at Shrek Academy. But now, Yu Xiaojiang's aggressive demeanor had completely unleashed her true nature. The little witch, who feared nothing, had suffered such a huge grievance today. Was she expected to apologize for something that was clearly right? Dream on, Ning Rongrong. Tang San's tone turned cold as he called her by name. Oscar immediately stood in front of Ning Rongrong, his voice cold. Tang San, what do you mean? She did something wrong and shouldn't apologize? Tang San snorted coldly. Daim Mubai directly stood with Tang San, scolding Oscar. Xiao Ao, quickly let Rongrong apologize to teacher Tang San, and this matter will be over. What do you mean, Daim Mubai? What did Rongrong do wrong? Zhu Zhuqing couldn't take it anymore. Since when did you become so unreasonable? I thought you had changed. Saying this, Zhu Zhuqing became very angry. This matter, which had nothing to do with her, now made her feel unfair for Ning Rongrong. The kind-hearted Ning Rongrong was being forced to apologize. What kind of logic was that? Zhuqing, thank you. Ning Rongrong choked up, but let me handle today's matter myself. After all, I am a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I can't let people look down on us. Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Yu Xiaojiang's expression changed as he looked at Ning Rongrong with renewed scrutiny, then coldly snorted, You're a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? I am the direct heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Today, you are like the King of Heaven. What you did to offend me absolutely cannot be overlooked. As long as I am at Shrek for one day, you can forget about staying at Shrek. Yu Xiaogang said, directly bypassing Flander. Flander's expression stiffened. Suddenly, he felt that Yu Xiaogang had become very unfamiliar. Just as he was lost in thought, a loud noise suddenly echoed from afar. Clang! A flash of sword light split the sky. On the seven killing sword, Sword Douluo, QianXunji's stood tall on the sword body, looking down at Yu Xiaogang. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Ning Rongrong's red eyes, and his anger surged, his voice turning icy cold. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Very strong? Let your family's old dragon come out and spar with me. I, the old man, will not change my name or my surname. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. QianXunji's, Chapter 023. Yu Xiaogang? Or should I just crush him? QianXunji's? Yu Xiaogang was stunned, seeing the sword Douluo standing on the 7-killing sword. His expression went pale in an instant. Flanders' face also turned pale. Upon hearing the name QianXunji's, he immediately realized who it was. One of the Title Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, 7-killing sword QianXunji's. Grandpa's sword. Ning Renfeng cried immediately upon seeing QianXunji's appear. Don't cry. My girl. Your father is here too. Grandpa Jian will take care of things here first. QianXunji's got off the 7-killing sword and gently stroked Ning Renfeng's head, then shouted at Feng Ji not far away. Feng Ji, is this what you call not worrying? Look at how they've bullied our Renfeng. Get over here and explain yourself. QianXunji's was extremely angry at this moment. He had always viewed Ning Renfeng as his granddaughter, and he was the type who was completely devoted to his granddaughter. How could he not be furious at the sight before him? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's convoy approached as Ning Fengji stepped down from the carriage with an icy expression. He sensed the anger of his sword uncle. Not only was he angry, but he was also filled with endless rage. He had confidently assured both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo that his daughter would not be wronged, and he had come to check on her because he was worried. But now, his assurances were worthless. His daughter had already been bullied to this extent, and not only was she to be expelled for doing a good deed, but she was also being forced to apologize? What a fine Shrek. What a fine blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Daddy. Upon seeing Ning Fengji, Ning Renfeng rushed from QianXunji's side into her father's arms. Okay, no more crying. Daddy will resolve this, Ning Fengji said, suppressing his anger. While comforting Ning Renfeng, he turned to the carriage and said, Pope, I'm very sorry. We've encountered some issues here, so let me resolve this first. No problem. A calm voice responded from inside the carriage. Qian Renxue looked out through the window at everything happening outside. She had anticipated that the situation at Shrek would become very bad, and she was not disappointed by Yu Xiaogang in the aspects that mattered. After receiving Qian Renxue's response, Ning Fengji turned his gaze toward Yu Xiaogang. You say you're from the blue lightning tyrant dragon family? I didn't hear that before. You just said my daughter is a beggar? Our whole family is beggars? Our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is the richest in the world. Dare to tell me when our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School became beggars? Or do you blue lightning tyrant dragon family think you can completely surpass our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School among the top 3 sects? Rage surged as Ning Fengji spoke, each word dripping with anger. Looking into Yu Xiaogang's eyes, there was nothing but fury. QianXunji's stood coldly in place, his 7-killing sword upright behind him, watching as Ning Fengji dealt with the current situation. He had not withdrawn his martial soul and had made up his mind that if Ning Fengji could not resolve the current situation, he would not hesitate to end Yu Xiaogang with a sword. The blue lightning tyrant dragon family? Was their entire family just that old dragon? For Ning Renfeng's sake, what would it matter to take care of that old dragon? At most, the top 3 sects would become 2. Those who bully my granddaughter shall be killed without mercy. Yu Xiaogang remained silent. Recognizing QianXunji's and Ning Fengji, his eyes darted around wildly. Suddenly, he caught on to Ning Fengji's last statement directed at the carriage and swiftly came up with an idea. Qian Renxue, I know it's you. Did you deliberately arrange today's events? What kind of hero hides and plays tricks? You're the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Is this all you know how to do now? His sudden outburst made both Sword Douluo QianXunji's and Ning Fengji frown even deeper. They had been with Qian Renxue and the Jew Ghost Douluo all along, so they naturally knew that it was impossible for Qian Renxue to have arranged the current situation. Moreover, did the current situation even need to be deliberately arranged? Just the image of Yu Xiaogang was already generous enough to be called a beggar. Was it wrong for his daughter to do something good? Stop with the nonsense. You say your name is Yu Xiaogang? The so-called master of martial soul theory renowned across the continent? If you're truly a master, then you're a master indeed, a great soul master for life. Today, I'm laying it down here. If you Yu Xiaogang don't give me a reasonable explanation, I won't mind letting our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School completely go to war with your blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Ning Fengji's anger was uncontrollable. The usually refined and easygoing man had several veins popping on his forehead. It was rare for him to be so furious, especially against someone like Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang feigned ignorance as if he hadn't heard Ning Fengji's questioning, and once again raised his voice to roar. Qian Renxue, are you doing things without taking responsibility? The way I ended up like this is all thanks to your spirit hall. Now you're hiding, aren't you? Yu Xiaogang was only trying to deflect the conversation. He was afraid that Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo would cause him trouble and wanted to disrupt everything with other issues. However, he miscalculated. He did not see the sparring between Qian Renxue and the Avalanche Prince and was unaware that Qian Renxue was also a genuine Title Douluo. In his calculations, he thought that as long as he diverted the topic, Qian Renxue, being young, could not possibly be too strong. And here, he had Flander as his old buddy. Ning Zhongzhu, please give me a favor today. Let me resolve the current situation first. How about it? Inside the carriage, the voice of Qian Renfeng suddenly rang out. He didn't want to get involved in the matters of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, but Yu Xiaogang took the initiative to direct the spearhead at him, so he couldn't avoid getting involved. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji frowned and pondered for a moment. All right, I am willing to give you, the substitute pope, some face. After speaking, Ning Fengji signaled to the Sword Douluo. The Sword Douluo understood and retracted some of the killing intent from the seven-killing sword behind him. At that moment, the curtain of the carriage was pulled open and Qian Renfeng walked out with a calm expression, his hands behind his back, looking indifferently at the seemingly insane Yu Xiaogang, while the sound of Yu Xiaogang's shouting filled his ears. Indeed, he wanted to keep Yu Xiaogang around for a while longer, allowing BibiDong to see Yu Xiaogang's true colors clearly before taking action to avoid causing too much backlash. But now, with Yu Xiaogang's reckless behavior, he had decided to change his mind. Such a useless person should just be eliminated. Chapter 024. Conveniently eliminate Tang San as well. Standing in front of the carriage, Qian Renfeng looked at Yu Xiaogang with indifference. Seeing him in such a miserable state yet still considering himself so remarkable, he coldly smiled. Yu Xiaogang, you're just a waste. Does this pope still need to rely on the seven-treasure glazed tile school to deal with you? Qian Renfeng spoke coldly. Every word struck Yu Xiaogang's heart like a heavy hammer. Hearing himself called a waste again, Yu Xiaogang's face turned red with shame, his teeth clenched tightly, and his eyes were filled with resentment. I, Yu Xiaogang, admit that my martial soul has undergone a malignant mutation, preventing me from breaking through. But my martial soul theory is unmatched in the world. My shining brilliance is not limited to cultivation, even if I cannot break through now. When my martial soul theory completely overcomes its limitations, I, Yu Xiaogang, will be a talent that your spirit hall cannot reach. Yu Xiaogang shouted desperately. He was extremely sensitive to the term waste, and he was firing off a string of defenses against that label. Tang San also glared angrily. Seeing Qian Renfeng refer to his teacher as a waste, he immediately retorted, My teacher is definitely not a waste. My teacher is the most outstanding person I have ever seen in my life. You people from Spirit Hall should stop spewing nonsense here. You are tarnishing an innocent person's name. It was because of your Spirit Hall that I awakened my martial soul. Now I can see your Spirit Hall's ugly face clearly. After saying that, Tang San turned to Yu Xiaogang and said, Teacher, I believe you are definitely the most outstanding person in the Douluo Continent. Yu Xiaogang was moved and grasped Tang San's hand, choking back tears. Xiao San, I'm so glad you believe in me. Today's events must have been secretly arranged by that substitute pope. After you left nodding, I went to the Spirit Hall, and I didn't expect them to humiliate me so much. I've become like this because of them. The people from Spirit Hall are malicious. Not only did they humiliate me, but they also orchestrated today's events to destroy the relationships between you students. Huh? Tang San suddenly woke up. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's explanation, he glared at Qian Renfeng. You Spirit Hall really have a cruel heart. Not only do you humiliate my teacher, but you also arrange for today's events. I said before that when Ning Rongrong came to school, she was fearless. It turns out she had a backer, and she pretended to change her personality for good, which must have been a disguise. Your schemes are really far-reaching. Tang San spoke fiercely. His chest heaved up and down, his hands clenched into fists, looking as if he and his teacher had suffered great grievances. Beside Tang San, Daim Mubai also heard these things and quickly reacted. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing, who was beside Ning Rongrong, he shouted, Zhuqing, did you hear that? Today's events were instigated by others. Don't let yourself be deceived. Come back quickly. I can pretend that nothing happened just now, and I'll treat it as if you were misled. Zhu Zhuqing snorted coldly. She looked at Daim Mubai with indifference, feeling a wave of nausea at his extreme male chauvinism. She had traveled all the way from the Star Luo Empire, facing life and death, and thought Daim Mubai had changed. But was this called change? What was she so fond of before? Zhu Zhuqing kept cursing her past foolishness in her heart, and her eyes no longer held any affection for Daim Mubai. Zhuqing, don't be angry. Today's events are all because of me. I will make sure we get justice. Ning Rongrong grabbed Zhu Zhuqing's hand, feeling a wave of nausea in her heart as well. Then, with her already teary red eyes, she coldly looked at Tang San. Tang, stop pretending here. Let me tell you, I came to Shrek after escaping from the sect, and no one arranged anything. If it weren't for the oppressive atmosphere of the sect, I wouldn't have met someone as worthless as you, unable to distinguish right from wrong. I even called you third brother for so long. Now I see clearly. How dare you want to be my third brother? You are not worthy. Ning Rongrong scolded loudly. After reprimanding Tang San, Ning Rongrong turned her cold gaze to Yu Xiaogang. You beggar. I was really blind to give you money just now. You can twist the facts as much as you want, but wait until I have my grandpa's sword cut you into pieces. Just wait. Ning Rongrong erupted completely. The little demoness of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, someone who everyone feared in the sect. She finally understood. In order to fit in with Shrek, she changed her personality, but it only resulted in being bullied. This personality, it's better not to change. At least for people like Tang San and Daim Mubai. Such a change is not worth it. Yu Xiaojing's expression was dark. Tang San suddenly said, Teacher, let me help you solve this matter. After saying that, Tang San looked at Ning Rongrong, who was angrily reprimanding him in Yu Xiaojing, and lowered his voice. Rongrong, today's events have been clarified. It was the people from Spirit Hall who were secretly plotting. As long as we make everything clear, I think you only need to sincerely apologize to my teacher. My teacher has a magnanimous heart and will not hold it against you. And we can treat the previous matters as if they never happened. And we can continue to be the Shrek 7 monsters. As for the Spirit Hall-s issues, I will handle them properly. How about it? Qian Renfeng listened to Yu Xiaogang say that he would definitely be a talent that the Spirit Hall couldn't afford to hire, and heard Tang San constantly talking back. Stepping forward, he had already walked from the carriage to stand close to Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. A talent that the Spirit Hall couldn't afford? And Tang San repeatedly claiming that he could only awaken his martial soul because of the Spirit Hall, while their actions were quite clumsy, living in the Douluo Continent. In this world of the survival of the fittest, Qian Renfeng never believed that any side was completely clean. Even if he were a member of the Spirit Hall, he wouldn't think that the Spirit Hall was absolutely clean. It's just that the things they did were what should be done in a world where the strong set the rules. And right now, Tang San's situation, relying on the policies of the Spirit Hall to successfully awaken his martial soul, and then living comfortably in the early stages thanks to the subsidies provided by the Spirit Hall, was simply ridiculous. Just because Yu Xiaogang made up some nonsense, they slapped a clumsy label on the Spirit Hall? What a joke. Forget it. Killing one is killing. Killing two is also killing. Listening to nonsense is annoying. One more or one less, it doesn't matter. With that said, Qian Renfeng raised his palm and heavily struck down towards Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. Chapter 025. Tang San's famous scene, I suffer for my teacher. Wait, do the people from the Spirit Hall only dare to say this and not directly take action? Tang San's pupils widened in shock. At this moment, he couldn't be bothered to continue persuading Ning Rongrong. Looking at the about to strike Qian Renfeng, he immediately raised his voice and shouted, Today's incident is indeed a problem of your Spirit Hall. My teacher would never lie to me. However, I have indeed benefited from your Spirit Hall in the past, as it was because of you that I awakened my martial soul. In my opinion, if your Spirit Hall is truly upright, then you should clarify everything. Although I don't know what grievances my teacher has with you, I can apologize on behalf of my teacher. Once a teacher, always a father. That should be repaid by the son. I can repay the grievances between you and my teacher. After saying this, Tang San straightened his body and placed his hands behind his back, gently resting on his belt. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Daim Mubai also shouted loudly, You guys from the Spirit Hall don't even dare to explain? Then Daim Mubai shouted towards Zhu Zhuqing, Zhuqing, did you see? Xiao San is not the person you think he is. He is even willing to repay his teacher's debts. Do you still not trust Xiao San's character? The palm of Qian Renfeng paused as it was brought down, slowly retracting. Watching Tang San stand upright and Daim Mubai shout loudly, he suddenly recalled certain nostalgic events. It seemed like a very familiar script. During the time of the Soul King, he atoned for his father's sins. During the time of the Title Douluo, what crime did my father commit? After becoming a god, are you all guilty? Qian Renfeng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to see a live-action version of such a classic scene again. This set of tactics from Tang San was actually used on him. Repaying the master for his sins? Waiting until his strength was strong enough to declare me guilty? The law of the jungle, the supremacy of strength. If you want to use such a mindset, you're still a bit too inexperienced. Qian Renfeng coldly laughed. Surprisingly, he did not continue to attack, but instead wanted to see what Tang San planned to do next. Willing to bear the suffering for his master, and then being forcibly killed by him. His claims that the Spirit Hall should be righteous would completely provide ground for criticism. If it were an ordinary person, Encountering such a situation would indeed be a headache. Ultimately letting Tang San escape this immediate crisis in order to cherish their own wings. Unfortunately, he was Qian Renfeng. Tang San's expression suddenly changed. He did not expect that his most genuine thoughts would be so thoroughly seen through by Qian Renfeng. To be honest, he had just thought in his heart that it would be best to bow down for now, and when his strength was strong enough, he could refute all doubts and declare Qian Renfeng guilty, which would not be too late. Twin martial souls. He had a lot of confidence in himself. But now, the situation had become extremely problematic. No, it couldn't continue like this. Tang San thought to himself, if he doesn't fall for this trick, then the only way to resolve the current situation is through other means. The 17th rule of the Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record. Never give up resistance in a desperate situation, and must have the belief of placing oneself in a dead end to survive. Strike first or suffer later. Since he has already seen through my true thoughts, then I can only fight to the death. Clang, clang, clang. Tang San took out a hidden arrow from his belt, pressing his finger on it. Immediately, several long needles flew toward Qian Renfeng. The hidden weapons broke through the air, moving at a speed that was astonishing. Daim Mubai, who was shouting with Zhu Zhuqing, suddenly froze. Why did he suddenly attack? Not far away, Ningfengji and Sword Douluo frowned. Indeed, such a ruthless thought. The sudden attack was because the substitute pope saw through his true thoughts? Truly, he is worthy of being educated by someone like Yu Xiaogang. The sudden attack and sneak attack methods are really despicable. Ningfengji and Sword Douluo both coldly snorted in their hearts. In just a moment, the two had seen through the essence of it all. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong turned pale with fright. The two saw Tang San suddenly use a hidden weapon, and their expressions immediately changed. At the same time, they scolded inwardly. What a shameless person. The substitute pope didn't continue to attack, yet he suddenly launched a sneak attack. Well done, Yu Xiaogang shouted in his heart. Seeing Tang San suddenly sneak attack like this, he wore a face of this child can be taught. Suddenly, Qian Renfeng softly spoke. The numerous steel needles that broke through the air all strangely stopped in midair. To the naked eye, a layer of black airflow surrounded these steel needles, completely neutralizing their offensive power. Clang, clang, clang. The steel needles fell to the ground, creating a crisp sound. Good for you, Tang San. How dare you suddenly sneak attack? Shameless. Ning Rongrong scolded. Hee, Daim Mubai. Is this what you meant when you said he was not wrong? That he is a person of sincerity and trust? Can a sincerely trustworthy person do something so shameless as a sneak attack? Zhu Zhuqing then also questioned Daim Mubai at this moment. The expressions in their eyes had become completely indifferent, fully seeing through Daim Mubai's true face. How could the two of them become such close brothers? It was likely that they were just of the same foul smell. As for Tang San, seeing that all the hidden weapons had been blocked, beads of sweat immediately appeared on his forehead, and he cried out in his heart, how could this be? He is so close to me. There is no reason he could avoid my hidden weapons. The situation was becoming quite bad. He looked young. How could he possess such strong power? It was incredibly hard to believe. With the hidden weapons failing, Tang San began to feel a bit unsettled. Yu Xiaogang, seeing that Qian Renfeng was unharmed, also became uneasy. How could this be? How could he possibly discover Xiao San's sneak attack? Ningfengji and Sword Douluo then relaxed their previously tense hearts. They had just been worried about what would happen if Qian Renfeng got hurt at such close range. After all, this matter was ultimately theirs. Qian Renfeng was just caught in the middle, and they would bear some responsibility. Seeing that Qian Renfeng was unharmed, they felt much lighter and turned to look at Tang San with completely indifferent expressions. To be honest, when they heard Tang San was willing to bear the suffering for his master, they were somewhat surprised. But the sudden sneak attack made them fully aware of what kind of person Tang San truly was. After Qian Renfeng knocked down all the steel needles, he showed no signs of stopping. His previously lowered hand was raised again, moving several times faster than at the beginning. The enormous hand of nothingness descended directly onto Tang San's head, giving him no chance whatsoever. Tang San felt a sudden chill throughout his body as he saw the enormous hand coming down, sweat pouring down him like rain. He repeated the Tang sect's principles in his mind over and over again, but couldn't think of any way out. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was also shouting in his heart. No, Yu Xiaogang, cannot die here. I haven't proven myself yet. Chapter 026. One Sweep Spirit Hall, do you dare? Just as the hand was about to strike down, an incredibly terrifying aura erupted from the heavens. Accompanying this eruption of aura, a red light surged toward the hand of nothingness, instantly dispersing it. Boom! The ground shook as a dark hammer smashed into the earth, creating a massive pit. Brilliant red light erupted from the hammer, shooting up into the sky like a pillar, as if it were to become the absolute focal point of this world. At the same time, a shocking aura exploded in the sky. The red glow dyed the heavens, and a man in tattered leather walked down step by step from the air. With each step, the space trembled. The cold and fierce aura seemed to slaughter everything. Title Douluo. Yu Xiaogang was overjoyed. Just a moment ago, he felt as if he was about to die. But now, he felt as if he had come back to life, looking at Qian Renfeng with an expression filled with extreme resentment. Trash from Spirit Hall. Tremble. Title Douluo has arrived. You all wait to die. Roaring in his heart, Yu Xiaogang began to laugh like a madman. Tang San's expression was one of shock. Just a moment ago, he felt as if he was about to die, but the sudden turn of events left him bewildered. However, when he saw the person descending from the sky and the Tian hammer in the massive pit, his face revealed immense joy. Dad, Tang San whispered softly. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang walked over to Tang San's side. Xiao San, forgive me for not telling you before. Your father has always been very strong. He was the youngest Title Douluo in history. With your father here today, there's nothing to worry about. Title Douluo. Tang San was shocked. He never dreamed that his drunken old man actually had the strength of a Title Douluo and was even the youngest Title Douluo in the history of Douluo Continent. This honor. Qian Renfeng had a calm expression. He was not surprised that the momentum generated by Tian hammer scattered his illusory giant hand. After all, he hadn't mobilized much soul power. He was also not surprised by Tang Hao's appearance. He had always known that Tang Hao was secretly protecting Tang San, and he understood this the moment he made a move against Tang San. Now that Tang Hao had shown up, it was within his expectations. Tang Hao. It was him. The two Title Douluos of the Dugu duo flashed to Qian Renfeng's side, their expressions changing drastically at the sudden appearance of Tang Hao. They held a deep fear towards Tang Hao. The scenes of being kindly taken care of by the great Sumera hammer lingered in their minds. What a disgrace. Qian Renfeng lightly murmured. The reaction of the two Title Douluo, Zhu Gui and Shuang Douluo, made him feel somewhat embarrassed. However, he did not waste too much time on the two of them, and his gaze fell on Tang Hao. On the other side, Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo were also frowning. Upon seeing Tang Hao suddenly appear and the Tian hammer glowing red in the massive pit, Ning Fengji was taken aback. He never expected that Tang San was actually Tang Hao's son. Ning Fengji sighed. The Tian Douluo had disappeared from the continent for many years, and he didn't expect it to reappear. Jian Douluo nodded and said, the Tian sect has always been at the top of the three great sects, and the Tian Douluo is the strongest Title Douluo in their entire sect. Tang Hao's sudden appearance might complicate the current situation. No wonder that guy Yu Xiaogang was so confident, and no wonder that Tang San dared to bully my granddaughter like that. Speaking of Ning Rongrong, Jian Douluo was momentarily speechless, but Tang Hao's appearance made him somewhat calm down. Adapt to the situation, Ning Fengji said softly, having already made up his mind. Regardless of the reasons, just for his daughter's sake, he could not let today's matter go unresolved. Even if Tang San had Tang Hao backing him, so what? As a grand sect master, if he retreated like this, he would be unworthy of the title. Jian Douluo nodded. The 7 killing sword behind him emitted a light buzzing sound, and 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, descended from above. Tang Hao ignored QianXunji's. As soon as he appeared, he gently grasped the handle of the Tian hammer. Little San, step back with your teacher. I will handle today's matter. Boom! As he spoke, Tang Hao lifted the Tian hammer out of the massive pit, his tattered leather jacket rustling. At the same time, 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red soul rings descended, and the moment the 900,000-year red soul ring fell, the Tian hammer in his hand shone brilliantly. Looking coldly at Qian Renfeng, Tang Hao snorted. A kid who has still wet behind the ears, along with a Jew flower and a little ghost, dares to bully my son? The debts of the Spirit Hall from back then will be settled today. With a powerful aura, Tang Hao glared angrily. The Tian hammer in his hand exuded an imposing presence. At this moment, Tang San had retreated far back with Yu Xiaogang, and he looked at Tang Hao's domineering demeanor, feeling excited inside. I didn't know Dad was this strong. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have launched a sneak attack. If I hadn't, Dad would probably have stepped in to protect me, right? What a pity. Now my image is probably completely ruined, but thankfully it's not too late. As long as Dad resolves today's matter, I can still be the previous Tang San. Tang San thought to himself, his eyes filled with endless hope. Yu Xiaogang thought Tang San was worried and quietly said, Little San, believe in your father's strength. You're still young and don't know what the 4 words Tian Douluo represent. Just watch. Those who insulted us today will surely fall here. They won't be able to stir up any trouble in front of your father. Just look at that Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo. Tang San responded with an his gaze burning as he looked at the impending battle. The two Title Douluo from the Spirit Hall were afraid of his father. So what if there was an additional substitute pope? Qian Renfeng? The whispers of conversation reached Qian Renfeng's ears. Qian Renfeng sneered coldly in his heart. What difference does it make to have one more substitute pope? Ridiculous. Boom. The momentum exploded, and the eight-winged fallen angel martial soul instantly appeared behind Qian Renfeng, with the same soul ring configuration as Tang Hao cascading down from above. The red light brought by the 900,000-year soul ring immediately shattered a large part of Tang Hao's aura. At the same time, the phantom of the eight-winged fallen angel martial soul grew immensely, standing tall beneath the martial soul's phantom. The terrifying momentum crazily spread outwards. He would not be as fearful of Tang Hao as the Dugu twin Douluos. On the contrary, Tang Hao had already appeared. He wanted to see if Tang Hao, who still had hidden injuries, could still wield his Haotian hammer. Breaking them one by one was always more exciting than taking them all at once. Chapter 027. Dual Martial Souls? Very proud. Scatter. The Sword Douluo's pupils suddenly constricted upon seeing Qian Renfeng unleash his Title Douluo strength. And the ninth soul ring was also a 100,000-year soul ring. He immediately shouted to Ning Fengji and others. The 7 killing swords stood in front of him, and the terrifying killing intent protected him and everyone behind him. Hearing this, Ning Fengji immediately urged the accompanying sect members, go to the surrounding villages and disperse the crowd. The members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School quickly left. A small and exquisite 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda appeared, amplifying all benefits onto the Sword Douluo. Meanwhile, in the arena, Qian Renfeng stood there, unwavering and imposing. Tang Hao's expression showed slight surprise as he saw that Qian Renfeng had the exact same soul ring configuration as himself. And he couldn't help but sneer. No wonder he dares to bully my son. The Spirit Hall has produced another genius. But that's all there is to it. Boom. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the Haotian hammer, and a fierce wave shook the surroundings. In the distance, Tang San's pupils suddenly contracted. Just a second ago, he had heard Yu Xiaogang say that his father was Haotian Douluo, the youngest Title Douluo on the Douluo Continent. Now, seeing that Qian Renfeng was at most just over 20 years old, and also a Title Douluo, he felt a blockage in his heart. He never expected that this person was also a Title Douluo. How did he cultivate? Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang immediately said, Xiao San, you must believe that your future achievements will definitely surpass everyone else's. You have to believe that you're the 3rd twin martial soul in 100 years, and one of the 2 existing twin martial souls. By the time you become a Title Douluo, you will easily crush him. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's comforting words, Tang Hao, holding the Haotian hammer, coldly smiled and said, Master, I'm no longer the Tang Hao who was once chased to the brink of death by 3 Title Douluos from the Spirit Hall. Today, I will take down 3 with 1 hammer. He did not deny the master's assessment of Tang San. Tang Hao had high expectations for his own son, and his ambition soared to the skies. A massive phantom enveloped Qian Renfeng. The wings of the 8-winged, fallen angel martial soul fully spread open, and a terrifying black light cascaded down from above. Black, red, purple, and yellow halos dyed the entire sky in a dazzling array of colors. Twin martial souls. Feeling so proud, Qian Renfeng whispered softly. As his whispers fell, a dark black scythe appeared in his hand, and the death scythe in the hands of the 8-winged, fallen angel suddenly magnified countless times. Seeing the scene, Qianxin and Ning Fengji couldn't help but smile slightly. Another twin martial soul. In just one day, they had encountered 2 twin martial souls. Ning Fengji sighed. The Sword Douluo also replied, Indeed, the achievements of twin martial souls are incredibly high. In the Spirit Hall, counting the current pope, there are 2 Title Douluos who possess twin martial souls, which is truly terrifying. The Dugu twin Douluo's body shook violently. Seeing just a glimpse of Qian Renfeng's strength, both of them were shocked to the extreme. In that moment, it seemed they finally understood why Qian Renfeng dared to confront BibiDong earlier. Both possessing twin martial souls and being Title Douluos, it was destined that one of them would have to step back, and Qian Renfeng was clearly the one who would succeed. Twin martial souls? How could he also be a twin martial soul? Tang Hao's pupils constricted when the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul first appeared. He thought the death scythe was merely a weapon that came with it, just like the angel's sacred sword he faced against QianXunji back then. But now that a substantial weapon appeared in Qian Renfeng's hand, he could no longer understand the situation. If it weren't for the twin souls, the death scythe could never appear in Qian Renfeng's hands. In an instant, Tang Hao's thoughts underwent a slight change. In the blink of an eye, Tang Hao soared into the sky, A towering red phantom suddenly appeared behind him, and he tightly grasped the hammer handle with both hands. Little San, today I'll let you see the true form of our Haotian hammer's martial soul. The #1 weapon martial soul in the world. It's not just a name. Rumble. Rumble, the momentum was overwhelming, deafening. Haotian true form? Qian Renfeng looked up at Tang Hao's sudden strike and coldly snorted. The true essence of martial souls is not something that only you possess. Boom. The phantom of the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul was equally massive. With a gigantic scythe firmly gripped in hand. The true body of the fallen angel. Since Qian Renfeng broke through to level 70 and became a Title Douluo, this was the first time he had revealed himself to everyone. The overwhelming aura was like a tidal wave, suppressing everything in its path, not inferior to, and even more terrifying than, Tang Hao's Haotian true body. Is this the battle between Title Douluos? Tang San marveled repeatedly. Yu Xiaogang nodded in response. That's right. This is the battle between Title Douluos. You will surely reach this level one day. Yes, I will definitely succeed. Teacher, don't worry. I will clear your name of all the stains. Tang San spoke with determination. Seeing Tang San still so resolute, Yu Xiaogang felt immensely satisfied. Hee, this kid Tang San is really easy to fool. I took him as my disciple just because he had a twin martial soul. But I didn't expect his second martial soul to be the Haotian hammer. Now that his father is here, my deadlock is broken. Once Tang San reaches the level of Title Douluo, I, Yu Xiaogang, will truly succeed. However, how could that little beast from the spirit hall also be a twin martial soul? That 8-winged fallen angel, and the quality of that scythe martial soul seems quite high. He worried in his heart. Yu Xiaogang's eyes were darting about. Tang San, unaware of Yu Xiaogang's thoughts, was simply looking up at the sky. At this moment, the red Haotian true body and the black fallen angel true body were both looming in the sky. A vast area surrounded them, and many villagers witnessed this scene. But before they could be astonished, the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School who had rushed over began to disperse everyone. In the sky, only the two remained in confrontation. Tang Hao's energy was fully charged at this moment. Raising the Haotian hammer high above his head and smashing it down fiercely towards Qian Renfeng. Qian Renfeng raised the death scythe in his hand, swinging it towards the Haotian hammer. The red energy shield generated by the Haotian hammer was sliced apart under the shadow of the death scythe, as easily as cutting through vegetables. Everyone thought the two were evenly matched, but the reality was different. Throughout the entire encounter, Qian Renfeng maintained a calm demeanor, facing the onslaught of the Haotian hammer, as the blade of the death scythe collided with the body of the Haotian hammer. The sharpest point struck, instantly generating sparks and revealing cracks that appeared abruptly on the surface of the Haotian hammer. The Haotian hammer, renowned as the #1 weapon spirit in the world, was visibly being damaged. Chapter 028, The Haotian Hammer Shatters. Not good. The rapid change on the Haotian hammer was instantly relayed to Tang Hao. The notion that Qian Renfeng was not considered a worthy opponent had been completely altered in that moment. Dad! Tang San exclaimed anxiously. The cracks on the Haotian hammer were alarming. The supposedly indestructible Haotian hammer was being broken under the scythe of Qian Renfeng. Yu Xiaogang's pupils also contracted sharply, thinking to himself, how can this little guy's twin martial spirits be so fierce? To think it could break the Haotian hammer, even as he was anxious. No one was paying attention to Yu Xiaogang's reaction at this moment. Not even QianXunji and Ningfengji, who had great respect for him. Both were looking up at the duel in the sky. From this point onward, it seemed that the title of the #1 weapon spirit in the world might change hands. QianXunji's side. The scythe in the hands of the deputy pope has a more formidable attack power than the Haotian hammer, and this is without any soul rings. Tang Hao's grand claims would come to naught today. Ningfengji nodded, but he was unsure of the name of this scythe, having previously failed to notice that the scythe in the deputy pope's hands was also a martial spirit. What a miss. At this moment, the extreme dominance of Qian Renfeng made them no longer optimistic about Tang Hao. Even if Tang Hao was the youngest Title Douluo before Qian Renfeng, even if he was the strongest Haotian Douluo of the current Haotian sect, today, he is likely to suffer a bitter defeat here. Explosion of soul rings. Suddenly, Tang Hao's roar echoed fiercely in the sky. As the sound fell, 2 yellow soul rings among the 9 surrounding him exploded with a thunderous crash. The shattered soul rings once again unleashed a terrifying pressure, causing the speed of the Haotian hammer to slow down. Is this what the explosion of soul rings is? Qian Renfeng whispered softly in his heart, not at all surprised by Tang Hao's explosive roar at this moment. It would have been abnormal if Tang Hao didn't explode. He remembered very clearly that if it weren't for the fact that Tang Hao had also exploded many rings back then, his cheap old man wouldn't have been weak enough to be defeated by his cheap old mother. The same history inevitably leads to different results. I'm not my cheap old man. Qian Renfeng sighed slightly, and the cold light in his eyes intensified. The true form of the fallen angel martial soul wielded the death scythe, and the offensive became even more ferocious. The sharp edge that could not continue to break through due to Tang Hao's explosive rings had reopened the path of destruction. If Tang Hao had no hidden injuries, if he had detonated all 9 rings and also used the great samurai hammer, it would have been quite troublesome for him to deal with. That hammer could have incapacitated even a 98th level golden crocodile Douluo. But the current Tang Hao, with hidden injuries and not in peak condition, had not yet used the great samurai hammer. Just a mere explosion of rings. What is there to fear? Break! Qian Renfeng shouted sharply. The blade of the scythe pierced into the Haotian hammer like lightning. Explode again. Tang Hao roared again, the veins on his forehead bulging. 2 more purple soul rings exploded. But even with 2 more purple soul rings detonating, the Haotian hammer, which had already been breached to its core, had lost all its power. Bang! The red phantom shattered. Tang Hao's true body suddenly broke apart, and the dark Haotian hammer turned into fragments, falling from the sky. The shadow of the scythe loomed over Tang Hao's head. The Haotian hammer actually shattered? QianXunji was shocked. Ning Fengji swallowed hard. The strength of the acting pope is even more terrifying than we expected. Bathed in the fragments of the Haotian hammer, Tang Hao's face turned ashen. Facing the scythe's phantom that loomed above him, he suddenly fell downwards. Qian Renfeng saw this and immediately shouted, Yu Egwan, Guimei block Tang Hao. After saying this, Qian Renfeng's body quickly fell from the sky. Upon hearing this, the twin Douluos, Juhui, were stunned for a long time before they suddenly reacted and rushed towards Tang San and Yu Xiaogang in the blink of an eye. Tang Hao's actions were clearly for the sake of the two. Get away! Tang Hao shouted angrily, and in an instant, his speed surged to the extreme. He swept up Tang San and the others from the ground, transforming them into a shadow that flew towards the other side of the sky. Was he using the power of the explosive ring to enhance his speed? Qian Renfeng landed on the ground, bathed in the shattered pieces of the Haotian hammer, watching Tang Hao, who had already rushed far away, not continuing to pursue. Please forgive us, Your Highness. We are both useless. The twin spirit Douluo of the chrysanthemum ghost knelt down on one knee in front of Qian Renfeng, filled with trepidation. Having witnessed Qian Renfeng's true power, even the Haotian hammer was smashed to pieces. They dared not harbor any thoughts of disloyalty. Meanwhile, a voice from afar echoed in the sky. Ha ha ha! What if you, Qian Renfeng, also have twin martial souls? The debt that the spirit hall owes me. One day, I will collect it all back. Just wait. Upon hearing this voice, Ning Fengji and QianXunji couldn't help but twitch their lips. The Haotian hammer had been shattered, and the person was forced to flee for his life. Yet he still spoke such harsh words? Are all the people from the Haotian sect so cocky? Just as they were speechless, Yu Xiaogang's voice also came from afar. You little thing with the surname Qian, I will never forget the humiliation you have given me in these days for the rest of my life. In this world, my disciple also has twin martial souls, and when the time comes, we will definitely take everything back. Surviving a great disaster, Yu Xiaogang became more spirited again. Tang Hao's sudden escape also brought him along, breaking the deadlock completely, and he felt much more relaxed. Your Highness, the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo's expression changed dramatically. Tang Hao's harsh words could be tolerated, but how dare a useless person like Yu Xiaogang say such things? Moreover, Tang Hao's sudden success was also because they had not guarded properly. They had been stunned for too long at the beginning. Otherwise, they could have easily taken Yu Xiaogang and Tang San's lives while the two were engaged in battle. Qian Renfeng did not share the same perspective as Yu Egwan and Guimei. He simply watched quietly as Tang Hao and his group, who were almost out of sight, moved away. With Tang Hao fully protecting Tang San, it was indeed difficult to deal with them from such a distance. But a scumbag waste, merely taken along, really thought he was safe. Qian Renfeng whispered. Upon hearing this, both Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo looked up simultaneously, their faces filled with surprise as they stared at Qian Renfeng. Is it really that far already? Even if he is a Title Douluo, it won't help. Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo were also surprised, looking at Qian Renfeng. Given the current situation, could it be that Qian Renfeng still has some hidden cards? Just as everyone was confused, a dark beam suddenly shot towards Tang Hao and his group, catching up in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing the sudden black beam, Tang Hao's expression changed drastically, and Yu Xiaogan's pupils contracted sharply. The black beam passed by half of Yu Xiaogan's body and the leg that Tang Hao was holding. At the same time, the cold voice of Qian Renfeng slowly sounded. Ninth spirit ability, creation of nothingness. The word for the launch. Please take a look, readers. After going around in circles, it's almost time for the official launch. This book will be officially launched tomorrow at noon 12 o'clock. I hope all readers can continue to support it. The author here thanks all the readers deeply. Of course, during this time, many readers have mentioned that the author updates too slowly, and I feel it's necessary to explain this issue. The book was released on December 26, 2021, and today is January 21st, 2022. It's been 26 days since the release. Based on a guaranteed minimum of 2 updates per day, that's a total of 52 chapters, and we are now at 65 chapters, with an additional 13 chapters added during this time. I'm not trying to be lazy. I've been working hard on writing. Before the launch, I had the intention but lacked the ability. I saw many readers urging for updates, but the author had difficulties to express. I'm not trying to complain. The previous issue of power outages affecting my writing is true. There were 3 days with only half a day of electricity, and I had to go to an internet CAF to write the manuscript. The readers in the reader group definitely know that I wouldn't fool anyone over such matters. As for the issues with the writing, if I'm not satisfied with my own work, how could I dare to publish it? So sometimes updates are delayed by an hour or 2, and I hope all readers understand. As long as the author is alive and hasn't directly kicked the bucket, daily updates will definitely not be lacking. Please rest assured, dear readers. With the launch tomorrow, I can assure all readers that updates will definitely not fall short. The collection is around 22,000, and based on the usual 20:1 subscription ratio, that should translate to about 100 subscriptions. The author isn't that rigid. As long as the first subscriptions exceed 1,000, there will be a guaranteed 5 updates per day, absolutely no empty promises, including the previous owed votes and monthly tickets. The author will strive to repay them. I can't guarantee how good my writing is, but I can only say that I've always taken this matter seriously. The manuscripts I can update are definitely written in the best condition at that time. They may not satisfy everyone, but I still thank all the readers who have continuously supported me. The collection is terrifying. I only ask for 1,000 subscriptions. With 1,000 subscriptions, I will guarantee 5 updates per day, 5 updates per day, 5 updates per day. Important things are said 3 times. I still humbly ask for recommendation votes and monthly tickets. The rules for recommendation votes remain unchanged. Once the subscription standard is met, after the guaranteed daily updates, I will gradually repay. The monthly ticket rules are the same. I will first repay the debts, and then every 50 monthly tickets will result in an additional update. No more nonsense. Tomorrow at noon 12 o'clock, I will launch on time. I humbly ask for an initial subscription. I ask for a normal subscription ratio. If the subscriptions meet the standard, please do not treat me like a person. Updates will definitely be arranged clearly. Finally, I thank all the readers who have been supporting me and the many readers who have rewarded this book. I thank you all here. Your support is the biggest affirmation for me. Thank you. Tomorrow at noon 12 o'clock, don't miss it. At that time, I will first update the first 5 chapters. Chapter 029, Luck Plunder, Spoils of Warriin. The black light flickered, until the black light extinguished into nothingness. The scenes along its path were revealed to everyone. Tang Hao's left leg completely vanished into the air, along with half of Yu Xiaogang's body that also disappeared. The bare upper body continued to hold on to Tang Hao, and after a long while, a miserable scream from Yu Xiaogang echoed in the sky. My legs. Why have my legs suddenly disappeared? Tang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood. His speed once again reached an extreme. Not daring to look back even for a moment, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Only the empty space where his left leg had been remained. With nothing else left, only Tang Hao's one leg and half of Yu Xiaogang's body remained. Qian Renfeng frowned. He was not very satisfied with the current outcome. The void creation was one of the accompanying soul skills that came with the 100,000-year soul ring absorbed from the system rewards. It ignored all defenses and could obliterate everything in its path, just like the situation between Tang Hao and Yu Xiaogang. In silence, it allowed Tang Hao to officially become a crippled Douluo from the Haotian Douluo, and Yu Xiaogang to become a half-human, half-thing. Although he won, it was a crushing victory, yet he still felt a sense of loss. Ding. Side quest. Detected that the host has successfully defeated Tang Hao. Please promptly collect your spoils. Upon completion of the quest, the host will receive a critical reward for the spoils. There will be no penalty for failing the quest. The sudden system notification caught Qian Renfeng slightly off guard. He was well aware of his system's nature. It would not issue tasks or provide rewards unless it was absolutely necessary. And now, simply collecting spoils could be considered a side quest, and it could even trigger a critical reward for the spoils. Qian Renfeng looked up towards the last position where Tang Hao had stayed. A soul bone was floating there, radiating brilliance. Is it a crit reward for the loot? Could it directly crit into a soul bone of several 100,000 years? Just like the previous crit, Qian Renfeng became interested. In the blink of an eye, he approached the soul bone and took it into his hands. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Congratulations to the host for successfully collecting the loot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a loot crit. Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the loot crit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Blue Silver Emperor Rebirth. Blue Silver Emperor? Hearing the system's crit notification, even Qian Renfeng, whose mindset had always been as steady as a rock, suddenly felt a bit unsettled. What is happening? Just as Qian Renfeng was at a loss for words, a graceful figure suddenly appeared by his side, perfectly aligning with his inner speculation. Dressed in light blue clothing adorned with patterns of blue silvergrass, her skin, as smooth as mutton fat jade, was faintly visible through the gaps in her attire, and her blue hair danced in the wind. How did I suddenly come back to life? The blue figure was none other than the Blue Silver Emperor, Ain, as Qian Renfeng had guessed. Ain appeared somewhat confused, looking around and noticing that Qian Renfeng was a Title Douluo, causing her expression to turn pale in an instant. With Yin's appearance, Qian Renfeng realized that he seemed to understand why the system had given a critical hit to Ain this time, and even allowed her to reshape her human form. If he remembered correctly, the system he bound to when he arrived in the Douluo Continent was called the Infinite Luck Plundering System. The current situation can indeed be related to plundering luck. Tang Hao's early rescue of his son and Ain's sudden appearance are both linked to luck. Moreover, Tang San's luck is closely related to the Blue Silver Emperor. Originally, Tang San was supposed to be rescued after the Soul Master competition, but by a stroke of luck, his bloodline was further elevated. Ain's appearance now is. Qian Renfeng no longer thought too much. He understood what the system wanted to do, and it coincided with his own intentions. It is this Pope who has reshaped you. Where's my husband? Where's my son? Ain suddenly panicked. Hearing Qian Renfeng refer to himself as the Pope and that she had been suddenly reshaped, countless terrifying guesses emerged in her mind, her cheeks pale as snow, anxiously inquiring. You Spirit Hall chased me down back then. I know that there is destined to be such a conflict between soul masters and soul beasts. But why did you come after me? What exactly did you Spirit Hall do to my husband and son? Seeing that Qian Renfeng remained silent, Ain hurriedly asked again. Qian Renfeng raised her gaze and calmly looked at Ain. You've already died once, yet you still cling to those twisted black and white people? So-called son? For that so-called scum of a teacher, slandering others with malice and cruelty? Forcing others to apologize? Imposing baseless accusations on others? So-called husband? No matter what your son has done, even if it's clearly wrong, you always resort to violence? Trying to use strength to validate all the distortions? Ain took 2 steps back in the void. After knowing Qian Renfeng's identity, she didn't think she could escape and replied without showing any weakness. Impossible. My husband and son cannot be such people. Woman, do not use your naivety to question my eyes. Qian Renfeng stepped forward, one hand gripping Yin's chin, his face extremely close to hers, the breath he exhaled landing on her cheek. His resonant and powerful words, along with an extremely dominant attitude, immediately made Yin's head buzz. As he finished speaking, Qian Renfeng grabbed Ain's shoulder with one hand and fell from the sky. The people below, who were slow to react, especially the Sword Douluo and the Jiutian Ghost Douluo, immediately recognized Ain's identity. 100,000-year soul beast? How did a 100,000-year soul beast suddenly appear? At first, when they were at Xiao Wu's side, they were furious and didn't pay much attention to Xiao Wu, not even glancing in her direction. Now that the battle was settled, Ain's sudden appearance was impossible to ignore. Your Majesty, who is this? Is she Tang Hao's soul beast wife? The Jiutian Ghost Douluo recognized Ain at a glance. They had chased after her alongside QianXunji back then, so it was impossible not to recognize her. Qian Renfeng grunted in acknowledgement and released Ain, not worried that Ain would run away. Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo, upon hearing Qian Renfeng respond to the words of the Jew Ghost Dual Douluo, widened their eyes in disbelief. What did I just hear? This 100,000-year-old humanoid soul beast in front of me is actually Tang Hao's soul beast wife? Wait a minute. Tang Hao's wife is a 100,000-year soul beast? Does that mean the previous Tang San is actually a mixed breed? Realizing this belatedly, Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo exchanged bitter smiles, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. In the recent battle, they not only crushed Tang Hao in terms of strength, but also managed to control his soul beast wife. And now, they were going to continue to break him down mentally? Chapter 030. Weakness is the original sin, Daim Mubai's doom. It seemed, Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo were dumbfounded. They couldn't help but think of the once arrogant Tang Hao, who, even while fleeing, didn't forget to make harsh remarks. You looked pretty cool while running, but your wife got taken. Shaking their heads, they try to calm their emotions, their lips twitching uncontrollably. The news was too big. It needed digesting. After a while, Ning Fengji cupped his hands in salute to Qian Renfeng. Your Holiness the Substitute Pope, I sincerely apologize for inviting you along and encountering such matters. Today's events are also thanks to your intervention. Otherwise, if Tang Hao had appeared, we would have been in quite a predicament, and we might not even have been able to incapacitate him. Saying this, Ning Fengji received no rebuttal from Qianxun, who had indeed seen the scene of Tang Hao exploding his spirit ring, which was very troublesome to deal with. Qian Renfeng's action has temporarily put an end to today's events. There's no need for thanks for something done casually. But, Master Ning, haven't you considered changing today's situation? Qian Renfeng responded with a question. Ning Fengji was taken aback and looked at Qian Renfeng with suspicion, completely unsure of what Qian Renfeng meant by his words at that moment. Your Grace, what do you mean by that? Ning Fengji asked. Join the Spirit Hall, and I will help your 7 treasure, glazed tile school regain the name of the 9 treasures. Qian Renfeng declared. In the Douluo Continent, the law of the jungle prevails. Being weak is a sin. When the name of the 9 treasures is restored, people will naturally not dare to underestimate the 7 treasure, glazed tile school. What? Ning Fengji's eyes bulged in shock. Qian Renfeng's sudden words nearly caused him to lose his composure, his pupils widening and his breathing becoming rapid. At the same time, Sword Douluo looked at Qian Renfeng in disbelief. Make the 7 treasures, glazed tile school, regain the name of the 9 treasures? How is that possible? The disciples of the 7 treasures, glazed tile school, can only reach level 79 in their lifetime. It is impossible to break through to the Soul Douluo level, let alone reach the Title Douluo tier. However, even if they only attain the peak strength of Soul Sage, the supporting ability of the 7 treasures glazed tower is terrifying. If they could reach the level of the 9 treasures glazed tower, what would the supporting ability at the Title Douluo level be? Sword Douluo dared not imagine further. Even if the 7 treasures glazed tile school only had 2 Title Douluo, and even though the Haotian school had more Title Douluo, they would still dare to practice directly. Your Majesty the Pope, is what you said true? Do you have a way to make our 7 treasures, glazed tile, school, regain the name of the 9 treasures? Ning Fengji asked excitedly. Qian Renfeng nodded and said, So, whether to join or not, Sect Master Ning, you can decide for yourself. If it's true, Fengji is willing to lead all the disciples of the 7 treasures, glazed tile school, to join the Spirit Hall. Ning Fengji replied straightforwardly. If it weren't for the limitations of martial souls that prevent our 7 treasures, glazed tile school disciples from breaking through to the level of Title Douluo, those like Yu Xiaogang and Tang San wouldn't have dared to bully our sect's members so recklessly. The answer was very certain. One must be strong oneself to forge iron. Ning Fengji understood this principle very well. Although there are sword-bone Douluos within the sect, they are essentially external reinforcements, and there are no direct disciples of the sect who are Title Douluos. It is probably for this reason that Yu Xiaogang was so unscrupulous before. Once our sect can produce its own Title Douluo and break through the martial soul limitations, the prospects will be limitless. After that, Sect Master Ning, you can walk with me. Qian Renfeng replied and glanced at the remaining members of Shrek. Flender remained silent. He was the principal of Shrek. But what had just happened completely exceeded his expectations. Moreover, Yu Xiaojang's actions had shattered his worldview. What kind of person had he known back then? Qian Renfeng did not pay attention to Flander. His gaze directly shifted to Daim Mubai. Yu Egwan, Gui Mei, control this Daim Mubai. When Tang San slandered our Spirit Hall, this person also said quite a lot. The cold voice drove the 2 Title Douluos of Jugui. They were worried about the reprimand the 2 had just received. And immediately, the soul power of the 2 Title Douluos pressed down on Daim Mubai. Thud! Daim Mubai was directly suppressed to the ground, his head heavily hitting the floor. Blood gushing out. Impudent! I'm the 3rd Prince of the Star, Luo Empire. If you Spirit Hall dare to do anything to me, our Star Luo Empire's army will definitely march against your Spirit Hall immediately. His hysterical roar echoed. Daim Mubai was not as fortunate as Yu Xiaogang. When Tang Hao left, he took Yu Xiaogang away, but no one was there to take care of him. Realizing that the situation was dire, he began to shout about his identity, while also yelling at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing, are you just going to watch? You should know that I am your fiancé. Hurry up and bring out my proof of being a prince from you. Hurry. Zhu Zhuqing looked coldly at Daim Mubai. Daim Mubai, I have thoroughly seen through your true colors. Just now, you firmly stood with Tang San. With what Tang San did, I don't believe you couldn't see it. We call him 3rd brother, yet he just slandered Rong Rong like that. You can stand up for such a person and still offend the spirit hall. You deserve it. She was so angry that she was gasping for breath. Zhu Zhuqing's proud peaks trembled wildly. She had long stopped wanting to care about Daim Mubai's matters and never expected that he would still ask her to help prove himself at this time. Wanted to use his identity to show how great he was? Ridiculous. Zhu Zhuqing, you vixen. I am your fiancé. Husband and wife follow each other. Whatever I say, you must respect. Daim Mubai shouted madly. The pressure from the two Title Douluos was almost suffocating him. Noisy. Qian Renfeng frowned slightly and slapped Daim Mubai with his hand. He was very unhappy that he hadn't killed Yu Xiaogang earlier. He was even more displeased that he couldn't finish off Tang Hao when dealing with Tang San. Now, Daim Mubai was still chattering incessantly in front of him, without any support around him, making noise for no reason. Boom! The slap landed, and a deep pit immediately exploded on the ground. It was even larger than the crater left by the Haotian hammer just now. Daim Mubai, who was in the pit, was now gasping for breath, no longer making any noise. You Eguan Ghost. You each take Daim Mubai back to the Spirit Hall and detain him. And when you go to the Star Luo Empire to inform the Star Luo Emperor. Daim Mubai has spoken disrespectfully to this pope. Let them give this pope an explanation. Qian Renfeng arranged indifferently. He did not slap Daim Mubai to death. As the Spirit Hall indeed couldn't take action against both empires at the same time, he decided to let Daim Mubai live a little longer, waiting for the situation with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to settle, which would save the Spirit Hall many years of preparation. That will be the moment of his reign over the world. Chapter 031. Ain, is my son really a good for nothing? Extra update with 1,000 recommendation votes. Meanwhile, Ain witnessed everything. Qian Renfeng's dominance, directly taking action when telling the royal family to do so, completely refreshed her understanding of cultivating in the human world. However, regarding her perception of Qian Renfeng's strength, she was more focused on the words of Ning Fengji and Zhu Zhuqing. As for Tang San's actions, he's her own son. How could he be such a person? Qian Renfeng did not pay attention to a Yin's confusion. After sending off the two Douluos of the Chrysanthemum Ghost, he boarded the carriage of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School again. Ning Fengji made some arrangements, and everyone else got on the carriage. But Ain remained standing still at the spot. Sigh, although I don't know your name, since you are a 100,000-year-old beast who has transformed into a human, you must have your own destiny. If you still can't believe it, following the acting pope, I think you will see more. I, Ning Fengji, am open and honest, and I never do anything to owe others. As for what happened just now, what Tang Hao did and what Tang San did, I can assure you that they are all absolutely true. You should be grateful that you can see these things so early. After saying this, Ning Fengji also got on the carriage. Ain still did not move, but soon a pure soul power bound him. Come in. The cold voice of Qian Renfeng echoed. With soul power controlling her, Ain was forced onto the same carriage as him, simple and brutal. As for BibiDong, after all, she was his biological mother in this life, and he still remembered the education he received under the red flag. So he couldn't bring himself to do something like killing his mother to prove his path. But with Ain, he had no such scruples. After forcibly bringing Ain onto the carriage, he closed his eyes to rest. Sitting beside Qian Renfeng in a daze, she looked at his golden hair, which bore some resemblance to the face of QianXunji from back then, and his calm demeanor with eyes closed, her expression changing inexplicably. He should be the offspring of that person back then, right? That pope chased me down, and now, even though I have been resurrected, his offspring has not continued to hunt me down. Did I really make a mistake back then? Ain thought to herself. In her ears, she couldn't help but recall Ning Fengji's powerful words from earlier. Just as Ning Fengji said when Ain was training in the mortal world, she had heard a lot about the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It was one of the top 3 sects, on par with the Haotian school. For countless years, there had been no negative rumors about it. Moreover, a person like Ning Fengji was recognized as a good man, possessing the wealth of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School while having helped countless poor people. The words of such a person made it hard for her to find a reason to deny it. When I reached a bottleneck in strength back then, Tang Hao had vowed to ensure my safety, yet he took me to many dangerous places. Could it be that all of this was intentionally arranged by Tang Hao? This place also has the lingering aura of a soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years. Is it because I was dead that Tang Hao is planning to use the same trick again? If that's the case, then what was said earlier might all be true. The son I carried for 10 months and gave birth to really isn't a good thing. A Yin's mind was filled with chaotic thoughts. Qian Renfeng's previous dominance over her, coupled with his decision not to kill her, had a significant impact on her. Ning Fengji's persuasion added another heavy burden to her heart, making it impossible for her to find peace. Although Qian Renfeng was resting with closed eyes, he was constantly observing a yin's condition. Noticing that a yin was in a state of confusion, he didn't bother to say more and began to head towards the sunset forest. Right and wrong will have their own conclusions. A few days later, in the sunset forest, in the deep mountain residence of Dugu Bo, countless poisonous barriers affected everything around. Qian Renfeng and his companions arrived here. Ning Fengji had a tall, 7-story pagoda hovering above his head, which was his 7-treasure true body. Although Qian Renfeng was not afraid of these poison obstacles, with Ning Fengji's assistance, it saved him a lot of trouble. After successfully reaching the Eye of Ice and Fire, the immortal herbs in front of them immediately left Ning Fengji and the others stunned. Your Excellency, the substitute pope. Are these immortal herbs the ones you mentioned that can help our 7 treasures glazed tile school regain the name of the 9 treasures? Ning Fengji glanced at the immortal herbs around the Eye of Ice and Fire, his gaze filled with intensity. Qian Renfeng responded with a sound, stepping over to the Qiluo tulip, using a pure soul power to remove the Qiluo tulip from its stem without harming it in the slightest. This item is called the Qiluo tulip, the king of celestial herbs. After consuming it, you'll be able to break the limitations of the martial souls of your 7-treasure glazed tile sect, and it will also assist you in researching how to help others break through the shackles of their martial souls in the future. Sect Master Ning, once you have considered it, see who in your sect should consume it. Qian Renfeng did not directly assign this immortal herb to Ning Rongrong, but instead left the choice to Ning Fengji. What he wanted was the allegiance of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengji's decision would be the decision of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Give it to Rongrong. Rongrong has great talent, and I've been limited at the peak of Soul Sage for too long. The effects of Rongrong taking it would be better than mine. Perhaps in the future, Rongrong can really try to challenge for the first Title Douluo position of our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengji quickly made his decision. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyes immediately turned red. Dad, you should take this immortal herb. Silly child. Which parent doesn't want the best for their child? Since Dad said you should take it, then you will take it. It's decided. Ning Fengji gently rubbed Ning Rongrong's head and spoke in a warm tone. Ning Rongrong bit her red lip lightly. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing also said from the side, Rongrong, just listen, Uncle Ning. Ning Rongrong responded with an thanked Qian Renfeng first, and then took the Qiluo tulip from his hands. After receiving the hint, Ning Rongrong sat down cross-legged and consumed the Qiluo tulip. A gentle halo enveloped Ning Rongrong. The phantom of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda slowly began to take shape behind her, surprising both Ning Fengji and QianXunji's as changes gradually appeared on the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Could it really be possible? Ning Fengji was momentarily astonished, and after realizing he had lost his composure, he calmed his mind and walked over to Qian Renfeng. Your Excellency, the substitute pope. Regardless of whether we succeed today or not, the 7-treasure glazed tile school will remember your grace. However, there is one thing I do not understand. Although I have some speculation, I have never been able to confirm it. I wonder if your Excellency, the substitute pope, or rather your spear hall, really intends to do that? Qian Renfeng sensed the hidden meaning in Ning Fengji's words and replied, Ning Zhongzhu, you guessed correctly, and I have no need to deny it. The current Douluo Continent is too chaotic. Chapter 032. The name of the 9 treasures, Kill Yu Xiaogang. Ding. Detecting that the host has begun to show their talents, the main quest is now issued. Ding. Main quest. Please prepare and decide whether to choose to complete the independent path to godhood using the power of the Douluo Continent. Upon completion of the task, the host will gain the method of gathering faith, creating a divine position with the power of faith. No penalties for task failure. A series of prompt sounds suddenly rang out. As soon as Qian Renfeng finished speaking to Ning Fengji, the system suddenly erupted. After understanding the system task clearly, Qian Renfeng's expression suddenly became serious. A main quest that had never appeared before? Or is it about deciding whether to choose to become a god alone? Qian Renfeng held his breath. In Douluo Continent, the goal of countless soul masters throughout their lives is to reach level 100 and become a deity. But how many exceptionally talented individuals ultimately can only remain at the level of Title Douluo? To become a deity at level 100, one either has to use the method of divine examination to break through or rely on a method of belief to forcibly break through at level 99. Qian Renfeng knew that tens of thousands of years ago, there was a sea god who gathered many followers from the sea and ultimately achieved the remarkable feat of becoming a god on his own. He never expected that the suddenly appearing main quest from the system would require him to walk a similar path. Xiao Shui had the divine trial of the angel god. and that cheap mother of hers had the divine trial of the Rakshasa god. The only known trials left were the Azura god trial from the City of Slaughter and the Sea god trial from Sea God Island. Neither of these trials aligned with my chosen direction. The conflict between the Azura god and the Rakshasa god was deep, and the conflict between the Sea god and the Angel god was also profound. It seemed that I had no choice but to embark on the path of becoming a god on my own. Qian Renfeng whispered softly in his heart. At this moment, a fiery light flashed in his eyes. The choice given by the system was to allow him to become a god using the entire power of the Douluo Continent on his own. This was far more impressive than that old sea god who became a god using only a portion of the sea tribe's power. If the sea god could become a level 1 god by himself, then what kind of formidable being would it be to independently become a god with the power of the entire plane? Qian Renfeng brushed his hair back and looked across the entire Douluo Continent. It seemed that the only one who had truly achieved godhood using the power of the entire plane was the dragon god from millions of years ago. He created the position of dragon god, leaving the 5 great kings of gods at a loss as to which way was east, south, west, or north. If it weren't for their own issues, the 5 great kings wouldn't have any say in the divine realm now. Thinking about walking this path himself, Qian Renfeng's indifferent heart began to boil. Since he, Qian Renfeng, had come to this world, he could not settle for second place. After becoming a god, he didn't want to have to look at the faces of the 5 great kings. What was the point of becoming a god if he didn't aim for the top? He accepted the task and chose to become a god on his own. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The method of gathering faith has been fully transmitted to your mind, and you can refer to it at any time. Suddenly, a wave of information flooded into Qian Renfeng's mind. After absorbing and digesting all this information, Qian Renfeng felt a great sense of relief in his limbs and bones. With the Spirit Hall as the foundation and the Douluo Continent as support, once the Spirit Hall reigns supreme, he, Qian Renfeng, will also reign supreme. Becoming a god alone was within reach. Just as Qian Renfeng accepted the task, Ningfengji also woke up from his shock. His mind felt a bit dazed, and his breathing was somewhat rapid. Indeed, the Spirit Hall is truly aiming to rule the world. I was right all along. Ningfengji thought to himself. Seeing that Qian Renfeng no longer spoke much, he couldn't help but ask, Your Holiness the Substitute Pope, if you really intend to do this. Won't many common people suffer from the ravages of war? War is inevitable, but after the war, the common people will have hope for a turnaround. Qian Renfeng came back to his senses. Currently, the subsidies for soul masters are still fought for by our Spirit Hall from the 2 great empires. If we do not achieve complete unification, how can we elevate soul masters to a higher position? Ningfengji's mind was greatly shaken. Your Holiness the acting Pope, it seems I have been short-sighted. Since that's the case. Suddenly, a soft moan came from not far away. Ning Rongrong, who was absorbing the Chilua tulip, suddenly opened her eyes. At the same time, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda behind Ning Rongrong inexplicably added 2 more layers, completely transforming into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Ningfengji's gaze was abruptly drawn over. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, his mind was even more shaken. It really broke through the martial soul limit and truly became the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. As soon as he finished speaking, QianXunji's beside Ningfengji had already flashed to Ning Rongrong's side, staring at the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda floating in her palm, his eyes nearly popping out. Fengji, how old are you? Stop being so wishy-washy and make a decision. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda has truly appeared. While observing the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, QianXunji couldn't help but urge Ningfengji, completely resembling a father reprimanding his son. Ningfengji smiled wryly and said, Your Holiness the acting Pope from now on, our 7-treasure glazed tile sect will join the Spirit Hall and become its most loyal ally. However, for the time being, our 7-treasure glazed tile sect is not convenient to move into Spirit City. Since Rongrong has succeeded here, our sect also needs to resolve some matters first. Qian Renfeng responded with an and countered, There's no need for relocation. I only need your decision. Thank you for your understanding, Your Holiness. Ningfengji cupped his hands in salute and said, As for today's favor, I can't think of another solution. Besides, Yu Xiaogang has previously slandered our sect, and you also have old grievances with him. Why not let our 7-treasure glazed tile sect take care of it and eliminate Yu Xiaogang? Consider it a token of our sect's loyalty. Upon hearing this, Qian Renfeng looked at Ningfengji thoughtfully and suddenly understood why Ningfengji was regarded as the most astute person in Douluo Continent. As for the matter with Yu Xiaogang, you can handle it as you see fit. Qian Renfeng murmured lightly. Although some people still don't want him to die, I'll handle the situation there. Ningfengji didn't ask who didn't want Yu Xiaogang to die. After receiving Qian Renfeng's response, He turned to look at the sword Douluo. At this moment, the sword Douluo was still observing Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, too lazy to pay attention to Ning Fengji, and simply used the 7-killing sword to provide a response on his behalf. Just one Yu Xiaogang. What's the big deal about killing him? Who is he? I'm Qian Xin, the sword Douluo, a 96th level super Douluo. Killing a useless person is nothing to me. Just like his previous domineering declaration, Yu Xiaogang only has an old dragon father. If he's angered, he'll be dealt with too. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda has already been established, so everything else is not a problem. Just as Ning Fengji was about to take his leave after making a decision with the sword Douluo, suddenly, Yin, who had come with him, appeared to be in a daze. Her expression became very confused. A layer of fine sweat emerged on her forehead, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing this, a glint flashed in Qian Renfeng's eyes. Chapter 033. Life and death are light. If you don't accept it, just fight. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the eye of ice and fire. The fearsome airflow fell throughout the entire cave, causing many of the celestial herbs present to seem to respond to the descending currents. Not far away, the fiery apricot and the octagonal ice grass reflected a terrifying brilliance. So that's how it is. Qian Renfeng let out a cold snort, finally realizing what was happening. The Qiluo tulip, this extraordinary immortal herb, which would have nearly 200,000 years of cultivation when the Silver Dragon King emerged 20,000 years later, was hailed as the leader of the 6 fierce beasts of the ice and fire yin yang ai. Currently, just over 20,000 years ago, this immortal herb might have had cultivation of over 100,000 years, and it was about to make its presence known. After sorting through his thoughts a bit, Qian Renfeng understood why he encountered such a situation. When Tang San arrived at the ice and fire yin yang ai, he swept away all the immortal herbs here and even severely damaged the true form of the fire apricot, leading to its hatred towards humanity due to the obstruction of its heavenly tribulation. When he picked the Qiluo tulip, he only took a small part and did not harm its root. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that in the normal course of history, when Tang San came to pick the immortal herb, he did not encounter this situation, possibly because he harmed its true form and roots, leading to its absence. In this case, he inadvertently caused a significant outcome. Not harming the roots of the Qiluo tulip instead triggered other events. The current commotion was highly likely to be the Qiluo tulip, the leader of the 6 fierce beasts, about to appear. How audacious! Qian Renfeng shouted lightly, and the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul instantly appeared behind him. The unparalleled domineering power swept around him, centered on the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul. A terrifying black luster intertwined with the suddenly boiling aura of the fairy spirit in this place. 7-treasure, true body. Suddenly, Ning Fengji also sensed something was wrong, and the enormous 7-treasure glazed tower appeared, with terrifying auxiliary boosts all falling onto Qian Renfeng. Sword Douluo also reacted sharply. Without time to continue observing the 9-treasure glazed tower, he stood in front of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, with 2 fingers brought together. His white hair danced in the wind. The 7-killing sword lay horizontally in front of him, the fierce and unmatched killing intent assisting Qian Renfeng. With the enhancement of the 7-treasure true body, Qian Renfeng's aura surged dramatically. Finally, at the moment when the aura of Qian Renfeng exploded, a clear rift suddenly opened in the lake water within the ice and fire yin yang ai. A purple figure walked out, which was none other than the leader of the 6 fierce beasts of the ice and fire yin yang ai, known as Xiang among the many soul beasts. With hands clasped behind, the handsome face was filled with anger. Upon seeing this figure appear, Qian Renfeng was completely convinced that the other party had already cultivated spiritual awareness, and the previous speculation in his heart was very likely the truth. Tang San did not appear when he came because his true body and roots were damaged. Hence he did not show up. Xiang, it was indeed Xiang who came out. It had been a long time since he last saw Xiang, and her strength had improved significantly. These humans were truly despicable for having plucked a part of Xiang's true body. It was unforgivable. Xiang, take action. Upon Xiang's appearance, all the celestial herbs growing in the ice and fire yin yang, I began to emit sounds. Immediately, phantoms formed from these celestial herbs. And although their auras were not as strong as Xiang's, they were still quite shocking. These phantoms appeared, glaring angrily at Qian Renfeng and his group. Your Holiness, the Deputy Pope. What is this? Ning Fengji gulped, his scalp tingling from Xiang's sudden appearance. It seemed like a soul beast, but also not. At this moment, Sword Douluo also looked at Xiang with a stern gaze and said in a deep voice, the spirit of celestial herbs. Everything can cultivate. Humans can, soul beasts can, and celestial herbs can naturally do so as well. This is the spirit of the Chiluo tulip that Ning Rongrong just consumed, and it probably has over 100,000 years of cultivation. Over 100,000 years. Both Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo were shocked. Due to the celestial herbs, the chaotic aura made it impossible for them to see the truth at a glance. But when Qian Renfeng mentioned it, they finally realized what kind of place this was. This cave could even be considered a den for soul beasts. Celestial herbs with over 100,000 years of cultivation. Who would believe that if it were said out loud? Previously, to encounter a 100,000-year soul beast, one had to delve deep into the core area of the Star Do Forest. But in recent days, first encountering a humanoid 100,000-year soul beast like Yin, and now arriving at the ice and fire Yin Yang Ai, encountering a celestial herb with over 100,000 years of cultivation. A gathering of 100,000-year beings? Feeling astonished, realizing that the Xiang before them was a soul beast with over 100,000 years of cultivation, and with so many other extraordinary celestial herbs around. They felt a chill run down their spines. Humans, leave this place. You're not welcome here. If you do not leave, I do not mind taking action. Xiang stood with her hands behind her back, looking indifferently at Qian Renfeng, her aura quite formidable. Ding. Side quest. Detected that the host is currently in the ice and fire Yin Yang Ai, encountering numerous soul beasts. Please choose whether to confront them head-on or leave. The final task reward will be determined based on the host's final choice. Another task? Qian Renfeng was slightly surprised. In recent days, he had received an unusually high number of system tasks. Looking at the requirements of the system tasks, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. With a clanging sound, the death scythe in the hands of the eight-winged fallen angel martial spirit fell into his hands. The cold hilt and the black scythe covered in mysterious runes completely negated the aura of the fairy herbs brought by Xiang as soon as it was grasped. With the assistance of the seven treasure true body, the enhancement provided by Ning Fengji, who was at the peak of Soul Sage, was still very powerful. Now, he really didn't need to give Xiang too much face. Even though there were more than just Xiang among the soul beasts with over 100,000 years of cultivation. Seeing Qian Renfeng's actions, Xiang immediately snorted coldly. Humans, do not be obsessed and ignorant. This is your last warning. If you do not leave, we will annihilate all of you here and turn you into our nourishment. Qian Renfeng smiled slightly at the words. He certainly did not agree with the notion of nourishment. Moreover, he still had system tasks on him. Although he hadn't seen what the final reward would be, it didn't matter. If he were to leave in a huff just because of some warnings from Xiang, he wouldn't be Qian Renfeng anymore. Even if the current situation had no tasks, he only had one answer in his heart. In Qian Renfeng's life dictionary, the creed he adhered to always consisted of 8 words. Life and death are trivial. If you're not satisfied, fight back. Chapter 034. Ain, my son is indeed a scoundrel. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task and successfully making a choice, facing it head-on. Ding. Based on the task evaluation, the host has chosen to face it head-on, and the reward is being integrated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the method to communicate with the golden ancient tree, allowing a communication bridge to be established between yourself and the golden ancient tree. Qian Renfeng raised his eyebrows inexplicably. The system's abrupt prompt almost caught him off guard. The method to communicate with the golden ancient tree? The life core of the Douluo Continent? Establishing a communication bridge with the golden ancient tree would mean that he could connect with the life core of the Douluo Continent himself. Sorting through these thoughts, the previous main quest content resurfaced in his mind. So that's how it is. The tasks given by the system in recent days have all been preparing for me to gather the power of the entire Douluo Continent to achieve godhood on my own. Qian Renfeng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. After understanding the operation of the Mingwu system, a faint smile suddenly appeared in his eyes. For him, a seemingly trivial decision had unexpectedly brought such rich rewards, which was truly an unexpected surprise. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted. A wave of overwhelming energy filled the entire cave, and the spiritual body of the Chiluo tulip unleashed an extremely terrifying local aura. Qian Renfeng's actions completely infuriated him. The Eye of Ice and Fire is his territory, and he will not allow outsiders to act recklessly here. Is his strength not more than over 100,000 years? Qian Renfeng came to his senses and felt the power emanating from the surrounding Chiluo tulip spirit bodies. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind, and Qian Renfeng finally realized where the problem lay. In the Ice and Fire 2EI, any plant life here could achieve tenfold growth and cultivation enhancement. In the later generations during the era when the Silver Dragon King was active, the Qiluo tulip had nearly 200,000 years of cultivation, which was due to the strength it gained after regrowing. And now, he had not harmed the roots of the Qiluo tulip, and it was unknown how many years it had existed here. The accumulated strength over such a long time should not be underestimated. It seems I didn't do something as insane as Tang San, sweeping everything away, and instead brought myself some amusement. Based on the current situation, the growth of this Qiluo tulip should have taken tens of thousands of years, and the cultivation it now displays should have at least started from 300,000 years. Qian Renfeng whispered softly in his heart, and his thoughts gradually became clearer. In the history of Douluo that he understood, after Tang San arrived here, he ruined everything. But there was no mention of the age of these celestial herbs, and the spirit of the Qiluo tulip had not appeared, which made him overlook this point. Having understood all this, Qian Renfeng did not dwell on the issue any longer. The Qiluo tulip, which had reached the level of 300,000 years and had survived 3 heavenly tribulations, was indeed not easy to deal with. Although he could destroy the opponent directly, he would gain no benefits from it. However, the completion of the task just now had alleviated these concerns. Being able to establish a communication bridge with the golden ancient tree, he had various methods to make the Qiluo tulip completely submit. Your Excellency, the substitute pope, this celestial herb spirit seems to have more than 100,000 years of cultivation. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Ning Fengji's forehead. The sudden explosive strength of the Qiluo tulip's spirit made him feel a strain. Although he was not the weakest, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were protected by the sword Douluo, so their impact was not very significant. On the other hand, the pressure he was under was the greatest among everyone. Humans, we do not welcome any evil beings here. Leave. The purple figure continued to snort coldly. As the voice fell, the aura erupting from him became even more powerful. His cold eyes locked tightly onto the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul behind Qian Renfeng, and the black luster that descended made him frown in displeasure. Not welcoming evil beings? Then tell me, what is righteous? What is evil? Qianren's eyes turned cold. The channel for communicating with the ancient golden tree was completely opened. In an instant, an endless surge of vitality erupted beside him, merging the remaining breath of life with the chilling aura of the 8-winged fallen angel spirit. It was a power akin to chaos, ruthlessly suppressing the Qiluo tulip town. There was not the slightest hesitation. Qian Renfeng did not give Douluo Continent any face. Just because of his martial soul, he was directly defined as an evil person, which is truly absurd. There are always 8-winged fallen angel martial souls, and the other 2 martial souls can also be considered sinister types. However, in the 20 years he has been on Douluo Continent, he has never indiscriminately killed an innocent person. Is it possible to bear the name of evil like this? Douluo Continent's command suddenly frowned, as if a chaotic force completely crushed down on him. The figure still standing on the 2 springs of ice and fire suddenly knelt down under the suppression. Even though it was just a spirit body, one could still clearly see a layer of cold sweat appearing on its forehead, feeling quite uncomfortable. The breath of life. This aura seemed to make Douluo Continent think of a very terrifying guess, and his expression suddenly became very shocked. The core of life. It can't be wrong. This is definitely the breath of the core of life. Could my judgment really be wrong? Douluo Continent thought to himself. He did not believe that the core of life would actively approach a person he deemed evil. Yet now, the matter was truly happening right before his eyes. Douluo Continent. I take into account that the celestial treasures grow with difficulty, and I did not harm the roots and stems, yet you define me as evil. Now, tell me your answer again. Suddenly, Qian Renfeng's voice rang out. As the voice fell, an unparalleled domineering aura pressed down on Douluo Continent again, alongside the chaotic power. Because Qian Renfeng communicated with the golden ancient tree, a rich breath of life erupted, and the somewhat muddled Yin, influenced by Douluo Continent, gradually reacted. Although muddled, everything that had just happened was imprinted in her mind. Looking at the suppressed spirit body of Douluo Continent, feeling the dense breath of life within that chaotic power, Yin's expression became very strange. Beneath the strangeness was a hint of unacceptability. The power of the core of life. We plant beings have known since we gained consciousness that the core of life is the source of life for all living beings. Those who can approach the core of life must be sincere and trustworthy and cannot be associated with evil. If that is the case, then everything the previous acting pope said has come true. Thinking of how she was inexplicably resurrected, combined with the current situation, Yin's mind was buzzing. Her son, whom she carried for 10 months, is truly not a good thing. He is a real scoundrel? Chapter 035. The change in Spirit City, BibiDong's fury. I am blind and have offended the Great One chosen by the core of life. I am willing to redeem myself by submitting. Finally, after a fierce internal struggle, Douluo Continent made his answer again. The things Ayin was thinking in her mind were also imagined by him. Just thinking about how he had defined a person who was to be close to the core of life as evil. Douluo Continent couldn't help but feel a wave of shame. Thus, you can continue to cultivate here when I need it. I will come here to take some of your branches and leaves. Apart from me, no outsiders are allowed to come here. Qian Renfeng commanded, and Douluo Continent stood up. Yes. Douluo Continent's complete submission also brought Ayin back to reality from her wild thoughts. It seemed really possible. If even Douluo Continent said so, then it was indeed the case. Ayin's thoughts were very complicated. At this moment, she stood beside Qian Renfeng, seeing his extraordinarily handsome profile. Her gaze became somewhat dazed. Your Holiness, the substitute pope, what you mentioned earlier about Tang San and his teacher, is it really all conclusive evidence? Ayin's tone was very complex. Upon hearing this, Qian Renfeng glanced at Ayin's complex expression and replied indifferently, if you want to know my answer, just stay by my side honestly. Ayin softly replied. Agreeing to Qian Renfeng's request, Ayin felt the stone in her heart growing larger, making her chest feel increasingly heavy. It was uncomfortable and very oppressive. With a bitter smile, Ayin couldn't help but murmur to herself, perhaps this is the best way for me right now. If the previous speculations were true, then Tang Hao had indeed deceived me for too long. Knowing that I had been resurrected, he might try to take action against me again. Staying by this substitute pope's side might offer some protection, right? On the other side, the sudden display of power by Douluo Tulip indeed made Ning Fengji feel quite uneasy for a moment. However, upon seeing Douluo Tulip submit like this, the uncomfortable pressure disappeared, and he instantly became dumbfounded. Substitute Pope, has everything been resolved? Ning Fengji asked in astonishment. Qian Renfeng replied, it's already resolved. The matters of this trip can be concluded here. Ning Fengji, upon hearing this, clasped his hands in salute and said, since that's the case, I will take my leave first. The sect has many affairs to attend to, including the matters I just agreed to, so I won't linger here. If the acting pope has any needs from our sect, just send someone to inform us. Our sect stands united, and we won't be vague. Seeing Ning Fengji say this, Jian Douluo also put away his 7-killing sword and said, acting pope, then I will return with Fengji and little Rongrong. Go ahead. Qian Renfeng responded with a sound and watched as Sword Douluo took Ning Fengji and the others away from here. Soon, the entire ice and fire yin-yang, I was left with only the numerous immortal herbs, and the two of them, him and Ayin. We should be leaving too. Qian Renfeng lightly whispered a word, gently grasping Ayin's exquisitely smooth shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished from the place. Below, the Douluo tulips and other fairy herbs all spoke in unison. We bid farewell to you, my lord. Half a month later, in Wuhuan City, two figures entered the city. It was Qian Renfeng and Ayin, who had returned after leaving the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Knowing that Wuhuan City was an absolute realm, Ayin felt relief from her previous worries of being hunted while following Qian Renfeng, and she began to observe her surroundings. Seeing countless soul masters patrolling within Wuhuan City, she was slightly shocked. Indeed, it deserves its reputation as the place with the most soul masters on the continent. Did Tang Hao plan for me to expose myself back then when he said he would take me to train in Wuhuan City? Are you done looking? Just as Ayin was lost in thought, Qian Renfeng's cold voice rang in her ears. Coming back to her senses, Ayin said nothing and obediently followed behind Qian Renfeng as they walked through Wuhuan City. Qian Renfeng's gaze was cold and sharp as he watched the soul masters passing by him. His brows furrowed slightly. The Soul Master City has always had tight defenses. However, after he took power, he did not deliberately strengthen this aspect. Yet the current situation is even more stringent than before he left, which is significantly different from the norm. Something feels off? Qian Renfeng whispered softly, keeping this matter in mind, and soon brought Ayin to the outside of the Pope's hall. Greetings, Elder. Greetings, Elder. The Soul Masters guarding outside the Pope's hall immediately saluted Qian Renfeng upon seeing him return. Hearing the title Elder, a look of realization flashed in Qian Renfeng's eyes. However, he did not directly express his anger towards these soul masters. Qian Renfeng walked straight into the Pope's hall with Ayin. As they entered the towering gates, they saw BibiDong, dressed in a light robe, sitting in the Pope's position. The Pope's scepter was held in her hand, and her jade-like hand gently moved over the scepter. A crisp sound echoed in the hall, while many soul masters knelt on one knee on either side. With her legs crossed, her fair and delicate legs exposed to the air stirred the nerves of many. Upon seeing Qian Renfeng return, Bibi Dong calmly scanned the throne from above. Her eyes were very calm, but her face bore a look of anger. In such a scene, Qian Renfeng has already understood what happened. No wonder the guards at the door only referred to him as elder and not as the true acting pope. His good mother, having abdicated for less than a month, can no longer sit still. She wants to regain power. He sneered coldly in his heart, considering the recent events. Qian Renfeng understands perfectly why Bibi Dong suddenly acted this way. It seems that you want to take back the authority. Qian Renfeng calmly met Bibi Dong's gaze, his voice deep and powerful, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's figure on the throne suddenly disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was already in front of Qian Renfeng. The cold gazes of the mother and son collided. I said I would give you 3 years of power, but you have barely held it for a month. Look at what you have done. Bibi Dong coldly snorted. Do you know that what you are doing will ruin our spirit hall's preparations that have been in place for decades? The preparations are not yet complete. The final plan has not been implemented, and any reckless actions of yours will lead to extremely serious chain reactions. Have you ever considered the consequences? Listening quietly to Bibi Dong's questioning, Qian Renfeng smiled faintly, not showing any signs of weakness as he looked back at Bibi Dong. Is it really just for this reason? They say that no one knows a child better than their mother. The power is already in my hands, and I never said I would return it to you. Do you think that's possible? My dear mother. Chapter 036. The Maternal Killing Proof. His voice seemed gentle, yet it revealed endless frost. Bibi Dong frowned tightly, listening to Qian Renfeng's words, and retorted sharply. I am doing this for the good of the entire spirit hall. Your actions have already jeopardized our entire plan. If the plan changes, our spirit hall will have to pay a greater price to get it back on track, and it will also alert the enemy. Looking at the face so close to him, seeing the features of Bibi Dong that could drive countless men crazy, her long eyelashes trembled slightly. They could feel each other's warm breaths, and Qian Renfeng smiled faintly. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has already joined my spirit hall. Do you still think I'm acting recklessly? Huh? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School joining the spirit hall? This means Bibi Dong was surprised in her heart. A bold idea emerged in her mind, and she had already figured out the meaning of Qian Renfeng's words. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, one of the top 3 sects, possesses the most powerful support spirit in the entire Douluo Continent. With such a sect joining the spirit hall, she understood how significant this was. Clang! Suddenly, while Bibi Dong was still in shock and had no time to react, she felt a cold sensation on her neck. Behind Qian Renfeng, the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul had already appeared, and the death scythe was gently held in his hand, its blade resting against Bibi Dong's neck. Qian Renfeng, what do you want to do? Bibi Dong shouted angrily. The numerous soul masters kneeling around, as well as the ghosts already in the Pope's hall, were all stunned, looking in disbelief at Qian Renfeng, who suddenly brandished the death scythe against Bibi Dong's neck. Elder Qian Renfeng, is this because the authority of the acting Pope has been stripped away, and you are preparing to take direct action against the current Pope? Is there going to be a bloody power struggle in the Pope's palace? You understand my character clearly, and I also know yours well. In front of me, my dear mother, there is no need for you to harbor any little thoughts. There is a saying among the people, one who does not give birth and raise cannot repay. One who is born but not raised can only repay with severed fingers. The day I sever my fingers will be the day I permanently suppress you, and it will also be the day I slay my mother to prove my path. My dear mother, you must think this through. The Grim Reaper's scythe transformed into light and shadow and disappeared. Qian Renfeng used a sound that only 2 people could hear to inform Bibi Dong of everything. Today's events, he could guess with his eyes closed what it was all about. Bibi Dong suddenly wanting to reclaim the papal authority was merely due to what had happened at Shrek Academy. She pretended to be a heartless person, but deep down, she had always been thinking about someone. This little thought could fool others, but try to fool him was simply unrealistic. BibiDong's face suddenly turned pale. Even though the Grim Reaper's scythe had disappeared and the cold sensation around her neck had completely vanished, her heart still felt cold. Did I really make a mistake? In the past, Feng had shown more closeness to me than Shuer, but now it seemed that Feng's closeness to me was even more distant than Shue's. Born without nurturing, is severing ties the only way to repay? Are we really going to reach this point? Bibi Dong felt flustered. Since QianXunji's death, she had held the papal authority for many years and had never admitted to feeling flustered. But today, Bibi Dong felt her heart in disarray. Her cheeks were as pale as snow, showing no trace of color, while Qian Renfeng looked on indifferently. He passed by BibiDong and took step by step towards the papal seat. It was his thing, and without his consent, no one could take it away. Even if it was BibiDong, even if BibiDong carried the title of his biological mother, BibiDong did not stop Qian Renfeng's actions. Until Qian Renfeng sat back on the papal seat, she did not even try to say a word. Ghostly charm. The patrols of soul masters in the soul master city are too dense, severely affecting the normal lives of the people. You need to be responsible for arranging this. Adjusting the patrol system back to the previous mode and informing all major branches. For the awakening of soul masters among commoners, we can increase the manpower and then arrange a team to go to various soul master subchambers to send the records of soul masters awakened among commoners in recent years to the soul master city. Ghostly charm shivered all over. He hurriedly knelt on one knee and responded, I will strictly follow the orders of the acting pope. But why do we need to gather the records of commoners awakening soul masters from all over? When doing things, there is no need for so many questions. Qian Renfeng snorted lightly. For soul masters, the understanding at different levels varies. The powerful can know more, while the weak are limited to their own small territory. Qian Renfeng still remembers. In the spirit hall of Nodding City, the blind Douluo Su Yuntao once made a mistake in judgment. Now the plan is to gather all those who might be overlooked, allowing them to have better development prospects. To achieve the feat of becoming a god with the power of the entire plane is not something that can be accomplished merely by speaking. The glory of the spirit hall cannot be diminished by Douluo Continent, as it will ultimately be lacking. He does not wish for those overlooked talents to help him, nor does he have the time to wait for them to grow. What he wants is simply for the world to clearly distinguish who is truly working for the common people. Yes, Gue Mei responded, standing on one side and no longer asking further questions. BibiDong took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at Qian Renfeng, who was methodically arranging many matters from the position of Pope. After finishing the tasks here, go meet your grandfather. He has something to discuss with you. Understood. Qian Renfeng should follow with, continue to devote thoughts to the arrangements. Half an hour passed before he managed to sort out numerous affairs, and with a flash of his body, he appeared at the entrance of the Pope's palace. Ignoring BibiDong, who was still inside the palace, he left directly. Watching Qian Renfeng leave and seeing Ein following by his side, Gue Mei suddenly appeared beside BibiDong and said in a low voice, Your Holiness, are we really going to follow the arrangements made by the acting Pope? Increasing the manpower at various branches and collecting data is not a small workload. It will likely have a significant impact on the overall plan of the Spirit Hall. Gue Mei asked in a low voice. BibiDong sighed softly. Let's do as he requests. Who would have thought before that we could have the 7 treasure, glazed tile, sect join our Spirit Hall? After saying this, BibiDong looked at the figure of Qian Renfeng, which had completely disappeared, and felt a deep sense of emotion. In the Spirit Hall now, it seems no one can stop his steps. If I want to regain power, I'm afraid I can only wait until the day I completely succeed. Chapter 037. The two beauties arrive, BibiDong and Hulayina. In the Elder Hall, a huge angel statue stands here. A faint golden light falls from the sky, making the entire hall feel like it is immersed in holiness. Under the angel statue, a figure stands with their back to the main entrance, hands clasped behind them, as if they exist and yet do not exist. Has arrived? Qian Douluo suddenly turned around. Looking at Qian Renfeng, who had already entered the main hall, he spoke in a gentle voice. You have arrived. Qian Renfeng replied. Qian Douluo chuckled softly, not minding Qian Renfeng's usual indifference. His tone was somewhat weary. Actually, she didn't do anything wrong. She just underestimated your abilities. As for you two siblings, it's better to ease the relationship with her if possible. Schwer doesn't know about the events of that year, but I believe you must know. It was our Qian family that wronged her. Qian Renfeng hummed in agreement. Indeed, it was my scumbag father who wronged her. As long as she hasn't crossed the line, there is still room for negotiation. Qian Douluo sighed. Grandpa knows that you're a person with strong opinions, so he won't persuade you too much on this matter. You and Schwer have both lacked paternal love since childhood and have never experienced maternal love. I hope that one day you two siblings can make up for some of these shortcomings. Speaking of which, Qian Douluo skillfully shifted the topic. All right, let's get back to business. Why have you never told Grandpa about your twin martial souls? When you awakened your martial soul, I actually misjudged it and didn't recognize that the scythe on your 8-winged fallen angel martial soul was also one of your martial souls. I've nearly walked through my entire life, and I didn't expect to make such a mistake in my old age. Qian Douluo was momentarily speechless, shaking his head in helplessness and sighing. Qian Renfeng did not clarify that he was not just a dual life, but a triple life. He simply replied, The brilliance is too overwhelming, making it easy to make mistakes. Properly concealing one's light and biding one's time is also essential. Qian Douluo, it sounds very reasonable. Yet I find myself completely unable to refute it. Forget it, forget it. Since you have already reached the level of a Title Douluo and possess twin martial souls, I won't say much more. I'll just wait to see your final achievements. However, since you have twin martial souls and your first martial soul has already reached the level of Title Douluo, you can start considering the matter of bestowing spirit rings for your second martial soul. Regarding the soul rings for your second martial soul, you can confidently and boldly leave the spirit hall to prepare. As long as I am alive for a day, no one can come to the spirit city to cause trouble. Qian Renfeng nodded. With a peak strength of level 99, unless encountering a god, and with Qian Douluo Station in Spirit City, there really isn't anyone who can cause trouble here. Even that big hammer, or Poseidon himself. The title of Invincible in the Sky is not just for show. It's difficult to gain any advantage here with Qian Douluo around. I will consider this matter. But for now, there is no rush. When it comes to the second spirit ring, it's better to be cautious than hasty. Qian Douluo did not refute. Then go ahead and do it. As a soul master, reaching level 100 and becoming a god, Grandpa has no hope of reaching the divine level in this lifetime. But I still hope to see you and Schwer reach that step. Qian Renfeng remained silent, giving a faint smile before leaving the elder hall. Just as he reached the door, a streak of light suddenly rushed in from behind. This is the order of my grand elder. Although I've already conveyed the decree and the elders will follow your commands, holding this order will make things more convenient for you. The voice of Qian Douluo came over. After this sound fell, he turned around again to face the angel statue. Qian Renfeng did not turn around, waved his hand to receive the order from the great elder, and walked towards the outside of the hall. Qian Douluo's intentions were obvious. He wanted the entire elder hall to assist him with the matter of his second martial soul's soul ring. The stronger the available power, the higher quality soul beasts could be hunted, leading to even more terrifying improvements in strength. Before long, Qian Renfeng had returned to his small courtyard. Just as he reached the entrance, Ain, whom he had placed there, was already waiting at the door. You didn't go in? Qian Renfeng asked. Ain smiled wryly. She has arrived. As she spoke, Ain felt as if she were dreaming. As a 100,000-year soul beast, she was in the very core of the spirit hall. Moreover, in the small courtyard, there was also a Title Douluo present. Such a situation was hard not to feel surreal, but at that moment, Ain was not lost in thoughts of fantasy. Instead, she was thoughtfully looking at Qian Renfeng. Qian Renfeng understood. There was no need for Ain to explain too much. He already knew who she was in Yin's words. Pushing open the courtyard gate, he immediately saw BibiDong sitting by the stone table in the courtyard. Not only BibiDong, but her disciple, Hulaina, was also accompanying her. At that moment, BibiDong was flipping through a book, her expression cold and elegant, while Hulaina gently massaged BibiDong's shoulders. The three beauties of the spirit hall, BibiDong, Hulaina, and Qian Renxue. Any one of them was enough to drive countless men mad with pursuit. Qian Renfeng did not expect that two would suddenly arrive today. In the past, while BibiDong would come, Hulaina would never accompany her. Today, however, BibiDong brought Hulaina along, which was somewhat unclear in meaning. Noticing Qian Renfeng's return, BibiDong did not even lift her gaze, still focused on the book in her hands, but her voice still rang out. Your style of doing things is too strong. When the water is full, it overflows. It needs to change, BibiDong said softly. She closed the book in her hands and calmly looked at Qian Renfeng. Qian Renfeng frowned slightly. Is it necessary to change her overly strong style of doing things? Is she still unwilling to accept the previous situation and still wants to reclaim all the authority that belongs to the Pope? Qian Renfeng thought to himself. He clearly understood that the one who was wrong was not BibiDong, but rather his scumbag father and that useless piece of trash who had always kept BibiDong in the dark. Although the words spoken by Qian Douluo in the Elder Hall still echoed in his mind, his expression had completely turned cold. In the Pope's hall, he had said everything he needed to say, yet BibiDong's actions at this moment made him feel uneasy. In an instant, the eight-winged fallen angel martial spirit appeared behind him, and the Grim Reaper's scythe slid into his hand. It seemed like you couldn't wait to see me break my fingers, could you? Qian Renfeng walked towards BibiDong while speaking. The blade of the Death Goddess scythe struck the bluestone slab, shattering it into pieces. A series of sparks suddenly appeared around the blade of the Death Goddess scythe, accompanied by the harsh sound of the blade, making contact with the bluestone. Chapter 038. Confident BibiDong, 2,000 recommended tickets for extra update. The sound of crackling flames filled the air. Hulaina, who was massaging BibiDong's shoulders, suddenly became anxious. Your Holiness the Substitute Pope, My teacher isn't here to cause you trouble. My teacher has come to deliver something to you. Hulaina quickly stepped forward. Looking at Qian Renfeng's menacing demeanor, she felt a deep fear in her heart, yet she still positioned herself between BibiDong and Qian Renfeng, appearing genuinely willing to sacrifice herself for BibiDong. Qian Renfeng's footsteps slightly paused. He looked at Hulaina with a very complex expression, then turned to BibiDong. Throughout her life, BibiDong had not encountered a good man, but she had a good disciple like Hulaina, which could be considered a blessing and misfortune. Seeing that Qian Renfeng had come to a standstill, Hulaina hurriedly wanted to say something, but BibiDong's hand gently pressed on her shoulder. Laina, don't act rashly. If he truly wants to fight with me, even if you wish to help your teacher, it won't be of any use. Hulaina was anxious, but teacher, we clearly didn't come looking for trouble. We need to explain. No need to say more. BibiDong signaled Hulaina to stop, and with a flick of her hand, the book in her possession immediately transformed into an illusion and flew towards Qian Renfeng. Qian Renfeng waved his hand to grasp the book, and all the content on the pages jumped into view. What are the precautions for cultivating twin martial souls? Qian Renfeng whispered softly. The content in the book truly surprised him. You have a twin martial soul. With your aggressive behavior, if you absorb the soul ring of your second martial soul, your style will lead to your downfall, BibiDong said. The death god scythe transformed into a beam of light and vanished, and the eight-winged fallen angel martial soul also dissipated. Qian Renfeng smiled and said, You want to ease the relationship between us? I am doing this for the entire Spirit Hall's plan. Your approach is too aggressive. In the same style, during the absorption of the second spirit ring will inevitably lead to failure. BibiDong explained. Listening to BibiDong's half-hearted explanation, Qian Renfeng continued to flip through the contents of the book, and from the handwriting, he could tell it was written by BibiDong herself. In such a short time since he went to the Elder Hall, BibiDong had prepared this document. The ink was not yet completely dry, and there were many corrections made after initial mistakes, indicating that BibiDong took this matter of the twin martial souls seriously. He couldn't help but smile wryly. BibiDong, the woman who had never fulfilled a mother's responsibilities since he and Qian Renxue were born, was giving him such a book at this moment. The cultivation of twin martial souls encounters many problems when absorbing the second spirit ring. At this point, you need to change your past dominance. Once you encounter anomalies during the absorption process, you cannot force the absorption to continue. If mishandled, you will never reach the true peak, and even then, you will still be hindered. At this point, BibiDong looked at Qian Renfeng with a meaningful expression. She spoke with great confidence, thinking of her inheritance of the Rakshasa god's divine test, and did not believe there was anything wrong with her words. What if one is as powerful as a Title Douluo? In the end, they only have a few hundred years of lifespan. Without becoming a god, everything is just an illusion. Your talent is indeed outstanding, but the cultivation of a soul master throughout their life also requires countless opportunities. BibiDong spoke again. Qian Renfeng smiled and shifted his gaze from BibiDong to Hulaina. Hulaina, you go out and wait. Hearing this, Hulaina looked towards BibiDong. The scene of Qian Renfeng holding the death scythe had a significant impact on her. Now, being suddenly told to go out, Laina, Qian Renfeng is now the acting pope, holding the authority of the pope. As a member of the Spirit Hall, you should just follow the arrangement. BibiDong said softly. Even as she said this to Hulaina, her gaze did not leave Qian Renfeng for a moment. Hulaina, anxious, stomped her foot. Looking at Qian Renfeng's exceptionally handsome face, a slight blush appeared on her cheeks. However, she quickly controlled her emotions, reluctantly glanced at BibiDong, and left the small courtyard unwillingly. Laina has already left. What do you want to say? BibiDong asked. Qian Renfeng sat in front of BibiDong. Although you value her and plan to make her the saintess of the Spirit Hall in the future, there are some things that she is not at her current level to know. BibiDong fell silent. After a slight adjustment, without waiting for Qian Renfeng to continue, she spoke up. If you have any questions about the twin martial souls, feel free to ask. I won't keep it to myself. Remember our agreement. I will only give you 3 years. After 3 years, I will reclaim the authority of the Pope, regardless of whether you are willing at that time. Qian Renfeng remained silent as he poured 2 cups of hot tea from the table. I've said it before. Things I don't want to let go of cannot be taken away by anyone. When the time comes, it won't be up to you. BibiDong took a deep breath. Although you possess twin martial souls, don't forget that I also have twin martial souls, and I have been at the Title Douluo level for many more years than you. That day, I indeed didn't have the intention to kill you, which is why I gave you power. Otherwise, even your grandfather wouldn't be able to take the position of Pope. At this point, BibiDong's aura became much stronger. From the moment Qian Renfeng ended his concealment, she felt as if she had been on the losing end. Especially earlier in the Pope's palace. Qian Renfeng had even placed the death god's scythe against her neck, and just now he had seemed ready to strike. BibiDong believed she needed to assert her authority as a mother. Sensing BibiDong's thoughts, Qian Renfeng smiled and finished a cup of hot tea. Then walked towards the flowers and plants in the small courtyard, turning his back on BibiDong, who was trying to reclaim her dignity. So you mean, after 3 years, you can use absolute strength to take back power? Qian Renfeng spoke softly. BibiDong snorted coldly. How you understand that is your business. In any case, you only have 3 years. As her words fell, BibiDong thought of her inheritance of the divine position. A semblance of authority that had disappeared for a long time gradually appeared on her face. Watching Qian Renfeng turn his back to her, she felt a little better knowing that she had managed to regain the upper hand in the current situation. Click! Qian Renfeng picked up a pair of scissors, and the sound of trimming flowers and plants echoed, accompanied by his voice, relying on the inherited Rakshasa, divine position. Chapter 039, BibiDong's Tears. What? BibiDong's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. She looked at Qian Renfeng, who was trimming the flowers and plants, admiring his tall figure. Deep in her heart, she was already shaken to the core. How could he possibly know? It was impossible for anyone to know about my inheritance of the Rakshasa, divine position. How did Fengwen know? BibiDong was in a state of turmoil. Seeing Qian Renfeng had turned around, she stared at his chiseled face, her heart racing. For her, the Rakshasa, divine position, was her final secret and her ultimate trump card. To ensure that her inheritance could proceed smoothly, she was certain that she had never told anyone. So it was naturally impossible for others to find out, including Qin Douluo, the true strongest of the spirit hall. She was 100% certain he could at most sense the divine aura on her, but he couldn't possibly know the specifics. Qian Renfeng, this piece of flesh that fell from her, this son who has hardly fulfilled his duties as a mother, can clearly know that she inherits the Rakshasa, divine position. How do you know? BibiDong took a deep breath. A layer of frost hung on her beautiful face as she asked word by word. My martial soul. Qian Renfeng answered very simply, providing a barely convincing reason. BibiDong's eyes narrowed slightly. Relying on your 8-winged, fallen angel martial soul? The attraction of the same source aura? Since you know this, you still come forcefully to demand the power in my hands. You can understand it like this. Qian Renfeng put down the flower scissors and said nonchalantly, since you know, why should you still be concerned? Moreover, if you truly become a god, I have the ability to deal with it. In the worst-case scenario, I can also take precautions. This made BibiDong break down. She gasped for air. Every word and every sentence Qian Renfeng spoke hit her heart like a heavy hammer. Worst-case scenario, taking precautions? How could BibiDong not understand the meaning of Qian Renfeng's words? Combined with what happened before, if it really came to that point. Did Qian Renfeng plan to sever his fingers to repay the debt of childbirth? Then embark on that path of slaughter? Her face turned pale. BibiDong dared not continue thinking about this issue. When Qian Renfeng and Qian Renxue were younger, she had thought about suffocating both children to death. Although Qian Douluo had always protected them well. But if she truly wanted to kill them, Qian Douluo couldn't possibly protect them all the time. She had enough opportunities to succeed. Every time she thought about how they were her own flesh and blood, on the brink of taking that final step, she couldn't bring herself to do it, ultimately allowing Qian Douluo to notice and save them. Now, thinking about the possibility of Qian Renfeng embarking on a path of patricide to prove one's way, her heart trembled, and her mind was in chaos. Perhaps it was because I didn't watch you grow up. I truly don't understand you. You are even harder to comprehend than her. BibiDong stood up, leaving behind this sentence as she walked toward the courtyard. Her back appeared rather desolate. At this moment, BibiDong had none of the previous authority of a pope. She seemed like a person who had lost completely. Her proud trump card had been seen through, and hearing Qian Renfeng's resolute words made her feel utterly defeated. Qian Renfeng was silent. The moment he saw BibiDong about to leave the courtyard, his cold voice softened slightly. If the Rakshasa God test encounters any problems, you can tell me. Before the final moment arrives, you are still my mother. BibiDong's body trembled slightly. Strong as she was, a single crystal tear fell from the corner of her eye, ultimately dissipated by the soul power in the air. Her steps quickened significantly. BibiDong completely vanished from the courtyard. Qian Renfeng's last words struck deep into the softest part of her heart. Her heart was in chaos. Outside the courtyard, Hulaina was anxiously stamping her feet. From time to time, she glanced towards the courtyard gate, her cheeks filled with worry. Not hearing any major commotion from inside the courtyard only heightened her unease. And several times she wanted to rush in, but recalling BibiDong's admonitions, she managed to control herself after much effort. Teacher? Just as Hulaina was about to lose her composure, BibiDong's figure walked out from the courtyard. Seeing BibiDong emerge unscathed, Hulaina's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Teacher, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Why didn't you let me accompany you just now? What would I do if something happened to you? Hulaina hurriedly stepped forward and grasped BibiDong's hands. At that moment, she completely disregarded BibiDong's usual authority, examining her hands closely before circling around her. Teacher, did the acting empress do anything to you? After confirming that BibiDong was unharmed, Hulaina anxiously asked again. It's fine. No need to worry, BibiDong sighed lightly. We've delayed long enough. Let's go back. As her voice fell, BibiDong cast a complex glance back at Qian Renfeng's small courtyard. The crisp sound of high heels echoed as BibiDong's figure gradually moved away, and before long, she had already walked quite far. Hulaina did not move immediately. With a pained expression, she watched BibiDong's departing figure. Although she did not know exactly what had happened in the courtyard, she sensed that BibiDong's emotions were very unusual at that moment. The current BibiDong seemed like a different person compared to the authoritative teacher in her memories. And all of this was merely due to what had just transpired in the courtyard. Those things she was unaware of? After pondering for a long time, Hulaina glanced at the small courtyard, silently making a decision in her heart, and quickly set off to catch up with BibiDong. In the blink of an eye, she was right behind BibiDong, trailing her closely. On top of the courtyard wall, Qian Renfeng's figure quietly appeared here, silently watching BibiDong's gradually receding silhouette, and then looking at Hulaina, who had already caught up with BibiDong. A trace of seriousness crossed his brows. Hulaina is indeed a good disciple. She finally encountered the right person in her life. However, recalling the way Hulaina looked back at the small courtyard, Qian Renfeng softly murmured and reined in his thoughts, shifting his focus back to BibiDong's matters. On his calm face, there was no trace of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness, but beneath the furrowed brows, many glimmers of light were flashing. In normal development, after Xiao Shui opened the angel god examination, she completed the divine position inheritance in no time. That guy Tang San opened the sea god examination and also completed the divine position inheritance in a short time. She started her divine examination much earlier than the two of them, yet in the end, she succeeded later than both. What exactly is the content of the Rakshasa god examination? What problems is she facing? Chapter 040. Late night little fox, Hulaina comes to visit. Thoughts are boundless. Qian Renfeng hadn't thought through the matter for a long time. Regarding BibiDong, he actually knew very little, limited to the fact that she inherited the position of the Rakshasa god. More information needed to be dug up. However, one thing he could be certain of was that BibiDong must have secrets she and T revealed regarding the inheritance of the divine position. It was precisely because of this that she had not been successful. Otherwise, with BibiDong's talent, it would be impossible for her to take longer than Qian Renxue and Tang San to inherit a divine position. In the known history of Douluo Continent, she was the first person to restrain the backlash of twin martial souls, and also the youngest Title Douluo after Tang Hao, aside from him. With such talent, neither Qian Renxue nor Tang San could compare, and there was no reason for her to need so much time. Well, this matter could be discussed later. By the time I am able to become a god on my own, any malevolent spirits will be crushed. Qian Renfeng suppressed these thoughts about the Rakshasa god test and kept them in his heart. You can come in. Suppressing these ideas, Qian Renfeng looked at Ayin, who was still waiting outside, and once again displayed his dominant side. Once Ayin entered the courtyard, Qian Renfeng pointed to an empty room. That room is temporarily for you to use. Whether you want to cultivate or do something else, it's up to you. As the voice fell, Qian Renfeng threw a token towards Ayin. This token will ensure your safety within the Spirit Hall, and you can move freely in Spirit City. With this token, no one will dare to confront you, but your activities are limited to Spirit City. Step outside the city, and I wouldn't mind bestowing 100,000-year soul ring upon my second spirit. Ayin accepted the token without a word, placing it solemnly down, still feeling as if she were dreaming. Being in Spirit City not only allowed her to move freely, but also provided her with protection from Qian Renfeng's token. No matter how one looked at it, this did not seem like the life of a mere prisoner. A warmth spread in her heart as Ayin realized that the balance in her heart had tilted unconsciously. Indeed, he was a person chosen by the core of life, and his actions were indeed upright. But why did he treat me so differently in the relationship of interest between humans and spirit beasts? Was it merely because of what he had said to me before? Lost in these heavy thoughts, Ayin saw that Qian Renfeng had closed his eyes and begun to cultivate in the courtyard. She gently bit her red lip, her blue light shirt swaying slightly in the wind. Her gaze fell complexly on Qian Renfeng, recalling BibiDong, who had just left here not long ago. Or perhaps it was because of BibiDong? Or was it that I shared a similar story with BibiDong? Observing the cold yet not completely severed relationship between him and BibiDong, Ain was deeply puzzled. She wanted to explore the truth, but found herself at a loss. After sorting through her thoughts, she took another look at Qian Renfeng before walking towards her room, filled with questions, leaving Qian Renfeng alone in the courtyard to cultivate in silence. That night, the sky darkened and Spirit City became very quiet. Around the Spirit Hall, apart from patrolling Spirit Masters, everyone else had gone to rest early. BibiDong's palace was also very peaceful. After enjoying a milk bath, BibiDong lay on the bed in thin gauze, her eyes tightly closed. Meanwhile, Hulayina, who had not left since BibiDong's arrival, was squatting in front of BibiDong's bed, gently tidying her somewhat messy pink hair. After sorting everything out, Hulayina was about to tiptoe away when BibiDong suddenly opened her eyes. "Nar." BibiDong's voice rang out. "Teacher, you're not asleep yet?" Hulayina trembled slightly and asked softly. BibiDong did not respond, her autumn-like eyes staring at the ceiling for a long time, before her cold voice spoke again. "Nar, do you think I have ever missed anything?" "I'm sorry, teacher." Hulayina suddenly knelt in front of BibiDong's bed. "It was my fault for waking you up. Please punish me. Tell me, have I ever missed anything?" BibiDong asked again, not responding to Hulayina's request for punishment. Hulayina immediately replied, "Nar doesn't know what happened between you and His Majesty the Acting Pope, but whether you are right or wrong, Nader will always stay by your side. Even if it costs me my life, I will never leave you. You truly don't know, do you?" BibiDong sighed inwardly, elegantly sitting up and allowing Hulayina to sit beside her. A gentleness that had never been shown appeared beside Hulayina. "It seems I have indeed taken in a good disciple. With your words, I can rest assured. However, I must remind you not to go against him or offend him." Hulayina did not want to nod, but facing BibiDong's gradually stern yet sorrowful gaze, she ultimately nodded. "Nader will heed your teachings." "Teacher, it's late. You should rest," Hulayina said while helping BibiDong lie down, gently massaging her arms. It was only after more than an hour, confirming that BibiDong had truly fallen asleep, that she carefully left. Sigh. Just as she left, Hulayina heard a sigh from BibiDong's bedroom. Her body trembled, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she whispered, "So teacher's sleep was just an act for me. She must still be troubled by what happened during the day. What on earth happened at that time?" Her heart ached like a knife. Hulayina's heart was in complete disarray. Although BibiDong was just her teacher, she had always treated her as a mother. Now feeling BibiDong's sorrow, the emotions in her heart were indescribable. After a long time, Hulayina wiped her tears and looked towards the direction of Qian Renfeng's courtyard. The night was deep and the wind was still blowing. Retracting her gaze, Hulayina worried that BibiDong was concerned about her. After returning to her own courtyard, she went through her usual routine and went to bed for over half an hour before getting up and leaving the room again. Under the cover of night, Hulayina quickly made her way towards where Qian Renfeng was. The alluring figure of the fox moved with a determined resolve through the darkness. Chapter 041, Saintess Hulayina. After the starfall, 3,000 recommendation votes for an update creak. The door opened, revealing a strangely empty courtyard. Just as Hulayina arrived at Qian Renfeng's courtyard, Qian even reacted when the courtyard door was pulled open by soul power. Before she could make any moves, Qian Renfeng's voice drifted lightly from inside the courtyard. "Since you're here, come in." Qian Renfeng spoke softly. Under the black night sky, Qian Renfeng had finished his cultivation and sat at the stone table, looking at Hulayina at the courtyard entrance. Qian expected Hulayina to come alone in the middle of the night. Hulayina took a deep breath, standing at the courtyard entrance and respectfully bowing. "Hulayina, greetings to His Majesty the Acting Pope." As her voice fell, Hulayina completed her greeting and then walked into the small courtyard. The candlelight flickered, and there was still hot tea on the table as usual. Once inside the yard, Hulayina appeared somewhat constrained. "What brings you here so late?" Qian Renfeng asked. Thud. Hulayina suddenly knelt in front of Qian Renfeng. Unlike the half-bow she had done before, she truly knelt down. "Your Majesty the Acting Pope, my teacher has been unable to sleep at night. I believe it is due to the events of the day. At that time, you harbored the intent to kill, but ultimately did not act against my teacher. I do not know what exactly happened between you and my teacher, but I would like to ask you to guide me on how I can help my teacher in the ways I can." Her voice was hoarse, but Hulayina's tone was very firm. Her originally enchanting eyes were now filled with determination. "What do you think of your teacher?" Qian Renfeng asked again. Hulayina, puzzled, replied, "In my heart, the teacher is the best person in the world. I can never repay the teacher's kindness in this lifetime. Therefore, I want to do some things within my ability for the teacher. I don't want to see the teacher sighing alone in the middle of the night. Qian Renfeng's expression remained unchanged. No matter how good a person is, they will have moments of confusion. If you want to achieve things within your capabilities, you only need to enhance your strength. In this world of the survival of the fittest, being weak is the original sin. Strength is the foundation of everything. Hulaina's mind was shaken. She carefully pondered Qian Renfeng's words. Tomorrow, I will appoint you as the new saintess of the Wuhuan Temple. After Yu Guan returns from the Star Luo Empire, I will arrange for you to enhance your cultivation. Just as Hulaina was still savoring Qian Renfeng's words, his voice rang out again. Hearing this, Hulaina's expression first showed shock, then only confusion remained in her eyes. I am going to become the saintess of the Wuhuan Temple? She was very clear that her teacher was the previous saintess of the Wuhuan Temple, the one who could inherit the position of pope after the last pope abdicated. Hulaina couldn't even dream of it. Qian Renfeng actually wanted her to become the new saintess. The acting pope, Hulaina said in disbelief. Qian Renfeng said softly, she has always been training you as the next pope. If you want to help her, you should take up this position early. But with that identity comes corresponding responsibilities. After Yu Guan returns, I will have him escort you to the mysterious canyon. What? Hulaina's expression suddenly widened many times. She couldn't believe her ears and looked at Qian Renfeng in astonishment. To a place like the mysterious canyon? Recalling her previous experience in Mysterious Canyon, she remembered that there was a strong team protecting them at that time, yet they still suffered heavy casualties, especially the three great kings inside. The ancient divine bird, the black phoenix, one of the fiercest beasts on land, the prairie wolf, and the even more terrifying creature, the dark blue horned dragon. Thinking of these terrifying creatures she had encountered before, Hulaina's expression became stiff. However, soon Hulaina displayed her usual indomitable attitude. Since the day of my coming-of-age ceremony, I vow to dedicate everything to the Spirit Hall. Since His Holiness, the acting Pope, values me so much and is willing to grant me the position of saintess, I will definitely fulfill my responsibilities. Moreover, this time, I'm also doing it for my teacher. I must have enough strength to help my teacher. For my teacher, I can give up this life. Hulaina replied emphatically. The surprise that was once on her face had now completely vanished, replaced only by determination. Then let's go back and prepare. After the ceremony for the saintess is over tomorrow, let Yu Guan take you there when he returns. The voice fell. Qian Renfeng didn't say much. Just as he was about to dismiss Hulaina, he sensed the Title Douluo's aura rapidly approaching Wuhuan City. You can go back and prepare. Yu Guan has returned. With that, Qian Renfeng's figure vanished from the courtyard in an astonishing manner. It wasn't until a long time after Qian Renfeng had disappeared that Hulaina was finally able to calm her unsettled emotions, letting out a heavy sigh. In the mysterious canyon, I will definitely come back alive. For my teacher, all of this is worth it. Hulaina's tone was very firm. Her figure slowly merged into the darkness. Unlike when she arrived, her steps had become more steady as she left. Outside Wuhuan City, Qian Renfeng burst out with his fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already left his small courtyard and arrived outside the city, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. With Yu Guan's status, he shouldn't be approaching Wuhuan City at such a rapid pace. As a dignified Title Douluo, he still needed to pay attention to his image. However, the Yu Guan he sensed was not the kind of attitude a normal Title Douluo should have in dealing with the world. He stood tall in the cold wind. The sleeves of Qian Renfeng's clothes fluttered as he gazed deeply in the direction of the aura. Soon, Yu Guan's figure appeared in his line of sight. He was still moving swiftly, and through the obstacles of the night sky, Qian Renfeng clearly saw a trace of blood at the corner of Yu Guan's mouth. His aura seemed somewhat weakened, and his attire was also a bit tattered. Seeing this scene, Qian Renfeng immediately understood what had happened. Yu Guan's journey to the Star Luo Empire had not gone as smoothly as imagined. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned in such a disheveled state. Realizing this, a cold glint flickered in Qian Renfeng's eyes. Things were not going well. Yu Guan had even been chased to outside the Spirit Hall, and it seemed he showed no intention of giving up. Did they really think that the Spirit Hall was defenseless? The death scythe appeared in his hand. He firmly grasped the dark scythe handle, and the moonlight reflected a chilling gleam on the blade. Under the cold light, the numerous intricate runes on the blade seemed to come alive. Chapter 042. Visitors from the Star Luo Empire. Do they think the Spirit Hall is defenseless? Soon, Yu Guan was closing in. Standing under the moonlight, Qian Renfeng saw that Yu Guan's situation was indeed a tragic sight. Behind Yu Guan, Qian Renfeng noticed two other figures, chasing quickly and closing the distance. In terms of strength, just a glance was enough for Qian Renfeng to understand that they were slightly inferior to Yu Egwan, but were still at the level of Title Douluo, roughly comparable to Dugu Bo. Two Title Douluos at level 92 had chased Yu Egwan to such a state, which made Qian Renfeng recall a certain saying. Whether human or ghost, everyone was showing off, but only Yu Egwan was taking the beating. A dignified level 95 Title Douluo had a large footprint on his clothing, and his pale face, even with some dirt, was filled with terror. What a disgrace! Your Majesty! Yu Egwan spotted Qian Renfeng and hurriedly moved in front of him, kneeling on one knee immediately. Qian Renfeng let out a sound of acknowledgement, his gaze scrutinizing Yu Egwan once more. Noticing his listless aura, clearly indicating he had suffered severe injuries. Whoosh! Two figures approached one after another. And upon seeing Qian Renfeng wielding a pitch-black scythe under the night sky, their brows furrowed in unison. Seeing this, Yu Egwan hurriedly explained, Your Excellency, I went to the Xingluo Empire to handle matters as you instructed. The Xingluo Empire disregarded martial ethics and dispatched 3 offerings to deal with me, one of whom was slightly stronger than me. After defeating me, they sent the other 2 to pursue me relentlessly. The matter has gone awry. Qian Renfeng nodded slightly, indicating that he understood the situation. The long-distance pursuit by the Xingluo Empire truly showcased their prestige as one of the 2 major empires. At this moment, the 2 Xingluo offerings realized Qian Renfeng's identity and said, Your Holiness, the acting Pope, we are offerings of the Xingluo royal family. We have come to request that you return our 3rd prince, otherwise. The sound of a light chime echoed from the scythe. Qian Renfeng raised his eyebrows slightly. His voice cold, otherwise what? A cold light flickered as the sharp blade of the scythe reflected the pale moonlight that fell on the faces of the 2 Star Luo worshippers. A silent aura enveloped the 2 in an instant. It was chilling and desolate. In that moment, the 2 Star Luo worshippers broke into a sweat, their breathing heavy like that of an old ox. They took a deep breath and said, Our emperor has issued a decree. Although the competition within the Star Luo royal family is brutal, and the prince's misdeeds outside are indeed a mistake, we cannot allow the royal prince to be humiliated outside. Your Holiness the Pope, I advise you to return our 3rd prince. The wrath of our Star Luo Empire is not something to be taken lightly. Lacking the strength to confront, the 2 Star Luo worshippers did not dare to act rashly, their gazes fixed on Qian Renfeng, threatening each word. Yu Egwan, take these 2 to Wuhuan City. Qian Renfeng spoke softly, 2 Title Douluo, you dare to be so bold outside Wuhuan City. The Wuhuan Temple has no such precedent. The words fell. Qian Renfeng was about to turn around and leave. Yu Egwan's expression was slightly startled, but soon he let out a long sigh of relief. Before Yu Egwan could take any action, the eyes of the 2 Xingluo offerings narrowed simultaneously. Their gazes shifted, and they spoke in unison. It seems that Your Holiness, the acting Pope, has made a decision. In that case, we won't disturb you any further. There's no need to report back or enter the city. Did I say that you could leave? The figure of Qian Renfeng disappeared. A ghostly silhouette suddenly appeared behind the 2 Star Luo offerings. The scythe of death was pressed against their necks. A shallow bloodstain opened up on their throats, and drops of fresh blood flowed down, ultimately merging into the scythe of death. With the nourishment of blood, the aura of the scythe became more vibrant, a soft, buzzing sound expressing its excitement. The cold touch and the slight pain on their necks caused the faces of the 2 Star Luo offerings to change dramatically, their breaths quickening, beads of sweat rolling down from their foreheads. The light and shadow swept by, and the scythe of death vanished. In the next moment, Qian Renfeng's figure had disappeared behind the 2, and only after a long while did a voice float back. Next time, you 2 can stay. Seeing this, Yu Egwan hurriedly gestured to the 2 who had chased him all the way, feeling a slight relief from the tension in his heart. The expressions of the 2 Star Luo offerings were ashen. Outmatched, they exchanged glances and reluctantly followed Yu Egwan into the martial Soul City. The icy feeling from just a moment ago still lingered in their minds. The coldness of the scythe and the intimate contact with their necks. They had no doubt that if Qian Renfeng had wanted to kill them then, they would already be dead. And that final sentence? Next time, you wouldn't have to leave? Did that mean they wouldn't have to leave? They certainly didn't believe that Qian Renfeng would want to keep them as guests. In the Pope's hall, though the night was still deep, Qian Renfeng was already seated high on the Pope's throne. Yu Egwan brought the 2 Star Luo offerings into the hall, and as they looked up at the elevated Qian Renfeng, they still couldn't grasp what he truly intended. The fear of the unknown was gradually reaching its peak. Ghostly, go bring Daim Mubai here. Yes, Qian Renfeng whispered softly, and a ghostly figure suddenly appeared. Following Qian Renfeng's arrangement, the ghostly figure left once again. In the blink of an eye, only a few breaths had passed, until the ghostly figure completely departed. The two-star Luo offerings only then realized what had happened, and their growing anxiety began to dissipate. They stared at each other, wide-eyed. What was going on? They had been acting so domineering just a moment ago, so why did they suddenly change their minds? Was this a signal to return their third prince? After guessing for a while, the two gradually settled their thoughts. They recalled how they felt embarrassed when they were watched entering the spirit hall. They had felt it tarnished the dignity of the star Luo royal family. Now, they felt reassured deep down. It turned out that the spirit hall was merely a paper tiger. Qian Renfeng had acted so aggressively just now, but in the end, he had no choice but to bow his head. Reflecting on Qian Renfeng's earlier murderous intent, the more they thought about it, the more they felt they could understand. If he truly had that kind of power, they would have already been done for. How could they still be standing here? After all, they were offerings of the royal family, serving the star Luo Empire, and a spirit hall should not dare to do anything to them. On the papal throne, Qian Renfeng calmly watched the eye contact between the two-star Luo offerings. Based on the sporadic changes in their gazes, he was able to roughly guess what was going on in his mind. With his hands clasped in front of him and deep-set eyes like stars in the night sky. Chapter 043. Daim Mubai Spring? Let's loosen up a bit for some excitement. In the prison, Guo Mei arrived here and, after dismissing the guarding soul masters, came alone to the cell where Daim Mubai was held. Bang, bang, bang. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Raging Light Wave. Third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. Open, open for me. The sound of rumbling continued. Inside the cell, Daim Mubai was roaring frantically, light continually sweeping through the room. He was unleashing soul skills as if they were free. His golden hair danced wildly, and he let out a beast-like roar from his throat. Damn it, this is infuriating. I'm the third prince of a star Luo royal family. I am of royal blood. When I return, I will definitely grind everyone involved in this matter to dust. That stinking woman, Zhu Zhuqing, thinks she can be at ease just because she can merge martial souls with me? She actually sided with that scoundrel from the spirit hall. Unforgivable. Right, and there's that woman Ning Rongrong. This whole situation stemmed from her. How could the mistress be at fault? How could I be at fault? The one at fault is that woman. I need a chance. The only position, I must fight for it. The day I sit on the throne, I will definitely flatten the spirit hall. I will definitely crush the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Oh, clang. Suddenly, the sound of the door lock echoed. Guo Mei appeared before Daim Mubai, who was jolted awake. It's you. Let me out. Otherwise, when I return to the star Luo Empire, I will definitely make sure the spirit hall is destroyed. Daim Mubai was spitting everywhere. The veins on his forehead bulged, and even though Guo Mei was a Title Douluo, he couldn't help but shout out. Guo Mei frowned slightly. A hand came down directly on Daim Mubai's head, lifting him up like a chick and leaving the cell. Daim Mubai hadn't even reacted yet. Discovering he was being treated like a chick, he was even more furious. Let go of me, you bastard. You're just an offering of the spirit hall, but I'm a prince of the star Luo Empire. Get your filthy hands off me. Guo Mei increased his speed significantly. In just a few flashes, he had brought Daim Mubai to the papal hall. Bang! He heavily threw Daim Mubai to the ground. Guo Mei rubbed his ears, which hadn't had a moment's peace during the journey. Enough! Daim Mubai cried out in pain. Struggling to get up from the ground, he realized he had arrived at the papal hall and quickly looked around. Noticing Qian Renfeng sitting high in the pope's seat, Daim Mubai's pupils instantly filled with endless rage. It's you again, you bastard. I, Daim Mubai, swear here that I will not let you go. Your Highness the Third Prince. Suddenly, an old voice rang out. Seeing Daim Mubai being brought out, the two-star Luo offerings reacted. Although they were gradually confirming in their hearts that the spirit hall was a paper tiger, seeing Daim Mubai shouting like this still made them feel a bit exasperated. Daim Mubai, hearing the voice of his offerings, quickly looked over. So was the second and third offerings? You came to take me back? Daim Mubai was startled. The two-star Luo offerings nodded in unison. Yes. Your Highness the Third Prince. With the answer confirmed, Daim Mubai's heart bloomed with joy. The words of the two offerings made him feel like spring was arriving. The pent-up frustration from many days suddenly began to release. My two offerings. The spirit hall has humiliated our star Luo Empire without anyone to defend us, even imprisoning me, a dignified prince, in their spirit hall. This absolutely cannot be forgiven, right? And regarding the Zhu family in our empire, I had my prince identification left with Zhu Zhuqing, and she actually chose to ignore me. That matter cannot be let go. The Zhu family must definitely have treasonous intentions. And the seven-treasure glazed tile school from the Tiando Empire. This whole situation is entirely because of that little demoness from the seven-treasure glazed tile school, who has a knack for inciting discord, slandering my brother's mentor. and bringing me to this state. These matters, we cannot just let them go. They must give our star Luo royal family an explanation. With a backing, Daim Mubai felt his spine straighten considerably. He struggled to stand up, forcibly enduring the pain in his bones, and kept inhaling cold air. The faces of the two offerings darkened. Pretending not to hear Daim Mubai's rants, they felt a chill in their hearts. The Daim Mubai of the past didn't seem like this. Was his true nature exposed just because he was imprisoned? They were still in the Spirit Hall's headquarters. Were they courting death by saying such things? And the Zhu family being treasonous? Did they not know the Zhu family controlled a large army of the empire? The seven-treasure, glazed tile school of the Tiando Empire? One of the top 3 sects supporting the Tiando royal family. Making so many enemies at once. Why not just stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Your Highness, this matter should still be reported to the Emperor before making a decision. Today, we came here only to ensure your safety, nothing more. The 2-star Luo offerings did not dare to accept Daim Mubai's rants. After grumbling in their hearts, they responded in a stiff tone. As their voices fell, one of the star Luo offerings turned to Qian Renfeng and said, acting Pope of the Spirit Hall, "Since you have returned our third prince, we will not linger any longer. Farewell." After saying this, the offering wanted to grab Daim Mubai and leave. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying soul power pressed down. Qian Renfeng, sitting in the Pope's seat, suddenly made a move, unleashing an extremely terrifying soul power that pressed down on the two offerings. Seeing how narcissistic they were and listening to Daim Mubai's endless noise, Qian Renfeng was not an easy person to deal with. The absolute soul power suppression instantly caused the 2-star Luo offerings to bend slightly, all their previous calmness vanishing in an instant. Acting Pope of the Spirit Hall. What do you mean by this? One offering shouted loudly. Qian Renfeng stood up, controlling the suppression of soul power while walking towards the 3 people. The Spirit Hall is not a place where one can come and go as they please. You princes of the star Luo Empire once slandered me wantonly, and you still have the audacity to want your star Luo Empire to flatten our spirit city? What boldness you have! If I let you leave today, wouldn't that mean anyone with royal status could come to our Spirit Hall and act recklessly? Would they be able to insult me, Qian Renfeng, to my face? His cold voice was steady and unhurried. At this point, Qian Renfeng suddenly changed his tone. Gui Mei, remove one of Daim Mubai's hands and let these 2 offerings from the star Luo Empire take it back. The Spirit City is not a place for your star Luo Empire's royalty to act recklessly. Chapter 044. The Art Under the Starry Sky. The Blooming Scythe Dancem? Remove one of the 3rd prince's arms for them to take back. How is that possible? The acting Pope of the Spirit Hall, you've gone too far. The second offering of the star Luo Empire spoke in a low voice, his eyes flashing with cold light, his tone harsh. The other offering, although silent, also looked at Qian Renfeng, who was seated high on the Pope's throne with a cold expression. Every nerve in his body tensed up at that moment. Yuguan is an elder of our Spirit Hall, allowing you to hunt down an elder of our Spirit Hall to our Spirit City and take him away intact. Wouldn't that mean the people of our Spirit Hall will only be able to hide within the Spirit City in the future? Your star Luo Empire. What great arrogance! Bang! Qian Renfeng slammed the armrest fiercely, and the soul power suppressing the 2 people surged up significantly once again. Let's go. The 2 offerings from Xingluo saw the current situation. They exchanged glances, grabbed Daim Mubai's shoulder, and swiftly darted towards the outside of the hall like lightning. Your Majesty! Upon seeing this, Gui Mei noticed that Qian Renfeng was still sitting on the papal throne and hurriedly called out. Without my permission, no one can escape. Qian Renfeng whispered lightly. As the voice fell, his body had disappeared in the blink of an eye from the Pope's palace. Realizing that Qian Renfeng had vanished, the ghostly figure hurriedly chased outside, intending to intercept Daim Mubai and the 2 Title Douluo from the star Luo Empire. High above in the sky, under the bright moonlight, the 2 offerings of the star Luo Empire moved through the night, their expressions exceptionally grave. The acting Pope of the Spirit Hall is a madman. He actually dared to lay hands on our royal family. He must be insane. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in charge of the Spirit Hall at such a young age. Fortunately, we are a step ahead. The 2 conversed, and in the blink of an eye, they were about to rush out of the main city of the Spirit Hall. All right, enough chit-chat. Let us focus on escaping first. Encountering such a madman, if we don't leave quickly, we'll be in danger. Just as the offering from the star Luo Empire finished speaking, a cold light suddenly struck from straight ahead. The 2 of them hurriedly dodged while holding on to Daim Mubai, looking towards the source of the cold light. In midair, 9 soul rings were stepping beneath a figure who stood silently there, holding a dark sickle in hand. Behind him, 8 wings seemed to merge with his body, with black streams of energy cascading down, making it appear so out of place even in the night sky. It's this madman. The two offerings from Star Luo were startled awake. They abruptly halted in midair, their foreheads beaded with sweat as they looked at Qian Renfeng. I told you, the Spirit City is not a place for your Star Luo Empire to act recklessly. Daim Mubai offended me first, and I allowed you to take one of his arms. You think you can take more? If I want you to take his head, you won't be able to refuse. You have no choice. The two offerings from Star Luo were drenched in sweat. At this moment, their breathing had quickened to the extreme, their lips tightly pressed together. Two different martial souls appeared behind them. Two yellow, two purple, and 5 black soul rings then appeared beneath their feet. Qian Renfeng's words fell into their ears like steel needles, completely giving them a new understanding of him. You, the substitute pope of the Spirit Hall, are going too far. The second worshipper of the Star Luo Empire scolded continuously, as the beast martial spirit behind him merged into his body, with strands of black fur wildly growing out. Another worshipper of the Star Luo Empire also started to be covered in a layer of earth-gray shell, with 2 horns growing from his forehead. Daim Mubai was firmly protected behind them, perhaps feeling reassured with 2 Title Douluos guarding him, and being the 3rd prince of the Star Luo Empire. He saw this as a rare opportunity to leave the Spirit Hall. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and Daim Mubai felt that he could manage again. Looking ahead, he saw Qian Renfeng standing in midair not far away, holding a black scythe that emitted a chilling gleam, yet remained silent. Daim Mubai had a terrifying expression. Qian, if you don't let us go now, the Iron Cavalry of the Star Luo Empire will definitely trample your Spirit Hall. While saying this, Daim Mubai looked around again. He found that although the ghostly figures had chased over, they showed no intention of attacking, and his heart felt a bit lighter. Just then, as Daim Mubai was contemplating this, Qian Renfeng's cold voice sounded, and the cold light from the death scythe almost instantly reached the 3rd worshipper of the Star Luo Empire, who was covered in the earth-gray shell. The 3rd worshipper suddenly let out a muffled groan, his body flying backwards into the higher sky, and in the direction he flew, there was also the shadow of an 8-winged fallen angel. Above him, the shadow of the death scythe ruthlessly swept down towards the 3rd worshipper. With a poof, the scythe pierced flesh, and the 3rd worshipper's pupils widened countless times, as cracks suddenly exploded on his body. Blood splattered into the sky, and blood-red lotuses suddenly bloomed. Throughout it all, the 3rd worshipper of the Star Luo Empire couldn't believe what was happening. How could he have no ability to resist at all? Why was there such a huge gap, even though they were both Title Douluos? With his eyes wide open and a grim expression, the death scythe in the hands of the 8-winged fallen angel burst forth with a series of sharp glints again. At first glance, where the blade passed, it seemed as if a dancer was joyfully performing. There was only one left, evenly matched. Suddenly, Qian Renfeng's voice sounded again. Daim Mubai's little thoughts. He couldn't even be bothered to explain. The most straightforward approach would yield the best results. Did those 2 92-level Title Douluos really think they were invincible? Could they still escape from his grasp using their explosive ring skills? Daim Mubai felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Qian Renfeng's cold words sent chills down his spine. Watching Qian Renfeng return to his original position, he was filled with extreme fear. Wuhuan Temple's acting pope. What do you want? The 2nd high priest of the Star Luo Empire was furious. In just the blink of an eye, a companion he had known for decades was suddenly gone. This was intolerable. Absolutely intolerable. I told you. You have to take him away. There's no way around it. The voice echoed. Qian Renfeng, without saying much, walked step by step towards the 2nd worshipper of Xingluo and Daim Mubai. Seeing this, Daim Mubai's expression changed drastically. He suddenly felt that he had just spoken too carelessly. Just as he was about to ask the 2nd worshipper what to do, he was met with the terrified eyes of the 2nd worshipper of Xingluo. Your Highness the 3rd Prince, for your life, for the heritage of our royal family. I have offended you. Upon hearing this, Daim Mubai was initially taken aback, then suddenly awakened, just as he was about to reprimand the 2nd worshipper. The 2nd worshipper of Xingluo had already grabbed his shoulder with one hand. Chapter 045. A golden coffin as a gift, a yin's request with a tug. His arm was pulled away. The 2nd worshipper of Xingluo did not give Daim Mubai any time to react, with his Title Douluo strength. It was incredibly easy to deal with a soul master of over 30 levels like Daim Mubai. Blood spilled. The action was straightforward and violent. The 2nd worshipper directly ripped off one of Daim Mubai's hands from the root. 2nd worshipper, Daim Mubai was drenched in sweat, gasping for air, his face pale as snow, looking in disbelief at the royal worshipper of his family. I'm sorry, Your Highness the 3rd Prince. Your strength is not enough. You may not have felt his terror. If I don't do this, I might not be able to leave at all, and neither will you. One hand can exchange for your temporary safety. This is the only way. the second worshipper explained, as he spoke, holding the forcibly torn-off hand. The second worshipper looked at the approaching Qian Renfeng. Pope of the Spirit Hall, I have done as you requested. Can we leave now? If our third prince is harmed, even a single hair while your Spirit Hall, our Xingluo Empire. A ear fell off. Noise. Qian Renfeng's cold voice rang out again. Before making threats, consider your own situation. With the sound falling, Qian Renfeng just glanced towards the direction of the ghostly spirit. Ghostly spirit, take this noble prince of Xingluo back, and then create a golden coffin suitable for our royal family. Next time, let the Xingluo Empire act recklessly again, and let them bring back the golden coffin of their third prince. After speaking, Qian Renfeng no longer paid any attention to the second offering of Xingluo and headed straight back to the Pope's hall. The ghostly spirit received the order. He glanced at the second offering of Xingluo and, right in front of him, slapped Daim Mubai on the head. He had been irritated by the noise all along, and he didn't want to continue listening to Daim Mubai's incessant chatter, especially now that he was screaming in agony, making it sound as if something was being killed. Watching the ghostly spirit's simple and rough actions, he saw that both Qian Renfeng and the ghostly spirit were heading deeper into the Wuhuan city. The second offering of the Xingluo Empire's expression changed repeatedly. He gritted his teeth and turned into the darkness. His speed erupted, reaching its peak. In an instant, the second offering of Xingluo had already distanced himself from Wuhuan city, not even daring to turn around to look back at it. He was afraid that if he turned around, he would see the gleam of the grim Reaper's scythe. The Pope's hall. Qian Renfeng sat on the papal throne. The ghostly figure, having resolved matters concerning Daim Mubai, returned to this place, while Yu Egwan was also in the hall, panting heavily. After suffering significant losses in the Xingluo Empire, he had no chance to recover along the way and was now gasping for breath. Thank you for your assistance, Your Majesty. Yu Egwan is deeply grateful. Yu Egwan knelt on one knee, looking at Qian Renfeng's ever-cold face, a hint of shine appearing in his eyes. The ghostly figure also knelt on one knee. At this moment, Qian Renfeng still sat on the papal throne, and they felt a sudden tension in their hearts. May I ask, Your Majesty, is there another arrangement to come? The ghostly figure inquired. Qian Renfeng nodded and said, Tomorrow I will appoint Hulaina as the saintess of my spirit hall. Hui Mei, you will continue to handle the matters I have arranged for you. Once Yuguan recovers, send Hulaina to the mysterious valley. Huh? Both Yuguan and Gue Mei looked up simultaneously. Appointing a saintess? And sending her to the mysterious valley right after the appointment? That kind of cursed place. Escorting Hulaina, there is clearly a way to ensure her demise, right? Your Majesty, since you want to appoint Hulaina as the saintess, why send her to the mysterious valley? That kind of cursed place. At this point, a hint of fear flashed in Gue Mei's eyes. In such a dreadful place, even a Title Douluo could only claim to have enough self-defense capability. And for Hulaina, he could even imagine that once she went there would be no possibility of her returning. Being in a position of power means you must bear the corresponding responsibilities. The decision is made. With that, he left the conversation. Qian Renfeng didn't care about the reactions of Yu Egwan and Gue Mei. He had already disappeared into the Pope's hall. Inside the Pope's hall, Yu Egwan and Gue Mei exchanged glances. Watching Qian Renfeng leave, they could only twitch their lips, unable to find any other way to express their unsettled feelings at that moment. Qian Renfeng did not care about what Yu Egwan and Gue Mei were thinking. In an instant, he had returned to the small courtyard. Unlike when he left before departing, Ain had returned to her room to rest. Qian Renfeng has returned now, but Ain is waiting in the courtyard, looking troubled. I have met with Your Holiness the Deputy Pope. Ain greets, but the troubled expression on her face remains. Qian Renfeng sat down at the stone table without saying a word and asked, What is it? Is there something you wish to request? I have a matter to ask. Ain replied, I saw everything that happened just now, and I was quite disappointed with that Daim Mubai's performance. Yet, someone like him can become good brothers with my own brother, which makes me worried about the saying birds of a feather flock together. Furthermore, when you resurrected me, I felt the presence of a 100,000-year-soul beast that had been active in that place. I fear that those two, the father and son, might go after that soul beast. Although I can't definitively judge what kind of people they are, I don't want to see a fellow creature in danger. I earnestly request your help, Your Excellency the Pope. As she spoke, Ain deeply bowed to Qian Renfeng. While requesting Qian Renfeng's assistance, her heart was in turmoil. Previously, she had merely suspected that she had given birth to a scoundrel. But like attracts like, if he could become such a close brother to Daim Mubai, they were likely of the same kind. Considering this, if her past speculations were true, then she could easily guess what might happen next. Do you want me to save that soul beast? Qian Renfeng retorted, his calm eyes fixed on Ain, likely guessing her thoughts at that moment. After his retort, he added, "Don't forget, this is the Spirit Hall, and there is more than one Title Douluo here. Have you considered the consequences of asking me to bring back a 100,000 year soul beast?" Yin understood the risks, but if her guess turned out to be true, she would explain everything to the other party. Dying clearly is far better than dying in confusion. With a determined tone, Yin lifted her head, her eyes filled with resolve. Qian Renfeng remained silent, quietly gazing into Yin's eyes, noticing the brilliance at the bottom of her gaze. After a long while, he finally uttered 2 words. "Okay." With this response, Qian Renfeng shifted part of his thoughts to Xiao Wu's situation. Indeed, Xiao Wu's matter should also be resolved. And this request came from Yin. Qian Renfeng showed a thoughtful expression on his face. Chapter 046. Xiao Wu's identity exposed, Yu Xiaogang's madness. Who? Yin let out a long sigh of relief. The promise of Qian Renfeng made the heavy stone that had been hanging in her heart fall to the ground with a loud bang. After bowing again to say goodbye, she turned to head back to the house. The candlelight extinguished, and there was no more sound. Qian Renfeng merely noted this matter down, and after some cultivation, returned to his room to rest. The next day, as the sky grew dimly bright, Qian Renfeng went alone to the Pope's hall. Unlike the solitude of the previous night, many soul masters were kneeling on one knee inside the hall at this time. Moonlight and ghostly charm were also standing in the hall. Hulaina, Xieyu, and Yin. The 3 members of the golden generation of the Wuhuan Hall stood side by side within the hall. When Qian Renfeng arrived, everyone turned their gaze towards him. Yueguan Guimei, now that everyone is present, the sealing ceremony can begin. Qian Renfeng was straightforward and direct. Inside the vast spirit hall, he had never liked to hear opposing voices. Having witnessed Qian Renfeng's dominance, no one in the spirit hall dared to contradict him at such a moment. Suddenly, BibiDong's voice rang out. As her voice fell, BibiDong's figure quickly appeared in the hall of the Pope, dressed as always. Although she had lost her real power, she still held the Pope's scepter. Upon seeing BibiDong appear, Qian Renfeng's calm gaze fell on her. "Don't you want Juliana to become a saintess?" "No," BibiDong replied in a stiff tone. Not gentle at all. Thinking of the last words Qian Renfeng had said to her yesterday, BibiDong found herself unable to see through her own heart. The moment her gaze met Qian Renfeng's, her heart became so chaotic that it was indescribable. She deliberately avoided Qian Renfeng's gaze and walked straight to Juliana's side. "As the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple and your teacher, I will not interfere with your decision this time. However, before you leave, absorb this first." After saying this, BibiDong waved her hand, and a soul bone flew towards Juliana's forehead. "Teacher, this is too precious." Juliana was startled. She never expected that at this moment, BibiDong would not only not stop her, but would also give her a soul bone. No matter how precious it is, it must demonstrate its value. "Come back alive." BibiDong spoke softly. After giving the soul bone to Juliana, she turned and left the Pope's palace. Nowadays, wherever Qian Renfeng was, she dared not stay even a second longer, fearing her heart would be thrown into disarray. Qian Renfeng smiled without speaking. He recognized the soul bone that BibiDong had given to Hulaina, which should have been given to her 2 years after the failure in the Soul Master competition. Taking this opportunity, BibiDong directly bestowed it upon her. However, he was too lazy to stop it. Hulaina's loyalty to the Spirit Hall was unquestionable. She was born a member of the Spirit Hall and would die as a ghost of the Spirit Hall. Having an extra soul bone could also help her survive well in the mysterious Maze Canyon. The sealing ceremony began. Under the arrangement of Qian Renfeng, the matter of the conferral was set. Yueguan and Guimei simultaneously withdrew their envious gazes from the soul bone that had already merged into Hulaina's forehead. Taking a deep breath, the two began to handle the conferral matters. Half an hour later, the conferral was completed, and Qian Renfeng left the Spirit City with Yin. He had promised to take action once last night, and he didn't mind going out for a stroll. In the Balk Kingdom, at the border, near the Stardow Forest. After many days of recuperation, Tang Hao and his group, who had escaped from Shrek, had nearly fully recovered. Compared to the earlier bravado of daying the heavens, the earth, and the air, Tang Hao now moved with a limp, relying on his soul power to condense a foot to move freely. With his hands behind his back, Tang Hao stood on a small hillock. "Cough, cough, cough. Xiao San, come here." After a series of coughs, Tang Hao waved to Tang San. Along with that, he noticed Yu Xiaogang lying not far away, having fled too hastily. Without his 2 legs, Yu Xiaogang could only rely on a small cart, barely crawling on the ground. Worse off than a beggar. "Master, I'm very sorry. The situation was extremely urgent before, and I couldn't protect you," Tang Hao said. Thinking for a moment before continuing to Yu Xiaogang, Just in time, I need to tell Xiao San something complicated. You might as well come listen too. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang's eyes flashed with confusion, but he still crawled over to Tang Hao using his hands. Dad, what do you want to tell me? Tang San asked as he approached. Tang Hao replied, Is Xiao Wu already asleep? Yes, but Dad, I've noticed that ever since we left Shrek, Xiao Wu seems to be a bit afraid of you. Tang San questioned. Tang Hao sneered. How could she not be afraid of me? As a 100,000-year transformed soul beast? Because if I want to, I can turn her into a soul ring for others to absorb at any time. Huh? Tang San looked at his father in disbelief. Yu Xiaogang pupils widened many times, staring at Tang Hao in shock. Your Majesty Haoyan? Xiao Wu is really a 100,000-year transformed soul beast? Indeed, Tang Hao affirmed. As long as one reaches the level of a transformed soul beast before maturity, a Title Douluo can see it at a glance. You are now like me. I didn't see your mother's identity at first. You might not know, but your mother was also a 100,000-year transformed soul beast. Hiss! Tang San gasped. Before he could say anything, Tang Hao continued. You probably know that I come from the Haoyan sect, the foremost of the three great sects. And I was even designated as the next sect leader heir. However, I met your mother, and we fell in love, but later she sacrificed herself for me, leading to the enmity with the Spirit Hall and implicating the sect. From a Soul Master-S perspective, I could kill Xiao Wu at any time. But from a Father-S perspective, I leave that choice to you. Before Tang San could respond, Yu Xiaogang's eyes turned fiery, and his breathing became rapid. Looking back at his own missing legs, filled with hatred and madness, Xiao San, this matter doesn't need to be considered. You are a twin martial soul. Your future achievements will be immeasurable. If you can obtain a 100,000-year soul ring, you can imagine how much this will enhance you. Make a decision quickly. With your Majesty Haoyan here, acquiring a 100,000-year soul ring will be incredibly easy. Yu Xiaogang urged impatiently. If he hadn't lost his legs, he would have rushed directly to Tang San and grabbed his shoulders to persuade him earnestly. In the shadows, Qian Renfeng brought Ain to this place. Just in time, he heard Tang Hao's words and Yu Xiaogang's impatient remarks. Chapter 047. Little Third, you are a hypocrite. Did I really guess wrong? Ain was momentarily stunned, involuntarily questioning herself. Upon hearing Tang Hao's advice to Tang San, allowing Tang San to make his own choices, a sense of hope surged within her. For a moment, endless longing welled up in Yin's heart. She wanted to return to her husband and son. Just as she was about to take action, Qian Renfeng suddenly acted, roughly grabbing her wrist with one hand, his voice leaving no room for doubt. Keep watching. Your Excellency the substitute pope, you may have truly misunderstood. Ain took a deep breath and explained. I said keep watching. Qian Renfeng's expression was calm. Under his gaze, a pink figure walked out from the darkness. She gently placed her hands in front of herself. Xiao Wu emerged from the tent, her lips tightly pressed together, her eyes flickering uncertainly. All the previous words she had heard were now gathered in her ears. Xiao Wu's sudden appearance startled Tang Hao and the others. They were discussing her when she unexpectedly showed up. Yu Xiaogang was the first to regain his composure. He crawled fiercely on the ground, the small cart quickly approaching Xiao Wu. At the same time, a dagger appeared in his hand. Xiao San, humans and soul beasts are inherently incompatible. She is a 100,000-year soul beast. Killing her to obtain a soul ring is fate's decree. The teacher knows we are definitely of the same kind, and he will help you with this matter, Yu Xiaogang said as the cart was almost upon Xiao Wu, relying on Tang Hao's presence. He was not worried about Xiao Wu harming him at this moment. Xiao Wu selectively ignored Yu Xiaogang, looking at Tang San with a complicated expression. Xiao San, you said you would protect me. You said that if someone wanted to kill me, you would let them step over your corpse. Now your voice has faltered. Xiao Wu did not continue, and with a flash, she vanished from her spot. Knowing Tang Hao was present, she did not attempt to escape, instead quietly watching Tang San. Compared to fleeing, she was more concerned that Yu Xiaogang was about to act against her, while Tang San remained motionless. Xiao Wu, the master is my teacher, and he is doing this for my sake. Initially, I didn't even know you were a 100,000-year soul beast. A cracking sound of a breaking heart echoed. Xiao Wu's face suddenly turned pale to the extreme. She staggered, and in that moment, she realized she had truly seen through Tang San. Before revealing her identity, she had said, whoever wants to kill you must step over my corpse. Now that Yu Xiaogang was about to harm her, Tang San merely stated that the other party was his teacher, and that Yu Xiaogang's actions were for his benefit. Feelings. Such things could be changed at any time with just words. Boom! As she staggered, a terrifying red light suddenly erupted from Xiao Wu's body. Yu Xiaogang, who was adjusting his position to charge again, was completely blasted away. After reaching 80,000 years of cultivation, a soul beast could use a sacrificial ability. As a 100,000-year soul beast, Xiao Wu could naturally do the same. Just like when Ain decided to sacrifice herself for Tang Hao. It prevented QianXunji and Title Douluo from getting close. After blasting Yu Xiaogang away, Xiao Wu's voice turned mournful. I thought I could avoid walking the path of my mother and find my true love for a lifetime. You said you would protect me with your life, and I was very touched. I also determined that I would follow you for this life. Now, just because Yu Xiaogang is going to act against me, it benefits you, so you stand by and do nothing? Is your true thought now that if Yu Xiaogang can threaten me to sacrifice myself for you, you could accept it without guilt? At this point, Xiao Wu paused, tears streaming down her face. Xiao San, I've seen through you. You are a downright hypocrite. I heard everything you just said. Your mother was also a 100,000-year soul beast. If she knew that the one she sacrificed for was a hypocrite like you, wouldn't she regret it? Although there is no one around for me to sacrifice, I can maintain this state for a while. Even if I randomly sacrifice to someone, it won't benefit you. After saying this, Xiao Wu pretended to leave. However, before she could truly start to leave, a phantom of an 8-winged fallen angel appeared above her head. With a dull thud, just as Xiao Wu's sacrifice was about to fully commence, the sudden appearance of the 8-winged fallen angel's phantom completely halted her sacrifice. At the same time, Qian Renfeng descended from the sky. One hand gently raised, the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul steadily suppressed Xiao Wu beneath it. Sacrificing for a hypocrite. You soul beasts are truly stubborn to the point of panic. Qian Renfeng spoke softly, his palm pressing down. The sacrificial ceremony was suddenly halted, and Xiao Wu looked up in shock at Qian Renfeng, who was descending from the sky step by step. In just a glance, she recognized him. Earlier, she had been taken away by Tang Hao, and along the way, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang had talked a lot about Qian Renfeng, especially Yu Xiaogang, who did not hide his disdain for Qian Renfeng at all. It was then that she learned of his identity. Now, seeing Qian Renfeng's appearance, her previously sorrowful expression suddenly turned very strange. It seems my fate is indeed the same as my mother's. My mother died at the hands of your spirit hall people, and I cannot fulfill the wishes of these hypocrites. Am I really going to benefit the people of your spirit hall? Should soul beasts really not exist in this world? In the end, I still fell into the hands of those I least wanted to fall into. Xiao Wu smiled bleakly. Deep in her heart, she harbored both hatred for Tang San and resentment towards the spirit hall. Ain, still in the sky, was not in a much better situation than Xiao Wu. Her expression pale. At first, she wanted to rush down, but in the end, she was stopped by Qian Renfeng, and what happened afterwards severely impacted her worldview. Tang San, the son she had carried for 10 months, actually spoke such flowery words to Xiao Wu. I am willing to die for you. And just because Yu Xiaogang was his teacher, he shamelessly used that as an excuse to justify his actions. Her red lips pressed tightly together. Ain closed her eyes. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Tang Hao and the others reacted, seeing Qian Renfeng suddenly appear and forcefully halt Xiao Wu's sacrifice with his 8-winged fallen angel spirit. Their pupils widened, and the scenes from Shrek Academy flashed before their eyes. A deep sense of unease arose in their hearts. This killing god, how did he follow us here? Chapter 048. Xiao Wu's Fury. 8 strikes to throw Tang San. Xiao Wu's voice was crisp. Qian Renfeng listened quietly. Looking at Xiao Wu's expression, he spoke in a detached tone. Humans and soul beasts are fundamentally in an adversarial relationship. For humans to increase their strength, they must hunt soul beasts to obtain spirit rings. This is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. All shortcomings can only be attributed to one's own lack of strength. Your mother, when she recultivated herself, if she had already broken through to the Title Douluo level, how could she have been hunted down? This is the fate between humans and soul beasts. When soul beasts are weak, humans hunt them for spirit rings. When humans are weak, they fail to hunt and are killed by soul beasts. In such a world, there is no right or wrong. Buzz. Xiao Wu's mind buzzed. It had only been a little over 10 years since she recultivated herself, and how often had she thought about the essence of the whole world? Suddenly hearing Qian Renfeng say this, countless pieces of information surged into her mind. Thank you. I understand now. I hope you can wait a bit before killing me. I want to resolve some issues. Xiao Wu took a deep breath and suddenly raised her head with a serious expression. Ding. Side quest. Classics never go out of style. Please, host, recreate the Classic 8. Upon completing the task, the host will receive a level 1 Spirit Power instant upgrade card. There is no penalty for failing the task. The sudden system prompt echoed in Qian Renfeng's mind. Hearing such a task from the system, he understood what the system wanted to do. The 8 was clearly Xiao Wu's signature skill. To recreate, it once meant that Xiao Wu needed to perform the 8 again. His gaze fell on the reward. Qian Renfeng quietly looked at the reward for the first-level soul power direct upgrade card. A slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This reward from the system is quite interesting. It used to always be level 5 upgrade cards, but now it's suddenly changed to level 1. Is it because my strength has already reached level 94? This makes it convenient for me to directly break through to the level of Super Douluo. If I calculate it this way, it really saves me a lot of trouble. If I were to cultivate normally, the transition from level 94 to level 95 would probably take several years, but now it's much easier. With just a thought, Qian Renfeng accepted the task. His calm gaze turned to Xiao Wu, and his voice was cold. Just do whatever you want, and after you're done, come back to the spirit hall with me. Receiving Qian Renfeng's response, Xiao Wu bowed to him, gripping her clothes tightly, her face showing no hint of concealing her anger. Xiao Wu, what do you want to do? Tang San awakened, feeling uneasy as he saw Xiao Wu looking at him. Xiao Wu stepped closer to Tang San. Having seen through his hypocritical facade, she now just wanted to reclaim everything that had been taken from her in the past. Without answering, Xiao Wu suddenly bent her body and swiftly launched an attack towards Tang San. Seeing this scene, Tang Hao's eyes widened in shock. A mini version of the Haoyan hammer suddenly appeared in his palm, but before he could fully take action, Qian Renfeng's voice interrupted his thoughts. Don't move, or someone will die. Qian Renfeng calmly gazed at Tang Hao. The death god's side silently appeared on him, his eyes slightly raised, and his tone was very indifferent. At the same time, a powerful aura suppressed all of Tang Hao's little thoughts. At this moment, Qian Renfeng realized what Xiao Wu wanted to do. If Tang Hao intervened in what Xiao Wu was planning to do to Tang San, wouldn't he that make the task impossible to complete? Although there was no punishment for failure, who would compensate him for the level 1 soul power upgrade card and the years of hard training? Tang Hao let out a muffled groan, truly not daring to act directly under Qian Renfeng's pressure, and instead shouted loudly towards Tang San. Xiao San, be careful. Instant teleport. Waist bow. First throw. Xiao Wu's body suddenly disappeared. The next second, when she reappeared, she was already closing in behind Tang San. Bang! Her long hair suddenly wrapped around Tang San's neck, pulling him closer to her, with a slight drag on the ground. The moment they got close, Xiao Wu kicked hard at Tang San's lower back. Then her body flashed and crouched under Tang San, her hands supporting herself on the ground, and her legs kicked fiercely towards the sky. Oh no, it's the 8-section throw. Tang San woke up with a start. The intense pain pulled all his nerves back to reality. Xiao Wu, what exactly do you want to do? You actually used the 8-section throw on me? Have I been good to you for nothing before? Tang San roared. He knew the 8-section throw all too well. Once the first throw succeeded, there was almost no chance to resist afterward. He didn't want to suffer the full version of the 8-section throw. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Wu didn't care about that, throwing one after another, the pink trajectory blossoming in the night sky. Xiao Wu. Tang San's intermittent cries echoed in the sky. Looking around, it was impossible to see where Tang San was. All that could be heard was a series of miserable howls. The sounds were like those of a pig being slaughtered. Along with these pig-like cries, Xiao Wu's cold snort followed. Your kindness to me? I can't enjoy that. You Xiao Jiang want to lay hands on me. And you didn't stop him at all. No. Teacher was doing it for my own good. Tang San shouted loudly. Oof. Xiao no longer held back. The last few throws of the 8-section throw all landed on Tang San. Suddenly, she leaped into the air directly above Tang San, her jade leg raised high, and smashed down hard onto Tang San's stomach. Boom! With a loud noise, Tang San fell to the ground like a cannonball, his eyes rolling back, a sight too painful to look at. Qian Renfeng silently observed everything. Seeing Tang San being called into the 8 by Xiao Wu, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. The system task was indeed quite simple. Classics never go out of style. Executing such a classic 8 truly lived up to the name of classic. Tang Hao's eyes widened in fury, seeing Tang San fall to the ground. If he wasn't still breathing, he would have doubted whether his son was still alive. A beast-like growl echoed in his throat. Tang Hao's veins bulged as the Haoyan hammer fully appeared in his hand. Although his strength had weakened considerably, he was still at level 94 at most. And with the Desumi hammer, dealing with him should be no problem. Tang Hao was determined. He made a firm decision in his heart. Just as Tang Hao made this decision, Qian Renfeng also heard the system's notification sound in his ear. Ding, congratulations host. You have successfully completed the side quest. Recreate the classic. Ding, congratulations host. You have successfully obtained a level 1 soul power upgrade card, which has been used directly. Please check and receive it at any time. As these system voices fell, a terrifying soul power suddenly erupted from Qian Renfeng's body. Chapter 049. Qian Renfeng's Rage, Dragon Slaying Plan. Boom! A deafening sound suddenly erupted. The raging soul power crazily converged towards Qian Renfeng. A voice, barely audible, sounded. Qian Renfeng stretched his body comfortably, slightly tightening his grip with one hand as a terrifying power flowed between his fingers. With the system, things were easier to handle. Level 95 Super Douluo achieved. Huh, what's going on? Did I just break through suddenly? Tang Hao's pupils widened. He had just made the decision to confront Qian Renfeng directly. Even if he had to use the Great Sumera Hammer's ultimate move, he was determined to make it a do-or-die situation. But now in just a few breaths, Qian Renfeng had directly broken through? What was there to fight anymore? A chilling thought flashed through Tang Hao's mind. In his view, as long as Qian Renfeng still had only level 94 strength, he still had a chance to retaliate under the Great Sumera Hammer, despite his own weakened state. But now Qian Renfeng had suddenly broken through to level 95. It seemed like just a one-level increase, but there was a true watershed between the two. Under the crown of Hao Yan, what an opportunity. Let us go. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed. A blue light suddenly fell from the edge of the sky, with blue wings showing a hint of ferocity. Father? Yu Xiaogang saw the shadow flying through the sky, initially thinking he was doomed upon seeing Qian Renfeng. He suddenly saw his father rushing to the rescue, and his spirits lifted. Tang Hao also reacted sharply. His body flashed as he grabbed Yu Xiaogang and quickly moved to Tang San's side. The soul rings appeared. Without any hesitation, Tang Hao's black soul ring exploded. Exploding ring. Bang! The soul ring shattered, and Tang Hao once again recreated the earlier scene from Shrek. Speed surged, taking Tang San and Yu Xiaogang directly toward the edge of the sky. Meanwhile, someone rushing from the other side of the sky added a remark from behind. Tang Hao, you go first. I'll hold him off. A voice, aged yet powerful, rang out. The person with blue wings fully appeared before Qian Renfeng. It was an old man, with white hair and a wild demeanor. The moment he appeared, he summoned his soul skill directly at Qian Renfeng. 8th soul skill. Dragon soars, thunder explodes. Rumble. Thunderclouds suddenly appeared. In the black night sky, a mass of thunderclouds formed as fast as lightning, with dense electric serpents emerging. Each electric serpent was as thick as an arm. Countless electric serpents all aimed to devour Qian Renfeng. These electric serpents not only wanted to engulf Qian Renfeng, but also move toward other areas around them. Not just this small hill, but also heading toward a nearby town. A trivial skill. 8th soul skill. Fallen Angel. The 8-winged fallen angel martial spirit suddenly expanded numerous times. Hands opening and closing, with the 8 wings behind it taking flight. Although the thunderclouds were vast, they still lagged slightly behind the towering form of the 8-winged fallen angel martial spirit. The hands came together. The 8-winged fallen angel martial spirit tightly embraced the thunderclouds. All the electric serpents exploded within the embrace of the 8-winged fallen angel martial spirit. Not a single electric serpent escaped, nor could any electric serpent rush toward the town. In Qian Renfeng's eyes, there was an infinite cold light. At this moment, he could no longer guess who this suddenly appeared figure was. It was Yu Xiaogang from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, a 95-level Super Douluo. He had once held a certain admiration for Yu Xiaogang. With his own strength, he had shouldered the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Even in the history he knew, when the Spirit Hall launched the soul hunting operation. Although they ultimately killed Yu Xiaogang, he had managed to take down several Title Douluos with him. Overall, at that time, he believed Yu Xiaogang was a veritable old hero. However, in the present, due to the sudden appearance of Yu Xiaogang, Yu Xiaogan's soul skills were not just aimed at him alone. Rather, they sought to create massive chaos. Qian Renfeng's face flashed with a fierce expression. Nowadays, the Spirit Hall still holds the halo of justice, having fought against evil spirit masters for countless years, protecting the peace of the Douluo Continent. Yu Xiaogang suddenly made a move. He could even imagine that if Yu Xiaogang succeeded this time, the nearby border town would be in a state of devastation. By that time, the Spirit Hall, Qian Renfeng could guess that it would undoubtedly lose its reputation and become the target of everyone's condemnation. What a clever feint. The little ones from the Spirit Hall. If you want to kill my son, you can dream on. As long as I am alive, you will never succeed. In the distant sky, relying on this feint, he successfully delayed Qian Renfeng's actions, laughing heartily on the other side of the sky. Qian Renfeng listened coldly. In Douluo Continent, there is no right or wrong. Strength is paramount. Those with power can indeed accomplish things that ordinary people cannot, and can also bypass certain rules and regulations. Just like Dugu Bo in the Tiando royal family. As a worshipper of the Tiando royal family, he He can engage in some privilege matters due to his Title Douluo strength. However, the actions of Yu Yuanjin today truly ignited a fire of anger in Qian Renfeng's heart. If before, when dealing with Yu Xiaogang, he only wanted BibiDong to recognize her mistakes, he maintained a calm demeanor, unaffected by external circumstances. But now, his heart was ablaze, wanting to scorch the vast sky. After shattering Yu Yuanjin's 8th soul skill, Qian Renfeng retracted his 8-winged fallen angel martial spirit. He did not pursue Yu Yuanjin. Tang Hao, who had exploded his rings once again, was fast enough without needing further explanation, and with the strength of a super Douluo, Yu Yuanjin, who had dragon-like features, also possessed exceptional speed with his wings. Moreover, whether it was Tang Hao or Yu Yuanjin, both still had soul bones on them, so escaping was certainly sufficient. Yu Yuanjin, we shall meet again another day. Qian Renfeng squinted slightly, whispering softly, looking in the direction where Tang Hao and Yu Yuanjin had left. Qian Renfeng had no intention of pursuing them. However, another thought quietly took root in his heart. Yu Yuanjin, I hadn't planned to trouble you, but since you stepped up for someone as scummy as Yu Xiaogang, you'll have to face my wrath. Just in time, I have also broken through to level 95. So it's time for your blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family to truly understand what it means to survive the fittest. With the power of a super Douluo, he now had more capital. The Spirit Hall's major moves should officially begin. Have we developed for many years like boiling a frog in warm water? Given others more time to develop? Finally cultivating sufficiently strong opponents, only to regretfully retreat? These matters. Qian Renfeng had never considered this. With today's breakthrough in strength, he didn't mind truly starting to wield the slaughter knife in his hand. And he had already chosen the first target. The top 3 sects. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Yu Xiaogang, the most prominent backing he has now. Chapter 050. Xiao Wu's hatred, 8 sections of wrestling once a day. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The crisp sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. Dressed in pink, Xiao Wu tightly clenched her fists and walked towards Qian Renfeng with a relieved expression. As she reached in front of Qian Renfeng, Xiao Wu couldn't help but close her eyes, her long eyelashes slightly trembling, her lips tightly pressed. Lord of the Spirit Hall, I've finished my business. You can kill me now. What you said earlier is indeed correct. The inherent contradiction between humans and soul beasts is unavoidable. And all tragedies stem from insufficient strength. My strength is weak, and I have no way to avenge my mother against your Spirit Hall. I also have no ability to escape now. I am willing to accept my fate. As her voice fell, Xiao Wu's eyes closed as well. At this moment, Xiao Wu no longer harbored any thoughts of resistance, nor did she think about committing suicide on the spot. Qian Renfeng had forcefully suppressed her impulse to sacrifice herself with his martial spirit, and she knew she didn't have that ability. It's over. Come back to the Spirit Hall with me. At this moment, Qian Renfeng's voice rang out. Without making a move against Xiao Wu, he turned and walked in another direction. Seeing Qian Renfeng suddenly turn around, Xiao Wu was stunned. Lord of the Spirit Hall, don't you want to kill me? I'm a 10,000-year transformed soul beast. My soul rings. My soul bones. Before she could finish her sentence, a blue figure suddenly appeared beside Xiao Wu. A fair hand gently grasped Xiao Wu's. Silly girl. The acting pope has already said so. Let us go back together. The person who appeared was Ayin. After being stopped by Qian Renfeng from coming out at the beginning, she had been observing in secret. The heartbreaking scenes replayed in her mind, and only now did she gradually recover. Seeing Xiao Wu's resigned expression, she couldn't help but recall her own past resignation, her heart trembling as she continued. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I gave birth to such a person who speaks of righteousness but is also fickle. This is all Auntie's fault. I apologize to you. Grasping Xiao Wu's hand, Ayin spoke with a trembling voice. Thinking of the scene she had just witnessed, Ayin's body couldn't stop shaking. Huh, Auntie? Xiao Wu was slightly taken aback. And then, under the mutual aura of the 10,000-year soul beasts, she suddenly came to her senses. You're the mother of that little third they just mentioned? The senior who actively sacrificed herself? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Ayin nodded. Yes, back then, in order to ensure my child's safety and not to burden my child. I sacrificed myself, but I didn't expect it to lead to the current situation. Xiao Wu deeply understood. She held Ayin's hand in return. Don't blame Auntie. This may be the fate we soul beasts were meant to bear. But Auntie, why did you say I should follow this Lord of the Spirit Hall back? I have an irreconcilable hatred with them. My mother died at their hands. Although this is all our fate, I still can't let go of this hatred. Ayin smiled gently and softly embraced Xiao Wu. You just said that Auntie sacrificed herself. It was the acting pope who brought me back to life. If the acting pope is willing, perhaps he can also bring your mother back to life. If you truly miss your mother, you can call me mom before that. Xiao Wu was stunned. A yin's words exploded in her ears. Could the hunted soul beasts really have hope for resurrection? Her mother certainly didn't use the sacrificial ability. Let us go. Resurrection. Let's see how you perform. Qian Renfeng spoke again, interrupting the conversation between a yin and Xiao Wu. His pure soul power lifted the two of them, sweeping them towards the deep night sky. Feeling carried by Qian Renfeng, Xiao Wu couldn't help but glance at his profile. She noticed his serious demeanor and the sharply defined angles of his face, her gaze becoming slightly dazed. At the same time, she couldn't help but reflect in her heart. If all of this is true, then does that mean the hatred between me and the Spirit Hall is gone? According to this Spirit Hall master's intention at the moment, he seems not to want to kill me for soul rings and bones. So can I continue to cultivate? If that's the case, I'll have enough opportunity to crush Tang San, that hypocrite, into ashes. Thinking of a deception by Tang San, and recalling his words, the teacher is doing this for my sake, a haze appeared on Xiao Wu's face. Deep in her heart, she had already developed hatred for Tang San. This hatred couldn't be vented through just a single 8. As long as conditions permitted, doing the 8 once a day would not be excessive at all. A few days later, Spirit Hall. Qian Renfeng brought Yin and Xiao Wu back here. Yuguan and Gui Mei immediately noticed Qian Renfeng's return and were shocked to see not only Yin by his side, but also the sudden appearance of Xiao Wu. Their eyes widened in disbelief. He brought back another 10,000-year soul beast? The acting pope is so fierce. Before Yuguan and Gui Mei could react, Qian Renfeng had already thrown a token towards them. By my command, summon soul masters from all regional Spirit Hall branches to return. I want to see 10,000 soul masters assembled in the shortest time possible. His cold voice echoed in the ears of the two Douluo. Just a second ago, they were still astonished that Qian Renfeng had brought back another 10,000-year soul beast for domestication. In this moment, both of them were frozen in place. Your Excellency, the acting pope, what is this? Yuguan and Gui Mei asked simultaneously, feeling a chill run down their spines. 10,000 soul masters army? What on earth does he want to do? Even if they're all weak, just a large combined attack would be overwhelming. Yuguan and Gui Mei exchanged glances, both seeing the terror in each other's eyes. They knew they definitely couldn't withstand such a united assault. Less questioning, more action. Qian Renfeng dropped this remark, and, accompanied by Yin and Xiao Wu, headed back to his courtyard. Watching Qian Renfeng leave, Yuguan and Gui Mei remained rooted in place, stunned and perplexed. Old ghost, what do you think is going on with the crown prince? How is it that after going out, he not only brings back a 10,000-year soul beast, but also suddenly makes such arrangements? You ask me, who should I ask? Don't you know that the crown prince's style has always been like this? It's just that this time, it's obviously more domineering than before. Hearing Gui Mei's response, Yuguan couldn't help but shiver, recalling that night when Qian Renfeng decisively killed a Star Luo worshipper, and now considering the current situation, with tens of thousands of soul masters mobilized. And Qian Renfeng's expression filled with a chilling intent, it was clear that a significant action was imminent. Yuguan suddenly realized something. Their Spirit Hall's disaster star was completely awakened. Chapter 051. Ning Fengji. Little you, should we lend a hand? Mountains and rivers flow gently. A towering sect stands here. Unlike the usual tranquility of this sect, there is now a large crowd gathered at the mountain gate. On either side of the gate, 2 giant dragons are carved into the massive cliffs. Their ferocious presence felt from afar. At first glance, it seems as if real dragons are lying dormant in the embrace of the mountains. Yu Luomian, with a frosty expression, stands here with many members of the sect, gazing at the figure flying towards them. Only when the figure descends does Yu Luomian stride forward. Big brother, why are you being so foolish? As the current leader of our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, why would you go out and actively offend the Spirit Hall? That's the Spirit Hall. Yu Luomian exclaimed angrily. Even though Yu Yuanjin is the sect leader and his elder brother, he still holds a high position within the family. Thinking about how Yu Yuanjin left the sect alone to save a useless person like Yu Xiaogang, he felt a surge of anger. Yu Yuanjin set Yu Xiaogang down. Second brother, our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is one of the top 3 sects. Can we not even protect our own people? Yu Luomian scoffed, but Yu Xiaogang has already been expelled from the sect. He is no longer a member of our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Yu Yuanjin's expression stiffened. Seeing Yu Luomian's furious demeanor, his face darkened. Second brother, although Xiaogang has been expelled from the sect, he is still my son. As a father, shouldn't I save my own son? The other members of the sect fell silent, although they didn't look kindly upon Yu Xiaogang. Seeing such a useless person brought back to the sect, they dared not speak against Yu Yuanjin's position. Only Yu Luomian remained unfazed. After hearing Yu Yuanjin's words, his cold eyes scanned Yu Xiaogang. Big brother, I didn't want to be too blunt before, but don't blame me for calling him a useless person. As a member of our blue lightning tyrant dragon family, how could his martial soul mutate into a pig? Isn't that simply too ridiculous? Besides, do you know nothing about what Yu Xiaogang has done over the years? As the family leader, you should know these things better than I do. His voice was low and filled with anger. Yu Luomian showed no kindness to Yu Xiaogang. In fact, seeing Yu Xiaogang's embarrassing appearance lying on the scooter made him frown even more. Yu Yuanjin was momentarily speechless, seeing his father at a loss for words. Yu Xiaogang began to retort, "Second uncle, I, Yu Xiaogang, am not the person you imagine. I have always acted with integrity. Don't tarnish my reputation." Hearing this, Yu Luomian couldn't help but sneer. His lips curled slightly, looking at Yu Xiaogang as if he were a fool. "Don't call me second uncle. You don't deserve it. I, Yu Luomian, may not have become a Title Douluo, but I could never have a useless nephew like you. Acting with integrity? Is that what you call it after causing trouble in the Spirit Hall? You learned about the identity of the two dragons from the Spirit Hall and intentionally created an encounter to get close to them. Is that what you call integrity? Yu Xiaogang, remember, it's true that the two dragons are my illegitimate daughters, and I have never cared for them, but they are still my daughters. How can you still claim to be innocent? Do you have any shame left?" Each word was like a pearl dropped on the ground. With every sentence Yu Luomian uttered, Yu Xiaogangs expression darkened further. As Yu Luomian finished his words, Yu Xiaogang pressed his hands on the ground, his fingers digging deeply into the soil. "Yu Luomian, I have noted down everything you said today. Just wait and see. I, Yu Xiaogang, will definitely become someone you cannot reach in the future. And as for the two dragons, I was worried you would kill me directly. So I pretended to be injured and left. Don't let me find an opportunity. By the way, I still have my third apprentice and the Haotian Crown Prince with me. When I find the opportunity, I will definitely show my affection with the second dragon, right in front of you." Seeing his useless son left speechless, Yu Yuanjin shot a disappointed glance at Yu Xiaogang, sighing inwardly. Yu Yuanjin, never expected to have such a useless son. If only he had talent. How could he have fallen to this point? Suppressing his sigh, Yu Yuanjin then said to Yu Luomian, "All right, second brother, let's put this matter to rest. You also need to understand one thing. As one of the top 3 sects, our blue lightning tyrant dragon family must maintain the dignity that we should have. You should also know the news. Xiaogang's current disciple is Tang San, whose father was once the Haotian Douluo, with Tang Hao's descendant around. Even though that old hammer is already dead, our blue lightning tyrant dragon family can still form an alliance with them. At that time, if the Spirit Hall wants to move against us, they will have to weigh their options." At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the mountainous embrace remains unchanged. A tall tower stands amidst the mountains, and in the most central hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, many high-ranking officials have gathered. Ning Fengji, QianXunji's, and Gu Rong sit in the 3 highest seats. At this moment, Ning Fengji holds a confidential letter in his hand. News from the disciples outside the sect has returned. Soul masters from various Spirit Hall branch halls are all heading back to Spirit City. According to various intelligence reports, it is highly likely that the Spirit Hall is targeting the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Previously, our sect's disciples were slandered and insulted by people from their family. What do you all think we should do about this? The high-ranking officials fell silent. All their gazes turned towards Ning Fengji and the Swordbone Douluo. They all understood that the real decision-makers were always the 3 at the top. "Fengji, stop playing around. You just need to make the decision today. I assure you. There will be no opposing voices in the sect regarding your decision. There is also the Old Bone Douluo here. Yesterday, he practiced a match with me, and now it has no meaning at all." Suddenly, the Sword Douluo spoke up. Beside him, Bone Douluo Gu Rong's expression stiffened slightly, recalling the slight disagreement in concepts during yesterday's sparring, and chose to remain silent. After receiving the Sword Douluo's approval, Ning Fengji nodded seriously. "Then I thank Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu. We are already on the same front as the Spirit Hall, so we cannot avoid helping out with this matter concerning the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. I haven't forgotten the slander against Rong Rong by Yu Xiaogang, that fame-seeking person. I would love to deal with him quickly." Chapter 052. Sword pointing at the blue lightning tyrant dragon family fame-seeking. The expressions of the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo simultaneously turned several degrees colder. Although there were certain ideological differences between the two, they felt no goodwill towards someone like Yu Xiaogang. They did not want to agree with Ning Fengji's remarks at all, which is being fame-seeking enough. Despicable, shameless, vile, treacherous. All these similar terms could be applied to Yu Xiaogang without a doubt. They acknowledged that Ning Rong was spoiled by them, and was usually a little witch type. But they were still very clear that her true nature was not bad at all. What did Yu Xiaogang do? His own granddaughter, with good intentions, ended up being slandered in such a manner? All right, Fengji, everyone present is family. No need to speak halfway. Since you've already decided on this matter, we should recall our disciples from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School from various places. We need to settle the score with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family regarding Rongrong. The Sword Douluo suddenly spoke. After exchanging a glance with Bone Douluo, the two quickly agreed on the current matter. Ning Fengji did not offer any rebuttal. We will follow Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu's arrangements. Although our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is an auxiliary spirit master sect, we will not tolerate anyone's humiliation. As he spoke, Ning Fengji sent some scrolls flying towards the high-ranking officials present. With the decisions made by Ning Fengji and the Sword and Bone Douluo, disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School across the Douluo Continent began to return to the sect. This was the case in every city and region. Inside the Spirit City, numerous spirit masters patrolled the city. Compared to before, the patrols in Spirit City were much tighter these past 2 days, and any unfamiliar faces were subjected to individual checks. Some spirit masters even held a portrait, systematically comparing it with every unfamiliar face. Moreover, those who were uncertain were required to have the other party release their martial spirit for a thorough inspection to ensure the safety of Spirit City. The atmosphere in the city was exceptionally solemn. In the Pope's Hall, Qian Renxue sat high in the Pope's seat. After many days of preparation, all the branch masters of the Spirit Hall from various cities had returned here, along with the archbishops. Her eyes were extremely cold. Qian Renfeng quietly listened to the reports from each branch hall master and various archbishops. The reports mainly concerned how long it would take for the soul masters from different branch halls to return to Spirit City. Your Holiness, the situation from the various branch halls has been compiled. The earliest soul master team will take half a month to return to Spirit City, while the team from the farthest branch hall will take 2 months to arrive. These are the detailed report documents for your review, Your Holiness. After the various reports were concluded, an archbishop sent several documents towards Qian Renfeng. Qian Renfeng glanced over the documents and quickly understood all the contents. Speed up. The furthest team should shorten the timeline to 1.5 months. Qian Renfeng said indifferently. The archbishop was surprised and replied, Your Majesty, if we speed up, our soul master team from the Spirit Hall will be easily discovered, which might alarm the enemy. Moreover, our Spirit Hall suddenly reallocating such a large number of soul masters may even alert the 2 great empires. On the Douluo Continent, there are 2 major empires and many small nations. The true rulers of the world are the 2 great empires, and the only force that can contend with them is the Spirit Hall. Qian Renfeng understood the archbishop's meaning. The sudden actions of the Spirit Hall, which can rival the 2 great empires, would inevitably raise some vigilance in the 2 empires. He was well aware of this. Qian Renfeng said lightly, It's nothing. This matter is a conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Such things can be made known to the world. If the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire still want to meddle after knowing about this, I will personally visit their royal families. As the words fell, Qian Renfeng decisively made a decision on this matter. In the Pope's chamber, many archbishops were left speechless, and the heads of various city halls fell silent. Is it confirmed that we won't wait any longer? Acting so hastily could lead to endless troubles. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed. As the voice sounded, BibiDong quietly appeared in the Pope's chamber. Upon her arrival, BibiDong looked at Qian Renfeng's decision with a face full of surprise. In her view, Qian Renfeng's grand plans at this moment were not a good omen. Qian Renfeng did not return. With a wave of his hand, a strange crystal appeared, which Qian Renfeng gently crushed. Boom! A resounding sound echoed. A magnificent scene suddenly emerged. The content of the scene was exactly what happened that day at the border of the Bala Kingdom. The appearance of Yu Yuanjun and the 8th Soul Skill, which is a crazy act aimed at creating chaos in the nearby town, became the best response from Qian Renfeng at this moment. Yu Yuanjun's actions and the matters concerning the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. If our Spirit Hall did not express a stance, how could we still win the people's support? The value of the Spirit Hall's existence is not just to eliminate evil spirit masters. BibiDong was momentarily speechless. Listening to Qian Renfeng's response, her expression changed repeatedly. Compared to the things Yu Yuanjun did, she was more concerned about the various performances of Yu Xiaogang in the image. Was that really the Yu Xiaogang she knew? Your Majesty, the substitute pope. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has sent a message. Sect Master Ning has stated that they already know what your Majesty intends to do, and the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School are currently being mobilized and can arrive at our Spirit City at any time. Qian Renfeng nodded, understanding Ning Fengji's meaning. After dismissing the Soul Master, Qian Renfeng silently appeared beside Bibi Dong, and a voice that only the two of them could hear softly rang out. Some people are not worth your naivety. After decades, my lady mother, you should wake up. Human hearts cannot withstand speculation, just like the saying goes. You know a person's face, but not their heart. Let us end this conversation. Qian Renfeng cast a cold gaze at everyone in the Pope's hall. The many branch hall masters and archbishops fully understood Qian Renfeng's meaning and quickly agreed before leaving the hall one after another. With no one else around, Qian Renfeng also walked step by step towards the outside of the hall. BibiDong remained silent. At this moment, only Qian Renfeng's earnest words echoed in her mind. After a brief moment, she recalled the words he had said to her on that day, which made her unable to hold back a tear. After a long silence, she ultimately said nothing, just watching Qian Renfeng gradually walk away. But one thing she was completely certain of was that Qian Renfeng had made up his mind. The army was gathering. Swords pointed at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Chapter 053. Yu Luomian is determined to eliminate Yu Xiaogang first. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. In the hall reserved for high-level meetings, a stifling atmosphere enveloped everyone's hearts. Yu Yuanjin sat at the main seat, and to his left sat Yu Lingyan. Apart from them, there were many high-ranking members of the clan. Although Yu Yuanjin was the only Title Douluo, there were several Soul Douluos. As for Soul Sage level, there were even more. Elder brother, look at the impact your impulsiveness has caused. The Spirit Hall has already begun to recall Soul Masters from various branch halls, and all the Soul Masters are heading back to their Spirit Master city. I know Yu Xiaogang is your biological son, but don't forget that you were the one who expelled him from the family. For someone who has already been expelled, you let our family provoke the Spirit Hall. How foolish. Yu Luomian was furious, constantly slamming the armrest of his chair, his face full of pain and anger. Yu Yuanjin's expression was ashen. Listening to Yu Luomian's questioning, his cold gaze shifted to the other high-ranking members of the clan. Do you all feel the same way? Our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, one of the top 3 sects with the world's #1 beast martial spirit. When did we become so timid? Yu Yuanjin questioned everyone. Being scolded as foolish by Yu Luomian made him feel quite uncomfortable. Isn't it true, my dear brother? The Spirit Hall is recalling thousands, if not tens of thousands, of Soul Masters back to the Spirit Master City. Think about it. Even though our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan has the world's #1 beast martial spirit, can we withstand such a large-scale assault from so many Soul Masters? Yu Yuanjin remained silent. The other high-ranking members chose to enter a selective silence mode, leaving enough space for the two brothers, Yu Yuanjin and Yu Luomian. Second brother, Xiaogang, is also your nephew. What you just said seems too unfeeling. Are we really afraid of the Spirit Hall in the top 3 sects? Don't worry. I've already made arrangements for this matter. I will set off for Haotian's sect soon. By then, we will push for an alliance, and everything will be worry-free. Yu Luomian was so angry that his teeth itched. Looking at Yu Yuanjin's current demeanor, he suddenly realized how unfamiliar he felt with his elder brother. After a moment of thought, he seemed to regain some clarity. If Yu Xiaogang had not been detected as a mutated, useless martial spirit, and if Yu Yuanjin had paid more attention to Yu Xiaogang's martial spirit research, such troubles would not have arisen. If he and team managed things well, he could only suffer the consequences. All right, just keep favoring your own son. The thousands of disciples in the family are no longer important to you. My dear brother, after this matter is over, if our clan can survive, I will unite all the elders to impeach you. You better be prepared. Yu Luomian knew he could not change Yu Yuanjin's mind. Angrily shouting, he left the hall directly. As he exited the hall, a cold wind blew against him. Yu Luomian took a deep breath. All of this was caused by that useless Yu Xiaogang. If that waste hadn't returned and died outside, how could there be any trouble for our family? As for the second dragon, that useless person actually dared to have such thoughts. He could no longer allow this waste to remain. Whispering to himself, a cold light flashed in Yu Luomian's eyes. Nephew? Yu Luomian never wanted to admit that such a despicable and filthy person as Yu Xiaogang was his nephew. At this moment, he was completely resolute. Thinking of the thousands of people in the sect and his dear brother's unfeeling favoritism, a fierce decision was made in his heart. If he wanted to help the clan avoid this disaster, he could only eliminate Yu Xiaogang first. With this thought, Yu Luomian strode towards Yu Xiaogang's residence. In a secluded courtyard, Yu Xiaogang lay on a skateboard, the veins on his forehead bulging. He thought about how charming and dashing he used to be, contrasting it with his current miserable state. His heart twisted to the point of explosion. Damn it! I, Yu Xiaogang, am also a direct disciple of the clan. My father brought me back, yet I still don't have the qualification to attend the family meeting? Why can't I, Yu Xiaogang, participate in the family meeting. My father is the strongest in the clan, a Title Douluo. Others are being too presumptuous. Bang, Yu Xiaogang said angrily. After becoming a cripple, he was extremely sensitive to everything. Thinking about how he couldn't participate in the family meeting due to his weak strength made him so infuriated that he summoned Luo Sanpao. Ugh! As soon as Luo Sanpao appeared, he was ready to defend and attack, but suddenly met Yu Xiaogang's fierce gaze. Gigi didn't even fully react. Yu Xiaogang glided over to Luo Sanpao, grabbing tightly around his pig neck with both hands. It's all because of your useless martial spirit. If it weren't for your useless martial spirit, how could I still be stuck below level 30? If you were just one of my twin martial spirits, I wouldn't hold it against you. But why are you just a single martial spirit, and such a useless mutation at that? Why can the blue lightning tyrant dragon mutate into the crimson dragon martial spirit, while you mutate into a pig? Are you mocking me? Are you laughing at me? Yu Xiaogang squeezed Luo Sanpao tightly. If he could immediately awaken another martial spirit if he lost his, he would not hesitate to strangle Luo Sanpao to death. Only after nearly killing Luo Sanpao did Yu Xiaogang throw him aside. Trash, useless martial spirit. It's all your fault that I've been unable to break through. If it weren't for you, I would have broken through level 30 long ago. As long as I could break through level 30, I, Yu Xiaogang, would surely have the potential of a Title Douluo. Just looking at you makes me furious. In the corner, Luo Sanpao, who had been severely bullied, curled up pitifully. His purple body trembled uncontrollably. The originally honest and lovable appearance couldn't help but want to bare its teeth at Yu Xiaogang. Tears as big as beans flowed uncontrollably from the corners of Luo Sanpao's eyes. Outside the door, Yu Luomian had arrived. Listening to Yu Xiaogangs harsh torment of Luo Sanpao inside, the veins on his forehead throbbed one by one. Initially convinced that there were no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, now that there were no outsiders, he completely stopped pretending. My good brother was right. Yu Xiaogang is truly my good nephew. Really, despicable and shameless to the extreme. With a cold snort in his heart, Yu Luomian pushed open Yu Xiaogangs door. Chapter 054. Yu Xiaogang. Father, Qian Renfeng is here. Creak. The sound of the wooden door being pushed open brought Yu Xiaogang back to his senses. Seeing Yu Luomian suddenly appear at the door, Yu Xiaogang's expression changed drastically, calling out second uncle and immediately gliding over on his scooter toward Luo Sanpao. Sanpao, we only lost once. Why are you so dispirited? Come let me see. Although others say you have a mutated waste martial soul, in my eyes, you're the most excellent martial soul. Quickly, let me see if you're hurt anywhere. Sliding to Luo Sanpao's side, Yu Xiaogang ignored whether Luo Sanpao was resistant or not, wrapping him in his arms with a look of extreme heartache. After being severely tormented by Yu Xiaogang, now being held like this, Luo Sanpao let out a disgruntled grunt from his nose. Using all his strength to try to break free from Yu Xiaogang's embrace, Luo Sanpao's hatred for him had reached its peak. Yu Xiaogang was sure that Luo Sanpao was just a martial soul. Although he had a physical form, he couldn't speak, putting on a facade of caring for the martial soul. Second uncle, why did you suddenly come? While caring for Luo Sanpao, Yu Xiaogang asked Yu Luomian. Yu Luomian frowned tightly. If it weren't for hearing Yu Xiaogangs impotent rage inside, and the previous cries of Luo Sanpao, he might have been completely fooled by Yu Xiaogangs' current appearance. A useless thing that presents one way on the surface and another behind the scenes. You still want to fool me? Yu Luomian sneered coldly in his heart. His gaze toward Yu Xiaogang was anything but friendly. With an angry snort, he walked to a seat and sat down. Yu Xiaogang, you must know about today's family meeting. The Spirit Hall is mobilizing its forces, intending to attack our blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. Moreover, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is also secretly mobilizing its disciples. This situation was provoked by you alone. Our blue lightning tyrant dragon clan should hold you accountable for this. You understand why I'm here today. Considering you were once my nephew, I will allow you to leave a last word. Being direct, Yu Luomian could hardly be bothered to continue playing around with Yu Xiaogang. As he spoke, his indifferent gaze seemed to look at a dead person. Yu Xiaogangs' heart sank, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. But his face showed a heartbroken expression. Second uncle, I know all of this is my fault. I know I'm too useless, and I've brought shame to the family. Don't worry, I will take full responsibility for this and give the entire family an explanation. Yu Xiaogang suddenly broke down emotionally, crying and sniffling. It's all because I'm too useless. If I had some capability, it wouldn't have come to this. However, second uncle, I'm very grateful to be born into the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. I feel I have no face to see my father anymore. I have no last words. So please, second uncle, allow me to offer you a cup of tea to express my regret as a junior. Offer tea? Yu Luomian did not suspect anything. He casually waved his hand, watching as Yu Xiaogang walked aside. Yu Xiaogang glided over to the tea table, carefully pouring a cup of hot tea. Just as he was about to lift the cup, a small pill silently slipped into the cup and quickly dissolved into nothingness. Damn you, Luomian. I even called you second uncle, and you wanted to kill me directly? My life absolutely cannot end here. I still have the poison I got from Shao San. Let's see who sends him off today. With a fierce thought, Yu Xiaogang held the teacup and slid back to Yu Luomian. Second uncle, please have some tea. After you drink it, execute me. I am willing to sacrifice for the family, he said, tears streaming down his face. Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but close his eyes, appearing as if he had resigned to his fate. Luo Sanpao saw all of Yu Xiaogang's actions clearly and was about to rush over to knock the cup out of Yu Luomian's hand. However, Yu Xiaogang was quick and stopped Luo Sanpao, softly chiding, Sanpao, don't block second uncle. I know you're doing this for my sake, but maybe our existence in this world is truly a mistake. Let us quietly finish our last journey. Yu Luomian was unaware of this. As a clan elder, he only wanted to execute Yu Xiaogang as soon as possible. Frowning, he drank all the tea. All right, Yu Xiaogang, I've finished my tea. Now it's time to send you on your way. Once you die, the wrath of the spirit hall will surely diminish, and our clan's disciples won't have to suffer unwarranted disasters. As his voice fell, Yu Luomian was about to take action. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. What is going on? How could I be poisoned? Soul power surged wildly. A black aura suddenly enveloped Yu Luomian's face. Ha ha ha, Yu Luomian. You never expected this, did you? My father worked hard to save me, and you still want to kill me? Come on, let's see who dies first. You should also know that I have a disciple. But you certainly don't know that my disciple is also a master in poison. Killing you is a piece of cake. Confirming that Yu Luomian was poisoned, Yu Xiaogang simply stopped pretending. With a grim face, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Yu Luomian. At this moment, there was no trace of the amiable expression on Yu Xiaogang's face. Only extreme madness remained. Yu Xiaogang, Yu Luomian suddenly woke up. Remembering how Luo Sanpao had tried to knock over the teacup earlier, he understood completely. Bang! A slap landed hard on Yu Xiaogang. Yu Luomian's eyes widened. He never dreamed that in his own family stronghold, while facing a junior offering tea, he would be poisoned. At this moment, he wished he could slap Yu Xiaogang to death. But after he slapped out, he realized that most of his soul power had been used to suppress the toxin and lost its intended power. No way. We can't let this bastard continue to commit evil. We must tell that good brother of mine what kind of trash his useless son really is. Yu Luomian took a deep breath and wanted to rush out of the room, but his physical condition suddenly began to worsen rapidly. A fierce look flashed across his brow, and he hurriedly darted off in another direction. At the same time, after being slapped away by Yu Luomian, Yu Xiaogang looked at him with a crazed expression. Then, in his astonished gaze, it suddenly turned into an exaggerated sorrow. With a loud voice, Yu Xiaogang shouted far away, Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Dad, Qian Renfeng from the Spirit Hall has broken in. Chapter 055. Yu Xiaogang's determination, Yu Luomian's madness. Boom! Just as Yu Xiaogang's words fell, a blue figure suddenly rushed towards them from a distance. The person was none other than the strongest member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Yuanjin. His dragon-like wings buzzed in the air. Yu Yuanjin arrived here in the shortest possible time, scooping Yu Xiaogang up into his arms. Seeing that Yu Xiaogang was not seriously hurt, he immediately asked, what happened? Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang cried out, Dad. Qian Renfeng suddenly infiltrated our family and tried to attack me, but Uncle discovered it and sent me out. Now, Uncle is probably in grave danger. Yu Xiaogang cried bitterly. While he was crying, he was also calculating the effects of the poison on Yu Luomian in his heart. According to the poison's properties given to me by Shao San, that guy Yu Luomian should take a lot of time to suppress the poison's onset. It is impossible for him to come out and confront me now. If he came out to confront me at this moment, it would really be troublesome for me. He probably wouldn't want to accept his fate so willingly. How ridiculous. He really doesn't know how powerful Shao San's poison is. It's impossible to suppress it, and in the end, he will definitely die. While cursing inwardly, Yu Xiaogang's eyes welled up with blood tears, and he coughed repeatedly. Yu Yuanjin's pupils widened in shock. His aura surged wildly, sweeping through the surrounding mountains and rocks. Spirit Hall, I, Yu Yuanjin, will not coexist with you. Yu Yuanjin roared. Upon hearing that Yu Xiaogan's second brother had detected Qian Renfeng's sneak attack and had gone to confront him, only sorrow remained in his heart. How could a soul Douluo level Yu Luomian be a match for a title Douluo level Qian Renfeng? Yu Yuanjin had already mentally accepted that his second brother was dead. As for Qian Renfeng, in his mind, he feared that he had already retreated after missing his attack. Thinking of this possibility, a tear fell from the corner of Yu Yuanjin's eye. Seeing that Yu Xiaogang was only at level 29 yet appeared to be unharmed, he felt immense grief. Second brother, I was wrong about you. Don't worry, I will personally avenge you. I will. His angry roars continued. Yu Yuanjin's long hair danced wildly in the wind. Soon, with Yu Xiaogang's shout, many members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family also rushed over. After understanding what had happened, each of their expressions was filled with sorrow. Many of them looked at Yu Xiaogang with extreme displeasure, recalling how a Soul Duo elder had died to protect such a useless Yu Xiaogang. No matter how they thought about it, they felt it was not worth it. Yet regarding Yu Luomian's actions, they all admired him in their hearts. Yu Luomian, indeed, was a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Despite their grievances, when a major incident occurred in the family, they still stood by the family. With the strength of a Soul Douluo, he faced off against the Title Douluo of the Spirit Hall, the acting pope. This act should be recorded in the family annals. They're indeed a bunch of fools. Haha, it only took a little calculation for me to lead them astray, to play them like puppets. How can such people still call me Yu Xiaogang useless? Yu Xiaogang sneered in his heart. Thinking of Yu Luomian, he was already certain that Yu Luomian would not be able to appear again after the first time he didn't see him, even if he wasn't dead yet. Under the attack of the potent poison, even with Yu Luomian's Soul Duo strength, he would find it much easier to die from the poison. He didn't have the confidence to poison him openly. However, the deadly poison mixed in the tea was all ingested by Yu Luomian, making it nearly impossible for him to survive. Alright, that's Yu Luomian's problem solved. Now the emotions of the entire family have been stirred up by my scheme, and they might be a bit more peaceful in the future. Anyway, Yu Luomian is doomed, and when the time comes, there will be no evidence left. Today's events will be completely fine. That bastard Qian Renfeng clearly wants me dead, and it's just right for him to take the blame this time. In the end, there will be no evidence, and he won't be able to clear his name. Thinking happily in his heart, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but feel his mind becoming lively again. Now that the entire family's emotions were stirred up, his father mentioned finding a way to ally with the Haotian sect. At that time, who knows, I might even get Qian Renfeng in my hands. When that happens, I can ask Xiao San for more deadly poison, ensuring that he suffers to the point of wishing for death. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Yu Xiaogang's eyes turned red, and his emotions reached an extreme high. Yu Yuanjin looked at Yu Xiaogang, who appeared sorrowful at the moment. Xiaogang, don't be too sorrowful. You only need to remember today's events in your heart. Don't blame your second uncle in the future. In fact, your second uncle has always cared about the whole family and has always adhered to the family's rules. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept the illegitimate daughter out of our family back then. Yu Yuanjin was deceived by Yu Xiaogan's red-rimmed eyes and couldn't help but comfort him. Yu Xiaogang responded with a sound, pretending to be very sad, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. On the other side, in a cave embraced by the mountains of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, this was where Yu Luomian usually cultivated. The moment the potent poison began to take effect, he rushed to this place, where he had collected many treasures. After taking many medicines to suppress the outbreak of the poison, the veins on Yu Luomian's forehead bulged. Although most of his soul power was used to suppress the poison's outbreak, a small portion of soul power was still sent out to scout the surroundings. The furious Yu Yuanjin and Yu Xiaogang's various disguises were all observed by Yu Luomian. He let out a series of hoarse roars from his throat. That useless thing Yu Xiaogang was indeed too deep in hiding. He couldn't continue to let him harm the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. And my good brother only cares about his good son. It seems that he initially expelled Yu Xiaogang due to family rules, but in reality, he is more nervous than anyone. In my current state, I must fully suppress the potent poison. Even if I go out now to explain everything about Yu Xiaogang to him, he might not believe it immediately, and, at that time, Yu Xiaogang will definitely have the chance to attack me. However, Yu Xiaogang should be certain that I have died from the poison by now. So I must live well and ensure that Yu Xiaogang's ugly face is exposed. Yu Luomian whispered softly. A frenzied look brewed constantly in his eyes. Suddenly, Yu Luomian thought of the Spirit Hall and Qian Renfeng. Considering Yu Xiaogang's actions and the Spirit Hall's attitude towards him, a determined look flowed from his eyes. It seems that I need to visit the Spirit Hall once. After visiting the Spirit Hall, I should try to tell that kid Erlong about everything before the poison takes effect. Hopefully, I can hold on until then. Chapter 056. Two Instruments, Dual Birth. Invulnerable to all poisons. Seeking recommendation votes. Spirit Hall. In the small courtyard of Qian Renfeng, The tranquil atmosphere renders everything around it very quiet. Sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, Qian Renfeng's eyes were tightly closed, and a breath that was sometimes blazing hot and sometimes icy cold erupted from his body. Waves of heat surged, accompanied by a chilling presence. Qian Renfeng's complexion also shifted, sometimes turning red and at other times pale. The air in the entire courtyard was greatly affected by this unusual aura. Finally, Qian Renfeng opened her eyes. The scorching heat and icy breath disappeared in an instant. A sharp luster blossomed in her pupils. It felt as if a tremendous change had occurred within her body. The combination of the fiery apricot flower and a part of the branches and leaves of the star anise ice grass indeed had unexpected effects. Qian Renfeng sensed his own condition and couldn't help but whisper softly. He raised his hand, and a drop of bright red blood suddenly forced its way out from his fingertips. Carefully sensing the situation within the blood, Qian Renfeng discovered that his blood had undergone a tremendous transformation. 2 types of highly toxic herbs, when combined, could merge into an invulnerable state. Your Excellency, the acting Pope, have you finished your training? At this moment, Bean suddenly walked over from not far away and asked. Earlier, Qian Renfeng was still in training, and she didn't dare to approach and disturb him. Seeing that he had finished his training now, she stepped forward. Qian Renfeng hummed in response and asked, What's the matter? Nothing, I just saw Your Excellency the acting Pope suddenly take 2 types of deadly poison herbs, and I wanted to check on the situation with Xiaowu, Bean explained. With the Yin's explanation, Xiaowu also expressed her concern. After the previous events, Xiaowu didn't have a favorable impression of the Spirit Hall, but she no longer held the extreme hostility she once did. In a hostile relationship, there is no clear distinction between right and wrong. Moreover, she learned from Yin that Qian Renfeng might have the ability to resurrect people, which filled her heart with endless hope. Just seeing Qian Renfeng take the 2 types of deadly poison herbs made her unable to resist wanting to come out and persuade him. Qian Renfeng smiled slightly. Understanding the concern of Yin and Xiao Wu, he gently explained, Everything has its limits. There are no absolutes in the world. Highly toxic substances are not without purpose. Otherwise, their existence in the world would hold no value. The fire apricot and the octagonal ice grass are both considered highly toxic herbs on their own, but when combined, they can produce the dual force of yin and yang, forging a body that is immune to all poisons. This is a sufficient explanation for now. He did not continue discussing further matters with Yin and Xiao Wu. The reason he chose to take the fire apricot and the octagonal ice grass simultaneously was not a sudden whim, but a long-standing plan. While others might not know, he was well aware of what kind of person Tang San was. Born the Tang sect in his previous life, which was renowned for its expertise in poison, he did not approve of Tang San's hypocritical character, but he had to acknowledge Tang San's talent in the use of poison. If he did not prepare in advance, he might end up in trouble later. Taking the fire apricot and the octagonal ice grass to forge a body immune to all poisons would serve as a solid foundation for him. This way, he could better control everything in his hands. Hearing Qian Renfeng's words, Yin and Xiao Wu were both momentarily taken aback, not expecting such an answer from him, and were slightly surprised. Is there something else? After giving his explanation, Qian Renfeng noticed that Yin and Xiao Wu did not move, so he asked again. Well, Xiao Wu has been with us in Wuhuan City for a while now, and I want to take her out to learn more about the Wuhuan Hall, Yin replied. Qian Renfeng did not refuse. Just go with my token in hand. No one in the Spirit Hall dares to lay a hand on you. Thank you, my lord. He sent away Yin and Xiao Wu. When Qian Renfeng was about to continue his cultivation, Yu Egwan suddenly arrived at his courtyard. I pay my respects to your majesty, Yu Egwan said. Qian Renfeng retorted, What happened? The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, the family elder Yulomian visited Spirit City, as if poisoned, Yu Egwan replied. Let's go. Qian Renfeng arrived at a secluded courtyard after a moment's effort. Inside the courtyard, Yulomian, whose face was completely dark blue, was trembling all over as he struggled to hold on. His eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and despite possessing the strength of a soul fighter, he now resembled a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Qian Renfeng arrived at this place and, upon seeing Yuluo Mian's condition, immediately confirmed that Yuluo Mian was poisoned. At this moment, it was clear that Yuluo Mian had been suppressing the poison's outbreak with soul power for a long time, and during the journey, the soul power had not completely suppressed the deadly toxin, leading to a critical condition. Yuluo Mian had met the former pope. Today, I came here for Yuluo Mian. Seeing Qian Renfeng arrive, Yuluo Mian forced himself to bow despite his discomfort, just as he was about to explain the situation when the poison fully invaded his heart and lungs. His mouth slightly opened, his eyes rolled back, and he completely fainted on the ground. Xiaogang? Qian Renfeng slightly furrowed his brows. Although Yu Lumian did not finish his subsequent words, he could see from his lips that Yu Lumian wanted to mention a certain name. It seemed that some interesting events had occurred again. Qian Renfeng softly said, "Yu Egwan, pay attention to your surroundings. I will first detoxify the Yuluo crown." Yu Egwan complied. Just as Yu Egwan was about to leave the secluded area, a shadow suddenly appeared within the courtyard. The visitor was none other than BibiDong. Not all poisons in the world can be resolved. Some deadly poisons can corrode the soul master's body along with their soul power. You have summoned the soul masters of the Wuhuan Hall to take action, and anyone with eyes can see that you are targeting the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Now that the second master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family has come poisoned, are you not the least bit worried that this is their sacrificial pawn strategy? BibiDong's voice was very cold. From a moment she appeared, she spoke indifferently to Qian Renfeng. Qian Renfeng glanced at BibiDong thoughtfully, sensing the underlying concern in her words. She clearly wanted to advise him to act rationally and to be careful not to fall into the trap set by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, which could lead to him being dragged down by the sacrifice of a jade crown. However, her cold tone added an unusual flavor to this persuasion, vividly showcasing their strange mother-son relationship. "I never do things without certainty. You should know this better than anyone. With you here, just watch. Perhaps after the jade crown is detoxified, the news he brings will also interest you." The voice fell. Qian Renfeng allowed BibiDong to be present at the scene. The wind from his palms stirred, and Yu Lumian, who had already fallen to the ground, was lifted up again. Chapter 057. The News of Yu Lumian. The true face of Yu Xiaogang. Seeking recommendation votes, something that interests him? BibiDong was slightly taken aback, her slightly furrowed, as she looked at Qian Renfeng, whose expression was meticulous. Remembering the earlier incident where Qian Renfeng had pressured her, an unnatural expression appeared on BibiDong's face. Indeed, Qian Renfeng never does things without confidence. On that day, when he came to force the palace, he was already well prepared. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen that specific moment to act. He sighed lightly in his heart. BibiDong simply chose to watch silently from the side. Qian Renfeng certainly wouldn't use his soul power to probe into the condition of Yu Lumian's body at this moment. Although he has already refined his body to be immune to all poisons, it wouldn't be a pleasant experience to accidentally get hit. A drop of blood ejected. After Qian Renfeng took this action, he no longer made any unnecessary movements. With the medicinal properties neutralized by the fire apricot and the 8-pointed ice grass. Although he still didn't know what poison was in Yu Lumian, resolving it was quite easy. After all, at this moment, his blood could even address the bodily issues caused by the severe poison that had been eroding Dugu Bo for a long time, and could even neutralize Dugu Bo's entire poison skills. It was clear that Yu Lumian could not reach such a level. Otherwise, he wouldn't be appearing before him. Seeing that Qian Renfeng only used a drop of blood, BibiDong couldn't help but furrow her brows. Just as she was about to speak again, Yu Lumian's muffled groan suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Yu Lumian struggled to open his eyes, and, upon seeing Qian Renfeng and BibiDong in front of him, his expression suddenly turned very surprised. I'm not dead yet," Yu Lumian exclaimed in astonishment. "It is the Lord who has detoxified you." Yu Egwan suddenly spoke up. "You were severely poisoned, and you owe your survival to our Lord." Yu Lumian quickly coordinated his soul power and hurriedly knelt on one knee before Qian Renfeng. "I have met the Lord, the substitute pope." Yu Lumian saluted. Qian Renfeng, indifferent, spoke. "You possess the strength of level 83. How did you get poisoned? And why have you come to my spirit hall?" Upon hearing this, Yu Lumian's expression suddenly darkened. "It was Yu Xiaogang who poisoned me. I am aware of the actions your spirit hall has taken against our blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. I wanted to execute Yu Xiaogang in advance to resolve our conflicts, but he poisoned me and framed you, saying that they ambushed our blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. And I, in order to protect him, died at your hands, your majesty, though. I just want to clarify all of this. I do not wish to see the conflict between our two forces exacerbated because of a shameless person. So that's how it is." Qian Renfeng whispered softly in his heart. After Yu Lumian finished speaking, he probably guessed what had happened to Yu Lumian earlier. However, before he could take any action, the expression of BibiDong, who was beside him, suddenly changed. She had always been very aware of where Qian Renfeng had been during this time. But Yu Lumian said that Yu Xiaogang framed Qian Renfeng for attacking the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Qian Renfeng is the kind of person who would carry out sneak attacks. Yu Xiaogang actually did that. Thinking back to that incident in Wuhuan City, BibiDong was greatly disturbed, her lips involuntarily pressed tightly together, and a terrifying soul power suddenly erupted. Her body flickered and instantly disappeared from the courtyard. Yu Luomian was surprised and looked in the direction Bibi Dong had left. Utterly confused. "Your Holiness, what is this?" Yu Luomian asked. Qian Renfeng glanced at Yu Luomian and said, "Don't ask about things you shouldn't know. However, since you have no intention of becoming our Spirit Hall's enemy, I can allow you to temporarily recuperate in the Spirit Hall, and I can arrange some tasks for you to do later." Hearing this, Yu Luomian once again thanked Qian Renfeng. He reluctantly stood up and suddenly said, "My lord, I may need to postpone my recuperation. I still need to go to Heaven Do City once. I have an illegitimate daughter there, and that scoundrel Yu Xiaogang has been thinking about her. I cannot let my daughter be deceived. Moreover, my daughter has established a Soul Master Academy that serves only commoners. If my daughter is used, it could involve many commoner Soul Masters, leading to a lot of bloodshed." Upon hearing Yu Luomian's words, Qian Renfeng recalled the illegitimate daughter of Yu Luomian, Lu Erlong, the Dean of Lamba Academy. Considering the uniqueness of Lamba Academy, Qian Renfeng couldn't help but ponder deeply on this matter. For the Spirit Hall in the past, such events might not have been too serious. However, for him, Qian Renfeng, even trivial matters could trigger a series of chain reactions. The path to divinity requires the hearts of the people. Commoners have always been the largest demographic in Douluo Continent. If Yu Xiaogang continued to deceive Lu Erlong, things could become quite tricky. If the commoners still harbored dissatisfaction towards Qian Renfeng, although he could suppress everyone with his strength, it would certainly delay his path to godhood. "I will arrange for someone to take you to Tiando City," Qian Renfeng calmly arranged. Meanwhile, in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, without Yu Luomian, Yu Xiaogang felt that his life was becoming increasingly comfortable. In front of him lay a calendar. As he lightly traced the pen across the calendar and saw another day crossed off, a sinister smile appeared on Yu Xiaogang's face. "Another day has passed. My dear second uncle should have completely succumbed to the poison by now. How satisfying." Yu Xiaogang growled softly with a twisted expression, looking at his already lost legs. He couldn't help but feel a rush of madness. "Although I've lost my legs, my hands are still here. With my good second uncle dead, no one can interfere with my affairs with Erlong. Oh, good second uncle, you can rest assured and leave. The family still believes you died heroically. You will be the hero of our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Don't worry, without your interference, I will take good care of Erlong." Thinking of Lu Erlong's fiery figure and recalling the regret of having been just one step away from success, Yu Xiaogang swallowed hard, grabbing the pen tip and fiercely poking at the calendar. After a bout of venting, Yu Xiaogang began to calculate matters related to Lu Erlong in his mind. He thought about how Lu Erlong would react upon learning that Yu Luomian died at the hands of Qian Renfeng, and the sorrow after all her relatives had departed. He even envisioned how much Lu Erlong would depend on him. The more he thought, the hotter the feeling in his heart became. The restlessness within him reached its peak at that moment, and he was certain that everything was under his control. Chapter 058, BibiDong's Decision. The path of balance, the former Russian side, did not delve deeply into the specifics of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and did not wish to understand it further. In his eyes, a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family could not stir up much trouble, especially with the many disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School ready to assist. Under such powerful support, dealing with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family could even lead to negligible losses. After arranging matters concerning Yu Luomian, Qian Renfeng arrived alone at BibiDong's palace. The turbulent soul power filled every corner of the palace, and the emotional fluctuations led to an unintentional release of soul power. Was the arrival of Yu Luomian arranged by you? Upon seeing Qian Renfeng, BibiDong suddenly suppressed her emotions to some extent, her gaze deeply fixed on him. In her view, the sudden visit of Yu Luomian, along with his mention of being poisoned and the matter of Yu Xiaogang framing Qian Renfeng for attacking the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, was highly illogical. If there was no arrangement behind this, there was definitely something off. Qian Renfeng smiled. Hearing BibiDong's sudden questioning, he understood what she was worried about. "Do you think I need to arrange this on purpose? It's just a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and a Yu Xiaogang. If I want to eliminate them, why would I need such a reason? Just the fact that Yu Yuanjin wants to take action against an ordinary town is enough." The strong and powerful words rang out. Qian Renfeng calmly gazed into BibiDong's eyes and continued, "If there was really any arrangement, it was only that one time with the beggar in Wuhuan City. As for Yu Luomian's current situation, you can discern it yourself." Upon hearing this, BibiDong immediately fell silent. She looked into Qian Renfeng's calm eyes and at his serious face. Her red lips involuntarily pressed together. The delicate hand gripping the Pope's scepter tightened, and a harsh sound followed. You really don't need to arrange things this way. Bibi Dong suddenly sighed deeply and walked over to the bed, leaning on the Pope's scepter. She sat down on the bed with a face full of despondency. Today's events had a tremendous impact on her. The person she cared about, Yu Xiaogang. Even on that day, when she saw Yu Xiaogang act against the beggar, she had already found reasons in her heart for why he acted that way. But now, she clearly knew that Qian Renfeng had not left Wuhuan City in recent days and understood Yu Luomian's true identity. The words spoken by Yu Luomian were hard to doubt, and finding another reason was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. No matter what, Qian Renfeng here can already be certain that it is absolutely impossible for someone with such leisure to make such arrangements. If Qian Renfeng were really that kind of person, the current situation of the Spirit Hall would not be like this, and she would not have completely relinquished the authority of the Pope. As for the matter with Yu Xiaogang, I will take a look. If all of this is true, then you don't need to get involved in that person's affairs. BibiDong's expression suddenly turned cold. Reflecting on the various things Qian Renfeng has done recently, and recalling the completely different attitudes Qian Renfeng and Qian Renxue have towards her, the balance in her heart quietly began to shift. With another thought, she recalled the recent events she encountered in the Rakshasa god assessment, and a glint of coldness flickered deep in her eyes. Qian Renfeng smiled indifferently. If you want to see, then just look. The voice fell. Qian Renfeng turned around, intending to leave BibiDong's palace. He came here to confirm whether BibiDong had any issues and also to see how far her transformation had progressed. The result was quite pleasing. For BibiDong to say those words just now was already a huge success. For him, neither Yu Xiaogang nor the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family could be considered obstacles. However, he still preferred not to reach a truly decisive point if possible. Simply and decisively annihilating Yu Xiaogang was not his pursuit. As for the matter with Yu Luomian, it could only be said to have brought him an unexpected joy. Watching Qian Renfeng leave, BibiDong reminded him again as he was about to reach the door. Recently, the Xinghua Empire and the Tiando Empire will not let this go easily. The plan has been prepared for many years, so waiting another year or two doesn't matter. Think it through, and then act. Qian Renfeng paused. After a moment, a light and airy voice sounded. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. The two great empires need to solidify their rule, and to control the common people, they must ensure a certain balance. This great righteousness is on our side, and between the two great empires, the path of balance. They do not dare to act. With that, the words were left behind. Qian Renfeng completely left. After confirming that Qian Renfeng had departed, BibiDong couldn't help but frown. 2 days later, in the courtyard of Qian Renfeng, after 2 days of recuperation and the healing holy medicine specially prepared by Qian Renfeng, Yu Luomian's condition has recovered perfectly. Not only has he expelled all the toxins from his body, but he has also broken through from level 83 to level 84 in soul power. Kneeling on one knee in front of Qian Renfeng, Yu Luomian said gratefully, "Thank you, Your Excellency the Substitute Pope, for your care these past few days. Delays can lead to changes. I wish to set off immediately for Tiando City to find my daughter and clarify everything. I have come specifically to take my leave." Qian Renfeng calmly glanced at Yu Luomian. "Your injuries have recovered well, and your strength has improved. Since that's the case, I won't arrange for anyone to send you to Tiando City. You can come back after finishing your business." Yu Luomian nodded seriously. He stood up and bowed again, saying, "Rest assured, Your Holiness, as long as I'm not affected by severe poison, there is no need to expend soul power to suppress it. I can ensure my own safety. Unless at the Title Douluo of my brother's level, I have enough confidence to escape even if I encounter others." Qian Renfeng hummed in response and said no more. It wasn't until Yu Luomian left that Qian Renfeng lightly called out, and the ghostly figure silently appeared at his side. "Follow Yu Luomian to Tiando City. Verify whether this matter is indeed a strategic move by the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family to sacrifice a pawn to save the king. If it's true, no need to report. Eliminate him on the spot. If not, don't expose yourself. Just come back and report everything to me." Seeing Qian Renfeng methodically arranging everything, the ghost felt a bit surprised. He thought Qian Renfeng would be so easily convinced by a second-in-command from an openly hostile faction coming to him. It seems he was overthinking it after all. Qian Renfeng's scheming is definitely one of the most profound in the Spirit Hall. After receiving the order, he did not delay and followed Yu Luomian out of the Spirit City. Chapter 059. Director Erlong, your father has arrived Tiando City. Lamba Academy. Located outside Tiando City, mainly recruiting commoner students. Lamba Academy has always seemed out of place. Many nobles say that commoners are equivalent to lowly people. and it is already good enough to provide a place for them to live peacefully, let alone teach them how to become powerful soul masters. Therefore, Lanba Academy can only be situated outside Tiando City and cannot find a place within it. On this day, at the back mountain of Lanba Academy, surrounded by many flowers and plants, a graceful figure sat on a bamboo chair, occasionally letting out a soft sigh. With a grand figure, it truly matches the saying. From the front, it looks like a ridge. From the side, it looks like a peak. High and low, near and far, all different. The graceful figure is none other than Lu Erlong, the current director of Lanba Academy, the illegitimate daughter of the second master of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, Yuluomian and the Wind Dust Woman. Since the wedding was disrupted and the establishment of Lanba Academy, Lu Erlong has rarely concerned herself with the Academy's affairs, spending most of her time in the back mountain. Day after day, year after year, apart from sighing, it has been nothing but sighs. Today, like any other day, Lu Erlong was resting here. Just as she was about to take a short break, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed. "Director, someone from your family has arrived." Suddenly, a teacher brought a sharp-featured member of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family to Lu Erlong's residence. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong raised her eyebrows slightly. She wasn't particularly fond of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, but she couldn't sever that blood relationship. "Erlong, I'm a collateral member of the family. I have a letter from Master Yu Xiaogang that I was asked to deliver." Yu Xiaogang. Upon hearing these three words, Lu Erlong suddenly disappeared from the bamboo chair. In the next second, she had already appeared next to the sharp-featured disciple of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. "Is it really Yu Xiaogang?" Lu Erlong asked in disbelief. The disciple replied, "Yes, Brother Yu has returned to the family. This letter is written by Brother Yu himself for you to read." Lu Erlong did not doubt it. She was certain that the disciple was indeed from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, due to the direct bloodline connection. As she took the letter and glanced at it, terrifying soul power erupted violently around her. The disciple stumbled back a few steps, and the teacher who had brought the disciple here paled as well. "Director, what is this?" The teacher asked in fear. Having worked together in the same academy, he was well aware of Lu Erlong's formidable nature. With an angelic face, a devilish figure, and a tyrannical temper, she could incapacitate someone with just a word. Lu Erlong's facial expression twisted madly, and her pupils were filled with blood vessels. "Leave now. If there is nothing else, don't disturb me. Also, notify all the teachers in the academy that for a while, they can decide on all matters themselves without reporting to me." With each word, Lu Erlong's forehead bulged with veins, even with her devilish figure and face. Saying such fierce words made the academy teachers tremble in fear. "Yes." The teachers responded quickly and left, leaving the space entirely to Lu Erlong and a sharp-featured disciple from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Once there were no outsiders left, Lu Erlong couldn't help but crumple the letter in her hand, gritting her teeth and saying, "Is everything in this letter true?" As she asked this, flames seemed to blaze in her eyes, and her breathing became heavy, ready to explode at any moment. The disciple shrank his neck and discreetly glanced at Lu Erlong's impressive figure, swallowing hard. "Erlong, the contents of the letter are true. Everyone in our family knows. The second master was killed on the spot by Qian Renfeng from the Spirit Hall during an ambush while protecting Brother Yu. There was nothing left of him." Boom! The soul power erupted completely. Lu Erlong's crimson, martial soul projection appeared behind her, her eyes blood-red as she shouted, "Spirit Hall, I will not let you go." The disciple stepped back several paces, witnessing Lu Erlong's fury, his mouth twitching crazily. "Erlong, please calm down. The deceased is already gone. Brother Yu said that the second master died protecting him, and he must honor the second master's last wishes. The second master had a final message, asking Brother Yu to take good care of you, and he sent this letter for that reason. Brother Yu said he must fulfill the second master's request and ensure you do not suffer any grievances." While saying these things, the sharp-featured disciple couldn't help but think. It seems that the second master once tried to obstruct the marriage between Yu Xiaogang and Erlong. Now that the second master is dead, if I bring this up again, maybe Yu Xiaogang will regain importance, and my status will rise as well. It's just a pity for Erlong. Such a fiery figure is to be enjoyed by Yu Xiaogang. I hope he won't go back on his promises to me. Suppressing these thoughts, the disciple kept his gaze fixed on Lu Erlong. Seeing that Lu Erlong had not yet calmed down, he suddenly had a brainwave and wanted to step forward to comfort her. "Director! Director!" Suddenly, the teacher who had just left returned in a hurry. The hurried voice helped Lu Erlong regain control over her emotions, and she shot a cold glare. Thinking of her father's death mentioned in the letter, she was like a raging dragon, ready to explode at anyone who provoked her. "Didn't I just arrange that?" For a while, Let the teachers decide the internal matters of the academy themselves? What are you doing here? Suppressing her anger, Lu Erlong said. If it weren't for the last shred of rationality, she would have unleashed her martial soul and vented her frustrations on the academy teachers. Director, the teachers can't make the decision on this matter. Someone else is here to see you. The academy teacher said softly, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong shouted angrily, "Do you really think anyone can see me? Want to see me just like that? Tell them to make an appointment. I'll see them when I have time. Remember, for such matters, next time you must ask for my opinion before arranging anything. What do you need teachers for if you can't even handle this? As teachers, isn't it normal to help me, the director?" The anger continued to erupt. Lu Erlong spoke each word slowly and clearly. Usually, she wouldn't need to do this, but now she truly couldn't control the fury burning within her. The sharp-nosed, monkey-faced disciple, after hearing Lu Erlong's words, was about to comfort her, but the impulse was halted as a chill swept over him. Before he could completely calm down, the teacher who brought him here added another chilling remark. "But Dean, the person said they are your father." Chapter 060. Lu Erlong's Fury, True Form of the Red Dragon. Father? How is that possible? Lu Erlong's expression froze. What a ridiculous joke about an empire. Her father had just died, or so the family had said. Now someone was impersonating him at Lamba Academy. Did they really think Lu Erlong was a good-tempered person? An invisible soul force began to stir. Lu Erlong inhaled deeply, her teeth gritting in anger. Good, very good. Lu Erlong bit her teeth and growled each word. The academy teacher was startled by Lu Erlong's sudden change. He shrank his neck and cautiously asked, "Dean, do you want me to bring your father in?" "That's your dad," Lu Erlong blurted out. Compared to the visitor who was about to arrive, she was more willing to believe the family's letter. The academy teacher somewhat understood. Hearing Lu Erlong say it was her father visiting, he thought to himself that his dad had long since died. How could he still be alive? But he forced a smile and said, "Then Dean, I'll go and chase him away right away." As he spoke, the academy teacher tried to leave. At that moment, he was also filled with a belly full of anger. Working in the same academy, who could not know Lu Erlong's temperament? Usually, over trivial matters. No academy teacher would be willing to deal with Lu Erlong, fearing a disagreement would lead to a broken bone. There was no way around today's situation. But thinking he was being played, the academy teacher could not help but feel a surge of rage. Just as the academy teacher was about to leave, suddenly, a gentle yet stern voice rang out. "Erlong, after all these years, hasn't your temper changed at all? You've become the dean of an academy, and you've never thought about changing yourself?" As the voice fell, Yu Luomi appeared, with the strength of a soul Douluo. Except in places where Title Douluo was stationed, he could dominate elsewhere. After waiting a long time without news from the messenger, Yu Luomi simply came in with him. Seeing Lu Erlong snap back at the academy teacher, he was momentarily speechless. "Dad?" Lu Erlong was taken aback. After recognizing Yu Luomi's true appearance, she rubbed her eyes vigorously, confirming she wasn't mistaken, and let out a soft gasp. Even though she was very dissatisfied with Yu Luomi's irresponsibility, she could not deny that Yu Luomi was indeed her biological father. After the gasp, Lu Erlong's body completely stiffened in place, her mind clashing with two different pieces of information. "Impossible. Second Master, how could you still be alive? Brother, you said that Second Master was already dead. He must be dead. What kind of monster are you to dare disguise yourself as our Second Master's appearance to deceive us?" Boom! The illusory figure of the purple lightning demon dragon appeared. Yu Luomi did not waste words with his disciple. The overwhelming soul power directly suppressed him. "If I remember correctly, you are very close to Yu Xiaogang, and can be said to be Yu Xiaojiang's loyal lackey? Was it Yu Xiaojiang who told you that I had died without a burial place?" Yu Luomi snorted coldly, his eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. The disciple was too weak, and the illusory figure of the purple lightning demon dragon after Yu Luomi's martial soul mutation was fleeting. This caused the disciple to temporarily lose the ability to move, and he turned to look at Lu Erlong again. "Yu Xiaojiang's words cannot be trusted. He poisoned me. If I hadn't relied on my soul power to suppress it and found a way to detoxify, I would indeed be dead now." Yu Luomi continued without further ado. He simply and directly informed Lu Erlong of what had happened within the family. Moreover, Yu Luomi also recounted the high-level meeting held within the family that day, as well as his final decision. Among many things, he even included his thoughts on directly dealing with Yu Xiaojiang to turn hostility into peace. "Sister Erlong, this must be fake. This must be fake." The disciple suddenly jumped up, raising his voice as Yu Luomi's soul power suppression eased slightly. "Fake? Do you think I'm blind? Lu Erlong snapped back to her senses. Before she saw Yu she had indeed believed what was in the letter, convinced that her father was dead. With Yu sudden appearance, standing right in front of her, how could she still not understand what was going on? A dead person suddenly came back to life? A fake person could also disguise their martial soul? Dragon-type martial souls are generally only possessed by direct members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, while the purple lightning demon dragon released by Yu though different from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul from decades ago, still retains some of the same aura after mutation. If that were all fake, then what is real? Lu Erlong was furious, her eyes looking like they could devour the disciple. Word by word she asked, "Tell me, what exactly is going on with the letter? And what about what my dad said and what happened in the family? Is it all true?" The disciple was alarmed. At this moment, how could he dare to reveal everything that happened in the family? If he did, wouldn't he be finished? Even if he spun tales with his silver tongue, Lu Erlong would not continue to be deceived. Seeing Lu Erlong in such a furious state, the disciple suddenly panicked, recalling that he had just thought of comforting Lu Erlong. His face went pale. He quickly tried to escape, while Lu Erlong and Yu were not paying attention. Wanting to run away without clarifying things? Can I assume that everything is true? Trying to trick me? Lu Erlong was enraged. Seeing the disciple run far away, she suddenly flashed and appeared right in front of him. Her long leg kicked fiercely into the disciple's stomach, sending him flying high into the air. Looking at the direction the disciple flew away, Lu Erlong's proud figure stirred up a wave. Suddenly, she soared into the air. At the same time, a desperate roar echoed in the sky. "I'm no longer a 3-year-old girl. Dare you come here to deceive me? If you don't pry open your mouth today, I'll write my name backward. True form of the red dragon." A roar, almost a howl, erupted. Lu Erlong's furious voice accompanied by a dragon's roar resonated. A phantom of a fire dragon appeared behind Lu Erlong. In the blink of an eye, Lu Erlong charged to the side of the disciple, firmly grasping the disciple's ankles with both hands. The disciple was quite weak, completely defenseless against Lu Erlong, who was at the soul saint level. Like a chick without the ability to resist. As the ankles were seized, the disciple was slammed down, creating a series of sonic booms. And finally, Lu Erlong forcefully brought him crashing down to the ground. "Give it to me." Shatter. Chapter 061. Lu Erlong. Return to the family. Kill. Bang. The ground cracked as the disciple, like a cannonball, fell heavily. The absolute gap in strength meant he was no match for Lu Erlong, especially since she had unleashed her true form as the Red Dragon. This was a one-sided massacre. Unable to move, the disciple lay in the deep pit, tears streaming down his cheeks, silently sobbing in despair. At that moment, the academy teacher who had brought the disciple felt a chill run down his spine. Seeing Lu Erlong suddenly explode in violence against his first recruit, rendering him incapable of self-care, he couldn't help but swallow hard. The crisp sound startled everyone present. Lu Erlong immediately cast a glance at the academy teacher. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen me deal with people before? What does that look mean? Do you think I'm too brutal? Do you want me to help you with your body?" The academy teacher was instantly terrified, his soul nearly leaving his body, shaking his head vigorously. "That's enough. That person should be dead. I noticed your gaze earlier. It was not innocent. He is a lustful person, and this outcome is well-deserved." Suddenly, Yu spoke up. Unlike the academy teacher, he was not surprised by Lu Erlong's sudden transformation into the Red Dragon. If Lu Erlong hadn't acted this way, he would have found it odd. This was precisely the right flavor. Lu Erlong exhaled heavily, not bothering with the disciple any longer. She had already made her judgment the moment he attempted to flee. "You say you're poisoned? How come you're suddenly recovered?" Lu Erlong asked coldly. Yu sighed. "A misstep nearly cost me my life. Yu Xiaogang had been eyeing you for a long time. I feared that news of my demise would lead you to make a wrong judgment, and I was right. I came here today to tell you the whole truth and then take you with me to a place." Lu Erlong asked, "Where?" "The Spirit Hall." Hearing the words Spirit Hall, Lu Erlong's brows furrowed even deeper. Principally, she still did not believe that Yu Xiaogang was that despicable person. Now, hearing that Yu planned to take her to the Spirit Hall, her judgment was further confused. Could this be a scheme arranged by the Spirit Hall in advance? "I heard that the Spirit Hall has recently been summoning soul masters from various branches back to Spirit City. Are you unknowingly falling into the Spirit Hall's trap? The one who poisoned you wasn't Yu Xiaogang, but rather Qian Renxue mentioned in the letter?" Lu Erlong asked in a low, powerful voice. Yu smiled nonchalantly. "On the way here, I ran into your old acquaintance. His words will be more convincing than mine." As his voice fell, Yu raised his head and called to the side. "Flander, you can come out now." Swish, swish, swish. The sound of breaking air echoed. Flander appeared not far from Lu Erlong, the wings of his cat-eagle spirit slowly folding behind him. Flander? Lu Erlong exclaimed in surprise. Flander smiled wryly. Erlong, long time no see. I've come to seek refuge with you. Seek refuge? Lu Erlong was puzzled. Flander met me on the way here. Their Shrek Academy is gone. So they want to seek refuge with you. Coincidentally, he can tell you part of the truth more easily than I can, Yulomian interjected. Lu Erlong nodded. Flander, what happened to your Shrek Academy? And what does he mean by that? Flander sighed heavily. Erlong, we've all been deceived. That Yu Xiaogang is a downright scoundrel. When we were together in the Golden Iron Triangle, he was deliberately disguising himself. As he spoke, Flander recounted everything that had happened at Shrek. From Yu Xiaojiang's actions in Spirit City to the events at Shrek Academy, including Ning Rongrong's aid to Yu Xiaojiang and his hysterics. He also mentioned Tang San's sudden attack on Qian Renxue and the confrontation between Qian Renxue and Tang Hao. The more he spoke, the more agitated Flander became. As the situation unfolded, Lu Erlong's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Flander, since Shrek is gone, then Blue Tyrant Academy is yours from now on. You can rename it Shrek if you want. After a long silence, Lu Erlong suddenly said this. With her eyes wide open, there was only anger. She could choose not to believe Yulomian's words, but Flander's words struck her hard. The thought that she had been deceived for so long, and her irresponsible father almost got her killed by Yu Xiaojiang, ignited her rage. Erlong, what are you doing? Flander was taken aback. He just wanted to come and seek refuge. But how did it suddenly become about him becoming the head of Blue Tyrant Academy? I don't want to be the head for now. Lu Erlong replied domineeringly, then looked at the academy teacher. You handle the follow-up. This is Flander, stronger than me, and he will be the head of the academy from now on. You handle the notification. The academy teacher dared not object. He had just witnessed Lu Erlong unleash violence on the disciple of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, and he certainly did not want to be the next victim. What are you looking at? Didn't you hear what I just said? Lu Erlong was furious. Realizing she had been deceived for decades, she was filled with rage. The academy teacher's lack of insight only fueled her anger, especially since she had once been one of the killing trio of the Golden Iron Triangle. Understood. I will notify immediately and ensure everything is handled beautifully, the academy teacher hurriedly replied. Only then did Flander begin to accept the situation. Thinking about becoming the new head of Blue Tyrant Academy, he felt a bit frustrated. Erlong, you should reconsider this. You have managed Blue Tyrant Academy for many years. If you don't want to be the head, what will you do? Lu Erlong snorted. Clenching her fists tightly, she pronounced each word. Return to the family. Nonsense. Yulomian suddenly shouted. What are you going back to the family for? Do you know this is all a trick? You still want to go back to the family. Do you want to learn from me how to resolve the disputes between the family and the spirit hall? Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong raised her eyebrows sharply and coldly snorted at Yulomian. I'm not as idle as you. I might even capsize in the gutter. With that, Lu Erlong suddenly increased her speed and flew towards the outside of the academy. After a long time, her voice floated back. This time I'm going back for only one thing, to kill. Chapter 62, Dominant Erlong, Crushing Yu Xiaojiang. Yulomian's expression stiffened. Realizing Lu Erlong was angry about his words, he quickly dashed out to block her path. Calm down. You haven't officially returned to the family, so what reason do you have to go back now? Also, your uncle is getting old, and the other heirs have been blown up due to absorbing spirit rings. Now, only Yu Xiaojiang remains. If you go back and kill Yu Xiaojiang, you might not even succeed in killing him and instead end up being branded as a traitor, leading your uncle to directly kill you. Yulomian shouted frantically. Thinking of his brother's recent changes, he felt a pent-up frustration that he couldn't express. He was also filled with hatred. At that time, he was responsible for sending disciples out to hunt spirit beasts of the Dragon series. He hated that he didn't recognize the elite of Yu Xiaojiang's generation. If the elite of the same generation hadn't all died, how could it have come to the point where a waste like Yu Xiaojiang could return to the sect? Yulomian was very clear about this. Otherwise, Yu Xiaojiang wouldn't have been treated like a rat in the sect and eventually left with his tail between his legs. But it was too late. He could only watch as Yu Xiaojiang regained favor and confuse his good older brother. Erlong, calm down. At this moment, Flander also caught up and said earnestly, what your uncle said makes sense. Yu Xiaojiang is no longer the same as he was before. Back then, our biggest support was the two of us, but now he has too many supporters around him. Your uncle's Title Douluo strength is not to be underestimated, and his disciple's father is the famous Qian Douluo. If you go back wanting to kill Yu Xiaojiang, you might die for nothing. Lu Erlong held her breath, listening to Yulomian and Flander's persuasion. She thought carefully in her mind, her teeth grinding in frustration. Who is Lu Erlong? She was someone who loved fiercely and hated fiercely. The killing angle of the golden iron triangle. When had she ever endured such humiliation? Could she just let it go like this? Lu Erlong lightly scolded, looking at Yuluo Mian. Although he has never fulfilled his responsibilities as a father, he is still my father. That scoundrel Yu Xiaogang not only tried to poison him, but also sent someone who clearly wasn't serious to deliver such a letter. Yu Xiaogang was clearly treating her like a 3-year-old girl to deceive her. Flander, you know my character. Anyone who tries to deceive me, I can't wait to crush them. Flander shivered, thinking of how Lu Erlong could actually do such a thing, and couldn't help but sigh. I know your temper, but planning before acting is the way to go. In this world, having absolutely unmatched strength is not enough. Your uncle mentioned taking you to the spirit hall before. Why don't we visit the spirit hall first? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Erlong nodded solemnly. At this point, she really couldn't think of a better way. However, the thought of not being able to vent her frustration left her feeling uncomfortable. Wuhuan City. After a short journey of around half a month, Yuluo Mian, Lu Erlong, and Flander finally arrived at Wuhuan City. Just as they entered the city, they saw another luxurious convoy adorned with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's emblem. It's the people from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Flander sighed lightly, recalling the previous events, his expression becoming somewhat unnatural. Creak. The carriage stopped. Ning Rongrong stepped down. Despite her mischievous personality, she greeted Flander, the former dean. Ning Rongrong, greetings, Dean Flander. What brings you to Wuhuan City? Is it her? At this moment, before Flander could speak, Lu Erlong couldn't help but say, Are you saying that scoundrel Yu Xiaogang poisoned this little girl? Flander smiled wryly. Yes, that's her. Ning Rongrong is the current princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and also the only daughter of the Ning sect master. Soon, Flander informed Ning Rongrong about the events that had occurred to them and many subsequent matters. That Yu Xiaogang is truly despicable. And Tang San. I once thought he was such a good person, yet he turned things upside down for someone like that. Because of my situation, Shrek Academy ultimately ceased to exist. I just heard that Dean Flander, you went to Teacher Lu's Academy. If there is anything we can do to help, please let us know. Understanding everything. Ning Rongrong did not hide her displeasure, but she also expressed her stance. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong say this, Lu Erlong couldn't help but grab her little hand. Poor child. You were bullied by a waste like Yu Xiaogang. Teacher Lu promises you that the grievances you suffered will be avenged later. That damned Yu Xiaogang deceived me for decades. Made me have unrequited love for decades. And in the end, he even wanted to covet my body. I'll crush him egg by egg. Ning Rongrong was suddenly stunned, her expression turning pale for a moment. So stimulating, so cruel, so appealing. For someone like that scoundrel, such a fate would be the most fitting, right? Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared in front of everyone. The person was none other than Ghost Douluo Guime, who had followed Yuluo Mian from Wuhuan City to Tiando City and returned early from Tiando City. Everyone, I've reported your arrival to the Lord. Please head directly to the Hall of the Pope, Guime said after glancing at Yulong and the others, then at Ning Fengji and the others in a deep voice. All right, thank you, Ghost Douluo, for coming to convey the message. Ning Fengji reacted first, exchanged pleasantries with Guime, and then called everyone, even inviting Yuluo Mian and the others onto the carriage, heading towards the Hall of the Pope together. Half an hour later, the convoy stopped at the entrance of the Hall of the Pope, and Guime led everyone into the hall. At this moment, Qian Renfeng was sitting on the papal throne. Upon seeing Ning Fengji, Yuluo Mian, and others approaching, he gently raised his finger to signal Guime to wait aside. Just as he was about to speak, a surprising voice suddenly echoed. Ding detected that Ning Fengji, Flander, Lu Erlong, and others have arrived at the papal hall. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the hidden achievement task. Chapter 063. The second piece of Fallen God Gear, Yu Xiaogang's disaster. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the hidden achievement task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering one of the main fortunes. Congratulations to the host for receiving the hidden achievement task reward. Huh? Qian Renfeng murmured softly, surprised by the sudden prompt from the system. Previously, he had never thought that his system had hidden achievement tasks, nor had it ever mentioned them before. What is a hidden achievement task? Qian Renfeng wondered. The system replied, Host. The hidden achievement task is determined based on the current world environment. Since Yu Xiaogang and Tang San are both people of great fortune, those present in the Pope's hall have a close relationship with them. You, host, have successfully plundered fortune, thus completing the hidden achievement task. So that's how it is. Qian Renfeng understood everything. With the system explaining it this way, he felt much clearer in his heart. Ding! The system detected that the host's achievement reward is temporarily unclaimed. Would the host like to claim it immediately? Claim. The gentle wind whispers. What difference does it make if you don't claim a reward? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully claimed the hidden achievement task reward. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the second soul bone reward of the fallen god armor. Interesting. Qian Renfeng was indeed surprised. Originally, his plan for today was just to meet with Ning Fengji and Yu Lumian and others. Since a ghostly figure returned early to inform him of the things he wanted to know, he was too lazy to delve into the details. Unexpectedly, the system informed him at this moment that he had inadvertently completed a hidden achievement task. He made a note of the hidden reward in his mind. Qian Renfeng shifted his gaze back to Ning Fengji and the others. Ning Zhongzhu, you all must be tired from your journey. I will arrange for someone to take you down to rest now. Our Wuhuan Hall army still needs some time to gather completely. We can discuss the matter of attacking the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family later. How does that sound? Ning Fengji smiled, leaning on his cane, his expression warm. Your Highness, you could decide on this matter. I came here today just to fulfill a promise and to seek justice for our sect. Just let me know when to take action. Qian Renfeng replied with an mm. After several arrangements, he ordered someone to take Ning Fengji and the others away to rest. Your Highness, my daughter's matter has been resolved. As for the subsequent matters, I don't know how else Yu Lumian, can be of service. Suddenly, Yu Lumian stood up and asked after Ning Fengji and the others had left. Qian Renfeng glanced at Yu Lumian, then looked at Lu Eryong and Flander. This pope is not a petty person. There is a reason for every grievance and a master for every debt. There is no need to be so restrained in front of this pope. Just focus on doing your normal tasks. As for Lu Eryong and Flander, they can continue to develop the academy and train civilians. If necessary, they can seek our spirit hall's assistance. Arrange these matters. Qian Renfeng turned and left the pope's palace. Watching him leave, Lu Eryong and Flander exchanged a glance. In each other's eyes, they saw a look of shock as their understanding of Qian Renfeng suddenly deepened. Previously, Lu Eryong had doubted whether all of this was part of Qian Renfeng's plan, thinking that her confused old father had merely been deceived while encouraging her. At this moment, she completely changed her mind. Indeed, Yu Xiaogang, you should be damned. Back to the small courtyard. Qian Renfeng waved his hand to close the courtyard gate. Ghost, go to Tiando City again. Inform Xiao Xue to closely observe the recent movements of the royal family. If the situation gets out of control, have her create a fake death to sever her identity. As the voice fell, a soul bone floated in front of Qian Renfeng. It was the first piece of the fallen god armor, the 990,000-year-old fallen demon dragon torso bone. Since it's also a piece of the fallen god armor, this second skull shouldn't disappoint me either. Qian Renfeng whispered softly, and a flash of brilliance suddenly burst from his eyes as powerful soul energy was drawn towards the skull. The skull drew closer, gradually beginning to merge into the position between his eyebrows. At the same time, Qian Renfeng once again inquired about the system. Check the specific information about the second soul bone of the fallen god armor. Name, Abyssal Dark Phoenix Spirit Skull Age. 990,000 years soul skills. Soul suppression, force separation. Soul suppression, one of the skills attached to the soul bone. After using this soul skill, it can briefly suppress the martial soul of others. Under normal circumstances, it can protect one's own martial soul from disturbance and provides a mental immunity effect. Force separation, one of the skills attached to the soul bone. Used in conjunction with the soul suppression skill, it can completely suppress the martial soul of weaker opponents. And using this skill can forcibly separate their martial soul. Note, to separate a martial soul, one must have an absolute power advantage and meet a certain soul power gap. Soon, the system's query results came out. Looking at the results provided by the system, Qian Renfeng couldn't help but feel surprised. Even though his mindset had been well trained, and his past 20 years of hiding his strength had reached a remarkable level, he still showed a look of astonishment upon hearing the soul skills paired with the second soul bone of the fallen god armor. Soul suppression, force separation, both are incredibly powerful abilities. The more he understood the cultivation of soul masters, the more he realized how abnormal these two abilities were. To put it bluntly, soul masters rely on their martial soul to eventually fuse with soul rings to achieve certain skill releases. The so-called source of power actually lies within the soul rings, which must be combined with a martial soul to exert true power. If a martial soul is temporarily suppressed, then the soul master would be rendered completely useless. As for the second soul skill, force separation, it directly removes the martial soul of the soul master. Can a soul master still be called a soul master if they lose their martial soul? Qian Renfeng did not believe that such a person could continue to be a soul master, especially after having their martial soul stripped away. They would probably be worse off than an ordinary person, although a certain soul power gap must be met and they must be thoroughly crushed. Such abilities can still drive countless people crazy. As expected, this is the suit soul bone of the fallen god divine outfit. Both the skills of the first soul bone and those in the second soul bone are tailored for a true deity. Although meeting the soul power gap is difficult among peers, that guy Yu Xiaogang should make a great experimental subject. The benevolent, mutated golden sacred dragon, however, is forced to accompany the useless Yu Xiaogang, which is truly a waste of talent. Qian Renfeng felt a sense of emotion in his heart, the corners of his mouth curling up into a cold smile. After thoroughly understanding the soul bone skills, he had already set a predetermined target in his mind. Chapter 064, Pseudo-God Realm, the blooming flower of slaughter. Yu Xiaogang, such a waste of talent and a scum of society. Qian Renfeng did not think there was anything wrong with choosing such a person. Although the soul bone skills had not been formally used, and it was mentioned that sufficient soul power levels were needed to suppress it, he was not worried about this issue. His current strength was at level 95, a super Douluo. And what about Yu Xiaogang? A powerful level 29 Great Soul Master. If a difference of 66 levels couldn't satisfy the use of soul bone skills, then soul suppression force separation wound deserved to be the accompanying skills of the 990,000 year Abyssal Phoenix Spirit Bone. As for the possibility that force separation of a martial soul could turn a person into someone even worse than an ordinary person, from beginning to end, Qian Renfeng never considered such a problem. A person like Yu Xiaogang, with his current level 29 strength, could at least be considered a true great soul master, yet he was doing nothing meaningful. The breakthroughs of soul masters were always accompanied by opportunities of life and death. A cowardly person like Yu Xiaogang, if he truly had strong determination and willpower, would have broken through long ago. Making such a person even more useless through force separation did not require any concern about psychological guilt. Boom! At that moment, an extremely terrifying wave of soul power erupted. The terrifying force instantly swept through the entire small courtyard, and a chilling aura enveloped the courtyard from all directions. Sitting cross-legged within the campus, the Abyssal Phoenix Spirit Bone was merging into his forehead, not very quickly, but gradually integrating bit by bit. At the same time, Qian Renfeng mobilized his soul power, continuously accelerating the absorption of the Abyssal Phoenix Bone. Had he already completed the absorption? Shortly after, Qian Renfeng slightly opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing in his pupils. Now that his strength was already level 95, although a level 96 Title Douluo was 20 stronger in pure soul power than a level 95 Title Douluo, a soul bone of such an age should be enough for him to break through, right? Was there something wrong? He whispered softly. Qian Renfeng found that after absorbing the skull of the Abyssal Dark Phoenix, his soul power had significantly increased. The soul power was sufficient, but there was no movement in his realm. By the way, after the incident with Xiaoxue was exposed, the Sword Douluo had shared some stories with Tang San. A Title Douluo who reaches level 95 and wants to continue to break through requires not only the accumulation of soul power, but also an understanding of their own martial soul. His father, despite living to the age of 108, only reached level 97, and it was only when he was 98 and fought against 4 Title Douluo that he gained the insight to break through to level 97. It seems that this is the small gap that I need to bridge. The wind whispered softly, and, as the sound fell, a surge of spiritual power rushed towards the center of his forehead. With a boom, the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul appeared behind him. The spiritual power swept across his forehead and finally landed on the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul. Rumbling. Rumbling. A heavy, muffled sound continually erupted from the air. The sound waves disturbed the surrounding area, revealing a seemingly hazy, yet almost tangible gray world right before his eyes. Interesting. Qian Renfeng felt his soul drifting away from his body, and in an instant, he entered a gray and hazy world. Arrogance, jealousy, rage, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust, and madness suddenly flooded Qian Renfeng's mind. Silence! Qian Renfeng shouted sharply. In an instant, all the unsettling emotions were suppressed. the eight-winged, fallen angel martial soul. Strictly speaking, it is a martial soul of ultimate evil and wickedness, according to the purpose of the martial soul hall. Qian Renfeng actually knows very well what his fate will be. With his cheap grandfather, Qian Douluo's style, and the identity of the angelic messenger, he will definitely be completely suppressed. For so many years, he has remained safe and sound. What he relies on is not just his identity as a grandson, but also his sufficient confidence. All demons and monsters will be suppressed, no matter how evil and wicked you are. My heart is as clear as the moon hanging in the sky. Now, the suddenly abnormal emotions were instantly suppressed by him. Qian Renfeng did not want to become a puppet of his martial soul. Because of the evil of the martial soul, he fell into boundless evil, ultimately becoming one of those people in the city of slaughter. Suppressing all his unsettling emotions, Qian Renfeng saw a phantom appearing right in front of him. The phantom had its back to him, with 8 wings spread open behind it, resembling his martial soul. At the same time, mountains of corpses and seas of blood began to take shape beneath the feet of the 8-winged fallen angel. At first glance, it looked like a scene of bloodshed and floating corpses for miles. Upon closer inspection, it seemed like countless laws were surging within. So that's how it is. Qian Renfeng softly murmured, "Is this the understanding of one's own martial soul? It blooms in the midst of slaughter, like a flower in the dawn, a duality of extremes. Life and death accompanying each other. A terrifying field of power suddenly formed in the mountain of corpses and sea of blood where Qian Renfeng stood. It is not the true divine realm like the Shuro realm, nor is it the simplified, weak version of the slaughter realm, but rather a level in between the two, or it can be called a pseudo-divine realm. Slaughter within the realm, blooming within the realm." Qian Renfeng felt a surge of heat in his heart, and he had already realized where his sudden enlightenment had occurred, in the small courtyard. The terrifying aura was no longer as powerful as it had been at the beginning. Ayan and Xiaowu were nestled together, with worry etched on Xiaowu's face. She could see that Qian Renfeng was breaking through, but she was also concerned that he might fall during the breakthrough, which would mean that her mother could never be revived. She bit her red lips tightly, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Ayan took a deep breath and looked at Guimei, who had returned from Tiando City. "Lord Ghost Douluo, may I ask if His Majesty the Substitute Pope has not succeeded yet?" Guimei crossed his arms in front of him and frowned. "I do not know about His Majesty's matters, but His Majesty has never failed. Moreover, a little over half a month is not considered long for a Title Douluo's level breakthrough." Boom! Suddenly, just as Guimei's voice fell, Qian Renfeng abruptly opened his eyes. A sharp light erupted from his eyes. Seeing this, Guimei was greatly shocked, and then he saw Qian Renfeng's gaze gradually becoming clear and immediately reported, "Your Majesty, the matter has already reached the royal family, and the army of the Spirit Hall has now gathered more than 80%. Please give your instructions, Your Majesty." Qian Renfeng hummed in agreement. "Since that's the case, let's start preparing. The time is almost here." Guimei responded quickly, hurriedly leaving the small courtyard. After Qian Renfeng finalized the arrangements, he seemed to hear a soft pop sound from within his body, and a strange flower appeared faintly. The flower had 2 colors. One half was a blood red, fierce and violent, while the other half was a snowy white, gentle and soft. The duality of extremes, life and death intertwined. Chapter 065. Mobilizing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Boom! An invisible wave of energy spread out, accompanied by a crisp sound. In that final moment of enlightenment, it was completed leisurely. The soul power enhancement brought by the Abyssal Phoenix Soul Bone, along with the momentary insight into the martial soul, allowed Qian Renfeng to break through from level 95 to 96. Many extraordinarily talented individuals would take decades to accumulate the foundation for this leap, but it was achieved in an instant by Qian Renfeng. The powerful soul power fluctuations at level 96 radiated outward in all directions. Guimei, who had just left not long ago, stumbled in mid-air, his neck stiffly turning to look back, unable to help but take a deep breath. My God, has the Crown Prince broken through again? It seems like he just reached level 95, and now he's broken through again? A step that took me and Yu Egwan decades to achieve was so simple for the Crown Prince, like having tea or a meal. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Guimei's mind buzzed in chaos. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Guimei felt deeply hurt. He had practiced for a lifetime and was already quite old. Yet, inside BibiDong's palace, BibiDong had been diligently working to improve herself during this period. Thinking about her task in the divine examination, She showed no signs of slackening. She had never felt such pressure before. But now, feeling that her biological son Qian Renfeng was catching up to her in strength, she felt the weight on her shoulders. The sudden wave of energy jolted her awake from her training. In a flash, she appeared at the entrance of her palace, her beautiful eyes looking towards Qian Renfeng's small courtyard. Has he broken through again? It must be true. This aura definitely felt like a breakthrough and was even more robust than my current soul power. The leap from level 95 to 96 was completed so easily. BibiDong murmured softly, speaking these words, and a trace of sorrow crossed her face, one that would make any man feel breathless. My talent is strong enough. Back then, his father was willing to use that method to keep me in the Spirit Hall. I never expected that Fenger's talent would be many times stronger than mine. No wonder he showed no sign of emotion, even knowing I carry the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. At this point, a trace of madness and an insatiable thirst for power flashed in BibiDong's eyes. She, BibiDong, was also a proud genius. At the same time, in a residence arranged for the 7-treasure glazed tile school within the Spirit Hall, Ningfengji was quietly resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a wave of energy came, and he abruptly opened his eyes. Beside him, QianXunji's was pretending to be asleep, but upon sensing Ningfengji's gaze, he opened his eyes. "Sir Uncle, has he broken through again?" Ningfengji asked in astonishment. Douluo nodded, a glint of brilliance flashing his eyes. Indeed, he has broken through. His current strength has probably reached the same level as mine. As he answered Ningfengji's question, Douluo helped but glanced towards another part of the Spirit Hall, where the offering hall was located. "Father, you once said you cherished your defeats." Having encountered that extraordinary individual from the Spirit Hall, whose strength reached level 99 Title Douluo, although I don't know if that person is still alive, the experiences you went through have also reached me. The Spirit Hall truly is the Spirit Hall. Back then, there was such a powerful Title Douluo, and now there is such a successor. Indeed, the terror of talent. Ningfengji felt a shock in his heart. He might not believe what others said and would even need to verify it, but he would never doubt what QianXunji said, as he currently also possessed the powerful strength of level 96. The words of a Title Douluo who had truly crossed the watershed would certainly carry more authority. Sigh. How much disparity has the word talent created among people? Ningfengji's voice was dry, and he couldn't help but sigh. However, since the Crown Prince has broken through, the Spirit Hall's army should be nearly fully assembled. The day to take action should not be far off, right? Douluo nodded again. The old bones have already sent word. The disciples of the sect are all waiting outside Spirit City. As soon as the Spirit Hall's army mobilizes, our sect's disciples can follow along for support at any time. Ningfengji nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Gue Mei's figure appeared strangely in front of Ningfengji and Douluo. Sect Master Ning, QianXunji, the Crown Prince has sent me to invite you both to the Papal Hall to discuss matters. Please prepare yourselves. As his voice fell, Gue Mei's figure disappeared once more. Ningfengji and Douluo exchanged glances, reading the answers in each other's eyes. Inside the Papal Hall, Qian Renfeng sat high on the papal throne, having just broken through to level 96 and gained a deeper understanding of his martial soul. He had also comprehended the true pseudo-god realm. At this moment, the aura around Qian Renfeng seemed to have undergone a tremendous change. Unmoving like a mountain, Ningfengji, Jian Dao Qinshin, Yu Luomian, and others such as Lu Erlong and Yu Luomian had all gathered in the hall. With information from all sides, things were about to begin. Lu Erlong stood beside Yu Luomian, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Yu Luomian responded with a grunt, saying nothing more. Hearing these replies, the cold light in Lu Erlong's eyes turned into a cruel glimmer. Old man, although we were a golden iron triangle back then, we have always been deceived. This time, encountering Yu Xiaogang, don't stop me from recalling old feelings. I swear, if I don't crush him, I want to be human. Unable to let go, Lu Erlong reminded Flander. Flander nodded. He hadn't reached the point of wanting to crush Yu Xiaogang himself, but he knew he couldn't stop Lu Erlong from whatever she wanted to do. If you want to crush him, then crush him. Just consider it as if you've never known someone like Yu Xiaogang in this life. The legend of the Golden Iron Triangle can also be considered as never having existed. BibiDong also arrived at this place. No movement within the hall could escape her notice. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's quiet words, a determined look flashed in her eyes. Will those things I want to confirm once again truly unfold? BibiDong felt some hesitation in her heart. Suppressing her inner turmoil, BibiDong took a deep breath and chose to watch. At this moment, Qian Renfeng spoke from the papal throne, Master Ning, how are your sect's disciples mobilized? Your Holiness, all our 7 treasure glazed tile school disciples are in place and can set off at any time, Yu Luomian replied. Upon hearing this, Qian Renfeng stood up. His calm gaze swept over everyone, an arrogant aura radiating from him. The soul masters of the Spirit Hall had already gathered to 80%. With just 20% left, it was not a big deal. Let us officially mobilize then. The target, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Chapter 066. BibiDong gets ruthless, making Yu Xiaogang wish he were dead. Seeking first subscription, first update, good. The voice of Qian Renfeng fell. Inside the large papal hall, the breathing of the crowd became particularly heavy, and the excitement spread to every corner of the papal hall. After waiting for so long, hearing the order to mobilize the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family finally allowed the pent-up breath in their hearts to find an outlet. Yu Luomian's expression changed. His gaze unintentionally met with Lu Eryong's. For a moment, the expressions of the father and daughter were both excited and complex. More than 80% of the Wuhuan Temple army. Originally, Qian Renfeng's plan was to gather tens of thousands of soul masters from various Wuhuan branches. Even with 80%, that would still be over 8,000. An army of 8,000 soul masters from the Wuhuan Temple. How terrifying would that be? Family members understand their own situation. Yu Luomian knew very well the circumstances of their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, surrounded by towering mountains and water. There were vulnerabilities in all directions for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. In such a place, it was simply impossible to resist the army of soul masters from the Wuhuan Temple. Sighing helplessly, Yu Luomian suppressed the unease in his heart. Although Lu Eryong was very displeased that Yu Luomian had not taken care of her over the years and had never fulfilled his responsibilities as a father, at this moment, she still heavily patted Yu Luomian. In an instant, the two could see similar thoughts in each other's eyes. On the other side, Ning Fengji's eyes flashed with a cold light upon hearing Qian Renfeng's decision to mobilize troops. His hands rested on his cane, exuding the aura of a sect leader. Jianshu informed Gu Shu. He said, in this campaign against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, our 7 treasure glazed tile school will advance and retreat together with the Wuhuan Temple. His calm voice rang out. Ning Fengji raised his cane and struck it forcefully on the ground. That's exactly what I mean. Jian Duuluo, with his left hand behind his back, pointed his right index and middle fingers towards the hall's exit. His clothes billowed without wind. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the 7 killing sword appeared, flying towards the outside of Wuhuan City with a clang of swords. The passing 7 killing sword left a trail of sword light. In an instant, it reached the place where many disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school were camped outside Wuhuan City. Soon, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing arrived at the papal hall from their residence. Sensing the particularly solemn atmosphere inside, Ning Rongrong cautiously approached Ning Fengji, while Zhu Zhuqing bowed to Qian Renfeng and then followed Ning Rongrong to Ning Fengji's side. Rongrong, we are about to mobilize against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. When the time comes, your father will help you reclaim all the grievances you've suffered, Ning Fengji said. Ning Rongrong responded with a sound, carefully snuggling into Ning Fengji's embrace. At the same time, after notifying Gu Rong outside the city, Jian Duo stood before Rongrong with an imposing presence. Rongrong, don't listen to your father's nonsense. If he really thought that way, why would he still be waiting until now? Just watch. This time, I will work with your Grandpa Gu when we invade the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Grandpa Jian will pierce that useless Yu Xiaogang with the 7 killing sword like a candied hawthorn for you to play with. Our daughter kindly helped him, and he still said that you want to humiliate him and even tried to expel you, waving the banner of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Didn't Yu Xiaogang say that you humiliated him like a beggar? This time, Grandpa Jian guarantees that he will make Yu Xiaogang worse than a beggar, making him endure all the torments of the world, wishing he were dead. A dragon has its reverse scale, and touching it will surely anger it. Jian Duoluo's reverse scale is Ning Rongrong. He sees her as his own granddaughter. When Ning Rongrong suffers grievances, it's like cutting flesh from his heart. He has long been filled with rage. He, who usually has a peaceful mindset, is truly furious this time. Not far away, BibiDong quietly listened to Jian Duoluo's promises to Ning Rongrong. Just from the literal meaning, she could already tell what kind of fate Yu Xiaogang would face if he fell into Jian Duoluo's hands. If it were before, she would have openly supported Yu Xiaogang due to her identity as Pope, and in many occasions, she would even take care of him. However, this time, as she learned more about the situation, her mindset underwent subtle changes. Yu Xiaogang, oh Yu Xiaogang, After all, I once had feelings for you. Hoping you really aren't as everyone sees you. Otherwise, the price for deceiving me for decades is not merely a fate worse than death. BibiDong murmured to herself. A complex and cold light flashed in her eyes. The Pope's scepter emitted a faint sound. The sound of her jade hand rubbing against the scepter was particularly abrupt in the entire papal hall, yet it felt completely harmonious. She hadn't expected to change so quickly. Many times, she believed that all of this was arranged by Qian Renfeng to seize the Pope's power from her. However, facts speak louder than words. From beginning to end, Qian Renfeng had never explained anything, yet what happened continued to salt the wounds in her heart. The stinging pain, in the dead of night, only she knew how much she was suffering. Decades of longing, decades of effort, decades of dedication. What she wanted was someone worth her investment, not a hypocrite who only knew how to deceive and swindle. Unintentionally, BibiDong's gaze collided with Lu Eryong's. Both were well aware of each other's identities and their relationships with Yu Xiaogang. Though there was still a spark beneath that spark, there was no indifference typical of rivals meeting. The implications were self-evident. All right, everyone, the matter has been settled. You can each make your arrangements. At this moment, Qian Renfeng's cold voice suddenly rang out. His body flashed, and he had already stepped down from the papal throne, reaching the entrance of the papal hall in the blink of an eye. 9 soul rings suddenly appeared beside him. Each soul ring shone brightly, and 7 colored ribbons gathered towards the heavens. At the same time, many lights flickered on the sacred 6-winged angels outside the papal hall, and numerous elders in the elder hall stood up at that moment. Different powers gathered towards the heavens. The clouds parted, and brilliance overflowed. The huge sacred 6-winged angel projected a massive shadow in the sky. The angelic shadow, with its eyes tightly closed, held its hands in front of its chest, and the light wings behind it shed layers of faint golden radiance. The golden halo covered the ground, and the army of Wuhuan Temple, which had rushed back from various branches in recent days, suddenly froze. In an instant, all the soul masters of the Wuhuan Temple widened their eyes, and a fierce momentum shook the entire Wuhuan city. Time's up, mobilize! Chapter 067, Wuhuan Temple, Wuhuan City, Wuhuan People, please subscribe. Second update, boom. Boom, boom. The earth trembled. The grass and trees quivered. More than 8,000 soul masters from the Spirit Hall moved forward aggressively towards the outskirts of Spirit City. Bathed in the divine light that fell from above, the faces of every soul master from the Spirit Hall were filled with solemnity. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, one of the top 3 sects. The Spirit Hall indeed did not need to fear any single top sect, but directly launching an attack would inevitably come with sacrifices. At this moment, all the soul masters of the Spirit Hall did not think about what the final outcome would be. At this moment, their minds were filled with only 2 words: responsibility. The responsibility of the Spirit Hall. The current head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Yunjin, once had the idea of taking action against the innocent people of a small town. This act was unacceptable to the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall army was mobilized, and everyone in Spirit City was alarmed. An army of 8,000 soul masters could definitely shock and awe anyone in any part of the Douluo Continent. Countless people turned their heads, filled with confusion. What's going on? Why have the soul masters of Spirit City suddenly gathered? I don't know, but for more than a month now, soul masters from various places have been returning to Spirit City. It seems like the Spirit Hall is planning something big. Do you really know nothing? Haven't you heard that the representative of the Spirit Hall, His Holiness the Pope, wanted to kill a scoundrel, but was saved by someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? I've heard about this. It seems that they were also planning to take action against ordinary civilians in a border town. This is simply a heinous crime. What? Those sects really don't regard us common people as human? The conversations continued. Many civilians who were standing on both sides of the street, watching the Spirit Hall army leave the city, were whispering to each other. As more and more people learned about the situation, the civilians and ordinary soul masters among them all glared with anger. So many sects, besides the 7 treasure glazed tile sect that truly supported us common people and was relatively warm, who among the others did not act high and mighty, and those imperial nobles, relying on their status and the protection of powerful soul masters around them, all looked down on others. Damn it. Sigh. Let's not talk about it. Although life is not very good now, it is still much better than before. Yeah, if it weren't for the lords of the Spirit Hall fighting for subsidies for us common soul masters from the 2 great empires, we wouldn't even be able to live, let alone cultivate. I hope the Spirit Hall will win this time. Don't just hope. The Spirit Hall will definitely win. The shouts echoed continuously. Many civilians standing on both sides of the street, as well as many ordinary soul masters, all clenched their fists tightly at this moment. The low murmurs of blessings, amidst the convergence of countless voices, became somewhat earth-shattering. In front of the Pope's palace, the sound from the outer main city reached here. Listening to the sounds that flowed into his ears, Qian Renfeng raised one hand and forcefully clenched it in the air. Bang! The deafening sound reverberated throughout Spirit City. The cries of the civilians mixed with these explosive sounds. The divine light in the sky, at this moment, burst forth like a rainbow under Qian Renfeng's single-handed grip. What was once just a halo bathing the soul masters of the Spirit Hall now enveloped the entire Spirit City. Everyone could bask in the divine light. What kind of person is he really? Beside him, BibiDong looked at Qian Renfeng's actions at this moment. She understood that Qian Renfeng's actions were clearly a blessing for everyone in Spirit City. Realizing that what Qian Renfeng was doing was completely different from her own approach, BibiDong fell silent. Once, the Spirit Hall could confront the two great empires for the sake of the common people and demand subsidies. Just how far can you go? Her heart was filled with complexity. BibiDong murmured to herself. Suppressing her not-so-calm emotions, BibiDong watched the carriage arriving at the entrance of the Pope's palace. Qian Renfeng sat in the front of the carriage. The wheels rolled, and the flag of the Spirit Hall was prominently displayed atop the carriage. Soon, the carriage drove out of the main city. The citizens on both sides of the street recognized that these carriages could only be used by the true high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall. They glanced at the Soul Master army heading towards the outside of the Spirit City, while also looking at the many high-ranking officials in the carriage. The sound of footsteps rumbled, and nearly all the citizens standing on the streets of the Spirit City began to move along with the large army. With each step the Soul Master army took toward the city exit, the citizens followed suit. Throughout all, their gazes were fixed on those belonging to the Spirit Hall. It was admiration, it was reverence, it was eagerness. Sir-Uncle, I think I may not have made the wrong choice this time. Inside the carriage of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Ningfengji looked out of the window at everything on the street, his serious expression revealing a hint of melancholy. Sir-Douluo, he responded, indeed, it was not the wrong choice. For the common people, the Spirit Hall has indeed done better than the two great empires. Although the two great empires could rely on their absolute strength to prevent the people from rebelling, the people's hearts were clear as day. Ningfengji nodded slightly. That's true. In the past, I still have my doubts. I believed that the Spirit Hall, having grasped such powerful strength, would surely become a scourge on the continent. Before Qian Renfeng appeared, I still thought so, but after his appearance, many of my views have changed. This day will change because of him. Sir Douluo said no more. At that moment, he seemed to understand something. He understood why his father had failed back then, and he also understood why it was said that the one who defeated his father would be the true spiritual leader of the Spirit Hall. The current Qian Renfeng was, bit by bit, recreating everything from back then. Moreover, with Qian Renfeng's current demeanor and achievements, he was likely even more brilliant and dazzling than his grandfather, the previous spiritual leader of the Spirit Hall. Not only did Sir Douluo have this realization, but the Bon Douluo, who was currently organizing the disciples of the seven-treasure glazed tile school outside the city, also couldn't help but soar into the sky, silently gazing at everything within the city. He watched the Soul Master army mobilize. He watched the holy light bless the entire city. He watched the masses of citizens stand on the streets, watching and sending them off. His heart was filled with complex emotions. The large characters, Spirit City, Spirit Hall, Spirit People, appeared in his mind. With such a city, with such a person, the matter of attacking the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family could not afford the slightest relaxation. And the key to all this was that the scoundrel Yu Xiaogang must truly pay the price for what he has done. Scoundrel Yu Xiaogang must be executed. Chapter 068. Shameless Yu Xiaogang, the army attacks. Subscription requested. Third update between the mountains and rivers, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. The weather was not very hot, and the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was shrouded in a layer of solemnity. In a place used for high-level discussions about family affairs, Yu Yuanjin sat in his position as the family head, his face ashen and veins bulging on his forehead. Is the news confirmed? The Spirit Hall has really sent troops? Yu Yuanjin's voice was hoarse. A hint of anger surfaced on his aging face, and his eyes were bloodshot. Family head, the news is accurate. The Spirit Hall has indeed sent troops, and they are already close to our family's location, a high-ranking official replied. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the entire high-level conference room became terrifyingly oppressive. At this moment, None of the high-ranking officials of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family felt good. Especially Yu Yuanjin. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, one of the top 3 sects, and we were actually being attacked at our doorstep. Family head, what should we do about this? Suddenly, another high-ranking official asked. This high-ranking official was a Title Douluo. As soon as he spoke, many other high-ranking officials turned their eyes toward Yu Yuanjin. Bang! With a dull sound, Yu Yuanjin slammed his palm down on the armrest of his chair. What else can be done? The Spirit Hall is too arrogant. Not only did they assassinate my second brother, but they also led their army to approach our family's mountain gate. We are the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, one of the top 3 sects known throughout the continent, and we possess the inheritance of the world's #1 beast martial spirit. We would rather die in battle than take a single step back. The many high-ranking officials looked at Yu Yuanjin, who was furious. At this moment, many of them were not too satisfied. They were still investigating the circumstances of Yu Yuanjin's death. But seeing Yu Yuanjin's demeanor, would rather die in battle, not retreating? Family head, if it weren't for you because of that useless Yu Xiaogang, how could our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family encounter such a situation? There were many grievances in their hearts, but the high-ranking officials dared not show any dissent. They had already seen clearly that within the entire family, only Yu Yuanjin was a Title Douluo, the cornerstone of their family. The family had become a one-man show, and saying more would be futile. They listened in silence to Yu Yuanjin's arrangements, no longer speaking. Outside, many disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family waited there. Unlike in the past, there was a sense of unease among all the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family at this moment. They had heard that the Spirit Hall was going to attack. Hearing that the Spirit Hall was truly attacking brought about entirely different effects. The news of the Spirit Hall army moving made it difficult for them to eat or sleep peacefully, fearing that their lives might be lost in the blink of an eye. Alas, this time things have really gone wrong. Why is the Spirit Hall suddenly attacking? Although we, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, are one of the top 3 sects, we are still somewhat lacking compared to the Spirit Hall. There are certainly shortcomings. After all, it is the Spirit Hall. Fortunately, this time they're coming directly to attack. If they had used sneak attack methods again, it would have been really difficult for us. Sneak attack? Do you really believe in that? A certain elder did not agree with the explanation given by that useless Yu Xiaogang. Second family master is also a Title Douluo. He didn't feel any battle fluctuations that day at all. Isn't that substitute pope at the level of Title Douluo? It's normal for the second family master to be no match for him, right? It's normal not to be a match. But don't forget that we are the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial spirit. Can the second family master not withstand even one blow? Hiss. Many disciples looked towards Yu Xiaogang. For a moment, many disciples felt uneasy, having sensed something from their conversations. Yu Xiaogang remained silent. After returning to the family, his treatment was much better. Although he had lost his legs, Yu Yuanjin had specially made him a wheelchair. His strength was indeed weak, but with the help of soul power, he could move the wheelchair slightly, making it a bit better than crawling on the ground like a dog. A harsh voice reached his ears. Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened immediately. A bunch of damn guys. How dare they doubt me, Yu Xiaojiang? Anyway, that guy Yu Lumian has already been poisoned to death by me. If he hadn't died, he would have come out to confront me by now. A dead person is not to be feared, and these guys are still looking for problems over a dead man. I can't let them find the real issue. Yu Xiaojiang's mind was clouded. His sinister gaze swept over some of the disciples who were still talking. Remembering their faces, Yu Xiaojiang took a few deep breaths to calm his emotions. I will note down these disciples' matters first and settle accounts with them slowly later. As for the Spirit Hall's large-scale attack, my father has the strength of a 95-level Title Douluo and was warned in advance. So there shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? However, many people will definitely die this time, but as long as I'm not Yu Xiaojiang, what does it matter how many others die? If the Spirit Hall can help me kill those who doubt me, I would even thank them. Thinking about his own weakness, Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but grip the armrests of the wheelchair tightly. No, I can't put all my hopes on my father. I must be fully prepared. What if the people from the Spirit Hall come, and I see if BibiDong is also coming along? If that stupid woman comes, I can try to contact her. She showed me mercy before, and she should still remember me. If I can get BibiDong to restrain the Qian Renxue, then things can still be resolved. Yu Xiaojiang's mind raced. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. For his own dog life, he pushed his brain to its limits. He recalled when he was in Spirit City. BibiDong saw him attacking a beggar. She could have killed him with a slap, but only sent him flying. His thoughts became more active. With these ideas settled, Yu Xiaojiang felt somewhat at ease. At that time, BibiDong was fooled, and for decades, she had been deceived. He didn't think this time would be difficult to handle. As long as he could see BibiDong, there was nothing he couldn't manipulate. Having deceived so many times, what harm would there be in deceiving her once more? Yu Xiaogang shamelessly thought about these things, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips, just as he was thinking of ways. A disciple from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family suddenly flew in from outside. Before he arrived, his urgent voice rang out. Head of the family, head of the family. The Spirit Hall people are coming. Chapter 069 Yu Xiaogang. We, the three great sects, are united. Please subscribe. Fourth update. So soon? Yu Xiaogang was taken aback. As the disciple's voice fell, Yu Xiaogang, sitting in the wheelchair, suddenly shivered. He had many disturbing thoughts, but when real danger approached, he was the most cowardly type. Just as he was about to use soul power to move the wheelchair away, Yu Yunjin suddenly burst out of the high-level conference room. Electric arcs surrounded him. Yu Yunjin's hair stood on end, and behind him, his dragon wings unfurled. He glared angrily, his aura soaring to the sky. Spear Hall truly bold. Yu Yunjin roared angrily. Only after the enemy was at the gates did he truly become furious, with veins bulging terrifyingly on his forehead. Soon, other high-ranking members followed out of the conference room, and soul rings lit up around them. It was indeed time to engage in battle. But head, hasn't there been any response from Qian's sect? Yu Yunjin asked. This time, the Spirit Hall wants to attack our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Does Qian's sect plan to continue hiding? Qian's sect. Upon hearing these three words, Yu Yunjin felt his mentality explode. Over a month ago, when he learned that the Spirit Hall was mobilizing its branches and soul masters, he had already arranged for someone to contact Qian's sect. But until now, news from Qian's sect was like a stone sinking into the sea, with no response at all. Suddenly, hearing the internal high-ranking members ask like this made him feel embarrassed. As the current head of one of the three great sects, he couldn't get any response from Qian's sect. Father, you don't need to worry. We, the three great sects, are united. Although Qian's sect has retreated, they definitely won't stand by and do nothing. Moreover, Xiao San is still my disciple, and Xiao San's father is the current Qian Douluo. We don't need to worry about Qian's sect's matters. Yu Xiaogang saw Yu Yunjin's embarrassment. At the same time, he noticed the dissatisfaction of other family elders regarding the situation and began to smooth things over. Yu Yunjin replied, if that's the case, then let's wait a little longer for news. I hope the reinforcement from Qian's sect can arrive sooner. After his voice fell, Yu Yunjin was about to comfort the family elders a bit more, but he noticed that several family elders were hesitant to speak. What's the matter? Is there anything you are still worried about? Yu Yunjin asked. At this moment, an elder sighed deeply. Head, you must think clearly. Although Yu Xiaogang says this, we, the three great sects, have indeed been united in the past. But this time, among the attacking forces from the Spirit Hall, there is also the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile sect. Yu Yunjin, Yu Xiaogang, damn. All of you must be damned. Do you feel uncomfortable if you don't make things difficult for me all day? I, Yu Xiaogang, am the direct heir of the family. Why? Why do you have to refute everything I say? His expression remained unchanged, but Yu Xiaogan's heart was already in turmoil. The elder's mention of the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile, sect attacking was like a steel knife tearing open the wound he had disguised. The three great sects are united. Why would the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile sect help the Spirit Hall attack the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Yu Xiaogang feigned ignorance on his face. Inside, however, he was clearer than anyone else. His resentment grew wildly, and Yu Xiaogang's teeth ground together. The back of his hand, gripping the wheelchair, turned red with blood vessels bulging. The family elder did not care about this, and, after selectively ignoring Yu Xiaogang, looked seriously at Yu Yunjin. Yu Yunjin sighed deeply. Let's not discuss these matters for now. Prepare for battle. Many high-ranking officials frowned, realizing that Yu Yunjin was changing the subject to avoid embarrassing Yu Xiaogang, and they couldn't help but curse inwardly. Outside the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, amidst the towering mountains, many mountaintops were shining brightly. Soul masters from the Spirit Hall stood tall on the peaks, their armor reflecting light. Unlike the hunting operations that might occur more than a decade later, when they would wear black stealth suits. This time they were brazenly dressed in their armor, showing no need to conceal their identity as soul masters of the Spirit Hall. A sharp eagle cry echoed across the plains. In the sky, a giant firebird flew over from a distance. On the firebird stood a curvaceous and cold woman, playing with a cluster of flames in her hand. Her demeanor was a blend of wildness, arrogance, beauty, and coldness. Behind the firebird, many soul masters with flying martial spirits stood on their respective spirits as well. Elder Flame Eagle, Do not strike against ordinary people. Suddenly, the cold voice of Qian Renfeng rang in Elder Flame Eagle's ears. Understood. Elder Flame Eagle responded, a serious expression flashing across her cold face, not daring to contradict Qian Renfeng's intent. She was the only Spirit Hall elder brought along, and she was well aware of Qian Renfeng's significant authority in the Elder Hall. The Firebird gathered some flames. An Elder Flame Eagle controlled her martial spirit, halting her advance. She understood Qian Renfeng's arrangement. The expedition against the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family was to vent some pent-up anger. However, while they were on a mission, widespread slaughter was contrary to the Spirit Hall's conduct. This operation was carried out under the banner of righteousness. If a Title Douluo were to act directly, it would deviate significantly from that righteousness. The sound of a horn suddenly rang out. The horn of the Spirit Hall's Holy Dragon Legion echoed through the mountains. At the moment the horn sounded, Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall rushed down the mountains like mad rabbits. The Soul Masters, standing on flying martial spirits, also charged forward at incredible speed. On the river, ships also set sail simultaneously. Everyone's gaze turned toward the two giant dragons carved from boulders not far away. Various colors of spirit rings sparkled: white, yellow, purple, and black. The brilliant colors, accompanied by an unparalleled, terrifying wave of spirit power, burst forth under the sky. It's the Spirit Hall's people. Defend. Quick defend. Charge. Eliminate these blue electric Tyrannosaurus family members. The Crown is personally leading the team. We can't let the Crown see us fail. We must show our Spirit Hall's might. Charge. 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 For the Spirit Hall. For the Spirit Hall. Countless Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall rushed to attack, showing their strongest forms without holding back. Furthermore, several seven treasure glazed tile pagodas suddenly floated into the sky. 7 treasures have a name. 1 is power. 7 treasures have a name. 2 is speed. Each disciple of the 7 treasure glazed tile school assisted under the guidance of flying soul masters. The descending amplification powers fell upon every soul master of the Spirit Hall. The battle was about to erupt. Chapter 070. Yu Engine appears. Qian Renfeng takes action. Subscription requested. 5th update. Boom. Boom. The deafening sounds echoed through the towering mountains. Various attacks, various soul skills, and various powers became the dominant theme of this place. Ah, big brother, wake up. Damn the Spirit Hall. I'll kill you all. I'll kill you all. Cries of anguish erupted, and flames rose. Countless sorrowful wails filled the air. The war began, and sacrifices were inevitable. Not only were members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family dying, but soul masters of the Spirit Hall were also falling. However, at this moment, the soul masters of the Spirit Hall did not complain excessively. Their eyes were filled with determination. Casualties were to be expected. War is inherently accompanied by death. All of this is fate. Damn it. Truly damn it. In the rear of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, Yu Engine listened to the screams coming from the front with a grim expression. With each scream, he could foresee the death of a family disciple. Each sorrowful cry pierced his heart like a steel needle. At this moment, a scout returned from the front. Seeing this, Yu Engine immediately asked, "What is the situation? Head of the family, we have only observed one Title Douluo for now. It might be an elder from the Spirit Hall." The scout reported. Yu Engine frowned. Could it be that the Spirit Hall has only sent one elder to lead the team? What a Spirit Hall! They think they can take down our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family with just one Title Douluo? Seeking death, Yu Engine was filled with rage. Hearing the scout's information, the heavy stone in his heart eased a bit. "Elders, follow me in a battle. Since the Spirit Hall has sent only one elder, we will leave them all behind. You are responsible for tying up that Spirit Hall elder. I will deal with the others." Yu Engine waved his hand, his aura soaring to the skies. However, many family elders rolled their eyes at Yu Engine's words. "Good for you, Yu Engine. We are merely Soul Douluo. You want us to tie up a Spirit Hall elder? The strongest in your family is a 95 level Title Douluo, and you only want to deal with those ordinary people? Head of the family. Title Douluo cannot recklessly attack ordinary soul masters. This is the iron rule of war. Furthermore, although we don't know which elder from the Spirit Hall has come, it's not very realistic for us to tie them up." One of the family elders, suppressing his anger, spoke word by word. Yu Engine's brows furrowed tightly. Listening to the elder's words, he could hardly suppress his anger. Title Douluos enjoy the title of title for a reason. Under the iron rule, they cannot casually attack those below Title Douluos. If it were a personal grudge, it could be discussed. But regarding war, Yu Engine knew that one really couldn't act rashly. Otherwise, Look at the Tiando Empire and the Xinghua Empire. The two empires have never seen eye to eye. Today, one family's Title Douluo kills a few, and tomorrow, the other family's Title Douluo does the same. The entire Douluo Continent would have been in chaos long ago. Are we just going to sit here and watch? Yu Yuanjin roared. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang immediately said, Dad, the sect is about to be annihilated. If this continues, our family is no match for the Spear Hall at all. Why should we care about these iron rules? Moreover, you're a 95 level Title Douluo. History is written by the victors. As long as you win today, who would dare to say otherwise? Boom. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanjin's aura suddenly burst forth. That's right. History has always been written by the victors. As long as one becomes the final victor, as long as one can still command the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family after this battle, who in the world dares to claim otherwise? A roar suddenly echoed. At the moment the dragon's roar sounded, the voice of Yu Yuanjin followed. Martial soul, true body. The giant dragon ascends. A massive blue electric Tyrannosaurus shot up into the sky from the position where Yu Yuanjin stood. Yu Yuanjin stood atop the head of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, his dragon-like wings spreading behind him. The dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. The suddenly erupting blue electric Tyrannosaurus had, in the blink of an eye, charged from the rear to the center of the battlefield. Many soul masters of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, seeing Yu Yuanjin's sudden arrival, were filled with excitement. The head of the family has come. Title Douluo has made a move. Let's slaughter these martial soul hall scum. The disciples of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family were ecstatic. However, the army of soul masters from the martial soul hall all frowned deeply. Title Douluo suddenly intervened in an ordinary battle. Damn it. Soon, all the martial soul hall soul masters reacted, preparing to join forces for a combined attack. Forming a battle formation, Yu Yuanjin stood atop the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. His indifferent eyes scanned the movements of the martial soul hall soul masters below, a cold smile on his face. Fifth soul skill, Thunder Fourfold. Crackle crackle. Centered around Yu Yuanjin, a vast area suddenly erupted with thunder. Countless arcs of electricity surged toward the army of soul masters from the martial soul hall. Oh no, I can't move. This large-scale attack even has a paralyzing effect of thunder. Is this the power of a Title Douluo? In an instant, many soul masters from the martial soul hall were hit, their bodies paralyzed and unable to move. They saw Yu Yuanjin charging toward them atop the blue electric Tyrannosaurus from the sky. Each martial soul hall soul master seemed to see their own demise. Their eyes filled with despair. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus, in its martial soul true body form, soared past, its massive claws raised high. Following Yu Yuanjin's thoughts, a dragon claw struck down fiercely at the many soul masters from the martial soul hall who had already been paralyzed. Title Douluo Yu Yuanjin, taking the initiative, had temporarily paralyzed the many soul masters, even estimating how many martial soul hall soul masters he could kill with his claw. Boom! Suddenly, just as Yu Yuanjin was about to strike, a loud explosion rang out. Yu Yuanjin controlled his martial soul true body to halt momentarily in midair. Then the giant dragon retreated far away. Right in front of him, a pitch-black scythe danced in the air, forcing him to retreat completely. The space shattered. The cold gleam on the scythe provoked violent reactions from the surrounding spiritual energy. How old are you to still be alive like a dog? The space trembled, and a figure in white, Qian Renfeng, stepped out from the void. With each step he took, the space trembled. He raised one hand lightly, forcing the death scythe that had repelled Yu Yuanjin to return to his grasp. Dressed in white with a black scythe, his clothes billowed in the wind. As soon as he appeared, Qian Renfeng glanced indifferently at Yu Yuanjin, who was trying to strike at ordinary soul masters, his face cold. What happened that day will be settled today. Today I will slay you. Chapter 071. Dragon slaying this is? Forced back a great distance. Yu Yuanjin's pupils contracted as he gazed at the death scythe that flashed past him. He took a deep breath, drawing in a cold breath. How did his strength increase? Why has it risen in just a month or two? Yu Yuanjin's heart stirred. He vaguely remembered the last time he went out to rescue Yu Xiaogang. At that time, Qian Renfeng was only at level 94, then broke through to level 95. Taking advantage of Qian Renfeng's moment of weakness during his breakthrough, he successfully rescued Yu Xiaogang. But now, his strength had already broken through to level 96? How on earth did he train? Yu Yuanjin was greatly shaken, completely unable to believe as he observed Qian Renfeng appearing on the other side. He had thought the martial soul hall had only sent an elder, but never expected Qian Renfeng to come as well. Roar! The giant dragon ascended. Yu Yuanjin dared not hesitate. Under his martial soul, true body, he transformed into a giant dragon and soared into the sky. At the same time, with fierce dragon eyes, he looked ominously at Qian Renfeng far above in the heavens. Sky-breaking dragon roar. Bang, bang, bang. An even more terrifying dragon roar suddenly erupted, and a series of sonic booms exploded in the air. Wave after wave of sound waves surged violently toward Qian Renfeng, imposing and relentless. Realizing that Qian Renfeng had already reached level 96, Yu Xiaogang dared not show any carelessness and decisively took the initiative. Soul suppression. Qian Renfeng whispered lightly. The first soul skill of the abyssal Dark Phoenix's spirit skull was then bestowed upon him. He stood majestically in the air, unmoving. However, the sound of sonic booms mixed with soul impact distorted part of the space. Faced with the sound waves that were invisible to the naked eye, his figure began to flicker in the distorted space until it finally vanished completely. How could this be? Below, many soul masters of the spirit hall saw Qian Renfeng disappear into the shattered space of the sonic boom, and their eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of horror. It can't be right. The acting pope has fallen just like that from a sneak attack. Did the acting pope underestimate the enemy? That shouldn't be the case. The acting pope doesn't seem like someone who would underestimate the enemy. Many soul masters of the spirit hall were unable to contain their astonishment. The sudden explosion of battle in the sky left them completely bewildered. How could someone as strong as Qian Renfeng be caught off guard by a sneak attack from Yu Xiaogang? Who would believe such a thing if they heard it? In the rear, among the Title Douluo camp, BibiDong looked indifferently at the already vanished Qian Renfeng in the sky. If it weren't for the feeling of bloodline connection still lingering, she would have thought Qian Renfeng had already fallen. She couldn't help but grip the Pope's scepter tightly. Ideological differences are ideological differences. But if someone wanted to take Qian Renfeng's life in front of her, she would not allow it. An unnamed aura began to coalesce around her. On the other side, seeing Qian Renfeng's figure vanish, Yu Xiaogan's eyes lit up with wild joy, hardly believing the sudden effectiveness of a strike. Is it really this easy? As expected, a young kid, even in an evenly matched fight, still had the heart to underestimate the enemy. No matter, since he underestimated the enemy, I will take this opportunity to prepare a big move to completely crush him. The acting pope of the Spirit Hall should be the strongest among the army of the Spirit Hall this time. And if I defeat the strongest, I should be able to crush the morale of the Spirit Hall's army as well. Yu Xiaogang calculated in his heart, suppressing his excitement. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex under his feet suddenly began to emit a brilliant blue light. The surrounding mountains seemed to call out to each other. Just as he thought about his rich battle experience and prepared to brew another big move to decisively end this expedition of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renfeng's cold voice suddenly echoed in the shattered space. Side dance. Clang, clang, clang. Trails of scythe dance suddenly shot out from the void. Yu Xiaogan's pupils widened in shock. As he looked at the sides sweeping toward him like lightning, he wanted to control the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex to fall downwards. Poof, poof, poof. The sound of sharp blades cutting into flesh echoed. The death god's scythe skillfully swept across his martial soul avatar countless times. With each pass of the sharp blade, Yu Xiaogan's pupils couldn't help but widen even further. What is this? He was completely unharmed? Yu Xiaogang roared in his heart. His aura suddenly surged, wanting to quickly turn the tide of battle, and the death god's scythe appeared once more. This time, Qian Renfeng also stepped out of the void. He raised the scythe high in his hand, and the scythe sparkled with a cold brilliance. If I say I will cut you, then I will cut you. Cut! The death god's scythe fell. Yu Xiaogan's limbs felt as if they had stiffened. He thought he had suddenly achieved a result, and he was currently gathering strength. Before he could finish gathering his strength, he suddenly saw the scythe falling and couldn't make any resistance at all. Moreover, Qian Renfeng's strength was already superior to his. He could only watch as the scythe descended toward his dragon body. Poof! The scythe struck down. The black scythe with mysterious patterns fiercely cut into the massive body of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. The martial soul avatar was closely related to the soul master himself. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex was instantly heavily injured. Under the tremendous force, the giant dragon, which had just taken off, fell to the ground like a cannonball. Moments later, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex disappeared from sight. A deep blood channel appeared at Yu Xiaogan's chest, and fresh blood flowed out. His breath plummeted to rock bottom. What is happening? What is going on? Not much different from Yu Xiaogang. When Yu Xiaogang saw Qian Renfeng vanish due to arrogance, and the sound explosion shattered the space, he was overjoyed. At this moment, he was praising his old father for being so impressive. However, before he could bask in that pride, the situation suddenly changed. His father fell from the sky like a dead dog, and the giant blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex also vanished. Boom! Yuanjun hit the ground, creating a massive pit. The terrifying sound instantly jolted Xiaogang awake. He couldn't help but grip the armrests of his wheelchair tightly. Looking at Yuanjun in the giant pit from a distance, watching the bloodstain on Yuanjun's chest, and seeing him cough up blood continuously, his pupils constricted, and his expression suddenly paled significantly. How could my old man be so useless? Qian Renfeng is just a young kid. How could he fall so quickly? Xiaogang couldn't stop his heart from shouting, while he complained in his heart about how his father suddenly fell. He caught a glimpse of Qian Renfeng walking down from the sky in the corner of his eye. Not good. His father fell so easily. My strongest backing is gone just like that. Chapter 072. BibiDong makes a move, tormenting Xiaogang. Combined chapter. Thinking of his level 29 powerful strength. Thinking of the 8,000 soul masters of the Spear Hall. Thinking of Qian Renfeng effortlessly suppressing his father's strength. Xiaogang panicked. His pale face showed not a hint of color, and he didn't even have the slightest thought of going to check on Yuanjun's situation in the giant pit. To ask would mean fear of death. To ask would mean being cowardly. At this moment, not only was Xiaogang panicking, but many disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family were also in a state of panic. Where's the reinforcement? Where is our reinforcement? What about the people from Haotian sect? Didn't they say that the Haotian sect would send reinforcements? Many disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family cried out in despair. Yuanjun's sudden defeat brought an indescribable shock to each of them. The strongest in the family, defeated so decisively. How could the family withstand the Spear Hall's attack? Cough, cough, cough. In the giant pit, Yuanjun struggled to crawl out with his weakened body, a dragon scale covering the wound, barely stopping the bleeding. He quickly returned to Xiaogang's side. Seeing Xiaogang's slightly stunned expression, he then glared angrily at Qian Renfeng. Qian Renfeng, as the acting pope of the Spirit Hall. At such a young age, you already have a strength of level 96. Why don't you focus on improving your strength? Today's events are all because your Spirit Hall wants to harm my son's life and is attacking our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Because of it. Do you think your Spirit Hall has a clear conscience? Or are you, Qian Renfeng, worried about the incident where a Title Douluo like you ambushed my clan's younger brother? Qian Renfeng was slightly surprised. Hearing Yuanjun suddenly scold him with such words, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. A Title Douluo ambushing a Soul Douluo? Such a thing would indeed be very disgraceful if it got out. At this point, Yuanjun still believed that Qian Renfeng's actions to attack the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family were meant to cover up his immoral behavior. He couldn't be bothered to argue with Yuanjun on this issue. The death scythe in Qian Renfeng's hand was raised again, and, at the same time, the soul shadow of the 8-winged fallen angel also lifted the death scythe high. The imposing momentum swept through with gusts of wind. Your Holiness, the substitute pope, please give me a moment. At that moment, Yuanmian's voice suddenly echoed as he swiftly flew out from behind. As soon as he appeared, Yuanmian unleashed his martial soul's true form, standing atop the purple lightning demon dragon, glaring angrily at his elder brother. Brother, do you still believe that I was ambushed by the substitute pope? If it weren't for that sinister villain Xiaogang poisoning me, how could I have disappeared for so long? You actually believed his nonsense? If it weren't for my timely escape, and if the substitute pope hadn't saved me, how could I still be alive? The substitute pope is my savior, and yet you say he ambushed and killed me? Yuanmian spat out furiously, seeing Yuanjun still being deceived. He wished he could take a big axe and split open his elder brother's head to see what was inside. A person who has been shrewd all his life. How could he be so confused by Xiaogang? What? Yuanjun exclaimed in shock. Yuanmian's sudden appearance left him feeling extremely unstable. At the same time, many disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family looked at Yuanmian on the Purple Lightning Demon Dragon in disbelief. The mutated Purple Lightning Demon Dragon, only Yuanmian, the second in command of the family, possesses this martial soul. They all believed that Yuanmian was dead, and now his sudden appearance was completely unacceptable to them. Father, don't listen to his one-sided words. Uncle must have been controlled. Qian Renfeng has an evil martial soul. He is a downright evil soul master. Just look at how there is no longer a semblance of care from Uncle towards his juniors. He must have been controlled by the Spirit Hall. Yuanmian's sudden appearance made Xiaogang's heart sink. He never expected that Yuanmian, whom he thought he had poisoned to death, would reappear. This is bad, he thought, and hurriedly raised his voice to cry out. Father, you know me. How could I poison my own uncle? Besides, my uncle is a Soul Douluo, and I only have 29 levels of strength. Even if I wanted to poison him, it would be impossible for him to fall for it. Father, you have to believe me. This is definitely a plot from the spirit hall. His cries echoed through the heavens and the earth, afraid that his act wasn't convincing enough. QianXunji's even squeezed out a few tears from his eyes. QianXunji's, that's enough. No one will believe your nonsense. At that moment, a fire dragon soared in from the rear, and Lu Erlong's voice sounded like thunder. With a loud shout, the massive tail of the fire dragon slapped the air, and Lu Erlong stood on top of the fire dragon, blazing with fury. Erlong, you finally came. Did you hear that the family was attacked by the spirit hall and came to help? Look, Uncle has been controlled by the spirit hall using evil methods. Come quickly. QianXunji's saw Lu Erlong clearly and took a deep breath before starting to shout madly again. Lu Erlong's face was frostbitten. My father is controlled? So before he was controlled, did he entrust you to find me for marriage? Did he know his time was short and that you, QianXunji's, are a good person, which is why he asked you to take care of me for life? QianXunji's immediately replied, Yes, Erlong, you're indeed clear-headed. Uncle did say that before he was controlled. He. Lu Erlong's forehead bulged with veins. Hearing QianXunji's say such shameless words, her hatred could no longer be contained. What you said is indeed true. You, QianXunji's, are a downright good person. A good person who, when others help you, you think they are humiliating you. A good person who poisons my father and then says my father entrusted me to you. A good person who, when my father stopped us from getting married, still expects to take care of me for life because of your charm. Since you speak so highly of yourself, then I, Lu Erlong, must feel the love you have given me for decades. So it shouldn't be too much to ask you to die for me, right? Lu Erlong said every word carefully. With each word that left her mouth, the veins on her forehead became even more terrifying. By the end, Lu Erlong was engulfed in blazing flames. The roar of the mutated fire dragon echoed through the mountains, and as the last word fell, Lu Erlong shot towards QianXunji's like lightning. Even though Yu Yuanjun was still by QianXunji's side, Lu Erlong could not control her furious rage. In the heavens and the earth, only Lu Erlong's explosive shout remained. True form of the red dragon. Suddenly, just as Lu Erlong's true form of the red dragon was about to condense, a soft voice suddenly rang out. Enough. The voice was powerful without being angry. A red light swept in from the distance. Lu Erlong, who was already very strong, was completely suppressed at this moment, and her true form of the red dragon began to shatter inch by inch. The sound of high heels echoed. In the void, BibiDong, holding the Pope's scepter, stepped forward. 9 soul rings appeared, and the red 9th soul ring lit up the sky. The strength of a Title Douluo made it really easy to dissolve Lu Erlong's martial soul's true form. Seeing BibiDong suddenly appear and recalling her past relationship with QianXunji's, Lu Erlong couldn't help but frown. At this moment, Qian Renfeng was slightly curious. He looked at BibiDong, who had suddenly appeared with a half-smile on her face, and wondered if she had not seen through everything yet. Qian Renfeng asked, Have you not seen through it? BibiDong fell silent, her indifferent eyes looking down. It seemed she was still reflecting on everything Yu Xiaogang had said to Lu Erlong just moments ago. If she hadn't witnessed Yu Lumian being poisoned in the spirit hall with her own eyes, if she hadn't heard Yu Lumian's self-revelation with her own ears, and if she weren't so clear about Qian Renfeng's character, BibiDong believed she would still be deceived at this moment. Coincidentally, she arrived here with a hint of suspicion. Yu Xiaogang's actions had completely ignited her anger. She had seen through it. Decades of illusions were ultimately just a dream. BibiDong's voice was cold. At this moment, she recalled the time before Qian Renfeng was born, when she was still the saintess of the spirit hall. Yu Xiaogang had deceived her so deeply. She thought about how she couldn't let go of the papal authority and that she wanted to use the papal power to accomplish her own goals. For some reason, BibiDong felt truly pitifully foolish. What do you want to do? Qian Renfeng asked, understanding her intent. BibiDong smiled coldly. I said if everything is true, then a fate worse than death is merely a luxury for him. As she spoke, a cold light flashed in BibiDong's eyes. The mouth of the green snake, the sting of the yellow wasp. Both are not poisonous, but the most venomous is a woman's heart. BibiDong had never considered herself a bad person, but she also never thought of herself as a good person. She saw through everything. BibiDong knew her mindset had completely changed. All her previous doubts about Qian Renfeng had vanished at this moment. Lu Erlong was taken aback. She listened intently to the quiet conversation between BibiDong and Qian Renfeng. She initially thought BibiDong was going to stop her from taking action against Yu Xiaogang, but it turned out that BibiDong was going to take action herself. Yu Xiaogang was truly a talented individual. He could actually make a Title Douluo like BibiDong personally intervene. Below, BibiDong's sudden appearance and the overwhelming power of the Title Douluo shocked everyone. The army of Spirit Hall Soul Masters halted their attacks, and many disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan also stopped their movements. The appearance of Qian Renfeng, BibiDong, as well as Yu Yin and Lu Erlong, has left their minds in a terrible mess, like mush. What the hell is going on here? How many top experts has the Spirit Hall actually dispatched? Qian Renfeng, the acting pope, has the strength of a Title Douluo at level 96. BibiDong, the current pope, is a Title Douluo with unknown specific strength, possessing a 100,000-year spirit ring. Also, the Flame Eagle Douluo, an elder of the Spirit Hall, who was observed at the beginning, also has the strength of a Title Douluo. Are we going to fight head-on? In the presence of Qian Renfeng, upon hearing BibiDong's decision, the death scythe dissipated from his hands. The ample space for casting was entirely left for BibiDong. Seeing that the death scythe was gone from Qian Renfeng's hand and BibiDong's sudden appearance, everyone was stunned by the 100,000-year soul ring. Due to Lu Erlong's sudden rage, Yu Xiaogan's heart revived once more. BibiDong appeared? Is she here to help me? It must be so. As soon as BibiDong appeared, everyone stopped their attacks. Indeed, heaven does not want to see me die young. It has chosen to stand by my side. Yu Xiaogan's heart was filled with joy. In an instant, his gaze at BibiDong was filled with fervor. Donger, you finally came. Qian Renfeng has gone too far. He is openly jealous of me. I know you have never forgotten me. Take me away from here, and I can help you reach true greatness. You are a twin martial soul. You should not let Qian Renfeng take your power away like this. Help me kill Qian Renfeng, and I will help you reach your true peak. We can live a life like immortal lovers. With his thoughts racing, Yu Xiaogang acted as if Lu Erlong had never appeared. Just moments ago, he had said such things to Lu Erlong, yet now he shamelessly spoke to BibiDong. The onlookers had strange expressions upon hearing Yu Xiaogang suddenly change his tune. Lu Erlong was also slightly stunned. However, knowing Yu Xiaogang's true nature, she was not too surprised, only feeling a wave of disgust in her heart. BibiDong's expression was indifferent. It seemed as if Yu Xiaogang had truly influenced her, as her cold voice resonated clearly. You say that as long as I take you away, you can help me reach true greatness? You say that as long as I take you away, you can help me reclaim the title of Pope? Just now, you were infatuated with Lu Erlong, and now you are infatuated with me? At this point, a cold smile flashed across BibiDong's face. Yu Xiaogang was instantly speechless, his expression shifting between blue and red, and he hurriedly tried to remedy the situation. Donger, you must have misunderstood. This Qian Renfeng is an undeniable evil soul master. Just now, I was certainly influenced by his martial soul, which is why I said such foolish things. Seeing Yu Xiaogang once again shift the blame to Qian Renfeng, BibiDong's face turned even colder, and the corners of her mouth curled into a faint smile. Noticing the smile at the corner of BibiDong's mouth, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Feeling pleased, it seems I have successfully tricked this foolish woman. This woman has an overwhelming desire for control. Upon hearing my captivating request, she must be completely moved. My father is no longer useful, but I still have BibiDong at my disposal. Heaven does not abandon me. Yu Xiaogang. He praised himself for his cleverness. Just as Yu Xiaogang was about to continue persuading BibiDong to fully convert, BibiDong suddenly descended from the air step by step, her tone light and airy. Qian Renfeng is my son. So you wanted to kill my son? Chapter 073. BibiDong's Fury. Forced separation of martial soul. Son, how is that possible? Yu Xiaogang was suddenly dumbfounded. BibiDong's cold voice rang in his ears, as if all hope had shattered at that moment. You say Qian Renfeng is your son? So, you all are in cahoots? Yu Xiaogangs mind was in turmoil. He looked at BibiDong in disbelief, nearly gasping for breath. He had just claimed to be influenced by a martial soul, that Qian Renfeng, this evil soul master, had been manipulating him. Now, had he spoken in vain? In front of BibiDong, he called Qian Renfeng an evil soul master and even urged BibiDong to kill him. How brainless could one be to say such things? His head was buzzing. Yu Xiaogang was completely flustered, and he suddenly glanced at Yu Yunjin from the corner of his eye. BibiDong was no longer an option. He redirected his thoughts towards Yu Yunjin. However, before he could utter another word, BibiDong, who had already descended from the air, slightly raised a finger. Her cold voice gently escaped her lips. Third soul skill, Death Spider Web Binding. A dark red large net suddenly appeared. Threads of spider silk fell from the net, each securely binding Yu Xiaogang's limbs. Ah, BibiDong, what do you want to do to me? His body was uncontrollable. Under the pull of the spider's silk, BibiDong suddenly lifted Yu Xiaogang from Yu Yunjin's side, suspending him high in the air. Only half of Yu Xiaojang's body remained, and he emitted sounds of agony. BibiDong, BibiDong, what exactly do you want to do? Yu Xiaogang howled wildly. Realizing he had fallen into BibiDong's hands, he was driven mad. Sixth soul skill, blood-sucking spider spike. BibiDong did not answer any of Yu Xiaojang's questions. Her slender jade finger rose again, and petals like spider bones suddenly appeared behind her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of spider bones slicing through the air rang out. As BibiDong gently pressed her finger, all the spider bones flew towards Yu Xiaogang. Thud, thud, thud. The spider bones sliced through Yu Xiaojang's body. Skin was torn, and blood splattered everywhere. In the air, only the sounds of spider bones cutting through flesh remained. BibiDong, you have such a cruel heart. How could I have once loved you so much, yet you treat me so ruthlessly? Yu Xiaogang screamed incessantly. Having already lost his lower half, his upper body was now subjected to countless spider bones, his voice nearly hoarse from the screams. BibiDong remained silent. Her indifferent gaze looked at Yu Xiaogang, who was bound by the death spider web, with no trace of compassion in her eyes. I will do what I say. This has always been BibiDong's character. It was a luxury to make Yu Xiaogang feel that life was worse than death. She did not want to kill him so quickly. As for Yu Xiaojang's curses, ever since she saw through his true nature, she had chosen to ignore them. Third soul skill, summon spider. At this moment, BibiDong spoke again, her cold voice sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. A series of popping sounds erupted. Suddenly, small spiders were summoned from the ground. All these small spiders were dark green. This was the third soul skill of BibiDong's second martial soul, the soul-eating spider emperor. Normally, it was just a soul skill used by BibiDong for reconnaissance and tracking enemies. At this moment, however, in her hands, it had turned into a means for her to settle a decades-long debt she had been deceived about by Yu Xiaogang. The small spiders crouched down on the ground and leaped. Soon, all these small spiders landed on Yu Xiaogang. With no reconnaissance task to fulfill, these small spiders opened their sharp jaws and bit fiercely into Yu Xiaogan's body. It hurts so much. Yu Xiaogang screamed, BibiDong, how much longer do you plan to torture me? I was wrong about you, I was so wrong. I never expected you to be so malicious. Not only did you let Qian Renfeng ambush my uncle, but you also had Qian Renfeng control my uncle and finally manipulate me. Now you've come to torment me again. You, BibiDong, are truly a wicked and ruthless woman, with no hope left. Yu Xiaogang did not hold back his disdain for BibiDong. The pain in his body inflicted constant trauma on him, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. BibiDong remained silent. Her indifferent eyes showed no emotion. She watched as the blood-sucking spider stings continually pierced Yu Xiaogangs flesh. Watched as the blood-sucking spider stings absorbed his life force, and watched as the small spiders bit away at him. She even felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. Meanwhile, in the camp of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong watched Yu Xiaogang being tortured by BibiDong from a distance. Unable to stop herself from tilting her head to look at Sword Douluo. Grandpa Jian, aren't you going to take action? Didn't you say you were going to turn Yu Xiaogang into a candied hawthorn? Hearing this, Sword Douluo's expression stiffened slightly. Girl, this kind of thing cannot be rushed. It's not yet the time for your Grandpa Jian to act. Beside him, Douluo did not mind exposing QianXunji's true feelings. Girl, your Grandpa Jian is being cowardly. Look at BibiDong. She is currently attacking Yu Xiaogang. The anger that has been suppressed for decades is not so easily vented. Even if your Grandpa Jian wants to turn Yu Xiaogang into a candied hawthorn, he has to see if BibiDong is willing. Ning Rongrong was speechless. Seeing Sword Douluo's silence, she seemed to suddenly understand. Although she could not see the candied hawthorn Yu Xiaogang, seeing Yu Xiaogang being continuously bled by BibiDong made her feel somewhat relieved. After all, Yu Xiaogang was being tortured. This seemed to be enough. Hoo-hoo. In the front, the heavy sound of Yu Xiaogangs breathing continued to echo. After screaming for a long time, he was about to reach his limit. Cold sweat mixed with blood dripping down his forehead. His eyes rolled back, reaching the brink of collapse. At this moment, Yu Yunjin suddenly regained a lot of clarity, reacting belatedly. Even though he was still shaken by Yu Xiaogangs words and the fact that Yu Luomian was not dead, upon seeing Yu Xiaogang being tortured madly, a serious look suddenly flashed across his old face. People from a spirit hall, that's enough. Yu Yunjin roared. He had no time to investigate the truth behind Yu Xiaogang. He only wanted to rescue Yu Xiaogang from BibiDong's grasp. Otherwise, without knowing the final answer, Yu Xiaogang might already be dead. His other sons had already passed away too early due to cultivation issues. Yu Xiaogang was his only bloodline left. Boom! Seeing Yu Yunjin about to take action, Bibi Dong shot a cold glance at him. With her Pope's staff, she stomped fiercely on the ground, unleashing terrifying domain power. Death domain, activate. Killing God domain, activate. Azura domain, activate. With 3 successive light calls, a storm enveloped Bibi Dong, suddenly stopping Yu Engine, who was trying to save Yu Xiaogang. Seeing Bibi Dong activate 3 different domains in an instant, shock flashed in Yu Engine's eyes. What kind of ability is this? 3 domains activated simultaneously. Big brother, do you still want to remain stubborn? At this moment, Yu Luomian also spoke up. He could see that Yu Engine still wanted to save Yu Xiaogang. So he reprimanded him. Dad, save me. In Yu Engine's ears, apart from Yu Luomian's scolding, there was also Yu Xiaojiang's extremely weak voice. Hearing Yu Xiaojiang's weak voice, 2 veins bulged on Yu Engine's forehead. That's enough. Yu Luomian, you are being controlled by the Spirit Hall. I want to hold it against you. After today, as events are resolved, I will definitely investigate everything. But Yu Xiaojiang is my son, my last son. How can I not know my son's strength? He has made significant research achievements in the spirit domain. If he says Qian Renfeng is an evil spirit master, then he must be an evil spirit master. An 8-winged, fallen angel martial soul. How evil must a person be to possess such a martial soul? My blue lightning tyrant dragon family will never submit to the might of an evil spirit master. Confused. So confused. Hearing Yu Engine say this, Yu Luomian's expression turned completely sinister. At this point, Yu Engine still wanted to help Yu Xiaojiang, and his heart died completely. Ignoring Yu Luomian's situation, Yu Engine was isolated outside by BibiDong's 3 domain powers, but his expression suddenly became much more serious. A thing that resembled a crown, yet also looked like bones, suddenly flew out from behind him. Terrifying soul power erupted. Along with it, the wounds on his body inflicted by the Grim Reaper's scythe were instantly healed. Puffed. He spat out a mouthful of old blood. Yu Engine suddenly burst into loud laughter. I said before, as long as I still have breath in me, I will never let you kill my son in front of me. Today, so many Title Douluo from the Spear Hall have come. I know I will surely fall here. But my blue lightning tyrant dragon family is still one of the top 3 sects and has been inherited for countless years. Our foundation, even the Spirit Hall, must acknowledge. Roar. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed again. This time, it was not Yu Engine using his martial soul true body. The frenzied dragon's roar came from that crown. True Dragon 9 crowns? Qian Renfeng frowned. He originally thought that Yu Engine had accepted his fate and had seen through Yu Xiaojiang's true nature, thus deciding to give up on him. But the sudden emergence of the True Dragon 9 crown made his heart skip a beat. Calm down, he said with a light shout. The soul power on Qian Renfeng began to surge. The terrifying power brought by the True Dragon 9 crown collided with the power within him. Yu Engine's mind was not focused on a head-on confrontation with Qian Renfeng. After unleashing the power of the True Dragon 9 crown, several fragments of soul bones suddenly merged into his body. Yu Xiaojiang, who was bound by 3 types of domains and restrained by the death spiderweb, was forcibly dragged out by Yu Engine's roar. Xiaojiang, I will now send you back to the origin of our family. Since I have seen through their true nature as evil soul masters, I cannot let you die at their hands. I know that your martial soul has undergone a malignant mutation and that your advancement is restricted by it. This time, I will send you back to our family's origin so you can try to find a solution. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing broke free from BibiDong's torment, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and quickly said, Father, don't worry. As long as I solve the problem of the malignant mutation of my martial soul, I will definitely reach the level of a Title Douluo. Good. Relax your resistance. I will send you away. The power of the True Dragon 9 crown has been fully absorbed by me, enough to send you away. And as for the Snow Jade crown, when you return to the origin, also try to gain its recognition. I believe you will definitely have the stature of a Title Douluo. My son Yu Xiaojiang has the stature of a Title Douluo. The power of the True Dragon 9 crown surged back into Yu Engine, leaving him completely confused. The power of the True Dragon 9 crown flowed into him, and the 7th, 8th, and 9th soul rings on him began to change from black to light red. 99,999 years of power, all absorbed by me. A massive vortex appeared. The space was distorted, and, at that moment, Yu Engine stood there like a war god. The surrounding space was filled with terrifying storms. Others could not interfere at all. Yu Xiaojiang pretended to choke up his eyes red, and said, Father, don't worry. I will solve the problem. I will definitely break through to Title Douluo. Yu Engine smiled. With a push of his hands, he intended to send Yu Xiaojiang into the massive vortex. Although the appearance of the Jade Crown had made him suspicious, Yu Xiaogang's self-narration led him to make an erroneous judgment. Stubborn throughout his life, he completely believed that the current situation was caused by Qian Renfeng, the evil soul master. The reason Qian Renfeng did this was just as Yu Xiaogang said before. Qian Renfeng was jealous of his son's research. Or rather, his son's research posed a significant threat to evil soul masters, which is why Qian Renfeng couldn't sit still. Just as Yu Yuanjin was pushing Yu Xiaogang halfway into the vortex, Qian Renfeng's voice rang out. You believe I am an evil soul master, so you want to send Yu Xiaogang away? So he can come and hunt me down in the future? Because of the restrictions of the malignant mutation of the waste martial soul, he can only study theory for the rest of his life, going back to the origin to seek a solution. A cold voice echoed. Qian Renfeng stepped forward. Even though Yu Yuanjin at this moment was empowered by the strength of the true Dragon 9 crowns, making him as fierce as if he had taken drugs. Qian Renfeng was still a formidable powerhouse at level 96 and had 2 pieces of fallen god soul bones equipped. He wouldn't be easily disturbed by Yu Yuanjin. Yu Xiaogang, on the other hand, found half of his body caught in the massive vortex and didn't pay much attention to Qian Renfeng's words. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly saw Qian Renfeng point out a beam of light from his fingertips. As the light passed through, the surrounding space was instantly frozen. Even the figure of Yu Xiaogang about to disappear in the huge vortex became rigid. A cold and stern voice echoed at the same time. Since the martial soul is useless, then don't use it. Soul Bone Skill. Force Separation. Chapter 074. Separating the Golden Saint Dragon. The ancestor's coffin lid cannot be suppressed anymore, combined. Soul Bone Skill? Force Separation? Was he trying to separate? The space solidified, and Yu Xiaogang was stuck halfway in the massive vortex. Unable to move, a chilling sensation penetrated through his limbs and bones, sweeping over his entire body, his heart hanging in his throat, and his pupils dilated many times. What is happening? Yu Yuanjin was greatly startled. The reason why the top 3 sects are the top 3 sects is not only because they possess the world's #1 weapon martial soul, the world's #1 beast martial soul, and the world's #1 support martial soul. The main source lies in the fact that all 3 top sects have their own inherited treasures. Just like the secret techniques mastered by each generation of Haotian Douluo and the Haotian sect, their blue electric Tyrannosaurus family also has their own inheritance, originating from the extreme northern ice plains, relying on the true Dragon 9 crowns as an inherited treasure to allow them to rapidly enhance their strength as if they had taken drugs. Although he was only a 95 level Title Douluo at the moment, he would not be intimidated even if he encountered a 97 level or even 98 level Title Douluo, considering that there were too many Title Douluos from the Spirit Hall present, and they were all top-notch experts. He chose to forcibly open the spatial transmission ability using the power of the true Dragon 9 crowns. However, now, with the space suddenly frozen, how could that be possible? He couldn't stop it. At that moment, BibiDong stood beside Qian Renfeng and said coldly, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family's inherited treasure, the true Dragon 9 crowns, can greatly enhance the strength of its inheritors in a short period. Yu Yuanjin was trying to exchange his own life for Yu Xiaogan's chance to escape. As her voice fell, BibiDong's cold and beautiful eyes looked at Yu Xiaogang in the massive vortex, filled with nothing but hatred. But at this moment, Yu Yuanjin's power was greatly enhanced, and she could only sigh helplessly. 9th Soul Skill, God and Demon Duel / Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from the rear. The 7 killing sword surged forward like a bamboo breaking through, with Sword Douluo Continent's long robe fluttering on the 7 killing sword. As he neared, the Sword Douluo suddenly stood in the void, and the 7 killing sword was abruptly planted in front of him, forming a massive hexagram sword formation. 2 sharp sword lights slashed through space towards Yu Xiaogang. Sword Path Qian, you dare! Yu Yuanjin felt a chill run down his spine. Qian Renfeng suddenly made his move, solidifying the space around him. He was using all of his strength to teleport Yu Xiaogang. Seeing the Sword Douluo suddenly charge out, his face had already lost all color. Another powerful opponent. Yu Yuanjin, Yu Xiaogang has humiliated my precious granddaughter before. I have said before. Today I will turn Yu Xiaogang into a candied hawthorn. I have not finished my business yet. You also want to take Yu Xiaogang away. The blade came slashing. The shattered space created a ripple effect. In that moment, the 2 sword lights seemed to transcend time and space. Freeze! Yu Yuanjin roared. As his voice erupted, Yu Yuanjin swung his right hand fiercely once again. Poof, poof, poof. The 2 sword lights struck Yu Yuanjin's body. He spat out several mouthfuls of old blood, and the veins on his forehead bulged. hard resisting a Title Douluo's ninth spirit skill, he was indeed at a loss. In the distance, Yu Luomian saw Yu Yunjin go to such lengths for Yu Xiaogang and was already furious. Foolish. So damn foolish. The strongest member of the family. Gambling his life away for a waste. It's one thing to be just a waste, at least there's familial affection, but that is simply the source of all evil. Cunning, sly, insidious, vicious, shameless, despicable. It seemed like Yu Yunjin's right arm's spirit bone ability. Among the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's spirit skills, there were no spirit skills for space teleportation. After absorbing the true dragon's 9 crowns, Yu Yunjin's control over this space reached its peak. The dual strikes of gods and demons had no effect. QianXun furrowed his brows, flashing to Qian Renfeng's side and seeing the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul behind Qian Renfeng. He said word by word, controlling space is not something he alone can do. Qian Renfeng suddenly whispered. He forcefully activated the first soul skill of the soul bone, soul suppression, to suppress the space, not worrying that Yu Xiaogang could escape before he finished his business. Yu Yunjin merely wanted Yu Xiaogang to return to the origin of their blue electric Tyrannosaurus family to resolve the spirit issues. By now, Yu Yunjin still didn't understand whether it was a human problem or a spirit problem. If it were truly just a pig, the Golden Iron Triangle's spirit fusion skill wouldn't have the Golden Sacred Dragon as its supporting framework. The only explanation is that at that time, under the forced enhancement of Flanders and Lu Erlong, Luo Sanpao could truly showcase the charm of his Golden Sacred Dragon. Following Yu Xiaojiang's side could only be attributed to Yu Xiaogang being too useless to support his presence. And under the enormous disparity in soul power, the second soul skill of the Abyssal Phoenix's spirit bone was 100% locked on. Upon hearing this, Qianxun was slightly taken aback, and BibiDong also followed suit, both looking at Qian Renfeng's profile with astonishment. At this moment, they had accepted the fact that Yu Xiaogang was about to be teleported away, but Qian Renfeng showed no concern about this issue. What other means had not been deployed? Roar. Suddenly, a thunderous dragon roar echoed. Brilliant golden light erupted from Yu Xiaogang, and 2 yellow soul rings uncontrollably appeared beside him. The moment the soul rings appeared, they brought forth that terrifying dragon roar. Boom! Just as everyone was astonished, Luo Sanpao appeared beside Yu Xiaogang and then leaped into the air, the earth-shattering dragon roar coming from its mouth. A pig emitting a dragon roar? Title Douluo felt as if his worldview had shattered. Further away, Gu Rong quickly arrived with Ning Rongrong, and upon seeing Luo Sanpao, this pig emit a dragon roar. His pupils couldn't help but widen multiple times. "Oh man, what on earth is going on?" Gu Rong asked in astonishment. Title Douluo shook his head. "You ask me? Who should I ask? Don't you have a dad who once reached level 97 and even fought against a level 99 Title Douluo? Didn't he leave you any useful information?" Gu Rong retorted. "Title Douluo, do you think my dad is omnipotent?" "Gu Rong, you useless." The 2 old friends began their usual banter again. My spirit, what on earth is going on?" Just as Title Douluo and Bone Douluo were arguing and feeling bewildered, Yu Xiaogang suddenly let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. He had already been tortured to the brink of death by BibiDong and was utterly weakened. But now it seemed like he was experiencing a moment of revival as he began to shout. Hearing Yu Xiaojiang's tragic howl, everyone immediately snapped back to reality and looked at Luo Sanpao in disbelief. Then, everyone turned their gaze to Qian Renfeng. Was Yu Xiaogang lamenting about his spirit? Qian Renfeng, the acting pope, just used a method directly targeting the martial soul? Thinking of this terrifying fact, everyone present was shocked. "Qian Renfeng, what have you done to me? Why does my martial soul suddenly want to leave? Why?" Yu Xiaogang roared loudly. At this moment, he was truly panicking. He had always looked down on his useless martial soul, but now, sensing that the useless martial soul wanted to leave, wanting to completely sever ties with him, he couldn't hold it together anymore. Yu Yunjin is willing to risk his life to protect your departure. I do not deny that you can be sent away from here, but since you look down on your useless martial soul, I will help you sever it. The dignified, golden, sacred dragon martial soul, due to your personal inability, has never been able to exert its true power, and yet it has to bear the title of useless martial soul, following you and losing its rightful brilliance. The wind whispered softly. He didn't care whether Yu Xiaogang, such a useless person, was alive or dead. Regarding Yu Xiaogang, he merely wanted to make BibiDong fully recognize reality, to help her restore her former self. Today's change in BibiDong had already proven his success. As for Yu Xiaojiang's future, He believed that with Bibi Dong's abilities and the grievances she had endured for decades, a grand chase of thousands of miles was not impossible. Surviving the first day would not guarantee survival by the 15th. Moreover, while others might not understand Bibi Dong, he certainly did. Even if it took him a long time to become a god on his own, Bibi Dong inheriting the position of the Rakshasa god was a sure thing. Even if Yu Xiaogang was sent away to hide and never show his face again, once Bibi Dong became the Rakshasa god, her divine consciousness would cover the entire Douluo Continent, making it too easy to kill a Yu Xiaogang. However, when it came to stripping away a martial soul, he could allow Yu Yuanjin to transport Yu Xiaogang away. But after all, he bore the martial soul of the golden sacred dragon. To be frank, Yu Xiaogang was indeed very useless. He couldn't fully unleash the power of his golden sacred dragon through Luo Sanpao, but the world had already changed because of him. What if one day Yu Xiaogang suddenly awakened? What if he turned over like a salted fish after taking drugs? Cultivating a potential rival had never been his style. It would be better to strip Yu Xiaogang's martial soul directly. A useless person without a martial soul would only become a pile of bones, even if he gave Yu Xiaogang 10,000 years to develop. As Qian Renfeng finished speaking, the air around suddenly became eerily quiet, as if one could hear a silver needle drop on the ground. To completely strip away a soul master's martial soul? Could a normal person even do that? This must be some divine skill, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you have the ability to forcibly strip away a soul master's martial soul? Especially when Luo Sanpao was originally a mutated useless martial soul. The golden sacred dragon? Luo Sanpao could never be the golden sacred dragon. Yu Xiaogang went mad. Upon hearing that his martial soul was to be forcibly stripped away, he panicked like a frightened dog. At that moment, another dragon's roar echoed. Luo Sanpao suddenly underwent a transformation. Huge dragon horns sprouted from its forehead, and its round body began to stretch dramatically. Scales covered its body. A deafening dragon roar erupted from its mouth, and after a burst of golden light, a long dragon soared into the sky, shining brilliantly. Free from Yu Xiaogang's constraints, Luo Sanpao completely revealed its true form as the golden sacred dragon. Its enormous dragon eyes coldly stared at Yu Xiaogang, who was caught in the vortex. With a puff, the martial soul was completely stripped away. Yu Xiaogang spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at Luo Sanpao now fully transformed into the golden sacred dragon, staring at him with its chilling eyes, he suddenly felt a surge of rage. Recalling how he had previously tortured Yu Xiaogang by squeezing his neck, a dragon tail swung fiercely toward Yu Xiaogang. Dare you? Yu Yuanjin shouted angrily. His head was buzzing, but his body instinctively moved to protect Yu Xiaogang. Bang! With a loud crash, Yu Yuanjin slammed into the dragon tail, and then fell toward the ground like a cannonball. At this moment, he had indeed absorbed the fragments of the true Dragon 9 Crown's soul bone along with the soul bone of his right arm, forcibly locking the space. However, the golden sacred dragon, being the strongest descendant bloodline of the light dragon king, could not be hindered in the slightest under the influence of the same source power. Meanwhile, Qian Renfeng, having fully released the soul bone skill, had completely stripped Yu Xiaogangs martial soul away. His influence over space was minimized, and the massive vortex that was supposed to transport Yu Xiaogang away started to operate again. At first, thinking he would be transported away and could survive, Yu Xiaogang felt ecstatic. But now, with his martial soul stripped away, he felt a hollow emptiness in his body, as if he had become a shell, and his face lost all expression. It wasn't until his figure disappeared into the massive vortex that his frenzied howls echoed back. Martial soul, my golden sacred dragon, martial soul. Give it back to me. Give it back. His voice grew fainter. As the vortex dissipated, Yu Xiaogang completely vanished from everyone's sight. However, at this moment, not many people cared whether Yu Xiaogang was dead or alive. All their attention was focused on Luo Sanpao. No, on the golden sacred dragon. Unbound by anyone, they could feel the terrifying dragon might emanating from Luo Sanpao. Such a powerful martial soul had been constrained in the form of a pig by Yu Xiaogang all along. Many members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan below, who were somewhat familiar with Yu Xiaogang's abilities, recalled his two soul skills. Far like thunder, shake the heavens and split the earth, Luo Sanpao. Far like smoke, hypnotize and put to sleep, Luo Sanpao. The magnificent golden sacred dragon. Such a mutation should be the highest expression of their entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the peak of ancestral bloodline. Yet, it had only been used to attack by farting. If their ancestral progenitor knew about this, wouldn't the coffin lid be unable to contain it? Considering these points, countless eyes suddenly turned toward where the massive vortex had vanished. With such a powerful martial soul being so useless, and calling itself a useless martial soul, what would happen now that it had lost its martial soul? Would it be transported back to the source of the bloodline to solve the martial soul issue? Such a martial soul, what problem needed to be solved? Chapter 075, The Turmoil in Tiando, Qian Renxue's Opportunity. 3 in 1, one by one. Every soul master from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was secretly cursing. Many of their martial souls had undergone mutations, but those mutations had limited their development throughout their lives. Now that they knew Yu Xiaogang possessed the family's most benignly mutated golden sacred dragon martial soul, yet was stuck at level 29, the frustration was unbearable. Including Yu Yuanjin, who had just experienced the dual calamity of the Great Pit, stood there in shock. Only now did he realize, his expression shifting between blue and red. He had used the true Dragon 9 crown, forcibly sent Yu Xiaogang away, just to go to the source of the bloodline to find a solution for the martial soul restrictions. And the martial soul that should have been useless, Luo San Pao, had now transformed into the golden sacred dragon. So, what exactly had he given birth to? His gaze turned pale, and Yu Yuanjin's lips trembled uncontrollably. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of old blood. The immense contrast was too much for Yu Yuanjin to bear, and his anger surged, causing his already shaky body to wobble again. Brother, did you understand? The jade crown fell from the sky, and the purple lightning demon dragon disappeared. With his hands crossed behind his back, he looked at Yu Yuanjin with a very complex expression. I, Yu Luomian, have spent my whole life developing for the family. Do you really think I am someone who doesn't understand the rules? Can you not accept Yu Xiaogang in the family? The two dragons are right here. Because of her mother's issues, I have resolutely not cared for them for my entire life. You should know how much I value family rules. If it weren't for the fact that Yu Xiaogan's actions angered both gods and men, why would I bother to refute you so vehemently? After all, I am a second in command of the family. Yu Yuanjin's mind buzzed. Yu Luomian's words pierced his heart like a final steel needle. The balance that had begun to awaken was now completely tilted, and he looked complexly at the place where the huge vortex had disappeared. Forcefully absorbing the power of the soul bone fragments from the true Dragon 9 crowns, your body can no longer support itself. You have done too many foolish things for Yu Xiaogang. Perhaps Yu Xiaogang is your retribution, and your life will end here. Yu Luomian spoke again. Hearing this, Yu Yuanjin's expression changed from blue to red. Do you really think you are not being controlled? Qian Renfeng, this young successor of the Spirit Hall, is capable of such evil methods as stripping away martial souls. Are you really willing to submit like this? Yu Luomian coldly snorted. Do I look like someone who is being controlled? What I just used was merely the soul bone skill of the acting pope. Your right arm's soul bone can allow you to cast spatial teleportation from a distance. Do you think all other soul bone abilities need to be deemed evil? After living a lifetime, do you still not understand martial souls? For countless years, those evil soul masters chased by the Spirit Hall have only dared to hide in the city of slaughter. Are all of their martial souls evil? Yu Yuanjin was completely dumbfounded. Hearing Yu Luomian say this, his mind cleared up a lot, forcibly using the power of the true Dragon 9 crowns. His body had long exceeded its limits. Remembering the events in the city of slaughter, he finally understood. The city of slaughter, it gathers the most evil soul masters from the entire Douluo Continent. Among those people, there were also those who had been chased there. Not all of them had the most evil martial souls. I was blind. Yu Yuanjin suddenly roared. His eyes bulged suddenly, and his body, returning to light, transformed into a blue dragon. Roars echoed. Yu Yuanjin's soul power surged wildly. Soaring in the sky, his power seemed to reach its peak in that instant. Didn't want to fight to the death? BibiDong coldly shouted. She stomped the Pope's scepter hard. Brilliant red light swept around, feeling the urge to engage with Yu Yuanjin. No need to move. At that moment, Qian Renfeng's calm voice sounded. A hand gently grasped BibiDong's fair wrist. With a very indifferent tone, the true Dragon 9 crowns, forcibly absorbing the power of those 8 soul bone fragments. It's just that his body cannot bear it yet. Right now, he is merely undergoing his final release. Crack, crack. As Qian Renfeng's voice just fell, the giant dragon soaring in the sky suddenly emitted a series of crisp sounds. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, transformed from Yu Yuanjin, instantly morphed into a massive stone dragon, and those crisp sounds were coming from the body of the stone dragon. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds. Huge stones fell from the sky. Yu Yuanjin, the 18th patriarch of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, a 95-level Title Douluo, ended his life in this manner. He watched everything with indifference. In Qianren's eyes, there was not a trace of sympathy, at most just a hint of regret. Without becoming a god, one would inevitably reach this point. Even after truly becoming a god, one cannot escape from grudges and entanglements. So that's how it is. BibiDong understood all of this. However, she did not show much regret. Her gaze quickly shifted from the giant stone dragon, transformed from Yu to the golden sacred dragon, still soaring in the sky. Qian Renfeng's gaze also fell on the golden sacred dragon. What do you plan to do with this dragon? BibiDong asked. As she asked this, a look of astonishment flashed in her beautiful eyes. Having personally witnessed Qian Renfeng forcibly strip away Yu Xiaogang's martial soul, she still found it hard to believe. The means to strip away a martial soul. Even though the spirit hall had existed for many years and had seen many wonders, there had never been such a record. In the inherent concept of soul masters on the entire Douluo Continent, once a martial soul awakens, it must accompany the soul master for a lifetime, witnessing the rise and glory of a soul master. But now, the martial soul was forcibly stripped away, which was truly hard to accept. Perhaps keeping it for now might still be useful. Qian Renfeng whispered softly. As he spoke these words, his gaze lingered on the golden sacred dragon for too long. Out of the corner of his eye, he also glanced at the eight-winged fallen angel martial soul behind him. The eight-winged fallen angel martial soul was the main one, with the death goddess scythe as a weapon and the abyssal demon dragon as a companion. The three martial souls complemented each other. It was precisely because of their close synergy that people previously believed he only had the eight-winged fallen angel martial soul. Even the death goddess scythe was only revealed after the events at Shrek. When he first awakened these three martial souls, he had a crazy idea, but he had never had the opportunity to put it into practice. Now, with the support of the abyssal phoenix's skull, he was able to separate Yu Xiaogang's martial soul from his body and found that his terrifying hypothesis might be partially tested. Soul bones still have the concept of being externally attached. What about martial souls? The golden sacred dragon, after all, was the strongest mutation of the bright Dragon King bloodline. And he still had close relatives with pure light attributes, so why not give it a try? Since you've made your decision, I won't ask more, BibiDong said. Her voice softened considerably. Having come to terms with many realities, she no longer held as many prejudices against Qian Renfeng as she once did. In the past, she thought that Qian Renfeng wanted to seize her papal authority and interfere with her grand plans. However, the current reality constantly reminded her that Qian Renfeng's goals were aligned with hers, and his abilities even surpassed hers, though she was reluctant to admit it. But with the facts laid out before her, she had to acknowledge it. When the right opportunity arises, you can officially become the Pope. And I can feel at ease to pursue my divine examination. BibiDong sighed lightly. She thought about how much she had delayed her divine examination process due to the matters of the Spirit Hall over the years. At this moment, she was determined to delegate power and focus on her grand endeavor of divine inheritance. All right, Qian Renfeng did not refuse. For him, the acting Pope and the formal Pope were merely titles. Even though he is still an acting Pope now, the power he holds is not much less than that of the formal Pope BibiDong. And in fact, it might even exceed it. There is one more thing. At this moment, BibiDong spoke again. Qian Renfeng couldn't help but curiously look at BibiDong upon hearing her words. He noticed that ever since he made BibiDong see Yu Xiaogang's true colors, the relationship between her and her son seemed to have grown much closer. What is it? No matter what, keep Yu Xiaogang's life for me. BibiDong suddenly spoke up. When the day of my success comes, I want him to regret coming into this world. What identity are you using to entrust me with this matter? Qian Renfeng did not agree immediately and asked in return. Your mother. All right. The conversation between the mother and son came to an end. BibiDong said no more, and in a flash, she left this place. He watched BibiDong depart. Qian Renfeng's face, usually hardened by years of frost, revealed a hint of softness. Turning around, his mother's ideology seemed to bring him a sense of accomplishment. Your Holiness, regarding our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? Just after BibiDong left, Dulouo quietly asked, still concerned about the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. The decree is, do not kill the fallen. You can continue to manage your blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Upon hearing this, Dulouo breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your leniency, Your Holiness. Our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family is willing to become the most loyal vassal of the Spirit Hall. As his voice fell, Dulouo immediately stood on the purple lightning demon dragon and began to arrange matters for all the family disciples. At this moment, many disciples of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family also heard Qian Renfeng's arrangements. Just a second ago, they truly believed that Qian Renfeng was an evil soul master. And with an evil soul master in charge of the Spirit Hall, their family would likely be drenched in blood. In this moment, hearing Qian Renfeng's arrangements, they were all astonished. "Thank you for your leniency, Your Holiness." Suddenly, an elder from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family took the lead in shouting towards the sky. They would have never done such a thing before. But after seeing Yu Xiaogang's true colors and Qian Renfeng's way of handling matters, it would be a lie to say they were not convinced. Qian Renfeng is an evil soul master? Damn it, is there such an evil soul master in the world? With an elder from the family leading the way, the other disciples of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex also bowed to him, their resentment towards Yu Xiaogang reaching unprecedented levels. He got his own father killed, almost took the entire family down with him. What a living calamity. Belonging to the Spirit Hall, withdraw and return to the city. Qian Renfeng issued orders once again. Those belonging to the Wuhuan Palace dared not disobey the command. In particular, everyone in the Wuhuan Palace heard the words that BibiDong had said at the very beginning. Qian Renfeng, this esteemed substitute pope, is actually the biological son of the current pope, BibiDong. Having arranged many matters, Qian Renfeng had no mood to linger here any longer. All he wanted was an attitude. Other matters were not what he truly cared about. Moreover, this trip had yielded the expected gains, with the golden sacred dragon being the best trophy. "Your Grace, please hold on." At this moment, an elder from the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan suddenly approached rapidly. Seeing this, Yu Luomian thought the clan elder was unwilling to submit, and although he was aware of Qian Renfeng's strength, he still positioned himself beside Qian Renfeng protectively. "We want," Yu Luomian asked sternly. The elder from the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan let out a bitter smile and hurriedly took out a scroll to hand over. "Second brother, you have been away from the clan for nearly 2 months, and there are some things you are still unaware of. This time, the Spirit Hall intends to attack our blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. The two major empires, although they have not expressed any stance, have actually been secretly plotting many things." Qian Renfeng's body, which was about to leave, suddenly stopped. With a wave of his hand, he drew in the scroll, which fell into his hand, revealing its contents clearly. Ghostly, Qian Renfeng let out a light shout, and a ghostly figure that had been hiding in the shadows suddenly appeared beside him. "Send off this scroll." As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Renfeng tapped the scroll twice with his finger, and a pure soul power transformed into information that was stored within the scroll. Taking the scroll, the figure dared not ask any questions and quickly left. The contents of the scroll were quite simple. The two great empires had not always been peacefully watching from the sidelines. The Spirit Hall was suppressing the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan due to issues of interest. The two great empires had long been unable to sit still. They did not want to see the Spirit Hall grow indefinitely. Because of this, many matters that had previously gone unnoticed had developed to a certain extent. In Tiando City, many changes had already taken place. The Royal Soul Masters began to shrink in numbers just as the Soul Masters from the Spirit Hall were doing the same. The armies in various regions were also making significant movements. This included Prince Xuexing and Prince Xuepeng, who were taking advantage of this opportunity to employ various tactics. As a result, the pressure on Qian Renxue would invisibly increase. As an elder brother, he would not ignore the situation concerning Qian Renxue. Just as he had recently confirmed his thoughts, he decided to take this opportunity to improve the situation. If successful, it would be Qian Renxue's chance. Perhaps he could even personally cultivate a generation of Dragon Knights. "Your Holiness, what has happened?" Ning Fengji arrived at that moment, and upon seeing the ghostly figure leaving quickly, he couldn't help but inquire. Qian Renfeng replied with a sound. "There have been changes in the Heaven Do Empire, and this situation has caused many chain reactions." Ning Fengji couldn't help but gasp in shock upon hearing this. Is this going to throw the entire continent into chaos? A few days later, in the royal palace of Heaven Do City, Qian Renxue, dressed in palace attire, was pacing back and forth in the room, having restored her original appearance. At this moment, her beautiful face was filled with a serious expression, and her brows were deeply furrowed. Not far behind her, the serpent spear Douluo was watching Qian Renxue pace back and forth with his arms crossed. "Young mistress, the situation in Heaven Do is extremely severe right now. I suggest you find a time to return to the Spirit Hall," he said earnestly. "There has been news from your majesty, advising you to recognize that something is wrong and withdraw immediately." The serpent spear Douluo spoke with sincerity. He was a loyal member of the Qian family faction and had watched Qian Renxue grow up. He understood the thoughts in her heart. Qian Renxue, who had always been unwilling to admit defeat, was not someone who would easily back down. However, given the severity of the current situation, he had urged her to make a choice quickly. Uncle Shi, my brother has already gained enough power in the Spear Hall. My mission is to accomplish what I should do within Heavendo City. If I go back now, wouldn't that mean I have failed my mission directly? Moreover, what do I do if I go back now? My current strength still can't match up to my brother. Would I just be going back to be a decorative vase? Qian Renxue rebutted, saying this with a hint of distress in her beautiful eyes. The snake spear Douluo was left speechless, but dragging this out isn't a solution. Until the layout is completely finished, I can only protect your safety at most. It's not convenient for me to intervene directly. If I had known earlier, I should have resolved the avalanche issue back then. That way, the royal family would only have me as the legitimate heir, and things would be much easier, right? Qian Renxue said with some frustration, recalling the information she learned from Qian Renfeng during her last visit to Wuhan City. Qian Renxue is now filled with regret. In order to ensure her plans went smoothly, she poisoned several princes who were more likely to ascend to the throne of the Heavendo Empire, leaving only Xuebong alive. Unexpectedly, this very Xuebong, whom she spared, had a deep cunning that deceived her for many years. Now, taking advantage of the Spirit Hall's campaign against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Xuebong and Prince Xuexing have also recalled their forces from various places back to Heavendo City. The die is cast. There's no turning back. The serpent spear Douluo sighed, and just as he was about to continue persuading Qian Renxue to leave, his brows suddenly furrowed. Young master, be careful. As his voice fell, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of the serpent spear Douluo. Old Qi, it's me, Gue Mei. The shadow revealed itself as Gue Mei, who had hurriedly come from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan a few days ago, now standing before the serpent spear Douluo and Qian Renxue. I have seen the young master. Gue Mei bowed to Qian Renxue. After witnessing BibiDong completely relinquishing power and publicly acknowledging her previous relationship with Qian Renfeng, he knew it was only a matter of time before Qian Renxue would also be in a similar position, and thus he no longer held any previous grudges. Qian Renxue frowned slightly. Ghostly, what are you doing in Heavendo City? Did my brother send you with news again? Ghostly immediately took out a scroll. This is the message that your majesty asked me to bring to you, young master. Also, His Holiness, the Pope, has completely relinquished power. The acting Pope can officially assume the position at any time. While taking out the scroll, Ghostly briefly summarized the situation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Listening to Ghostly's account, in Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes, a look of surprise flashed. You mean that woman has completely relinquished her power? Moreover, in front of everyone, she admitted her relationship with my brother? The ghostly figure nodded and said, yes, the Pope has now completely entered seclusion, and all matters of the Spear Hall will be entirely under the control of the acting Pope. Qian Renxue took a deep breath of cold air. In her understanding, BibiDong was a very stubborn person. Her own brother had actually managed to earn BibiDong's complete recognition. She suppressed the shock in her heart. Qian Renxue unfolded the scroll and began to read. After a while, a trace of coldness appeared on her face. No wonder there's been such unrest in Heavendo City recently. It seems to be because of the connections established earlier between the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and Avalanche, as well as Prince Xuexing. Qian Renxue's eyes flickered with a cold light. She mentioned that the situation in Tiando City has been quite unsettled recently, and earlier she thought it was the actions of the Spear Hall that had made the entire Tiando Empire tense up. Now it seems that everything was just too superficial. From the current situation, what she feels is only the most superficial pressure. The increase in pressure is merely an external manifestation. Internally, the situation is more serious. Prince Xuexing and Xuelang might still have some major actions planned. Young master, your majesty has left a soul power message on the scroll. At this moment, Gue Mei reminded her. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue immediately infused her gentle power into the scroll. Soon, a line of pure soul power erupted. Quick return, to enhance your strength. Concise and to the point. Qian Renfeng didn't leave much information on the scroll. In a straightforward and concise sentence, he expressed what he wanted to do on the scroll. Help me increase my strength? Qian Renxue furrowed her brows slightly and said, Uncle Shi, prepare to find a suitable reason for us to leave Heavendo City. Hearing this, Snake Spear Douluo immediately let out a long sigh of relief. He had always been quite displeased with Ghost, but now that Ghost had brought such news, he felt much less pressure. Indeed, in this world, there were only two people who could handle Qian Renxue. One was the Grand Offering, and the other was Qian Renxue's twin brother, Qian Renfeng. I will arrange it immediately. Your Highness, at such a young age, has already reached the level of a Title Douluo. This time, letting you return must be to think of ways to enhance your strength. Snake Spear Douluo praised. Returning this time can alleviate our current pressure, appropriately eliminate some unnecessary dangers, and also allow us to observe more. After praising, he immediately began to prepare for the return to Spirit City. After dismissing Snake Spear Douluo, Qian Renxue also sent Ghost away. In the empty room, only she was left. Return quickly? To enhance my strength? Does my brother really have ways to help me improve? She murmured softly to herself. Qian Renxue was filled with confusion, racking her brains, but unable to understand why Qian Renfeng suddenly made such arrangements. She was completely lost regarding the so-called enhancement of strength. Chapter 076. Qian Renfeng's Madness. All three lives martial souls unleashed. Combined, 2 days later, the luxurious convoy slowly departed from Heaven-Do City. Qian Renxue still bore the identity of the crown prince of the Heaven-Do Empire, which made her actions much more convenient. Furthermore, the attention the Heaven-Do Empire paid to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family also brought back some news. Qian Renxue's reason left the Snow Knight Emperor unable to find any flaws. They were heading to Spirit City to visit the Pope of the Spirit Hall. On the surface, it was a visit, but in reality, it was to investigate what the Spirit Hall planned to do after subduing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. With such a reason, the Snow Knight Emperor had no way to refuse, and instead allowed Qian Renxue to leave Tiando City with her luxurious convoy. Some were happy, while others were worried. Qian Renxue successfully extricated herself from Tiando City, and Sijia felt a sense of relief in his heart. He was indeed a Title Douluo. However, Tiando City is the core capital of an empire. If Qian Renxue's identity were to be exposed, it would still be troublesome for him to take her away. With the combined attack methods of numerous soul masters, even with his Title Douluo strength, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't capsize in the gutter. With many troubles removed, Sijia Douluo felt less pressure and even a bit of joy. But at this moment, some people had a grim expression on their faces. Outside Tiando City, watching Qian Renxue's convoy leave, Prince Xuexing and Prince Xuebing were sitting in a very ordinary carriage. The two uncles and nephews frowned tightly at this moment. Uncle, what should we do next? I didn't expect the Blue Lightning Overlord clan to be so useless. Now we're in a bit of fix. Uncle, you've called back all your subordinates to Tiando City to initiate a palace coup at the most opportune moment. But now that Xuexing has left, it seems like it's not going to work, right? Xuebing suppressed his previous arrogance and frowned, his face full of contemplation. After a long while, he finally managed to voice a question. Prince Xuexing sighed heavily. His reasoning is too appropriate. Your father has no way to refuse. The Spirit Hall is developing rapidly, and at this moment, we must investigate the situation of the Spirit Hall. Among our royal family, only Xuexing has enough status to carry out the investigation. Do you think, given what happened last time in Spirit City, we can continue to follow this time? We can only let Xuexing handle it. Xuebing was speechless. Thinking of the trouble he caused last time by playing dumb, it now triggered a chain reaction, and he gritted his teeth in frustration. Xuebing, just watch calmly. If things really reach an irreversible point, then use the methods I taught you in the past. Living with a flamboyant and arrogant attitude may not be something to be proud of, but surviving is the best outcome. Remember, the royal family has no kinship. Prince Xuexing patted Xuebing's shoulder heavily, speaking earnestly. Xuebing was unwilling. He glanced out the window towards the direction Qian Renxue had left, his eyes spinning wildly in their sockets. In the distance, Qian Renxue sat quietly in the carriage. The sole power of Snake Spear Douluo extended outward to investigate the surroundings, reporting in real time what was happening behind them to Qian Renxue. Uncle Shi, there's no need to worry too much. Since we can already withdraw from Tiando City, we will decide on the subsequent matters after we return. Qian Renxue spoke in a calm tone. She waved her hand slightly, signaling the Snake Spear Douluo to stop paying attention to the situation behind. Meanwhile, in the inner hall of the Elder Hall in Spirit City, under a mini version of the angel statue, Qian Douluo stood with his back to the statue, an imposing aura permeating the entire inner hall. Not far from Qian Douluo, Qian Renfeng had returned after resolving matters with the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. The grandfather and grandson stood silently for an unknown length of time. I heard that BibiDong has completely acknowledged your identity. Finally, Qian Douluo's patience began to wane as he took the initiative to ask. He had summoned Qian Renfeng to hear the answer directly from him, but he realized he had been hasty. Since arriving in the inner hall, several hours had already passed. Qian Renfeng stood there like a mountain, unmoving, neither speaking first nor taking the initiative to leave. The two of them, grandfather and grandson, sat there like old monks, enduring the moment. Their composure was clearly evident in the way they handled the situation. Seeing Qian Douluo actively inquire, Qian Renfeng hummed. She has already gone to carry out her divine position inheritance, and I can officially take control of the spirit hall at any time. Do you also know about her divine position? Qian Douluo said in surprise. Qian Renfeng replied, I've known it for a long time, but I've just never told you. Qian Douluo, why didn't you tell me? Qian Renfeng, you didn't ask. Qian Douluo, forget it. Since you know about it, and your mother-son relationship has also eased, let's just move on from this matter. Qian Renfeng remained silent. Everyone said that Tang Renxue had taken out his cheap father with a single blow, leading to his serious injuries and eventual death upon returning to Spirit City. However, he knew very well that his cheap father ultimately died at BibiDong's hands. Qian Douluo also knew this. It was already enough to say these words at this moment. I heard that you asked Aimei to notify Xiaoxue to come back. Why did you suddenly want Xiaoxue to return? Qian Douluo asked again. Is it because of the recent development of our spirit hall that you are worried about any accident happening to Xiaoxue? As soon as these words came out, Qian Douluo felt a sense of comfort in his heart. No matter how long it has been, Qian Douluo has always been hiding a matter in his heart. He's been worried that Qian Renfeng would allow the eight-winged fallen angel Wuhuan to take complete control. He knows that as a believer of the angel god, it is his duty to eliminate evil. Allowing Qian Renfeng to grow steadily has always been a tightrope walk. Now, Qian Renfeng's actions have eased his mind considerably. That's something. However, there is another matter. Grandpa, you chose the most suitable inheritor for the angel god. But Xiaoxue's current strength is still not enough. Just right, I have extracted a golden sacred dragon from my soul bone skill. Perhaps it can enhance Xiaoxue's strength. What? Qian Douluo's eyes suddenly widened. The body that had been facing away from Qian Renfeng suddenly turned around. His old face was now filled with horror. You mean to say? Qian Douluo said in disbelief. Qian Renfeng smiled lightly. There's a theory that soul bones can be externally attached. And I've always wanted to know if martial souls can be the same. Just like my martial soul. Even when my second martial soul, the death god Scythe, was truly revealed. Grandpa, you didn't realize it was my second martial soul, did you? Hiss. Even Qian Douluo, who is usually composed, couldn't help but take a deep breath upon hearing Qian Renfeng's words. Unheard of. Truly unheard of. Your idea is quite crazy. Qian Douluo said. It is indeed very crazy. But this world is inherently a crazy one. Qian Renfeng replied. It's just an attempt. Even if it doesn't succeed, I can guarantee that Xiaoxue will be safe. Qian Douluo was speechless. He saw the determination in Qian Renfeng's eyes. At that moment, he suddenly didn't know what to say. Open. Suddenly, Qian Renfeng let out a soft shout. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. The eight-winged fallen angel martial soul suddenly appeared behind Qian Renfeng. The descending black luster formed a stark contrast with the sacred light in the inner hall. Qian Douluo was suddenly taken aback, seeing Qian Renfeng suddenly activate his martial soul. He looked at the eight-winged fallen angel and the death scythe grasped in the hands of the eight-winged fallen angel. His pupils couldn't help but constrict. Why activate the martial soul all of a sudden? Qian Douluo asked. Are you trying to say that this idea of yours is inspired by your martial soul? Qian Renfeng nodded slightly. With a grasp into the void, the small bug that had been entangled on the arm of his eight-winged fallen angel martial soul since the day he awakened his martial soul suddenly detached itself from above. A deafening dragon roar suddenly echoed. The black bug suddenly enlarged countless times, revealing black scales, fierce dragon horns, purple dragon eyes, and an incredibly terrifying aura that erupted from it. In just an instant, the sacred power within the entire Elder Hall seemed to be suppressed significantly. Grandfather, just as you initially did not know I possessed a dual martial soul, did you ever suspect my tri-spirit martial soul? At this moment, Qian Renfeng's cold voice sounded. The abyssal dragon suddenly appeared, its serpentine body coiling within the inner hall, its fierce dragon head lowering beside Qian Renfeng. The enormous abyssal dragon, along with Qian Renfeng standing beside it, created a shocking scene. Upon seeing this, Qian Douluo was completely stunned. Even though the abyssal dragon at this moment was not endowed with any soul rings, its raw and primal might left him utterly shaken. This. Fonger, you actually have a tri-spirit martial soul. Qian Douluo was astonished. After all, he was a level 99 Title Douluo. If he couldn't see the truth at this moment, then he truly would have wasted his entire life. However, he never expected that his grandson was actually the possessor of the Three Lives martial soul. The most important thing was that the awakening of the Three Lives martial soul had clearly happened right under his nose, and he had even seen it countless times. Yet he failed to notice any signs at all. Scatter. Qian Renfeng let out a light shout once again. The abyssal dragon transformed into light and shadow and disappeared, and he returned to his original form. As my grandfather saw, I have always been a 3 lives martial soul, and I have never hidden it. It's just that no one has seen through it. As for the matter with Xiao Xue, it did indeed stem from the inspiration of my martial soul. If we can cooperate harmoniously, it is not impossible to create more miracles, Qian Renfeng said indifferently. As these words fell, a trace of the most frenzied expression flashed in the depths of his eyes. According to the normal course of events, Qian Renxue ascended to the peak and became a god, but at most she is just a level 1 god, unable to truly possess real power. Even if she could ascend to the divine realm without any issues, she would still be subservient to others, which ultimately falls short of her aspirations. However, if the essence of the martial soul could undergo certain changes, and if it could be artificially interfered with to make the martial soul stronger, then the outcome would be completely different. Let me think. Qian Douluo sighed. In such a short time, he had learned so many things abruptly from Qian Renfeng, and he felt his head buzzing with confusion. Interfering with martial souls. If it could truly succeed, wouldn't that mean the possibility of creating a grand empire? Qian Douluo quickly thought of the pros and cons of this crazy move. It could lead to a win-win situation with the empire within reach, and even if it failed, the losses wouldn't be significant. At most, it would just mean that this path was not viable. Would Xiao Xue agree? After a long pause, Qian Douluo's voice suddenly became much hoarser. Qian Renfeng confidently said, "He will definitely agree. Grandpa, you know Xiao Xue very well. Her personality and her stubbornness have always been a double-edged sword." "All right, I agree." Qian Douluo no longer refused. While giving a positive answer, a flash of madness similar to that of Qian Renfeng appeared in Qian Douluo's eyes. At this moment, Qian Douluo thought of 2 rivals from his era. To be precise, one was a sworn enemy, and the other was a woman he had loved his entire life. Tang San, Tang San, descendant of the Tang family. In the end, you are still not as good as the descendant of the Qian family. You, descendant of the Tang family, have a twin martial soul, but I, descendant of the Qian family, have 3 martial souls. This time, it is I who have one. Qian Douluo happily whispered in his heart, thinking of his former arch-rival and the possibility of completely overpowering him. His mood was exceptionally cheerful. Not only that, at this moment, Qian Douluo couldn't help but think about what Qian Renfeng was going to do. If he succeeded, then this generation of the Spirit Hall would truly enter a golden age. BibiDong, thousands of daughters-in-law, with divine position inheritance, and also possessing twin martial souls. Qian Renfeng, thousands of descendants, though lacking the inheritance of divine positions, possess the 3 lives martial soul. Even at a young age, they have already attained a strength of level 96, making it not impossible for them to forcibly become gods. Qian Renxue, with thousands of descendants, the inheritance of the divine position has already been established. Coupled with Qian Renfeng's crazy actions, once successful, they will possess an extremely powerful martial soul, and their future achievements are limitless. As for my old bones, with a Title Douluo strength of level 99, I can still hold on for a long time, providing enough development time for the younger generation. All the descendants of Qianjia have the appearance of becoming gods. Qian Renfeng was silent. Looking at the ecstatic expression of Qian Douluo, he glanced at his own arm. The golden sacred dragon that had been separated from Yu Xiaogang no longer needed to be suppressed by the pig form. At this moment, it hung on his arm like a bracelet, with a mini dragon head resting its eyes. It is indeed rare to have a martial soul with intelligence. After being wrong for decades and unable to showcase its true talent, I shall now choose a worthy master for you. A dignified golden sacred dragon martial soul cannot go without a worthy master for any generation. It simply doesn't make sense. Qian Renfeng whispered softly, and after discussing some follow-up preparations with Qian Douluo, he left the inner hall of the Elder's Palace. His thoughts were quite crazy. To ensure enough certainty, he needed to prepare more. Failure was not something he wanted to see. He absolutely would not allow himself to fail. Moreover, Qian Renxue was still his biological sister, and as her older brother, he could not do anything to let her down. As he saw Qian Renfeng leave, Qian Douluo's gaze was solemn for a long time before he turned around to face the angel statue again. Unlike before, his emotions were much more heightened than his original indifference. He was eager to witness the arrival of a true prosperous era belonging to the Spirit Hall. Chapter 077, Dragon Knight Qian Renxue, locking onto Tang San's destiny. 3-in-1, side courtyard. Qian Renfeng sat cross-legged in the courtyard. The golden sacred dragon, which had been sleeping for a long time, was suddenly awakened by a sharp blow to the head. Just after waking up, the golden sacred dragon looked at Qian Renfeng with fear, tilting its head in suspicion for a long time. It already possessed intelligence and knew that it had been separated from Yu Xiaogang by Qian Renfeng, fully aware of how terrifying Qian Renfeng's strength was. After waking up, it transformed into many forms, hovering in the air and looking at Qian Renfeng, its many dragon eyes filled with suspicion. Boom! Suddenly, the eight-winged fallen angel martial soul spread open. A terrifying and oppressive aura instantly enveloped the entire courtyard. The golden sacred dragon was momentarily stunned. At that moment, the scales on its body seemed to stand on end. Light and darkness were already opposing forces. The power of Qian Renfeng stands in natural opposition to the original power of the golden sacred dragon. Seeing the golden sacred dragon like this, Qian Renfeng spoke indifferently. I will maintain my martial soul like this to observe my third martial soul. Later, I will choose a good master for you, and you can find a way to integrate into their martial soul. The golden sacred dragon was bewildered, a huge question mark flashing above its head. As a dragon, why did it now have to study martial souls? Is there such a reason? What are you still dawdling for? Qian Renfeng let out a light shout, and a sudden force was firmly grasped on the body of the golden holy dragon. At this moment, the golden holy dragon, which was about a meter long, was forcibly restrained beside the eight-winged fallen angel martial spirit, right in the position of the abyssal magic dragon. The golden eyes of the dragon met the purple, eerie eyes of the abyssal magic dragon. They stared at each other, both dragons ready to fight. Behave yourselves. At this time, Qian Renfeng shouted again. A terrifying force pressed down on both the golden holy dragon and the abyssal magic dragon. The two dragons, feeling Qian Renfeng's power, immediately settled down, continuing to stare at each other. At this moment, the golden holy dragon finally reacted and understood Qian Renfeng's intent. Was this meant to let it observe the abyssal magic dragon's rhythm? To understand how the abyssal magic dragon could so steadily coil around the eight-winged fallen angel martial spirit, and even disappear and appear together with the martial spirit's release and rest? How could there be such reasoning in the world? Wasn't this just making things difficult for the dragon? The golden holy dragon felt a bit overwhelmed, but thinking of Qian Renfeng's abilities, it lightly flicked its tail and couldn't help but circle around the eight-winged fallen angel martial spirit. It didn't know if it could succeed this way, but it still began to observe carefully. The abyssal magic dragon also possessed intelligence. Understanding its master's intention, it simply closed its eyes, contentedly becoming a model for the dragon's body. Qian Renfeng closed his eyes to rest. Only a trace of soul power remained to sustain the existence of the eight-winged, fallen angel martial soul. At this moment, the entire courtyard seemed to become very tranquil. Not far away, in a room, Ayin and Xiao Wu were quietly conversing. Ayin had once been just a step away from entering the maturity stage, and now he was comfortably taking on the role of senior, explaining many things to Xiao Wu. While explaining, the two of them also looked toward the courtyard. Unknowingly, Xiao Wu became lost in thought. What's wrong, silly girl? Ayin suddenly tapped Xiao Wu's head and asked with a light laugh. Xiao Wu pouted, her little nose wrinkling slightly. I was thinking about what you said before about how His Holiness the Pope brought you back to life. It seems like what His Holiness did this time is unprecedented. I suddenly feel full of hope for the future. If my mom could also come back to life, then I would have two moms. At this point, Xiao Wu couldn't help but link her arm with Yin's wrist. Ayin smiled, and, hearing Xiao Wu say this, couldn't help but poke her nose. Xiao Wu giggled, her gaze falling again on Qian Renfeng in the courtyard, seeing his extraordinarily handsome face. Thinking about everything that had happened since she came to the spirit hall, and recalling how she had seen through Tang San's true nature, her heart stirred with turmoil. Forget it, forget it. I won't think about that person anymore. It's still quite reassuring to be by His Holiness the Pope's side. Rebuilding her life and living in the human world had kept her in constant anxiety, but now she finally felt secure. The atmosphere in the courtyard gradually became serene. Time passed by second. A few days later, the royal carriage of the Tindo Empire arrived at Spirit City. Qian Renxue, under the pretext of being unwell, locked herself in her room. After regaining her true form, she went to the Elder Hall with Snake Spear Douluo. Grandpa, in the Elder Hall, Qian Renxue slightly bowed to Qian Douluo, who was facing the statue. The Serpent Spear Douluo stood beside Qian Renxue and couldn't help but tremble when he saw Qian Douluo with his back to them. Serpent Spear, I've met the grand offering. The Serpent Spear Douluo also bowed. No need for excessive formalities. Qian Douluo turned around. His calm gaze landed on Qian Renxue and the snake spear Douluo. Golden crocodile. The offering. Suddenly, Qian Douluo spoke in a low voice. A flash of light appeared, and the figure of the golden crocodile Douluo, who was even older than Qian Douluo, suddenly appeared here. I've seen the golden crocodile offering. The snake spear Douluo hurriedly bowed again. Seeing this, Qian Renxue also slightly bowed. I've seen Grandpa Golden Crocodile. Golden Crocodile Douluo grunted in acknowledgement, and his gaze collided with Qian Douluo's. The wind is about to carry out a very crazy plan. Let's set off and support each other. If anything unexpected happens, we can stop it in time. Qian Douluo whispered a word. As soon as he said this, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of Golden Crocodile Douluo. He had been staying by Qian Renfeng's side. But once he learned that Qian Renfeng had broken through to the level of a Title Douluo, he returned to the Elder Hall to focus on his cultivation. At this moment, hearing Qian Douluo say so, his expression changed slightly. What could it be? What could possibly require both Qian Douluo and himself to take action? It should be noted that the two of them are the strongest combat forces in the Spirit Hall, one with a 99 level strength and the other with a 98 level strength. Looking across the entire Douluo Continent, they're among the top 10 peak existences. Does the Pope have something to accomplish? Golden Crocodile Douluo asked. Qian Douluo whispered. The wind has a soul bone skill that can strip others of their martial souls, and the wind itself is a 3 lives martial soul, one that cannot be seen through by others. He prepared a second martial soul for Xiao Shui, wanting to see if he could turn her into a dual martial soul. Hiss! The Golden Crocodile Douluo's spirit was shaken, looking at Qian Douluo with an expression of disbelief. Forcibly stripping others of their martial souls? Next, he wants to bestow a second martial soul upon Qian Renxue. Is he trying to artificially create a dual martial soul? Throughout the history of the Douluo Continent, it seems that such a thing has never happened before. And Qian Renxue couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment in her beautiful eyes upon hearing that Qian Renfeng was actually a 3 lives martial soul. Back in Heavendo City, she only knew that Qian Renfeng wanted her to come back, claiming it was to help her enhance her strength. All along, she had not fully understood this matter, and now hearing Qian Douluo say such things in person, her shock had reached its peak. Grandfather, did my brother really decide this? Qian Renxue couldn't help but ask. Qian Douluo nodded and said, not bad. After careful consideration, I also agree to this matter, which is why I let Jean act together with me. If any unexpected situation arises, the combined strength of the two of us, along with Fenger, should be able to prevent any accidents from happening. Grandpa wouldn't risk your safety. As he finished speaking, his voice fell. In Qian Douluo's eyes, a determined look flashed. Seeing Qian Douluo like this, Golden Crocodile Douluo also understood that Qian Douluo had already made up his mind about everything. He turned his body to the side, saying nothing, and had already proven his decision through his actions. His entire life was devoted to the Spirit Hall. When the time came for him to take action, he would never have any hesitation, not to mention just ensuring that no accidents occurred. Even if it was truly a mission that meant death, he knew he could not shirk his responsibility. Qian Renxue was taking small breaths, her proud chest rising and falling continuously, her emotions shaken to the point of being irreparable. Beside her, Snake Spear Douluo felt his head buzzing and chaotic. Is this really the crown? To bestow a second martial soul to someone out of thin air, what kind of madness must a person have to do such a thing? Let's go. At that moment, Qian Douluo whispered. Pure soul power enveloped Qian Renxue, and he, along with Golden Crocodile Douluo and Qian Renxue, all disappeared from the Elder Hall. The next second, the three appeared in Qian Renfeng's courtyard. Meanwhile, Snake Spear Douluo also received Qian Douluo's final instructions, and, at his call, all the Title Douluo from the Spirit Hall left the Elder Hall. Around Qian Renfeng's small courtyard, all the top powers of the Spirit Hall, reaching the level of Title Douluo, have gathered here, except for BibiDong, who is still in closed-door training. It can be said that at this moment, not even a fly could fly into Qian Renfeng's small courtyard. They're here. The sudden entrance of several people from the Thousand Dao Flow. Qian Renfeng, who had his eyes closed for several days, suddenly opened them. A sharp light instantly shot out from his eyes, radiating a confidence that proclaimed his invincibility. Brother. Qian Renxue saw the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul that had been supported by Qian Renfeng, and also saw the golden sacred dragon observing the abyssal demon dragon. Although the oppressive atmosphere around her felt very strange, the aura of the golden sacred dragon brought her great comfort. That feeling was as if it resonated deeply with her. The golden sacred dragon also sensed Qian Renxue's presence, and 2 drops of golden tears involuntarily squeezed out from its mini dragon eyes. Unbelievable. It was truly unbelievable. For a dragon to observe and seek a solution, it had never encountered such a humiliating situation. 5 days, a full 5 days. No one knew how it had managed to get through. Looking at the dragon body model of the abyssal demon dragon, it had to ponder and research various things, with painful memories that were hard to recall. At this moment, seeing Qian Renxue, it couldn't help but want to leap towards her. The force of attraction made it wish to stick to her side and never leave. "Phone, what do you plan to do?" Qian Douluo said. "I have also called Jin Ao here. If there are any accidents, the 2 of us can stop it in time." "Don't worry, it's fine." Qian Renfeng whispered softly. His body floated up, looking at Qian Renxue with indifference, and said, "Little Shui, are you ready?" "Ah." As soon as Qian Renfeng's voice fell, Qian Renxue hadn't reacted yet when Qian Renfeng's palm lightly slapped against her. Boom! A golden light flashed. The 6-winged angel martial soul was forcibly extracted from Qian Renxue by Qian Renfeng using brute strength. With closed eyes, the 6-winged angel martial soul gently cradled her, as if wanting to protect her within. "Golden Sacred Dragon, go find your opportunity to merge." After doing all this, Qian Renfeng looked at the Golden Sacred Dragon again. Hearing Qian Renfeng's soft words, the Golden Sacred Dragon couldn't help but tremble, recalling the inhumane days of the past 5 days. It hurriedly moved towards the 6-winged angel martial soul. If given a choice, it would rather succeed in one attempt than continue to observe the dragon body model. The abyssal demon dragon, because of Qian Renfeng, knew that it had not troubled him, but if it didn't resolve these matters quickly, who knows how it would be tormented in the future. In just a moment, the golden sacred dragon steadily coiled around the wrist of the 6-winged angel martial soul, just like the abyssal demon dragon coiling around the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul. Then, a surge of holy light erupted. The golden sacred dragon, which did not belong to the 6-winged angel martial soul, seemed to completely merge into it. At the same time, a dragon's roar suddenly resonated from the 6-winged angel martial soul. A massive dragon head suddenly appeared behind the 6-winged holy angel martial soul, which was indeed the head of the golden sacred dragon. As it succeeded, Qian Douluo was astonished, unable to believe the scene before him. Even with his extensive experience, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine at that moment. To ensure the success of the situation and to prevent any unforeseen events, he had mobilized the entire power of the Spear Hall. All the Title Douluos were now gathered around Qian Renfeng's courtyard, ready to respond to any emergencies. But now, was it really that easy to bestow a second martial soul? There should still be some issues with the integration. Qian Renfeng suddenly spoke up. He is the 3 lives martial soul, and he knows his 3 lives martial soul very well. With just one glance, he could see the current state of Qian Renxue's martial soul, which was quite similar to his. It seemed that the golden holy dragon had already merged with the 6-winged angel martial soul, but there was always a sense of incongruity. Xiaoxue, take these 2 pieces of celestial herbs. Suddenly, Qian Renxue took out the previously removed and unused fire apricot and the 8-pointed ice grass, without allowing Qian Renxue any resistance. He gently pointed with both hands and directly sent the 2 herbs into Qian Renxue's red lips. Qian Renxue was slightly taken aback. Suddenly, a warm current and a chilling sensation swept through her entire body. Boom! The soul power of over 70 levels erupted. Qian Renxue forcibly refined and consumed 2 pieces of immortal herbs using her own soul power. With her soul power over level 70, the boost to Qian Renxue was still significant. In just a short time, the power of the 2 pieces of immortal herbs had completely merged into her body. In an instant, a red and a blue phantom suddenly projected behind Qian Renxue, and this phantom's power was guiding the golden sacred dragon to completely fuse with the 6-winged angel martial soul. It seemed that it should have succeeded. Qian Renfeng softly spoke a word. In fact, he was still not very sure that he could succeed. The fire apricot and the 8-pointed ice grass were both highly toxic immortal herbs. Only by taking the 2 together could one forge a true dual spirit body. In the past, those with dual martial souls were unable to achieve great things, largely because their bodies could not bear it. In the original work, Tang San did not obtain any method for cultivating dual martial souls. He succeeded solely because his body was strong enough. He was inspired by this. He forcibly altered Qian Renxue's physique, allowing her to bear dual martial souls, and also used the effect of the dual spirit body to merge the golden saint dragon and angel martial souls. Moreover, the dual spirit body was equivalent to a form of ultimate potential, and he speculated that it would help with his crazy endeavor of artificially endowing martial souls. The results proved him right. A series of popping sounds suddenly erupted from Qian Renxue's body. This series of sounds was a ripple created by the breakthrough of soul power, producing noises in the air. Qian Douluo looked at Qian Renxue as if she were a monster. In just a few breaths, Qian Renxue's strength broke through to the 3rd level. Her original 72nd level soul power suddenly jumped to the 75th level. It was time to wait. After settling everything, Qian Renfeng calmly looked at Qian Renxue. At his gesture, Qian Renxue immediately sat cross-legged in the courtyard. At the same time, Qian Renfeng completely retracted his 8-winged fallen angel martial soul to avoid having any influence on Qian Renxue. Roar! Moments later, suddenly, a thunderous dragon roar echoed. A gigantic golden holy dragon suddenly burst forth from the angel martial soul behind Qian Renxue. In the blink of an eye, Qian Renxue, still sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, was suddenly lifted up. The angel martial soul withdrew itself, and an angel's sword appeared in Qian Renxue's hand. When she reopened her eyes, Qian Renxue saw that she was standing on the back of the golden holy dragon. Deep down, the connection with her martial soul made her extremely astonished. Brother, did this succeed? Standing atop the dragon's head, Qian Renxue was sure she seemed to have gained a second martial soul out of nowhere and asked in disbelief. Qian Renfeng let out a sound of acknowledgement, looking at Qian Renxue, who had already transformed into a dragon knight, feeling an inexplicable sense of achievement in his heart. Fonger, what is the reason for this? Qian Douluo became interested. Qian Renfeng whispered, based on my martial soul, I let the golden holy dragon observe on its own, searching for opportunities to merge. The 2 immortal herbs I had Xiaoxue consume earlier are highly toxic when taken separately, but when taken together, they can cause changes in the body, refining the dual physique of the 2 instruments. The 2 instruments' dual birth may greatly assist in the mutual fusion of martial souls. Qian Douluo's heart trembled. Hearing Qian Renfeng's words, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Beside him, the golden crocodile Daw could not help but be astonished, completely unable to believe what had happened in such a short time. What was once impossible had truly been accomplished in such a miraculous way by Qian Renfeng. It seems that I am really getting old. Great offering. I will return to seclusion and cultivate. I feel that I may have been enlightened. I have been stuck at level 98 for a long time. I want to try to break through to level 99. I'm not completely old yet. The golden crocodile said in a deep voice. Before Qian Douluo could respond, he vanished in a flash. Qian Douluo nodded slightly. He looked at Qian Renxue, who was still standing on the golden sacred dragon, and couldn't help but remind her, Xiaoxue, you are not born with twin martial souls. However, your elder brother is naturally endowed with 3 martial souls. You might want to learn more about your cultivation from him. Since there is nothing for Grandpa to do today, I will head back to the Elder Hall. If you need anything, just come and find me in the Elder Hall. With that said, Qian Douluo also turned and vanished into the courtyard. Qian Renxue's eyes flickered slightly as she watched Qian Douluo leave for a long time. And only then did she jump down from the head of the golden sacred dragon. Just as she landed, the golden sacred dragon suddenly transformed into a beam of light and disappeared, and these lights completely merged into Qian Renxue's body. Brother, Qian Renxue called out softly. Qian Renfeng nodded slightly. How do you feel? It seems pretty good, but I still can't believe that I can also become a dual martial soul possessor. Qian Renxue said in surprise. Hearing such an answer, Qian Renfeng was not worried, but just reminded, if you feel any problem, ask me immediately. Be careful not to have any issues, as human-made things are different from natural ones. Qian Renxue hummed in acknowledgement, and then said, Brother, you asked me to come back, partly because of this matter, and partly because of the situation with the Tiando royal family, right? Seeing Qian Renxue say this, Qian Renfeng did not deny. It can be said that there are indeed some subsequent events related to the heavenly dual royal family. What events? Qian Renxue. The vast sea and sky cover. Qian Renfeng lightly uttered 5 words. As he spoke those 5 words, a cold and sharp glint flashed in his eyes. What? Qian Renxue exclaimed. Brother, the Hanhai QianXunji's is the national treasure of the Tiando imperial family. Qian Renfeng nodded slightly. The sea god's heart, known as the Hanhai QianXunji, is the national treasure of the Heaven Do Empire, and he knows this better than anyone. In fact, he also knows that the Hanhai QianXunji is the core object related to the sea god's divine test. Without this item, it would be impossible for Tang San to pass the trial of pulling up the sea goddess trident. Since arriving on the Douluo Continent, he has known that his system exists to plunder luck. For a long time, the system has not issued any tasks. However, he is not the kind of person who will sit idly by. If he only waits for the system to issue tasks before taking action, then what exactly are the tasks of the system, and what are his tasks? Is he really just a puppet of the system? In any case, since it's all about plundering luck, he doesn't mind taking part of that luck into his own hands. The Hanhai Qinquan is undoubtedly a crucial part of Tang San's luck, and he doesn't mind intercepting this part of luck for himself in advance. Furthermore, the current situation on the Douluo Continent has already started to become chaotic. Although many things have changed, there are no absolutes in the world. Until the last moment, no one knows what the future holds. He does not want to let go of the opportunities that are within reach. In short, the Hanhai Qinquan, Qian Renfeng, is determined to have it. Chapter 078. Under the starry sky, holding the pieces, Tang San's confidence. Combined, Qian Renxue was shocked. Just a moment ago, she was still wondering whether Qian Renfeng was planning something against the Heaven Do Empire. After all, in their Spirit Hall's plan, the Spirit Hall was bound to unify the entire Douluo Continent. She had been lurking in the Heaven Do royal family since she was young, precisely for this reason. It was very normal and expected to make a series of changes in such a plan, but Qian Renfeng, focusing his thoughts on the sea-covering shield, made it a bit difficult to understand. Even though she was now the crown prince of the Heaven Do royal family, as long as everything went smoothly, she would definitely be proclaimed as the crown prince and hold great power over the Heaven Do Empire. In such a situation, she still couldn't access the sea-covering shield. It was not as easy as she had imagined to covet such a national treasure. Is it really going to be like this? Qian Renxue asked. Qian Renfeng nodded slightly. It's necessary, but you don't need to pay too much attention to such matters. Just do what you should do. Remember the point I asked Guimei to tell you, and that's enough. Once the situation exceeds control, you can fake your death to remove your identity from the Tiando royal family. Qian Renxue nodded seriously. She was proud and very stubborn, never willing to concede even a bit to anyone. She disliked all men, but she had a special fondness for Qian Douluo and Qian Renfeng, and was even quite close to them. When others said such things, she would only scoff, believing they were doubting her abilities. However, when the same words came from Qian Renfeng, the meaning was entirely different. I know that now, brother, you have granted me a second human spirit. In the future, I will focus on improving my strength. At this point, Qian Renxue's tone paused slightly. By then, I will successfully inherit the angel divine position. We'll talk about it then. Qian Renfeng did not urge Qian Renxue to complete the assessment of the angel god directly. With his presence, Qian Renxue's state of mind has not been damaged in any way. The obstacles that could have affected Qian Renxue during the divine assessment are not a problem. However, he temporarily does not want Qian Renxue to break through to become a god just like that, as what is inherited may not truly belong to oneself. Qian Renxue nodded slightly and did not ask Qian Renfeng why he said that. Unknowingly, the sky had begun to darken. Qian Renxue just said, "Brother, it's getting late. I should head back. Tomorrow I will visit you in the identity of Shueqingha." I watched Qian Renxue leave. Qian Renfeng stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. The night sky was brilliant, with countless stars dotting the Milky Way above. After a long while, a chessboard made entirely of soul power appeared before Qian Renfeng. The starlight served as the pieces, and Qian Renfeng quietly placed a piece. He marked the position of the vast sea universe cover with emphasis. Including the piece on his side of the board that represented Qian Renxue, he added another layer of label, which signified protection. In fact, Qian Renxue's strength had already broken through to level 75, and she was fully capable of initiating the angel god examination. The reason he did not agree to let Qian Renxue directly undergo the divine examination and accept the trial to inherit the divine position was mainly due to a significant speculation in his heart. 1,000 or 2,000 years ago, the sea god forcibly ascended to godhood at level 100 with the power of many believers from the sea. Before that, the entire Douluo Continent belonged to the territory of the angel god, which could be said to be the place of inheritance of the angel god. For what he understood, after the sea god ascended, there had been conflicts with the angel god, and they had indeed fought each other. Perhaps it was due to the issue of the place of inheritance, or perhaps other problems. In short, in the inheritance of Qian Renxue's angel god position, as well as the inheritance of the Rakshasa god position from her mother, BibiDong, aside from ultimately allowing them to ascend to level 100, it had not provided any substantial benefits. The situation with the sea god was different. When Tang San underwent the sea god 9 trials, a series of benefits were all arranged for him. A full set of soul rings and various crazy enhancements. The red soul rings, starting from 100,000 years, were equivalent to forcibly arranging enough strength for Tang San. In the three gods' chaos battle, even Tang San, who was dead in the Jialing Pass battle, could be forcibly resurrected. This made him doubt that behind Tang San stood both the Shura god and the Sea god. Everything in the Douluo Continent was a training ground arranged for Tang San by the Shura god and the Sea god. Their spirit hall was a sacrifice for Tang San to reach the peak. It was because of such speculation that he postponed allowing Qian Renxue to inherit the divine position. In life, there are always attachments. He did not want to see his family in this life become sacrifices in the game of the gods, including himself. Once the speculation turned out to be true, he would inevitably become part of the sacrifices. He had no habit of being someone else's stepping stone. With me, there is invincibility. This was the only creed of his life. If the speculation came true, he did not want to become a pawn in the hands of the gods like Tang San. The chessboard needed to be controlled by himself. The matter of the vast sea universe cover could begin to operate, and according to Tang San's destiny, there were also several places that would be of great help to him. The Grand Star Do Forest had been turned into a sacrificial forest by Tang San. If Gu Yu and Di Tian were to emerge from the Lake of Life, would they not turn the entire Douluo Continent upside down? Thinking of this, Qian Renfeng's gaze suddenly turned towards the room of Xiao Wu and Ayin. Gulme, a gentle whisper like the power of the wind, brought Ayin and Xiao Wu out of the room. Suddenly being brought out, Ayin and Xiao Wu's eyes flashed with surprise. We have met His Holiness the Pope. Ayin and Xiao Wu simultaneously bowed. Get ready. We're going to the Star Do Forest, Qian Renfeng said lightly. Xiao Wu exclaimed, and her pretty face instantly turned pale. Going to the Star Do Forest? She gulped, her heart racing to her throat. At this point, she had learned quite a bit about Qian Renfeng, the possessor of the 3 lives, martial soul. The first martial soul had already been cultivated to the level of a Title Douluo, with a terrifying strength of 96 levels. Next, was he going to bestow soul rings for the second and third martial souls? Just the thought of it made Xiao Wu's heart race, unable to calm down. Others might not know, but she was very clear. The Star Do Forest is a paradise for soul beasts, and its core area is home to her 2 good friends, both with a cultivation of 100,000 years. Qian Renfeng, are you going to hunt soul beasts to arm your second martial soul? Your Holiness, are you planning to hunt the Great Ming and the Second Ming? After stammering for a long time, Xiao Wu finally mustered up the courage to ask. Qian Renfeng looked at Xiao Wu with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. After a long while, he finally said, I won't take the ready-made 100,000-year soul ring, but I will go through great pains to hunt for it. Xiao Wu suddenly realized. Her pretty face couldn't help but flush, and her hands instinctively grabbed her clothes, while her toes couldn't help but tap the ground. Ayin was puzzled. Although he still didn't understand Qian Renfeng's meaning, he still led Xiao Wu back into the room. After arranging these matters, Qian Renfeng quickly appeared in the Pope's hall. Ghostly, he called lightly, and Ghostly appeared before Qian Renfeng in an instant. Your Holiness, what are your instructions? Ghostly asked in a deep voice. Arrange for people to focus on investigating the movements of Tang, Hao, and Tang San. After discovering their whereabouts, do not act hastily. Report to me before taking action. Qian Renfeng instructed. Understood. Soon, Ghostly left. After Ghostly departed, Qian Renfeng quietly thought to himself, things have already changed a lot because of me. I wonder how the subsequent events will develop. In the extreme north ice field, a long trace was dragged across the ground. Yu Xiaogang, covered in frost, was lying on a wooden plank. He had been transferred from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family to what they called the source of their bloodline. He was no longer treated as well as he was in the family. Within the family, at least he had a wheelchair to sit in. But here, in the extreme north ice field, his legs were gone, and his martial soul had been forcibly stripped away, leaving his body weak to the extreme. As he lay there, the bone-chilling cold made him shiver, with frost accumulating on his eyebrows and 2 icicles hanging from under his nose. Since Shrek, the barely preserved Yu Xiaogang had now been completely frozen due to the cold of the snowfield. Teacher, are you all right? At this moment, Tang San suddenly walked over from a distance, holding a pot of hot water. All right? How could I possibly be all right? Look at me. How could I be fine? Yu Xiaogang roared inwardly, his heart twisted to the extreme, yet his hands hurriedly accepted the hot water to warm himself. After feeling comfortable for a while, he finally took a sip of hot water to make his body feel better. Xiao San, I'm sorry for you. In the future, I might not be able to teach you anymore, Yu Xiaogang said tearfully, looking as if he were deeply wronged. I have become a useless person. My martial soul has been forcibly stripped away by the evil people of the Spear Hall. I no longer have the ability to continue teaching you. Perhaps this extreme north ice field will be my final resting place. It's a pity that I, Yu Xiaogang, have not left any descendants in my lifetime. As he said this, Yu Xiaogang cast a subtle glance at Tang San. Previously, he had been thinking about BibiDong and Lu Erlong, considering how he could enjoy the benefits and easily leave behind offspring. But now, his little brother had been completely frozen. All his thoughts had been completely stillborn. The matter of descendants was off the table, and the family might have been attacked at this time, leaving him with no prospects for retirement. If he still had his martial soul, he could still manage somehow. Without it, even going to the Spirit Hall to scrounge for gold soul coins every month was no longer feasible. In such a dire situation, if he didn't arrange for his future properly, it would really lead to big trouble. Tang San frowned slightly upon seeing Yu Xiaogang in such a self-destructive state. Suddenly, he lifted Yu Xiaogang from the broken wooden plank and kneeled before him with a thud. Teacher, once a teacher, always a father. If you are worried about not having descendants in the future, I will take care of you for life. If you don't mind, let me call you Dad from now on. Yu Xiaogang was stunned. Not far away, Tang Hao, who had brought Tang San here, couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows. Am I still alive? What does my child want to do? After leaving Haotian sect and hearing that Yu Xiaogang had been teleported to the bloodline source of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, he had been tirelessly bringing Tang San here. And now, his child was directly performing a scene of calling him father? Yu Xiaogang cautiously glanced at Tang Hao, feeling extremely timid. Tang San noticed Yu Xiaogang's condition and hurriedly looked at Tang Hao. Dad, what do you think of my suggestion? Teacher has taken such good care of me. I feel I should take responsibility for his future support. Tang Hao's forehead nearly burst with veins, but meeting Tang San's gaze, he ultimately waved his hand slightly. This matter is up to you to decide. Once you've made your decision, we need to prepare for your strength enhancement. Hearing this, Tang San's heart immediately filled with joy, and he hurriedly called Yu Xiaogang Dad. Upon hearing Tang San's call, Yu Xiaogang was overjoyed. Having gained a bonus son made him feel a little more at ease. He had already seen BibiDong's attitude, and he had also seen Lu Erlong's attitude. Plus, with his martial soul forcibly stripped away, he had become a complete waste. Even if he survived this ordeal, he was still worried that if he encountered Lu Erlong and BibiDong again, he would be crushed. But Tang San was different. Behind Tang San stood Tang Hao, the Haotian Douluo, and there was also the Haotian sect, the #1 sect. A solid backing. Good. Yu Xiaogangs eyes brimmed with tears, excitedly saying to Tang San, Xiao San, you should go discuss your strength enhancement with His Holiness Haotian first. In this world, strength is everything. If you can become a Title Douluo, then everything will be different. Tang San nodded heavily. He hurried back to Tang Hao's side and asked anxiously, Dad, what is the method for enhancing my strength? Have you already chosen the training place for my future strength enhancement? Tang Hao nodded seriously in response. I'm still considering this matter. That place is still too early for you. Your strength is still lacking. However, aside from that place, there is no other place more suitable for you. I originally wanted to train you for a few years, but time waits for no one. Upon hearing this, Tang San's curiosity piqued. Even Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Tang Hao, eager to know more about the place he mentioned. Dad, what is that place you're talking about? Although I don't understand why you say this, I feel I can handle it. My luck has always been good. It shouldn't be too dangerous, Tang San said solemnly. Tang Hao remained silent, looking at Tang San for a while, and the furrow in his brow relaxed a little. Then he slowly pronounced a few words. That place is called the City of Slaughter. Chapter 079. Tang San's Madness. Qian Renxue's Pressure. Triple Chapter. The City of Slaughter? What kind of place is that? Tang San couldn't help but feel puzzled. He looked at Tang Hao suspiciously, unable to recall any information from his past knowledge. However, Yu Xiaogang's eyes couldn't help but shrink upon hearing Tang Hao. Your Holiness Haotian, are you referring to that place of evil? A place of evil? Tang San became interested. Dad, since it's a place of evil, why do you suddenly want me to go there and say that my strength is not enough? Tang San couldn't help but be surprised. After all, he had just successfully broken through to the Soul Master rank, and he thought that achieving this at his age made him a genius among geniuses. How could his strength not be enough? The place was where the most evil people in the world gathered, a refuge for countless individuals hunted by the Spear Hall over the years. Saying he wasn't strong enough meant that there were countless soul kings and soul emperors there, and even Title Douluo stationed. Tang San couldn't help but take a breath. Countless soul kings and soul emperors? With his soul master strength, Wouldn't he just be delivering himself as food? How Tian? How can you let little San go to that place? Yu Xiaogang asked. Tang Hao explained. In the city of slaughter, if one can pass the test of the king of slaughter and achieve 100 victories, they can leave. Once successful, they can receive rewards in the domain. As his voice fell, a sharp red light suddenly flashed in Tang Hao's eyes, and a shocking aura spread around. Slaughter, madness, corruption. Various auras flickered in the red halo. Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang's expressions turned pale, looking at the changed Tang Hao in disbelief. Tang Hao stopped at that. This is the slaughter domain I obtained from the city of slaughter, because that place gathers many evil people who are being hunted down across the continent. Saying those people are evil soul masters is not an exaggeration, but right now is the only place we can go. I obtained the slaughter domain, and am one of the gods of slaughter in the city of slaughter. I can come and go freely, and indeed can protect your safety. But that place is not suitable for improving strength. At this point, Tang Hao couldn't help but glance at Tang San a few more times. If Tang San were a bit stronger, he could be more at ease, but now, with his 30-something level strength, going to the city of slaughter would only leave him as nothing but bones. And if he kept providing protection, Tang San would not gain the experience he needed. Though fighting beyond one's level is beneficial for strength improvement, it also depends on how many levels one is crossing. Letting a soul master challenge a soul king, soul emperor, or even a soul sage. Tang Hao didn't even want to imagine it. Undoubtedly, the scene was beautiful, but unimaginable. He then emphasized the various situations in the city of slaughter, including the disgusting blood of yellow springs and the hellish paths one must traverse after achieving 100 victories. Introducing them one by one, Tang San felt a bit overwhelmed. With furrowed brows, a fierce light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Dad, I think we don't necessarily have to go to the city of slaughter. I have a way to buy enough time to improve my strength. At this point, the fierceness in Tang San's eyes turned into madness. What method? Tang Hao asked. Is there a way to directly destroy the city of slaughter? Tang San said in a deep voice. You said that the blood of yellow springs is equivalent to the currency of the city of slaughter. What if we completely destroy the source of the blood of yellow springs? Are you crazy? Tang Hao suddenly shouted, even though he was currently very composed. Tang San's proposal still shocked him greatly. Destroying the source of the blood of yellow springs? Completely destroying the city of slaughter? What a mad act that would be. If that happened, wouldn't the evil soul masters who couldn't leave because of their 100 victories break free? If that really happened, wouldn't the entire Douluo Continent be thrown into chaos? Dad, I'm not crazy. Tang San said fiercely. You mentioned the situation in the city of slaughter. There is no suitable space for me to improve my strength there. And you also said that it is an extremely evil place. That Qian Renxue from the Spirit Hall is an extremely evil person. Just look at what he did to my teacher. In my opinion, we should use evil to combat evil. Let them fight among themselves, and we can reap the benefits. Tang Hao took a deep breath. His expression trembled with madness. And he couldn't help but seriously examine Tang San. He even doubted if Tang San was still his son. This method was simply brutal and ruthless. The entire continent would fall into chaos, and soul masters generally live longer than ordinary people. Who knows how many evil individuals have fled there in the last 100 years? Tang Hao said solemnly. Moreover, even if these evil soul masters really escape from the city of slaughter, they might not dare to confront the Spirit Hall head-on. But our Qian sect, as the once #1 sect in the world, would definitely suffer a huge blow. Tang San explained, Dad, I don't think my idea is wrong. Think about what happened when we returned to the Qian sect. That was your sect. How did those elders treat you? I would willingly apologize on your behalf. But they didn't give us any chance, and even told us to leave. The sect has already wronged us, so why should we continue to consider it? As his voice fell, Tang San silently recited in his heart, the 27th rule of the Xiantian treasure record. No man is a hero without poison. As long as the ultimate goal is achieved, any means are justifiable. Tang Hao fell silent. At that moment, he couldn't help but furrow his brows many times, and his mood sank to the bottom. Your Highness, I think Little San's method is indeed very good. As long as we let those evil soul masters in the city of slaughter break free from their constraints, they might not be able to handle the Spirit Hall directly, but they can definitely cause a lot of trouble for the Spirit Hall. If that happens, Little San would have a lot of space to cultivate and improve his strength. You only have one son. You can't bear to see him live such a mediocre life forever, right? After Yu Xiaogang finished speaking, Tang Hao suddenly made a decision in his heart. Deep in his eyes, a hint of red flashed, and he heavily exhaled a breath of foul air. Little San, what do you want to do? Tang Hao asked. Tang San suddenly took out a medicine bottle from the moonlit night on the 24th bridge. This is the strongest poison I can currently refine. I believe that if we pour this poison into the source of the blood of Yellow Springs, it should work, right? Throughout, Tang San maintained a very calm demeanor, not feeling that he had done anything wrong at all. In his view, it was the world that had wronged him first. The Spirit Hall, as the most powerful force outside the two great empires of the Douluo Continent, had left him in such a predicament. The Spirit Hall was unkind first. He felt that it was not wrong to repay them in kind. As for the common people, in his past life, as a member of the Tang sect, he had often killed to ensure that missions would not be leaked. The psychological burden was almost zero. Then I will take you to the city of slaughter. Tang Hao made a decision, waving his hand and grabbing Tang San and Yu Xiaogang to leave the extreme North Ice Plains. Although he had lost a leg and his strength had dropped to level 89, he couldn't obtain sect treasures to recover and return to the Title Douluo realm. However, this had no effect on their journey. Many days later, they arrived at a ruined village filled with corpses, the surroundings dark and eerie, with crows cawing incessantly. The sound of crows made anyone normal feel their scalp tingle. The three of them appeared here, and as they listened to the cawing of the crows, Tang San suddenly produced several steel needles in his hand and shot them at the crows, with a series of puff sounds. All the crows that were cawing were killed by Tang San. With a sudden silence, Tang San let out a long sigh of relief. Boom! Soon, Tang Hao brought Tang San to a station, showcasing his powerful strength. 3 cups of yellow spring dew. Hurry! Dominant and unparalleled, Tang Hao's mere gaze startled the innkeeper. In no time, the yellow spring dew was served. Xiao San, master, you both drink up. Although I can take you freely in and out of the slaughter city, you need to drink the yellow spring dew. The bloody smell of the yellow spring dew made Tang San gag, but he tilted his head and downed a cup. Yu Xiaogang didn't dare hesitate either, forcing down his nausea as he drank the yellow spring dew. Seeing the two had drunk, Tang Hao decisively finished his cup and led them further away. After the 3 left, everyone else in the station was trembling. That person just said he was a god of slaughter? Isn't he someone who had already achieved 100 victories in the slaughter city? Those who hadn't entered the slaughter city had still heard rumors about it, and they were astonished by Tang Hao's strength. 100 victories in the slaughter city was a tremendous honor. Moments later, Tang Hao had brought Tang San and Yu Xiaogang to the underground slaughter city. Above the underground sky, a blood sun hung high. The towering city stood above the blood sun, and chains on the city walls clanked. Blood clouds filled the sky, and a heavy atmosphere enveloped the entire city. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. A woman wearing a black-eye veil walked gracefully out of the city gate. Her black, enchanting eyes, combined with her black lip gloss, added an eerie allure to her. Upon seeing Tang Hao, the woman slightly bowed. Slaughter Envoy. Greetings to the Lord of Slaughter. The woman was none other than the Slaughter Envoy responsible for welcoming newcomers to the Slaughter City. The moment Tang San and Yu Xiaogang saw the Slaughter Envoy, they both gulped. Especially Yu Xiaogang, who was already a lecherous person, had frozen his little brother in the extreme cold of the north. There's an old saying, the more incomplete a person is, the more perverse thoughts they harbor. Seeing the Slaughter Envoy, his mind was flooded with wild ideas. Remembering what Tang Hao had said about the Slaughter City being a lawless place and a paradise of sin, his heart began to race. The Slaughter Envoy noticed Yu Xiaogangs inappropriate thoughts and smirked coldly. Lord of Slaughter, if you cannot manage your companions properly, I might have to report to the King of Slaughter. The Slaughter Envoy said coldly. Her proud figure made many men crazy, but it was her chilling aura that was truly terrifying. Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but shiver. He quickly lowered his head, suddenly realizing, a paradise of sin? He could imagine sinful things? As a local member of the Slaughter City, wouldn't she be even more sinful? Suppressing his restlessness, Yu Xiaogang dared not entertain any thoughts. After handling Yu Xiaogang's matter, the Slaughter Envoy then continued to ask, I wonder what brings the Lord of Slaughter back to the Slaughter City. Do you need to be informed? Tang Hao coldly glanced at the Slaughter Envoy, ignoring her presence. He led Tang San and Yu Xiaogang into the depths of the Slaughter City. Watching the 3 leave, the Slaughter Envoy smirked coldly. The Lord of Slaughter returns to the Slaughter City. This matter still needs to be reported to the King of Slaughter. As her voice fell, the Slaughter Envoy vanished from the city gate. At this time, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang had entered the outer city of the Slaughter City and saw everything around them. On the streets, murders were occurring. Blood was everywhere. Evil had truly become the main melody of this place. Dad, where's that place you mentioned? Tang San whispered. Tang Hao replied coldly. It should be Hell Road. I once speculated about it. I'll take you there directly. Meanwhile, in the hall of the king of slaughter, Tang San, already under the control of the nine-headed bat king, sat majestically on his throne. At this moment, the slaughter envoy had returned and informed the king of slaughter about everything that happened at the city gate. Let him come. As long as he does not violate the rules of our slaughter city, he can do as he pleases, the king of slaughter said coldly. Suddenly, just as he finished speaking, he stood up fiercely from his throne. Hell Road? What do they want? The king of slaughter suddenly roared. His body flashed and disappeared from the palace, reappearing at Hell Road. Upon arriving at Hell Road, the king of slaughter saw Tang San pouring poison from his hands into the boiling lava below. Impudent! The king of slaughter roared. Terrifying strength erupted instantly, pressing down towards Tang Hao and the others. Just as Tang San finished pouring the poison, a flash of fear crossed his eyes, thinking he was going to die here. Suddenly, Tang Hao erupted beside him. Get out of the way! The Haotian hammer appeared out of nowhere, and Tang Hao swung it directly at the king of slaughter. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted. The king of slaughter, caught off guard, was forced back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Hao hurriedly took Tang San and Yu Xiaogang and ran towards the end of Hell Road. Beneath the lava, the 10-headed sun snake suddenly sprang out, and many blood-colored bats flew in from all directions. Tang Hao unleashed his domain of slaughter, wanted to take Tang San and Yu Xiaogang away. He swiftly reached the other end of Hell Road. The king of slaughter stood silently in place. He did not pursue Tang Hao and the others, but merely looked at the Haotian hammer that Tang Hao held in his hand. Haotian hammer? Haotian sect. The king of slaughter's eyes flashed with a hint of struggle, followed by the shadow of a blood-red bat appearing in his gaze, his mind completely affected. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the king of slaughter was enduring the influence of the nine-headed bat king, the magma below Hell Road suddenly began to churn. Pop, pop, pop. A series of sounds erupted. This slight noise immediately caused the king of slaughter to become utterly lost. Is this going to destroy the city of slaughter? The king of slaughter was furious. His cold gaze fiercely turned towards the direction where Tang Hao had left. Haotian hammer, Haotian sect. I, this king, will not coexist with you. A muffled roar sounded. The king of slaughter completely exploded on the spot. Then he suddenly flew into the sky, his blood-red wings spreading wide behind him. Terrifying power pressed down towards the ground. However, even though the king of slaughter was suddenly acting this way, the many evil individuals in the city of slaughter below were indeed intimidated by his might and did not dare to act recklessly. But soon, a soul master suddenly reacted. The restraint is gone? Look in that direction. Something seems to have changed there. This soul master suddenly roared. Other evil individuals also began to react. Indeed, they did not feel the restraint anymore. Could it be that there was an accident over there, and we can leave from this place? Leave? Ha ha. Can we really leave? I have long wanted to escape this damned place. The spirit hall has been hunting me here. I have been here for over 50 years, and I want to go out for revenge. I want to go out and hunt those tender babies. Their scent is simply too wonderful, more addictive than the yellow springs do. Different shouts arose. Countless people began to move. Even though the king of slaughter was still in the sky, they still rushed towards the opposite direction of Hell Road. They had not achieved 100 victories and did not know the information about Hell Road, but they were all heading in the right direction, following the signs of change. The king of slaughter was furious, but it was of no use. At the same time, the entire city of slaughter was shaking wildly, with the walls that had stood for thousands of years beginning to show cracks. Meanwhile, the messenger of slaughter, still within the king of slaughter's palace, could not help but ripple in her enchanting eyes. Can we leave this damn place? She whispered softly. The messenger of slaughter appeared outside the palace, then looked up at the king of slaughter still in the air. Her body flashed and disappeared from the spot. The same thing happened in many other places in the city of slaughter. The soul masters still fighting in the slaughter fields also reacted, putting down their fights and rushing madly towards Hell Road. Spirit Hall. Many days had passed since Tang Hao and his group went to carry out their tasks. Today, Qian Renfeng was in his courtyard looking on. In front of him, Qian Renxue's angelic spirit's 6 wings trembled, and the golden sacred dragon had fused perfectly with her. After all, it was a gift from the heavens, and to ensure everything's stability, Qian Renxue had been staying with Qian Renfeng all this time, asking questions whenever she encountered something she didn't understand. Your Highness, something bad has happened. Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared in the courtyard. What is it? Qian Renfeng responded. The ghostly figure took a deep breath and said, We don't know what kind of problem has occurred in the city of slaughter. All the evil individuals we have hunted down over countless years have escaped from there. The villages closest to the city of slaughter are already drenched in blood, with corpses lying everywhere. A cold light suddenly flashed in Qian Renfeng's eyes. Has the specific reason been identified? Qian Renfeng asked again. The ghostly figure replied. According to the latest information, before the issues arose in the city of slaughter, Tang Hao, Tang San, and Yu Xiaogang had appeared nearby. Sure enough, he secretly thought to himself. Qian Renfeng completely confirmed it, originally thinking that things had changed a lot, but what was meant to happen still happened. The city of slaughter has ultimately been completely destroyed. Pass my order. All soul masters of the Spirit Hall are to mobilize and kill any evil individuals on the spot. Also, quickly send people to the vicinity of the city of slaughter. If there are survivors, do everything possible to rescue them. Qian Renfeng does not betray his identity as the Pope. Even though he was aware of the possible consequences, he still did what a true Pope of the Spirit Hall should do. Yes, Gu Mei agreed and immediately began to arrange this matter. While Qian Renfeng was organizing these affairs, not far away, Qian Renxue's brows also furrowed. Brother, I may not be able to continue cultivating here with you. The sudden changes in the city of slaughter will certainly lead to many deployments in the Heaven Do Empire, and after all, I still hold the identity of the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do royal family. Qian Renxue said in a low voice. At that moment, she only felt an immense pressure on her body. The royal family's plan had not yet succeeded, and such a chaotic situation had arisen. She could imagine how much her own plans would be affected. Well, let's go back. If there are any issues, feel free to have Serpent Spear Douluo or Spiny Porcupine Douluo contact me at any time. Qian Renfeng did not keep Qian Renxue for long. Now that my sister has grown up, I still want Qian Renxue to grow up well. Qian Renxue hurriedly left, quickly heading towards the residence of the Heaven Do imperial family in Wuhuan City. The act of pretending to be sick could no longer continue. After a short while, the convoy of the Heaven Do imperial family departed for outside Wuhuan City. They watched Qian Renxue leave for a long time. Qian Renfeng went to the Pope's hall alone, sitting silently on the Pope's throne. A terrifying soul power surged throughout the entire Pope's hall. Amidst the gathering of soul power, the faces of Tang Hao and Tang San appeared in the intertwining of soul power. Soon, Tang Hao's face was dispersed by Qian Renfeng, leaving only Tang San's face amidst the intertwining of soul power. To cause a stir in the city of slaughter, it seems that the only way is to destroy the foundation of the Huangquandu. Tang San, oh Tang San, you really are someone who will stop at nothing to achieve your goals. Isn't it good to be alive? Why cause such troubles? The voice fell. A trace of fierce light flashed in Qian Renfeng's eyes. Chapter 080. The Blue-Silver Tragedy, a Yin's Decision. Combined, just a slight thought. Qian Renfeng has roughly understood all the reasons behind the current situation. The Spirit Hall is powerful, but there isn't much fertile ground available, and there won't be many environments that allow Tang San to cultivate in peace. The explosion of the city of slaughter, with countless evil soul masters escaping from it, will inevitably have a significant impact on the Spirit Hall. Winning amidst chaos, this might be Tang San's plan, letting the Spirit Hall focus on targeting the evil soul masters, leaving them with little energy to interfere with his cultivation. However, this comes at the cost of sacrificing countless lives. One has to admit, it truly reflects the saying that a real man must be ruthless. Fenger, come here. At this moment, Qian Daolu's voice suddenly rang out. Qian Renfeng heard this and vanished from the Pope's hall, reappearing in the Elder Hall. Upon seeing Qian Renfeng arrive, Qian Daolu gently asked, "The city of slaughter is gone?" "Yes, it's gone," Qian Renfeng replied. "Qian Daolu, how do you plan to proceed? To stop killing with killing." The four powerful words were spat out from Qian Renfeng's mouth, the cold light in his eyes even more intense than before. Our Spirit Hall is ultimately on the opposite side of these evil people. You are the current Pope of our Spirit Hall, and the pressure on you will be heavier than on Xiao Shui. Since you have made your decision, just go ahead and do it. It's time to put away your previous restraint. I, your grandfather, am still alive and can still support this sky. Qian Renfeng hummed in acknowledgement, understanding Qian Daolu's admonition. He turned and left the Elder Hall. At this moment, he didn't have much time to continue the standoff with Qian Daolu over who would speak first. The phrase "stop killing with killing" was not just for show. Even though he bore the eight-winged fallen angel martial soul, he was seen as an evil person by the world. However, he had never used any sinister methods to enhance his strength. In order to achieve godhood by relying on the faith of the entire Douluo Continent, he was particularly strict with himself on this point. However, when it came to killing people from the city of slaughter, he felt no psychological burden at all, just as he had left the Elder Hall. In the next moment, Qian Renfeng had already returned to his small courtyard. Ain and Xiao Wu were waiting in the yard. and upon seeing Qian Renfeng return, they immediately showed expressions of surprise. "My lord," Xiao Wu stammered for a long time, then suddenly spoke up. "Xiao Wu has a request, and earnestly hopes my lord will grant it." "Speak," Qian Renfeng replied gently. "I just heard the news about ghostly Daw, saying that the evil place of Slaughter City has been completely destroyed, and countless evil soul masters have revolted." Xiao Wu answered, I want to return to the Stardo Forest once. I have friends there, and I am very worried." "All right," Qian Renfeng responded. "It just so happens that I was planning to take you to the Stardo Forest before. We can set off together now and also investigate the specific situation in Slaughter City." Without hesitation, Qian Renfeng quickly made the decision. Upon receiving Qian Renfeng's consent, a look of surprise instantly appeared in Xiao Wu's eyes. Just as Xiao Wu was excited, Yin suddenly asked from the side, "Your Holiness, did ghostly Doa mention that before the disturbances in Slaughter City, Tang Hao and the others had appeared near Slaughter City?" "That's right. Before that, when they were attacking the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, they returned to the Haoyan sect and were expelled. Thus they set their sights on Slaughter City." Qian Renfeng did not hide. The city of Slaughter was in chaos, and evil soul masters were spread across the continent, when there was no intention to deal with them. Enough space for cultivation could be obtained. Crack! Upon hearing this, Yin couldn't help but clench her jade hands tightly together, her chest rising and falling, and her breathing became rapid. Sure enough, it really was that useless son who did this. Thinking about how her blue-silver grass lineage never liked slaughter, and how she had made great efforts to save people during her time of recultivation, she was now faced with such descendants. Yin was already filled with anger, her silver teeth grinding. What about the things earlier? Have they been sorted out? Qian Renfeng suddenly asked. Yin came to her senses and replied that they were ready, then made a decision in her heart. At the same time she made this decision, a determined look flashed in Yin's eyes. She would not allow such descendants to appear in the blue-silver grass lineage. She was the queen of blue-silver grass. Moments later, Xiao Wu came out of the room carrying a small bag, unable to wait any longer. Yin's belongings were much simpler, perhaps because she had just made a difficult decision and she seemed a bit distracted at this time. Qian Renfeng seemed to have guessed some of the thoughts in Yin's mind at that moment, and he didn't bother to point it out. After seeing that the two of them were ready, Qian Renfeng lightly whispered, "Go Mei, all matters in the hall should proceed according to my arrangements. I will head to the Starry Forest first. If there are any urgent matters, come find me directly in the Starry Forest." The voice traveled far. Go Mei, who was handling the tasks assigned by Qian Renfeng elsewhere, quickly responded and arranged everything properly. Qian Renfeng had one hand on Yin's delicate shoulder and the other grasping Xiao Wu's shoulder. The afterimages lingered within the small courtyard. In an instant, Qian Renfeng had taken the two of them far away. The situation was urgent, and he had no time to arrange for a carriage to take him into the Stardo Forest. He just wanted to get there as quickly as possible. 2 days later, the outskirts of the Stardo Forest, Qian Renfeng had brought Yin and Xiao Wu to a place where towering giant trees were everywhere. The surroundings were lush and green, and occasionally, low growls from soul beasts could be heard. On the ground, the strongest life force, blue-silver grass, was abundant. Yin's fair arm raised, and suddenly, the blue-silver grass on the ground began to grow wildly. Soon, the blue-silver grass had wrapped around her jade-like waist, as if sensing the existence of its royal lineage. What? Yin's expression, which had been relatively calm, changed as she learned a bit of news from the blue-silver grass. A layer of frost covered her delicate face. "Mom, what's wrong?" Xiao Wu asked with concern upon seeing this. "Evil Soul Master." Yin pronounced these 3 words one by one, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. "According to the information from my clan members, a large group of evil soul masters has arrived here. Moreover, there are many human children in the hands of these evil soul masters, seemingly heading towards the location of our blue silvergrass clan." Xiao Wu gasped and immediately covered her red lips. Instantly, both girls turned their anxious gazes towards Qian Renfeng. Especially in Yin's eyes, there was worry and horror. She knew very well how rich the resources were in her clan's territory. If an ordinary soul master arrived at her clan's territory, they might take what they needed. But an evil soul master was something entirely beyond common sense, and she feared that a major problem would arise. As the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, "Since there are evil soul masters, I must go and take a look," Qian Renfeng answered. Originally, his plan was not to go to Yin's clan territory, but at this moment, there was an evil soul master heading in that direction, so he had to change his plan. Otherwise, he would not be able to live up to his identity and his title as Pope. After receiving Qian Renfeng's response, Ayin looked gratefully at him and immediately let all the blue silver grass on his arm spread out. Your Holiness, let me guide you, Ayin said, already walking ahead, and Xiao Wu hurriedly followed. Qian Renfeng did not set off immediately. He closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time, the faint smell of blood filling his nostrils. The city of slaughter, evil soul master, since he had encountered it. It was just right to let the meaning of the phrase, stop killing with killing, be proven first. He murmured softly. Qian Renfeng followed closely behind Ayin and Xiao Wu. The blue-silver grass, tribe's territory. A bonfire burned here. Dozens of people gathered around, all of them bald, with many tattoos on their shiny heads, emanating a strong smell of blood. Ha ha! The city of slaughter is destroyed, and we've finally escaped that damn place. The outside world is much better, that's for sure. How can the city of slaughter compare to the outside world? If it weren't for the spirit hall hunting us down, would we have ended up in the city of slaughter? But now it's different. Times have changed. The city of slaughter is completely destroyed, and everyone has come out. We won't be hunted down one by one anymore. And besides, this is the Douluo forest. No matter how long the spirit hall's claws are, they can't reach this place. Want to interfere in the affairs of the Douluo forest? Unless the spirit hall sends out all their forces, and even then, the Douluo forest is so vast that they won't be able to find us. That's right. Life is comfortable now, except for the absence of the yellow spring dew, which always leaves a bit of discomfort in my heart. Although the yellow spring dew is gone, aren't those children still here? They can barely fill the void, and anyway, no one knows it's us. If we can live a carefree life like this, then it will be perfect, hiding in the Douluo forest to cultivate in peace, occasionally going out to find some children to temporarily replace the yellow spring dew, and never going back to the city of slaughter again. The raucous laughter gathered here. One by one, the bald men exuded their fierce aura to the extreme. Not far from them, more than a dozen human children were tied up. Each child's face bore long tear stains. No child was still crying, their voices hoarse from fear. Crouched by the bonfire, these children looked at the dozens of bald men eating roasted meat with eyes like those of a devil. Brother, I'm scared. Don't be afraid. Yeah, brother is here. Just now, Big Pillar Brother was beaten to death by them. I'm really scared. Don't be afraid, brother will protect you. A little boy and a little girl huddled together, the boy using his thin body to shield the girl. Trembling, he spoke, his gaze drifting to where a larger child's corpse lay nearby. That child, now lifeless, was the Big Pillar Brother the siblings had just mentioned. In the hands of the evil spirit masters, they had come from the city of slaughter, a place where cannibalism was commonplace. Killing a child? It was nothing to them. In fact, they had long since arranged the fates of the children they had kidnapped. The yellow spring dew is gone. These children were selected to replace the yellow spring dew. Death was just a matter of time. Joking aside, we should be serious. This place has so much blue silver grass. It's indeed a treasure land, and there is a 60,000-year-old blue silver grass. We can experiment with the method we obtained in the city of slaughter later. At this moment, a larger and more terrifying man approached. In his hand, he dragged the end of a giant blue silver grass, his movements extremely rough. Big brother, are you talking about that kind of great supplement? An evil spirit master asked. That's right, this 60,000-year-old blue silver grass could be considered a heavenly treasure. It's perfect for stewing a couple of children, the leading evil spirit master said. Upon hearing this, the other evil spirit masters immediately became excited. Then the other blue silver grass should be of no use. So, can we vent our frustrations? As you wish. With that, the evil spirit masters erupted in chaos. Sound of soul skills being unleashed filled the air. The sound of blue silver grass being cut down echoed as many of the stronger blue silver grass were torn apart, and even some roots were destroyed. After all, they were all evil spirit masters who had come out of the city of slaughter, each capable of surviving until now, their strength formidable, easily dealing with the blue silver grass. In a moment, the entire blue silver grass tribe had been destroyed beyond recognition. At this time, Ayin, who had come with Qian Renfeng and Xiao Wu, stood frozen in place. The tribe, her own tribe, and that blue silver grass prepared to stew children was the strongest one in her tribe. No longer just blue silver grass, but blue silver king. Damn it, damn it. Ayin's forehead throbbed with bulging veins. Even though she usually maintained a very calm demeanor, always smiling at others. Seeing the evil spirit masters unleashed by Tang San destroy her tribe like this made tears stream down her cheeks. Mommy, don't cry, don't cry. Xiao Wu, feeling distressed, grabbed Yin's wrist, hurriedly patting her back gently, her eyes also red, influenced by Yin's emotions. Okay, mommy, one tea cry. Ain choked out. While saying this, she couldn't stop the tears from flowing. As she choked out these words, Ain firmly established the decision she had been brewing in her heart. Now that the tribe had become like this, although it was the evil spirit masters acting, they were able to come out of the city of slaughter because of Tang San's ruthless methods to achieve his goals. Her own blue-silver emperor bloodline. Tang San does not deserve to have it. Chapter 081, A Yin's Ruthlessness, stripping Tang San of the blue-silver emperor bloodline. Combined, not only that, but there were so many innocent human children. All of this was because Tang San destroyed the city of slaughter. And the root of it all was that Tang San sought a stable place for cultivation. Absolutely intolerable. With her chaotic breath, A Yin's flaws exposed the whereabouts of Qian Renfeng and the others to the eyes of the many evil spirit masters. Dozens of bald men immediately turned their gazes toward the three. Oh, there are more people coming to our door? TSK, TSK. Could it be that we were discovered when we kidnapped these little kids? Maybe, but 3 people came to chase us. They really have guts, especially with 2 delicate women. The older one is quite charming, and the younger one has also matured. After being cooped up in the city of slaughter for decades, they should be vented well. There is also a man beside them. Should we deal with him first? Deal with him. The low conversation fell. Dozens of strong men all turned their eyes toward Qian Renfeng and the others. Lustful gazes swept over Yin and Xiao Wu, already considering the two as their prey. As for Qian Renfeng, he was already seen as a dead man. Your Holiness, can we make a move? Xiao Wu was furious. Standing beside Qian Renfeng, she quietly asked. Yin also looked at Qian Renfeng, unable to suppress her desire to take action. Your Holiness? Is that the Pope of the Spirit Hall? Goodness. We've actually encountered the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and he came here all by himself? A single remark from Xiao Wu completely stirred up the group of evil spirit masters. Dozens of bald men turned their gazes toward Qian Renfeng, each one looking as if they wanted to devour him. They noticed that Qian Renfeng was quite young and didn't consider him a true Pope of the Spirit Hall, nor did they think he had the strength of a Title Douluo. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. The leading evil spirit master stepped forward with great strides, and then 7 soul rings appeared one after another around him. Spirit Hall, I've long wanted to settle this score with you. In the past, the popes of the Spirit Hall had the strength of Title Douluos. Are we regressing now? A little kid dares to sit in the position of pope? The evil spirit master was furious. Remembering the days of living in fear in the city of slaughter, his anger erupted violently. At the same time, the other dozens of bald men also surrounded Qian Renfeng, clearly intent on making sure he would not leave here alive. Just watch. Qian Renfeng spoke softly, stopping Yin and Xiao Wu from taking action, and slowly walked towards a group of bald men. His gaze was calm, and there was no trace of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness on his face. Attack! Suddenly, dozens of bald men leaped high into the air, activating various martial spirits. The overwhelming smell of blood seemed to have fused into their martial spirits, and some originally normal martial spirits became utterly nauseating at this moment. 6 soul skill. Underworld Blood Sea. A cold voice echoed. The 9 soul rings on Qian Renfeng's body appeared, with the red of the 900,000-year soul ring reflected in the eyes of every evil soul master. This is bad. It's a Title Douluo. Damn it. How did the Spirit Hall cultivate such a young Title Douluo? No wonder they were able to ascend to the position of Pope at such a young age. They misjudged this time. The shock brought to all the evil soul masters by the 100,000-year soul ring was like a mountain collapsing in a tsunami. The complementarity of the 9 soul rings made sweat break out on the foreheads of these evil soul masters. Get out of here! The leading evil soul master suddenly shouted, and his body, which had jumped into the air, twisted as he attempted to flee into the distance. The other evil soul masters followed suit. Realizing that Qian Renfeng had the strength of a Title Douluo, they had completely lost any thoughts of resistance. At that moment, a sound like flowing water rang out. Centered around Qian Renfeng, the sea of blood suddenly appeared, and arms emerged from the blood sea. These arms accurately grabbed each evil soul master, and the terrifying strength made it impossible for them to break free. One by one, they were horrified as they felt themselves being dragged down, submerged into the suddenly generated blood sea below. The blood sea churned. The arms that emerged firmly grasped each evil soul master. At the last moment, as they were completely submerged in the blood sea, the leading evil soul master still stared with eyes as big as copper bells, his mind filled with a single astonished thought. Who is the real evil soul master? This suddenly generated blood sea and such a bizarre soul skill are even more evil than myself. A legitimate evil soul master. How could such a person be the Pope of the Spirit Hall? With a soft sound, the blood sea suddenly disappeared, and dozens of evil soul masters seemed to have evaporated from existence in this world. Behind, Ain and Xiao Wu stared wide-eyed at this scene, their admiration for Qian Renfeng's strength reaching an unparalleled level. Those were dozens of evil soul masters. In the blink of an eye, all were annihilated. Although the strength was completely overwhelming, wasn't that efficiency a bit too fast? And that sea of ghostly blood just now? Ain and Xiao Wu trembled simultaneously, their faces a bit pale. Don't just stand there looking. Check on those children. Xiao Wu, you are 100,000-year soul beast. Try to summon a soul beast to send these human children back to the nearest Spirit Hall branch. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu hurriedly began to act. Ain also quickly spoke, a series of blue halos cascading over this already devastated clan land. Your Majesty, we finally see you again. As Ain began to help restore the many blue silver grasses, each plant seemed to come back to life, like dead wood meeting spring. Cheers erupted from the many blue silver grasses, and the blue silver king, over 60,000 years old, projected a shadow. Looking at Ain, tears streamed down his face. Your Majesty, I finally see you. The old blue silver king cried bitterly. It's my fault. I couldn't take care of the clansmen in our territory. Ain felt a deep sorrow in her heart. After comforting the many blue silver grasses, a fierce look flashed in her eyes. This fierceness was something she had never had before. Qian Renfeng noticed the yin's unusual behavior and couldn't help but focus his gaze on her. Your Holiness, although I don't know if what happens next will affect your plans, please forgive Ain for taking the initiative this time. Ain spoke, the fierce look in her eyes still present, as a crystal-clear tear fell from her eye. Please tell me, Qian Renfeng asked. Ain took a deep breath and said, Your Holiness, our blue-silver grass lineage has always longed for stability, but today, because of my matters, we have left an undesired bloodline in the human world. I want to mobilize all the power of our blue-silver grass clan to find that bloodline that should not exist. I want to reclaim the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor. Qian Renfeng understood. He didn't need Ain to specify who it was. He already knew the bloodline that shouldn't exist in a yin's words. Tang San, the other owner of the blue-silver emperor bloodline. Whatever, Qian Renfeng agreed. Such matters would not affect his grand plan, and this could be considered a small gain within his scheme. With permission granted, Ain let out a sigh of relief. Send my orders to summon all the blue-silver grass clan members across the Douluo Continent. If anyone discovers another royal bloodline, immediately inform me. Today's events in our clan territory, as well as the innocent children among these humans and those evil soul masters, are all the result of that bloodline that should not exist. Our blue-silver grass royal bloodline must not support others' evil. The blue-silver king complied. Instantly, many blue-silver grasses around began to sway. The news spread rapidly from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. In just a moment, the information had traveled far and wide. The blue-silver grass, known for its tenacity, was abundant in the Star Doe forest. When it came to information gathering, the blue-silver grass was undoubtedly the best. Feeling frustrated, Ain squatted down. Seeing this, Xiao Wu hurriedly patted Yin's back to comfort her, as her heart grew more worried about friends in the core area due to the blue-silver incident. Although they were all 10,000-year soul beasts, it seemed that there were also Title Douluo stationed in the City of Slaughter. What if the Title Douluo in the City of Slaughter turned their attention to Daiming and Erming? Qian Renfeng watched Ain arrange everything with indifference and noticed the worry in Xiao Wu's eyes. After a brief adjustment, they continued their journey. On the other side of the Star Doe Great Forest, two shadows were engaged in battle, with hidden weapons whizzing through the air, and many blue-silver grasses emerging from the ground to interfere with one of the shadows. With a series of clanging sounds, one of the shadows fell, riddled with wounds. Tang San gasped for breath, standing on a large rock, recalling all the blue-silver grass he had released. Dad, with your killing god domain limiting me, I still find it a bit difficult to deal with soul sovereigns. My strength is still not enough. Tang San looked over at a distance. Tang Hao sat there calmly, the killing god domain affecting the surroundings. He was very effective in protecting his offspring. Real combat is the best way to improve strength, and you can feel your progress during this time. In the past, I required you not to use the Haotian hammer casually. Now that the City of Slaughter has been destroyed and evil soul masters are everywhere, I allow you to use it. However, before you reach the Title Douluo level, Do not bestow any soul rings on the Haotian hammer, and the cultivation of twin martial souls still needs to be studied carefully. Tang San nodded in agreement, wiping the virtual sweat from his forehead, the Haotian hammer appearing in his palm. Dad, can you tell me how to cultivate the Haotian hammer? Tang San suddenly asked. Hearing this, Tang Hao shook his head. Not for now. Your strength is still lacking. But you just need to remember that our Haotian hammer is always powered by the calves. Tang San responded with an O. Seeing Tang Hao refuse to teach him how to use the Haotian hammer, he couldn't help feeling a little resentful. He recalled the scenes in Saint's Soul Village. Clearly, Tang Hao had the strength of a Title Douluo, yet he ignored him like a drunken man. If he had laid a solid foundation back then, perhaps he wouldn't be in such a predicament now. He thought to himself. Tang Hao enlarged the Haotian hammer and swung it hard to the side, beginning to review the wind hammer technique he had learned in the past. Master, how far have you progressed in your speculation about twin martial souls? At this moment, Tang Hao asked Yu Xiaogang beside him. Yu Xiaogang smiled bitterly. For these years, I have been focusing on the theory of the competition of the top 10 martial souls. Although I have touched on twin martial souls, I am not very proficient. Now, regarding Xiao San's situation, we can only take it one step at a time. However, Xiao San has already become a soul sect, so perhaps continuing to improve his strength will inspire me. Tang Hao was speechless, listening to Yu Xiaogangs response, which sounded like nonsense. He couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Twin martial souls. Everyone knows it's a treasure, but figuring out how to make this treasure shine, its brilliance is still fraught with difficulties. Dad, look at the blue silver grass around. Suddenly, Tang San exclaimed. Hearing this, Tang Hao immediately looked around and saw many blue silver grasses starting to shake abnormally, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Then he calmed down. What happened? Tang Hao asked. Tang San replied, These blue silver grasses seem to be calling out to my blue silver grass martial soul. I don't know why. Tang Hao frowned and thought for a moment. Don't worry. Your mother was originally a blue silver grass spirit master of over 100,000 years. Perhaps it's because of your mother. Tang San responded with an O. He let many blue silver grasses climb over him until they receded, finally easing his worried heart. However, he did not know that, as these blue silver grasses receded, they had already transmitted a lot of information to others far away. His mother is a 100,000-year blue silver grass. Could my blue silver grass martial soul have some secrets? I don't know. Tang San couldn't help but murmur. If that's the case, I might be able to try exploring the secrets of the blue silver grass martial soul. And maybe I can enhance my strength even more. With this thought in mind, Tang San suddenly slapped the ground, and blue silver grass vines emerged from the earth. Third soul skill, blue silver spike. With a shout, sharp blue silver grasses suddenly pierced toward the stone ahead, cutting through countless blue silver grasses along the way. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the stone exploding echoed. A sense of unease flashed across Tang San's brow. He felt that something in his heart was out of sync. This was due to the alteration of historical trajectories. Tang San did not have the luck to encounter the face-devouring spider and did not obtain its soul ring or external spirit bone. This third soul ring was obtained from a 1,000-year-old beast with Tang Hao's help. It seemed to have good attack power, but compared to the Haotian hammer, it was just a bit lacking. There was always a feeling of disappointment. Could it be because I cannot develop the true capabilities of the blue-silver grass martial soul? 100,000-year blue-silver grass spirit master. There must be a clan land, right? Wouldn't going to the clan land allow me to develop my blue-silver grass martial soul to its utmost? With his thoughts racing, Tang San couldn't help but start to daydream. After witnessing the vast gap in strength between himself and Qian Renfeng, he was even more convinced that this was a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. He wanted to be the strong, not the weak. An idea that had been impossible suddenly emerged at this moment. Thinking of this, Tang San couldn't help but call out, Dad, my blue-silver grass always feels like it's missing something. You said Mom is a 100,000-year blue-silver grass spirit master. Do you know where the clan land of the blue-silver grass is? I was thinking if I could go to the clan land of the blue-silver grass, it might be very helpful for me to develop my blue-silver grass martial soul. Huh? Tang Hao suddenly froze. Hearing Tang San's words, many thoughts flashed through his mind. At the same time, Yu Xiaogang's eyes also brightened. Your Highness Haotian, this might indeed work. In my theory of the competition of the top 10 martial souls, the Haotian hammer of the Haotian sect is very powerful, and Xiao San should be the Haotian hammer martial soul, but he possesses twin martial souls. I used to think that the Haotian hammer supported the blue silver grass, allowing Xiao San to have a full innate soul power. But now I have a bold hypothesis. Perhaps Xiao San's blue-silver grass martial soul is similar to the Haoyan hammer? If that's the case, then Xiao San's twin martial soul situation would completely make sense. If Xiao San could really receive help from the clanland, then his path to enhancing his strength would be much smoother. A jolt ran through Tang Hao's heart. Yu Xiaogang's words sparked a bold speculation in his mind. Seeing Tang Hao moved, but not replying, Yu Xiaogang quickly urged, "Your Highness Haoyan, blue-silver grass is a common plant found throughout the continent. If it can reach the level of 100,000 years, there must be something unexpected about it. Previously, when you were with the 100,000-year blue-silver grass, you should have discovered something. This is an opportunity for Xiao San." Boom! Tang Hao suddenly stood up. Yu Xiaogang's words completely made him realize that cultivating a soul beast for 100,000 years is not just about enduring for that long. Without sufficient ability, one could never reach the level of 100,000 years in their lifetime, because after a certain period, they would always become prey to other soul beasts. There is mutual competition and mutual slaughter. And the blue-silver grass, which originally has little attack power, can reach 100,000 years, which must have a great secret. Indeed, it is a method, Tang Hao said in a deep voice. Then, he immediately spoke to Tang San. "Xiao San, you and the master prepare. We will head to the blue-silver grass clan land shortly." Upon hearing this, Tang San showed a joyful expression. If the blue-silver grass clan land has any secrets regarding the blue-silver grass martial soul, it should allow me to gain enough development. By then, with a blue-silver grass martial soul that can rival the Haoyan hammer, my strength should be able to reach a new level. And I will definitely break through to the Title Douluo realm in the shortest time possible. The Spirit Hall is too powerful. I can't provoke them for now, but the matters in the Slaughter City can delay many of the Spirit Hall's steps. I will take advantage of this time to develop madly, and when I emerge, I will surely bring the Spirit Hall to its knees. Tang San couldn't help but whisper to himself. He glanced over at the disheveled Yu Xiaogang. At this time, Yu Xiaogang crawled over to the wooden board, his tone very serious. "Xiao San, this is an opportunity. You must seize it. My life is certainly wasted, but if you can achieve great things in the future, then my life will have been worth it, and I can take my revenge." Tang San nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, Dad. Once I reach the level of Title Douluo, I will definitely settle all the scores with the Spear Hall. And that Qian Renxue, who even tried to kill me back at Shrek, we have already formed a grudge. I won't hold back when my strength is sufficient." Yu Xiaogang looked gratified, especially when he heard Tang San still calling him Dad and not referring to him as Master. He felt a great sense of comfort. At this moment, Tang Hao, upon hearing Tang San call Yu Xiaogang Dad once again, felt his eyelashes tremble fiercely. What the hell? Where's my hammer? I really want to smash this master to death. What should I do? Tang Hao was holding back a breath. Back in the extreme north snowfield, he pretended not to care about anything. But now he was still by Tang San's side. His biological father was right here, and he was calling another man Dad without considering his feelings. Taking deep breaths to calm himself down, Tang Hao thought, forget it. I won't get angry. I'll just pretend nothing happened. Yu Xiaogang is indeed helping Xiao San a lot now, and he's taken good care of Xiao San in the past, so I'll just let it be." Comforting himself, Tang Hao looked towards the blue-silver grass clan land in his memory. Although he had never been there, he had heard Ain mention it before and had a general idea of the direction. At his level, as long as he knows the general direction, he should be able to find it. Ain, your martial soul has been inherited by Xiao San. Your death has always been a regret. But now I will let Xiao San inherit everything from you. I hope that within your clan land, Xiao San can undergo a transformation. When that time comes, you will know in the afterlife, and you can rest in peace. Tang Hao kept brainwashing himself. After giving Tang San and Yu Xiaogang enough time to rest, he stood up again after about half an hour. "Are you all ready? If you're ready, let's set off," Tang Hao said solemnly. Tang San immediately replied excitedly. "I've been ready for a long time. I can't wait to improve my strength. I urgently want to return to the blue-silver grass clan land. I feel that there must be a great opportunity waiting for me there. It is my chance." Yu Xiaogang also indicated that he was ready and even added, "Your Highness Haoyan, we can set off at any time. I can't wait to see Xiao San's transformation." Tang Hao nodded. After ensuring that the two were prepared, he grabbed Tang San and Yu Xiaogang and flew off in the direction he remembered. In an instant, they had covered a great distance. This time, the destination for the three was very clear: the blue-silver grass clan land. Chapter 082. The Rogue Rabbit Acts Roguishly. Tang San becomes a big clown in the blue-silver clan land. Qian Renfeng and Xiao have already reorganized everything. Although Ain has also tidied up, the The recent events in the Blue-Silver clan still leave her feeling unsettled. Suddenly, Qian Renfeng softly spoke and tossed a token to Ayin. Ayin caught the token and, sensing the pure soul power belonging to Qian Renfeng on it, was slightly surprised. "Your Holiness, what is this?" Ayin asked. Qian Renfeng replied, "I'll take Xiao Wu to the core area first. After you settle everything in your clan, come to the core area to find us. This token will allow you to contact me in times of crisis. It's hard to come back to life, so don't throw your life away." Ayin quickly agreed, and Xiao Wu looked at Qian Renfeng with gratitude, her eyes slightly red. She didn't expect that Qian Renfeng would remember her earlier mention of wanting to see if Daiming and Erming were still safe. For a moment, it felt like a little deer in her heart suddenly said, "I'm about to charge," and then began to run wildly in her heart. "Let's go." Qian Renfeng gently grabbed Xiao Wu's shoulder and then transformed into a shadow that disappeared into the Blue-Silver clan's territory. The events in the Blue-Silver grass territory indeed left a deep impression on him, but now that the city of Slaughter had been blown up, such things were not uncommon in the world. Feeling touched by everything was simply overwhelming. Originally, he just wanted Qian Renfeng to hold her shoulder. But suddenly Xiao Wu took a deep breath and climbed onto Qian Renfeng's back, her hands securely wrapping around his neck. "What are you doing?" Qian Renfeng frowned. Xiao Wu's pretty face immediately flushed red, and she stammered, "My shoulder hurts a bit from being held by the Pope. So, I wanted to change to a more comfortable position." As she spoke, Xiao Wu pressed her fully developed body tightly against Qian Renfeng's back. Worried that Qian Renfeng might get angry, she quickly added, "Pope, I realize that you're really kind-hearted regarding what you did to my mother. I don't know why, but I just want to be a little closer to you. I hope you won't hold it against me." Qian Renfeng remained silent. Others may not know Xiao Wu, but how could he not know her? This 100,000-year-old rogue rabbit, after going to the spirit hall and losing all worries, had his true nature revived. Due to the previous incident where Tang San coveted his soul ring and the current situation with the Blue-Silver clan, he had completely regarded him as the most trusted person. Because of this 100,000-year-old rogue rabbit seemed a bit off. Noticing Qian Renfeng's silence, Xiao Wu suddenly curled her lips into a smile, tightening her arms around Qian Renfeng's neck, afraid of falling off him. Qian Renfeng no longer spoke much. The world is bustling for profit. This rogue rabbit is now so close to him. Surely part of the reason is hoping he can revive her mother. He couldn't be bothered to care about these things. He simply allowed Xiao Wu to wrap around his neck. After spending over 20 lonely years in Douluo Continent, having such a quirky girl by his side was something he would indulge her in. Watching Qian Renfeng leave with Xiao Wu, Ayin saw the last scene where Xiao Wu suddenly climbed onto Qian Renfeng. Her cheeks couldn't help but flush red, as she could see through Xiao Wu's little thoughts. With a helpless smile, Ayin transformed into a ray of light, slowly merging into the many blue-silver grasses of the Blue-Silver clan. As a royal bloodline, her existence could allow the blue-silver grass to grow faster. Although she had already healed many blue-silver grass clan members, the losses still required feedback from her royal bloodline for a complete recovery. Otherwise, it would be incredibly troublesome. Thinking of the token Qian Renfeng left for her, her heart warmed slightly, as it could at least notify Qian Renfeng in times of danger. Half a day later, Tang Hao successfully brought Tang San and Yu Xiaogang to this place. The vibrant blue-silver grass made the three of them brighten up involuntarily, and their breathing quickened. "This should be the place," Tang Hao said solemnly. Although blue-silver grass is everywhere, such vitality should indeed be the clan territory. Tang San was overjoyed upon hearing this. After landing, he quickly looked around. "I hope my feeling is not wrong," Tang San suddenly exclaimed in excitement and began to search this clan territory. Want to see if he could find a true opportunity for himself. That blue-silver grass? Suddenly, Tang San looked towards the location of the Blue-Silver King. Hearing this, Tang Hao followed his gaze. Based on the growth of the blue-silver grass, that should be a 6,000-year-old blue-silver grass. But Xiao San, haven't you yet discovered that this place holds an opportunity that can help your blue-silver grass martial soul? Tang San's mouth twitched, shaking his head in frustration. "Not yet. I can't pinpoint exactly what the problem is." His hands gripped tightly, veins popping on the back of his hands. He felt that there should be hope, but at this moment, not being able to find an opportunity left a huge fire in his heart. Suddenly, Tang San's Haotian hammer was summoned out and began to whirl madly. The gusts of wind created by the Haotian hammer broke countless blue-silver grasses in an instant. Seeing this, Tang Hao was about to intervene, but Yu Xiaogang immediately advised him, "Lord Haotian, Xiao San hasn't fully matured yet. He initially thought he had a great opportunity, but now he ends up with nothing. The sense of loss must be huge, so let him vent first. Tang Hao made a sound of acknowledgement, glancing at Tang San's actions, ultimately choosing not to interfere. Where is my opportunity? Tang San swung the Haotian hammer, wildly executing the chaotic wind hammer method, shattering blue-silver grasses under the violent winds. At that moment, Ayin, who was healing many blue-silver grasses using her royal bloodline, suddenly opened her eyes. Who dares to be reckless in my blue-silver clan territory? Ayin shouted. A blue light flashed, and Ayin appeared in front of Tang San and the others. The blue-silver grasses began to grow wildly, completely blocking the gusts created by the Haotian hammer. A humanoid spirit beast? 100,000-year spirit ring? Tang San was startled. Upon seeing Ayin, an involuntary thought formed in his mind. Meanwhile, Ayin, upon seeing Tang San for the first time, widened her beautiful eyes in surprise. It's them? At the same time, Tang Hao and Yu Xiaogang both noticed Ayin's presence. Tang Hao's expression changed, his eyes bulging. Ayin, how did you come back to life? Ayin coldly snorted, her gaze indifferent as she looked at Tang Hao. It was the Pope of the Spirit Hall who revived me. I have seen everything you have done before. Tang Hao, you actually brought Tang San to wreak havoc in my blue-silver grass territory. When have I ever wronged you? I died for you. And now you want to harm my territory as well? Tang Hao was left speechless. Yu Xiaogang, realizing the situation, reacted. Ayin, isn't this Xiao San's mother? Yu Xiaogan's throat rolled, noticing Ayin's impressive figure. A surge of inappropriate thoughts began to rise in his heart. Thinking of Tang Hao's strength, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth again. Just as the three of them were in shock, Ayin's icy gaze fell on Tang San. No parent in the world doesn't love their own child, and Ayin had always firmly believed that. So after being revived, she was worried about Tang Hao and Tang San. However, as she learned more and more, her heart grew cold. Ayin, things are not as you think. There might be some misunderstanding. Tang Hao took a deep breath and hurriedly tried to remedy the situation. At that moment, the cold glint in Ayin's eyes made his heart skip a beat. No need for explanations. I only believe my eyes. As the blue-silver emperor, I should protect my clan, and Tang San's blue-silver emperor bloodline has yet to fully awaken. However, such a person should not possess royal blood. Suddenly, Ayin shouted sharply. With her voice, the blue-silver domain erupted. An extremely powerful domain force immediately bound Tang San tightly, while many blue-silver grasses grew wildly from the ground, completely tying him up. Ayin, what do you want to do? Tang Hao shouted loudly. Xiao San is our son. How can you want to strip him of his bloodline power? I have no such son. Ayin coldly snorted. The blue-silver grasses began to wrap Tang San into a cocoon. Tang San let out a muffled groan. Although Ayin was not a Title Douluo in strength, she had fully entered maturity after being revived. It was incredibly easy for her to crush Tang San unilaterally. By the time his consciousness began to blur, he still hadn't fully realized what was happening. Boom! 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black spirit rings suddenly lit up. Tang Hao summoned his Haotian hammer. But since his strength had fallen below Title Douluo, he could no longer activate his 900,000-year spirit ring. Ayin, let Tang San go! Tang Hao shouted loudly. Ayin looked indifferently at Tang Hao. Tang Hao, in my blue-silver clan territory, you are not my opponent. Moreover, the Pope is in the Stardow Forest. Do you want to fight the Pope again? After finishing her words, Ayin took out a token, which was exactly the one Qian Renfeng had given to Tang Hao before leaving. The soul power of Qian Renfeng erupted from the token. Upon sensing this surge of soul power, Tang Hao was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, screams of agony echoed from the grass cocoon, and Tang San's head was abruptly freed from it. A drop of blood oozing from his forehead. It seemed to be just a single droplet of blood, but in reality, this droplet contained the essence of the Ayin royal bloodline. As the blood droplet was extracted, Tang San's face turned pale. His once handsome features suddenly began to wrinkle. These were not the wrinkles of old age, but rather bubbles of blood that had formed on his face. With a pop, Tang San's eyes suddenly turned blood red. Seeing Tang San in such pain, Tang Hao erupted with fury. Haotian's true form, the enlarged Haotian hammer, came crashing down onto the grass cocoon where Tang San was. Bang! After the loud bang, the gale from the Haotian hammer snapped all the blue-silver grass. Tang Hao glanced at Ayin with a complex expression. Ayin had already vanished from sight, becoming one with the blue-silver grass, avoiding a direct confrontation with Tang Hao. Within the territory of the blue-silver clan, Tang Hao was indeed not her opponent, but it was limited to not being able to inflict any harm on her. The Blue-Silver clan had no real home. Within their territory, she could merge into any blue-silver grass and even dissolve into the distance. As long as she had breath, she could achieve true immortality. However, to stop Tang Hao, she currently lacked the capability unless she used the token. But after using the token with Qian Renfeng's strength, it would take some time to return, during which Tang Hao could have long taken Tang San away. With the Yin's trace gone, Tang Hao felt helpless, seeing the bubbles continually forming on Tang San's face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go first. We need to find a way to stop Xiao San's injuries." Although he had never witnessed it before, the thought of forcibly stripping away a bloodline was terrifying. Tang Hao did not dare to hesitate and rushed with Tang San toward a nearby lake. Half an hour later, Tang Hao set Tang San down by the lake. Tang San felt an unbearable itch on his face and couldn't help but scratch it. With a pop, his skin broke open, and he cried out in agony, rushing to the edge of the lake. Upon seeing his reflection in the water, Tang San was completely stunned. How is this possible? How could this happen? In just over half an hour, Tang San couldn't believe his face had changed so drastically. If he had still been considered somewhat handsome before, now he could barely stand to look at himself. His appearance was so ugly it was appalling, and he almost wanted to hit himself with the Haotian hammer. His bloated face was covered in bubbles, with blood seeping down his cheeks, making him look more like a terrifying ghost. Why? Why must it be like this for me? Tang San roared. He had no idea that his current appearance was a side effect of the blue-silver grass bloodline being stripped away. A Yin's genes were originally very good, and Tang San had inherited them, which is why he had been relatively handsome. But once the bloodline that supported his appearance was taken away, the immense backlash even made it impossible for him to retain the youthful looks he shared with Tang Hao. Having grown accustomed to this bloodline, the sudden loss was a feeling only Tang San could understand at this moment. "Xiao San, calm down." Tang Hao listened to Tang San's roar and couldn't help but advise. "Calm down? How can I possibly calm down?" Tang San shouted in rage. "What have I done wrong? Why does everyone target me?" As he roared these words, Tang San couldn't help but recall all the hardships he faced since leaving Shrek Academy. Did I really do something wrong? No, I'm not wrong. I am definitely not wrong. The world is what is wrong. I have wronged no one. It is the people of this world who have wronged me. Chapter 083. Tang San becomes an evil soul master? The critical reward from Ayin. Tang Hao was speechless. Tang San's piercing voice left him unsure of how to respond. Seeing Tang San's bloated face and the blood seeping from the bubbles made his stomach churn, nearly causing him to vomit his overnight meal. He forcefully suppressed the discomfort with his soul power, feeling much better after. "Right, my martial soul." Suddenly, Tang San woke up, standing up abruptly, one hand holding the Haotian hammer, the other summoning the blue silvergrass. He saw that the blue silvergrass was still there, but perhaps due to the stripping of the bloodline power by Ayin, he felt that his blue silvergrass seemed weaker than before, like an eggplant hit by frost. Is my martial soul also useless now? Although I still have the title of a twin martial soul, my first martial soul is equivalent to being completely wasted? Tang San exclaimed. The enormous shock dealt another blow to his heart. What is happening? Is my blue-silver grass martial soul going to be completely wasted? What about Xiao San's twin martial soul? Yu Xiaogang, upon seeing the weakened blue-silver grass in Tang San's hand, couldn't help but exclaim. If not for his broken legs, he would have wanted to leap forward to Tang San. Twin martial souls. How could they be wasted like this? Tang San suddenly lifted his head, his terrifying face turning towards Yu Xiaogang. Hearing that Yu Xiaogang only cared about the martial soul situation and showed no concern for him made his heart twist with rage. Still concerned about the martial soul? I have turned into this, and you can't even care a little about me? Tang San roared in his heart. Perhaps due to the lack of bloodline power, Ayin, being a blue-silver emperor for 100,000 years, could merge with the Haotian hammer to become his martial soul, possibly due to a bloodline issue. Now that your mother has drawn away your bloodline power, it may have caused your blue-silver grass martial soul to lack vitality. However, at least the martial soul is still there. At this moment, Tang Hao spoke up. The twin martial souls originally relied on the first martial soul as a foundation. After breaking through to the Title Douluo, the second martial soul could be endowed with the strongest soul rings. The initial endowment of the first martial soul is still limited by level, so it cannot absorb overly powerful soul rings. But once one breaks through to Title Douluo, there is no such restriction. Therefore, even if the second martial soul is directly endowed with 10,000-year soul rings, it would be no problem, which is the advantage of twin martial souls. However, Now that the blue-silver grass martial soul is practically useless, Tang Hao's mood wasn't very high either. Xiao San, how about this? From now on, you will focus on cultivating with the Hao Qian hammer. Start endowing soul rings directly to the Hao Qian hammer, relying solely on the current blue-silver grass martial soul. It may be hopeless for you to reach Title Douluo. Focus on the Hao Qian hammer. Cultivating the Hao Qian hammer to the level of Title Douluo can also make you invincible at the same level. After all, the Hao Qian hammer in our hands still holds the title of the world's #1 weapon martial soul. Suppressing his disappointment, Tang Hao quickly reminded him, "Give up? I will never give up. I am a twin martial soul, and I will definitely become a Title Douluo with blue-silver grass. I will not give up." Upon hearing Tang Hao's persuasion, Tang San suddenly raised his head, and a scarlet light flashed in his eyes, with many blood vessels beginning to gather in his gaze. His heart, extremely agitated, began to twist madly at this moment. At this moment, Tang San thought of the evil people in the city of slaughter. A strong sense of malice started to erupt from him, and his hand holding blue-silver grass suddenly split open with many cuts. Streams of fresh blood crazily poured into the blue-silver grass, which had turned black-purple due to the mandala snake's spirit ring, now starting to turn blood-red. What is this? Is the martial soul mutating? Yu Xiaogang suddenly exclaimed, seeing the color of blue-silver grass beginning to change. His heart instantly sank. Tang Hao also suddenly awakened. Looking at the blue-silver grass in Tang San's hand that was undergoing mutation, his heart immediately dropped to his throat. "Xiao San, calm down," Tang Hao shouted sternly. Tang San did not respond. His essence blood was still pouring madly into the blue-silver grass. The blood-red color became even more dazzling. A cruel smile appeared on Tang San's lips. Suddenly, the completely blood-red blue-silver grass surged into the distant forest. In a moment, several weak-souled beasts were ensnared by the blue-silver grass, and the blood-red vines fiercely pierced into these soul beast bodies. Streams of essence blood were absorbed by the blue-silver grass. In a short time, several soul beasts were completely drained, leaving only skin and bones behind, their lives long gone. After absorbing the essence blood of several soul beasts, the blue-silver grass was now completely mesmerizing. It suddenly mutated, able to enhance the quality of the martial soul by absorbing essence blood. Does this mean it can be renamed? Blue-silver grass? No, I won't call it that anymore. That's the name of the woman who deprived me of my bloodline. From now on, I will call this martial soul blood-sucking vampire vine. This name sounds pretty good. Let us call it blood-sucking vampire vine. Tang San's voice sounded as if it emerged from the depths of hell, and the red light in his eyes became increasingly intense. Having witnessed all this, Tang Hao could no longer understand the situation of Tang San's martial soul mutation. Enhancing the quality of the martial soul by absorbing essence blood? This isn't the cultivation method of evil soul masters? His own son was beginning to turn into an evil soul master? Tang Hao couldn't accept this reality. His lips trembled for a long time, nearly fainting from anger. It really mutated? It seems to be mutating in a positive direction. It can actually enhance the quality of the martial soul through essence blood absorption. If that's the case, can't the quality of the martial soul be continuously improved, even surpassing all martial souls in the world? Yu Xiaogang was overjoyed, excitedly speaking, already a castrated dog. His heart had long twisted. Seeing Tang San crazily absorbing the essence blood of soul beasts and also pouring his own essence blood into the blue-silver grass. No, it should be blood-sucking vampire vine. His eyes were filled with an indescribable madness. Absolutely, Tang San's dark voice echoed. With blue-silver grass mutating into blood-sucking vampire vine, Tang San's perception of blood-sucking vampire vine was the strongest. He could sense everything about it. In the depths of his being, there seemed to be such a possibility. Who? At this moment, Tang Hao heavily exhaled a breath of turbid air. Xiao San, your martial soul has undergone such a mutation. You must restrain your true heart. In the past, there have indeed been records in the sect about this. The speed of evil soul master's improvement is very fast, but it's easy to get lost within it. Moreover, if you're truly influenced by this martial soul and end up completely becoming an evil soul master, you will be vilified by everyone in the world. Vilified by everyone? Tang San sneered. A twisted smile that would make one unable to sleep appeared on his disgustingly ugly face. Do I still need to worry about this now? Everything I have is given by that woman. She deprived me of my bloodline and turned me into this. Look at my face. I know you all think it's ugly, but that's definitely because my bloodline was taken away. I have already become like this. Why should I care about so much? Didn't she say that she was resurrected by the one from the spirit hall, Qian Renfeng? I wonder if this resurrection can still provide spirit rings. If I have a chance, I really want to take her spirit rings. By the way, there's also Haotian sect. Dad, you shouldn't mention Haotian sect anymore. If he had agreed to let us recognize our ancestors and return to the clan, with Haotian sect, the teacher wouldn't have become like this. And I wouldn't have become like this either. We are already people despised by the world. Why should we care about the opinions of others? An evil soul master is just an evil soul master. As long as I have enough strength, who would dare to say, I am an evil soul master? Venting the grievances in his heart, Tang San's mentality completely twisted, even expressing a desire to hunt Yin to obtain her spirit rings. Tang Hao felt a thorn stuck in his heart, completely unsure of what to say, silently watching Tang San at this moment, feeling that something was off. Tang San didn't continue to speak. Feeling the blood-sucking vampire vine in his palm, was extremely excited and active. His body flashed and suddenly rushed into the forest. Soon, sounds of soul beasts being pierced through by the blood-sucking vampire vine echoed in the forest. Emaciated corpses of soul beasts began to appear continuously. Tang San's blood-sucking vampire vine also started to spread wildly, undergoing even more terrifying changes than before. Enjoying all of this, the divine light in Tang San's eyes intensified. At this moment, he was completely exhilarated. On the other side, just before reaching the Lake of Life, Qian Renfeng suddenly stopped. Sensing the unusual movements around, he saw a phantom taking shape, eventually transforming into a Yin's appearance. Is everything resolved? Qian Renfeng asked. Yin replied, it has been resolved. But I also encountered Tang Hao and the three of them. I have completely stripped Tang San of the awakened blue-silver royal bloodline. Considering that I can only survive endlessly and cannot truly kill them, I had to retreat first. Hearing this, Qian Renfeng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that a Yin's sudden return would bring such news. The yet-to-awaken blue-silver emperor bloodline had been stripped away. This method was no less impressive than when he took away Yu Xiaogang's golden sacred dragon martial soul. I see. After responding, Qian Renfeng suddenly fell into silence. Thinking about Tang San being deprived of the blue-silver emperor bloodline, even he, with his stable mindset, couldn't help but be astonished to the extreme. Forget it. I won't think about this anymore. However, having the blue-silver emperor bloodline stripped away should be a huge blow to Tang San, right? According to past speculations, Tang San's many changes in appearance were due to the different levels of the blue-silver emperor bloodline. Wouldn't this mean? Thinking about the possible outcomes, an unexpected look flickered in Qian Renfeng's eyes. The originally elegant Tang San would revert to his original form without the blue-silver emperor bloodline. Moreover, the reaction caused by the bloodline deprivation might trigger other chain reactions. This is interesting. If that's the case, I'm somewhat looking forward to meeting Tang San. I wonder what kind of appearance he will take on. The cycle of heaven has its retributions. This should also be a form of punishment for him, right? Without my appearance, who knows how many people he could have deceived with that face. Qian Renfeng smiled to himself, recalling the things that originally belonged to Tang San in that era. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. It seemed as if everyone in the Douluo Continent was lusting after his body, acting both as a man and a woman, and in the end, he managed to escape from the already deified Qian Renxue by relying on his verbal skills and good looks. Now, Qian Renfeng realized he no longer needed to worry about this at all. He completely didn't need to worry about any unexpected appearances from Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue is after all his biological sister. He can provide Qian Renxue with a lot of help, but he cannot completely interfere in her life. If his guess is true, Qian Renfeng feels that he can set aside some of his worries about Qian Renxue. With Qian Renxue's perfectionism, if her appearance really shows a huge contrast, she might directly greet Tang San with her strongest soul skill upon seeing him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the plunder achievement reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering Tang San's blue-silver emperor bloodline. The achievement reward will be issued below. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the plunder achievement gift package. Level 1 Soul Power Enhancement Card 1. Reincarnation Domain 1. The rewards have been successfully issued. Please check at any time. Suddenly, a series of system prompt sounds rang out. Qian Renfeng's figure slightly stunned. Upon hearing such a reward prompt, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He checked the achievement gift package rewards. Level 1 Soul Power Direct Upgrade Card. After using it, the host can directly break through to level 1. An increase in soul power will also assist the host in this level upgrades martial soul comprehension. Reincarnation domain, a divine granted domain, which has been automatically armed on the host's martial soul, can be used at any time. After use, it will generate the reincarnation domain. Reminder, the reincarnation domain can restrict all domains, preventing their domain abilities from exerting their full potential, and it also comes with reincarnation light. Reincarnation light. Everything in the world has a true spirit. Even if the divine body perishes, true spirits can still exist in the world. If the host is in a place of spiritual extinction, they can use the reincarnation domain to seek out the true spirit and can use reincarnation light to revive it. The specific number of uses depends on the host's ability. Skipping the introduction of the Soul Power Direct Upgrade card. He had used such things many times before and did not need to understand them further. As for the reincarnation domain, he put more thought into understanding it. After learning about the effects of the reincarnation domain and reincarnation light, Qian Renfeng's steady mood had a slight ripple. Reviving the dead? Such an ability? Only a god could achieve that. Feeling the softness behind him, sensing that Xiao Wu was still hanging on him, a thought suddenly arose in Qian Renfeng's mind. Reviving Xiao Wu's mother was not impossible. Thus, he would gain another 100,000 year soul beast, one even older than Daiming and Erming, which would be even more helpful to him. Moreover, it could also allow Xiao Wu to completely return to the martial soul hall. This part of fortune could then be considered a complete success in plundering and should continue to bring rewards. System, use the level 1 soul power direct upgrade card. Ding. Currently in use. Please wait. Ding, use successful. Boom. Accompanied by the system prompt, terrifying soul power suddenly exploded from Qian Renfeng's body. The terrifying wave of soul power spread outward like a mountain collapse and tsunami, causing many soul beasts around to tremble in fear. Another breakthrough? Ayin and Xiao Wu were both surprised, their eyes flashing with uncertainty. They were present when Qian Renfeng broke through to level 96 last time, and they were also there when he broke through to level 95. How much time has passed in total? From level 94, he directly rose to level 97. Such speed would surely terrify everyone on the Douluo Continent. The soul power had significantly increased. After surpassing level 95, every level up truly brought earth-shattering changes. With today's strength, combined with my martial soul, I should be able to spar with the old man, right? If I also combine the reincarnation domain to restrict the old man's angel domain abilities, I should be able to match him evenly. Qian Renfeng whispered softly in his heart. He had likely made an accurate assessment of his current strength. A genius who cannot leap levels is not a good genius. Even though the difference between level 97 and level 99 is significant, especially in terms of soul power, he possesses a tri-spirit martial soul. His various attributes still allow him to compress this gap considerably. Let's continue the journey. Suddenly, Qian Renfeng whispered. As his voice fell, just as Qian Renfeng was about to set off, he paused again. Xiao Wu, do you remember the exact place where your mother passed away? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu, who was crouching behind Qian Renfeng, suddenly froze, and tears began to flow down her cheeks. I will remember it for the rest of my life. Xiao Wu choked out in response. Once we confirm this, take me there. We'll go to the Star Dough Forest and resurrect your mother then. Huh? Xiao was suddenly taken aback. She then raised her head abruptly, although she was still crouching behind Qian Renfeng. Seeing his profile made her heart race. Resurrect my mother? Have I finally waited for this day? Your Holiness, is what you said really true? Xiao Wu asked in disbelief. Qian Renfeng hummed. It's something done casually, and I'll clean it up later. If it weren't for suddenly obtaining the reincarnation domain, Qian Renfeng wouldn't have this kind of thought. Since he has obtained it, not testing the specific effects of the reincarnation domain would be a bit unreasonable. There's a ready-made location where Xiao Wu's mother fell. Wouldn't it be a waste not to utilize it properly and let him casually find someone to kill? The effect of the light of reincarnation is determined by his strength to judge the number of uses, and he doesn't want to waste the opportunity on unimportant people. Moreover, other people wouldn't given the chance to trigger the system's next reward. Xiao Wu, hurry up and thank the Pope. Ayin couldn't help but feel happy for Xiao Wu and quickly reminded her. Mua. Xiao Wu didn't say anything specific. Suddenly kissed Qian Renfeng on the side of his face, then buried her face in Qian Renfeng's back. Her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Xiao Wu, thank you, Pope. Noticing that Xiao Wu was still shy, Ayin couldn't help but chuckle. Qian Renfeng was slightly surprised by Xiao Wu's sudden action. As a super Douluo with a strength level of 97, he was ambushed by a 100,000-year-old rogue rabbit. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly the ground shook. The earth trembled as if a colossal creature was approaching their location. Sensing a familiar aura, the shy Xiao Wu suddenly looked up and hurriedly gazed into the distance. In her line of sight, an incredibly massive Titan giant ape appeared before everyone. It was one of the two rulers of the Star Do Forest. The 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape, Ming. Human, let go of Sister Xiao Wu. Upon arriving, Ming saw Xiao Wu lying on Qian Renfeng's back, along with the terrifying power emanating invisibly from Qian Renfeng, and immediately shouted. Qian Ren raised his eyes, and a terrifying soul power suddenly pressed down towards the Titan giant ape. In the void, a horrific force formed an invisible old dragon, ruthlessly pressing down on the Titan giant ape. Although the Titan giant ape was a 100,000-year-old beast and immensely strong, he was already confident that he could spar with his old man. With strength comparable to level 99, dealing with a Titan giant ape was a piece of cake. In front of the Pope, he dared to be so reckless? Qian Renfeng let out a cold snort, as if there were stars swirling in his eyes. In that instant, Ming felt as though a great mountain was pressing down on him. His limbs and body seemed to freeze in that moment. Ming, calm down. The Pope doesn't want to harm me, and he just said he would revive my mother. The Pope really has that ability, Xiao Wu hurriedly explained. Ming's hands were planted on the ground like a gorilla. His eyes, as big as copper bells, stared at Qian Renfeng, and his anger immediately subsided. Xiao Wu, sis, is what you said true? Can you really bring Annie back to life? Ming asked in a voice as thunderous as a whisper. Xiao Wu replied with a hum and quickly looked at Ian. Ming, this lady is also my mother. She was revived by the Pope. The Titan great ape looked over at Ian. Human, I'm sorry, I was impulsive. Ming said in a muffled voice. I apologize to you. I thought you were going to harm Xiao Wu, sis. Qian Renfeng retracted the momentum that had erupted from him, and everything around returned to normal. Not having the same experience as Ming, Qian Renfeng said, Xiao Wu, it seems that the things you were worried about haven't happened. So let's go ahead and deal with what we just mentioned. Xiao Wu replied with an as she was indeed worried that Daiming and Ming might be in danger. But Ming was fine, and there was no need to mention Daiming at the Tianqing Yo Python. Your Holiness, are we going directly to the place where my mother passed away? Xiao Wu asked softly. Qian Renfeng responded, and Xiao Wu's mood instantly became excited. She couldn't care less about continuing to lean on Qian Renfeng and hurriedly ran towards the place where her mother had passed away. Feeling that Qian Renfeng, Ian, and Ming were following behind her, her emotions became lively to the extreme. Thinking of some very bold ideas, Xiao Wu couldn't help but blush, gently biting her red lips while slowly calming the thoughts that arose in her heart. If the estrangement could be completely eliminated, then the next thing to consider would be how to repay the kindness. And in human terms, it seems there is only one straightforward and direct method. Chapter 084. Bold Xiao Wu, Qian Renxue in danger. After a moment, they stopped in a forest. This location was relatively close to the outskirts of the Star Do Forest, a place that could come into contact with humans, which matched very well with the location Xiao Wu's mother had chosen for her revival. Master, we have arrived. Xiao Wu stopped, looking at everything familiar around her, and a feeling of sorrow surged in her heart. Boom! The Titan giant ape paused, looking at everything around and feeling dumbfounded. Human, if you can resurrect Sister Xiao Wu's mother, you may enter the inner area freely, and we will not be your enemies. At this moment, another muffled roar sounded. A massive slithering noise arose as a giant bull's head suddenly lifted from the other side, its long python-like body crushing through the trees. Annie has already suffered from deception once. We do not wish to see Sister Xiao Wu follow the same old path as Annie. The one that appeared was the sky blue bull python. Originally in the most central area, it had also rushed over at this time. Qian Ren raised his eyebrows slightly. I want to enter the inner area of the Star Do Forest. Why do I need your approval? Most spirit beasts are quite stubborn. Qian Renfeng was too lazy to argue with Tianqing Yolong over such matters. He glanced around, and suddenly, a faint halo spread out in all directions. The cycle realm had already expanded invisibly. The power of the realm? But why did this realm power give a strange feeling? Tianqing Yolong had seen and experienced much. The moment he sensed the cycle realm, the entire beast felt something was off. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, beams of light suddenly generated within the cycle realm. Qian Renfeng saw the suddenly rising beams of light and immediately understood that these were the reincarnation lights associated with the realm of reincarnation. At the same time, many light spots appeared before his eyes, some of which were smaller beast forms. But only one light spot was a mini version of a human form. Is it Xiao Wu's mother? Qian Renfeng whispered softly in his heart. His fingers gently waved the light of reincarnation, gathering towards the only humanoid light point. With a series of popping sounds accompanying the influx of reincarnation light, Qian Renfeng shouted, meaning consolidate, and a terrifying soul power was drawn from his body, forming a shell in the void. The light point, which was the true spirit mentioned in the system prompt, merged with the shell. Mom? Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. Even though she had long known that Qian Renfeng might have the ability to revive the dead, seeing her mother's shell materialize before her eyes made her heart tremble. Daiming and Erming. Big Eyes stared at Little Eyes. The two rulers of the Douluo forest were all shocked. Can one really bring the dead back to life? And without even any bones left? Soon, Xiao Wu's mother's body was completely constructed, and her tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Am I not already dead? Aru opened her eyes, slightly confused, murmuring to herself, Mom. Before Aru could fully awaken, Xiao Wu had already rushed into her mother's embrace. Xiao Wu, Aru said in surprise, what's going on? Xiao Wu, did you also fail to escape like Mom? Are we meeting in hell? Aunt. At that moment, Daiming and Erming also greeted her. The heavy voice startled Aru awake, and she quickly looked towards the Tianqing Niu Meng and Titan Great Ape. Are you Little Niu and Little Ape? Has our Douluo forest really been completely destroyed? Aru still hadn't fully come to her senses. Hearing Aru still call her two brothers as before, Tianqing Niu Meng and Titan Great Ape glanced at their towering figures, and it did seem a little small. Aunt, it was the Pope of the Spirit Hall who revived you. Sister Xiao Wu also didn't encounter any accidents. Ever since you had your incident, we've been taking care of Sister Xiao Wu, afraid that she would also meet with misfortune. Tianqing Niu Meng quickly explained. As soon as this was said, a look of surprise appeared on Aru's face, and many memories flooded back, making her recall the woman who had hunted her down. When she saw Qian Renfeng's youthful face, Aru was instantly confused again. Wasn't that the woman from before? Mom, this is the new Pope of the Spirit Hall, Lord Qian Renfeng. Xiao Wu hurriedly explained, I've joined the Spirit Hall now. I asked the Pope to revive you. Xiao Wu really misses you. Saying this, Xiao Wu fell into her mother's arms and cried. Qian watched from distance, and then stepped forward to explain a few things. There is a natural perception among soul beasts, especially those over 100,000 years old. Aru, who initially had some doubts about Qian Renfeng, recognized Qian as a 100,000-year soul beast, and her vigilance naturally lessened. Looking around, apart from Qian Renfeng, everyone else was also a 100,000-year soul beast. If it were a hunt, they would have acted long ago. Aru thanked the Pope. Aru quickly bowed to Qian Renfeng. Even though she died at the hands of the Spirit Hall, Aru and Qian felt no resentment towards the Spirit Hall. Soul beasts and soul masters have an inseparable fate between them. It's either you kill me, or I kill you. Just like Daiming and Erming thought the same, which is why they didn't launch the small beast tide when Aru died. Though they couldn't mobilize all the soul beasts in the Douluo forest to attack, they could certainly wreak havoc around the forest. Only Xiao Wu, who had always been extremely stubborn. Since you have been revived, you mother and daughter should catch up. Tomorrow morning, take a look at the core area, and then set off back to the Spirit Hall. Qian Renfeng suddenly sat down cross-legged, and the realm of reincarnation did not retract. Under his influence, it spread further away. He wanted to see how far his realm of reincarnation could extend. At the same time, it was also a way to recover some soul power. He was surprised to find out just how taxing it was. Reviving the deceased was indeed a very strenuous task. As for Ro, relying on the effects of the realm of reincarnation to forcibly complete the revival, which contradicted the natural order of life and death, had nearly drained 2/3 of his soul power reserves. Seeing Qian Renfeng suddenly meditating as if he were alone, Xiao Wu broke free from her mother's embrace. Noticing that Qian Renfeng appeared to be stable, yet his aura was very unstable, she hurriedly reminded Deming and Erming, Deming, Erming, the Pope should be recovering. Please be extra vigilant around us. The city of slaughter in the human world has already been destroyed, and many evil soul masters have escaped from there. If they find out the Pope is here, he might be in danger. As soon as she finished speaking, Deming and Erming's pupils suddenly widened numerous times. The place where the evil soul masters gathered. No wonder there have been so many evil auras appearing in the Douluo forest recently. They all came from that location. Don't worry, Sister Xiao Wu. The Pope has revived Andy, which is a great favor. As long as we brothers are here, we will definitely not let anyone disturb this place. With that, Deming and Erming moved to the side. The aura of the 100,000-year soul beast erupted around them, quickly clearing a large area in just a moment. Qian Renfeng had a slight perception. He smiled faintly in his heart and chose not to say much, quietly beginning to restore his own strength. With everything settled, a campfire was lit. By the fire, Ruo, Yin, and Xiao Wu sat together, having been separated from her mother for a long time. Xiao Wu was like a chatterbox, continuously sharing her experiences of the past years with her mother. There were both bitter and sweet moments, as well as injuries and pains. While speaking, she occasionally cast cautious glances at Qian Renfeng's back. Ruo gently pinched her daughter's soft arm. Xiao Wu, opportunities need to be seized by yourself. Mom knows you are a bold person. Once you've made a decision, don't hesitate. That Pope is a very excellent person. Go for it. Xiao Wu's face immediately turned red. Mom, I'm still young, Xiao Wu stammered. Hearing this, Ruo said with some annoyance, Still young? Xiao Wu, we've all lived for 100,000 years. Do you still think you're young? Xiao Wu. At that moment, Qian Renfeng, who was closing his eyes to cultivate, clearly heard Ruo's words to Xiao Wu through the cycle domain. Just a little off, and the trend of recovery was interrupted. 100,000 years, you rogue rabbit. Truly terrifying. Xiao Wu's face flushed red, and she silently made a decision in her heart. Yes, such an excellent person. She needs to learn to pursue herself and take the initiative. Qian Renfeng was silent. He was not a saint, but he was definitely not a pile driver either. Moreover, regaining his strength was the most important thing at the moment. Even though the surroundings were being cleared by Daiming and Erming, having one's own strength was the true way. Someone like Yu Xiaogang, who could borrow a lot of power from others but was too useless himself, was of no help. Being strong oneself is the fundamental strength. The next day, as dawn broke, with Daiming and Erming clearing the area, the sounds of birds and beasts around were almost inaudible. Qian Renfeng slightly opened his eyes. He moved his body a little and felt the presence of Xiao Wu, who had mustered up the courage to lean against his back and fell asleep last night. After making her decision, Xiao Wu's behavior had indeed become bolder than before, which could also be said to have been influenced by the big rogue rabbit. So far, he had not heard the system's prompt for a successful plunder achievement. Could it be that last night's attempt did not count as a successful plunder of luck? Or was it that something was still missing? Qian Renfeng woke up Xiao Wu. He got up and stretched his muscles, and his brows involuntarily furrowed. In his mind, helping Xiao Wu revive her mother should be considered a complete plunder of Tang San's fortune from her. Moreover, Xiao Wu's mindset had also changed. However, it has been proven that the system has its own unique set of criteria for determining whether the plundering of fortune is successful or not. This time, he had also raised his strength from level 96 to level 97, and there was no rush for such matters for now. Anyway, he was already about ready to spar with the old man, and all he needed to do later was to reach level 99, under the pressure of Qian Renfeng. The confusion in her heart settled. At this moment, on the other side, Uru and Yin also walked over, both remembering the tasks assigned by Qian Renfeng last night. Today, they were to take a walk in the most core area. They initially thought this trip was just to confirm whether Daiming and Erming were targeted for hunting, and that their family had already confirmed and would directly return to the Wuhuan Hall. However, since it was Qian Renfeng's arrangement, they did not inquire further. Be careful, there is an enemy attack. At that moment, Daiming and Erming, who were clearing the area from a distance, let out a roar simultaneously. The terrifying power of the 10,000-year-old beast exploded in all directions. At the same time, the low roars of the two beasts followed. No need to take action. Qian Renfeng suddenly spoke up. After a night of recovery, and with his ability to communicate with the golden ancient tree, his recovery efficiency was maximized. After just one night, his strength had already returned to its peak. He heard the vigilance of Daiming and Erming. Qian Renfeng sensed who the enemy attack mentioned by the two was. It was Goei Mei, whom he had left behind in the spear hall. Soon, Goei Mei arrived in front of Qian Renfeng. Greetings, your holiness, he said, panting heavily. Even as a Title Douluo, he was now beaded with fine droplets of sweat on his forehead. What is so urgent? Qian Renfeng asked in response. Goei Mei took several gasps of breath and replied. Something has happened at the young master's side. Is Qian Renxue in trouble? Qian Renfeng frowned and said, to be specific, the young master and the others left Spirit City and encountered an ambush by evil soul masters on the way. However, because the young master wanted to hide his identity, he didn't dare to reveal his true strength, and they were pursued all the way. They have now successfully returned to Heavendo City. But the Heavendo royal family has sent an invitation, wanting to invite your excellency to Heavendo for a meeting. Is their whereabouts exposed? Qian Renfeng remained very calm. I remember that although there was the emblem of the Tiando royal family on the carriage of Xiao Xue and the others, the riot of the evil soul masters had just occurred shortly after Xiao Xue left. Is someone deliberately leaking their whereabouts? That's why the evil soul masters were able to intercept them accurately? Upon hearing this, Guimei nodded gravely. According to intelligence, it is indeed possible. According to reports from some spies in Tiando City, there may be the shadow of Prince Xuexing and Prince Xiefeng involved in this matter. Sure enough, Qian Renfeng secretly thought to himself, given the speed of Qian Renxue and their convoy from Soul City to Heaven-Do City, it didn't make sense for them to encounter the evil soul masters from the City of Slaughter so quickly. Moreover, it was a large-scale, concentrated attack, clearly indicating that they were well prepared. If they had not been informed in advance, and had merely encountered a small group of evil soul masters on the way, it would not have caused any significant trouble. He understood all of this clearly. Qian Renfeng glanced towards the core of the starry forest. He originally wanted to experience the charm of the Lake of Life, but it seems that won't be possible now. Qian Renxue's close relatives were nearly in danger, and it was unacceptable for him to remain so calm while sightseeing. Moreover, there were still those who colluded with evil soul masters that had not been dealt with. In light of this, he decided to set off. Qian Renfeng made a decisive decision. Guimei asked, "Your Majesty, should we return to Spirit Hall first, or head directly to Heaven-Do City?" Heaven-Do City. Those who collude with evil soul masters kill. Chapter 085. Confronting the Snow Knight Emperor, Spirit Hall's unrest. In front of the imposing city gate of Heaven-Do City, many soul masters were on duty there. Numerous citizens entering and exiting the city were stopped and questioned, and those with soul power sensing abilities were required to release their martial spirits for inspection. Since the turmoil in the Slaughter City and the rampage of evil soul masters, all cities in the Heaven-Do Empire had been on high alert, including Heaven-Do Imperial City. Just as this group of guarding soul masters allowed another batch of citizens into Heaven-Do City, they spotted a convoy approaching. "Halt! By order of His Majesty, all those entering and exiting Heaven-Do City must dismount and accept questioning." One of the guarding soul masters stepped forward, raising a hand to signal the convoy to stop while shouting loudly. Whoosh! A streak of light flashed by. As the light faded, a high-ranking elder token from the Spirit Hall hovered before the guarding soul master. "Spirit Hall, Qian Renfeng." A cold voice came from within the carriage. The visitors were indeed Qian Renfeng and his companions, who had rushed to Heaven-Do City after leaving the Stardo Forest. Upon seeing the high-ranking elder token, the guarding soul master was taken aback. He knew very well what the name Qian Renfeng represented. It's the Pope. So it's His Majesty the Pope coming. His Majesty has instructed that if the Pope arrives, he may enter the city directly. The obstacle was removed. The guarding soul master watched as Qian Renfeng's convoy entered Heaven-Do City, unable to help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. In the last carriage, Guimei thoughtfully looked at the captain of the guarding soul masters, who was wiping his sweat, and thought to himself how lucky he was. He then turned his gaze back to the front carriage. Throughout the journey, even with his Title Douluo strength and perspective, he still felt a chill run down his spine. On the way to Heaven-Do City, they had encountered evil soul masters, and in the past, he would have dealt with such matters. But this time, any evil soul master they encountered had turned to corpses before they could get close. The matter of Qian Renxue clearly touched Qian Renfeng's reverse scale. As they were nearing Tiando City, he was even secretly wondering if the murderous Qian Renfeng would directly storm into Tiando City. Now it seems he realized he was overthinking. The word rules. In his lord's heart, everything is always very balanced. A little over half an hour later, in the residence of Xue Qinghe within the palace, Qian Renxue, under the identity of Xue Qinghe, took the responsibility of hosting and invited Qian Renfeng and others. At this moment, the two siblings were sitting face to face. "Are you feeling okay?" Qian Renfeng asked. Qian Renxue gathered her long hair and said, "It's just a temporary setback. I've made you worry." After a pause, Qian Renxue continued to plead. "I heard that the spies have news, and my whereabouts were leaked with the involvement of Prince Xuexing and Prince Xuebing. Since I'm not in serious danger for now, could you please refrain from taking action against them for the time being?" Qian Renfeng was surprised that Qian Renxue was actually pleading for Xuebing. Qian Renxue smiled slightly and said, "At that time, I survived the avalanche because I was unskilled, but now that I know everything, it's best to proceed with the usual plan. Moreover, big brother, you have officially ascended to the position of Pope, and your every word and action represents the Spirit Hall. After all, the avalanche is a prince, so it's inappropriate to kill him directly." Qian Renfeng fell silent. Thinking about the plan that the Spirit Hall had laid out for decades, he didn't want to see Qian Renxue's efforts over the years go to waste. All right. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you for your support, elder brother. However, this time, since you were invited by the royal family, you should be more cautious. With the evil soul masters in rebellion, the Tiando royal family doesn't want to deploy their true forces to eliminate the evil soul masters, fearing it might affect their foundation of rule. They probably want to use our spirit hall. Qian Renfeng understood. The vast Heaven Do Empire wanted to reap the benefits without putting in the effort, didn't they? They were worried about the pressure from the evil soul masters, but were unwilling to mobilize their elites, fearing that they would not have enough power to suppress the common people in the future. They were taking advantage of the opposition between their spirit hall and the evil soul masters, and they had calculated quite well. No matter, Qian Renfeng calmly said. No one has ever taken advantage of me, Qian Renfeng. Since you still want to continue with your mission, this time, as your elder brother, I will help you once. The voice fell. Qian Renfeng is indeed not superfluous. Qian Renxue let out a sound, seemingly understanding a little, recalling something that Qian Renfeng had mentioned last time in Wuhuan City. The sea of heaven and earth cover. This national treasure, which had been targeted early on, was likely beyond the protection of the Tiando royal family. Your Holiness, His Majesty requests your presence. At that moment, a soul master captain came to convey the message. In almost an instant, Qian Renfeng had completed the disguise of Shueqingha, looking at the soul master who had come to deliver the message. Under the guidance of this soul master, they headed towards the royal family of the Tiando Empire. On the high throne, Emperor Shui Yi sat with dignity, already having a head full of gray hair. Your Holiness, this time the preparations were rushed, and the hospitality is lacking. Please bear with us, Emperor Shui Yi said. Qian Renfeng took his seat, understanding in his heart the Snow Knight Emperor's thoughts, but did not set a trap in advance. I have heard that your Majesty invited this Pope to come here. I wonder what matters your Majesty wishes to discuss. Your Holiness the Pope is indeed straightforward. The reason for inviting your Holiness the Pope this time is actually to discuss the matter of the evil soul masters. The Snow Knight Emperor said with a slight smile. The Wuhuan Palace and the evil soul masters have always been opposed. Regarding this matter of the evil soul masters, I must trouble your Holiness. Many nobles in the territories under the command of our Tiando Empire have continuously reported encountering such issues, which is truly troubling for me. I hope you can make some arrangements here, your Holiness. The wind was light and the clouds were thin, and he secretly muttered Old Fox while forcing a smile. The Heaven Do Empire also has elite spirit master armies. Your Majesty, you can certainly mobilize the elite spirit master army to eliminate the evil spirit masters in no time. The Spirit Hall has already made a great effort to eradicate the evil spirit masters and is doing its utmost to ensure the safety of the civilians. As for other matters, it is currently unable to divert its attention. The Snow Knight Emperor was momentarily speechless. Taking a deep breath, he said, There are countless nobles in the major cities. The threat of evil spirit masters to the nobles is too great. Are you really prepared to ignore this, your Holiness? I have said that the Spirit Hall is already doing its utmost to ensure civilian safety, but I am sorry. It is difficult to ensure the safety of the nobles alone. Qian Renfeng raised his head, meeting the gaze of the aged Snow Knight Emperor with calm eyes. Moreover, Snow Knight Emperor, our Spirit Hall has never been the lapdog of the nobility. Our Spirit Hall has always been the Spirit Hall of the people of the world. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire hall immediately became tense. The old face of the Snow Knight Emperor trembled violently. Your Majesty, your Holiness, there is no need for this matter to become so rigid. Our Tiando Empire has been fulfilling the agreement made with your Spirit Hall every year by providing funds for the various spirit branch halls to subsidize soul masters. The contributions of the nobility from all classes are the largest. Given the current upheaval in the world, ensuring some benefits for the noble class is not unreasonable. At this moment, Prince Xuexing suddenly stood up as a mediator. While speaking, he looked at Qian Renfeng, and there was a hint of threat in his expression. Qian Renfeng could not understand what Prince Xuexing was thinking at this moment. Are you threatening me, your Highness? If I refuse, will you cut off the soul master subsidies for the major branches under the jurisdiction of Tiando? Prince Xuexing's expression stiffened. He had not finished explaining his words, but Qian Renfeng had already laid everything bare, leaving him frozen on the spot. Xuexing, I'm still here. Why are you interrupting? Suddenly, Emperor Xuye scolded, his authoritative gaze sweeping over Prince Xuexing, timely interrupting this sharp question. Pope, what would it take for you to send soul masters to ensure the safety of the nobles in various regions? Emperor Xuye asked again. On Hai Qinquan Shield. Qian Renfeng lightly parted his lips and succinctly uttered 5 words. Pluck feathers from passing wild geese. Skin the beasts that flee. This rule is his, Qian Renfeng's rule. The lives of the elite spirit master army of the Heaven Do Empire matter, but the lives of the spirit masters from their spirit hall do not. They don't want to shed a drop of blood, but expect the people of Spirit Hall to deliberately protect those nobles? Do those nobles deserve it? Upon hearing the 5 words Han Hai Qian Kun Zhao, the Snow Knight Emperor's expression changed drastically. Pope, don't you think your request is excessive? The Snow Knight Emperor's voice grew several degrees heavier. The Han Hai Qian Kun Zhao is the national treasure of my empire. Change your condition. Then let your 4 sons, the life of the Avalanche Prince, be the exchange. Qian Renfeng replied indifferently. As he spoke, his gaze turned toward the Avalanche Prince on the other side. A surge of soul power was triggered. Under the immense disparity in strength, Avalanche was forcefully lifted, completely out of control. Pope, what are you doing? The Snow Knight Emperor was furious, abruptly standing up from his throne. At the same time, Prince Xuexing looked at Qian Renfeng with anger, fearing that Avalanche might suddenly be eliminated by him. Pope, what do you want? Why do you suddenly want my life? Is it because of what happened in Spirit City before? That incident was due to my ignorance. I'd already apologized. Moreover, it was you who agreed to the duel. So why bring up old grievances? Hanging in the air, Avalanche flailed his limbs, screaming hysterically. Upon hearing this, the Snow Knight Emperor was also aware of what Avalanche had done back then, his brows furrowing even deeper. Although Qian Renfeng is the Pope of the Spirit Hall, this is still their Heaven Do Imperial Palace. Pope, are you not going to give me an explanation? The Snow Knight Emperor's voice became much heavier. Qian Renfeng sneered. The matter of Spirit Hall City can be put aside, but the collusion with evil spirit masters cannot be overlooked. If Yuqindo Empire wants us, the Spirit Hall, to take action, do you think our spirit masters' lives are worthless? Without showing any sincerity, you want to command our Spirit Hall to act, colluding with evil spirit masters? How is that possible? The expression of Emperor Xuye changed dramatically. At the same time, the expressions of Prince Xuexing and Prince Xuebing also changed. How do you know? Prince Xuexing felt a great shock in his heart. He was certain that there was no problem with his plan with Xuebing this time. He had originally intended to let Xuebing live a comfortable life as a young master, but after noticing the movements in the city of slaughter, he had developed other thoughts. But now, he had just begun to plot some matters, and Qian Renfeng already knew. Your Holiness, such things cannot be spoken lightly. My son Xuebing, how could he collude with evil spirit masters? Emperor Xuye continued to scold. Qian Renfeng continued to control the avalanche. You can ask your 4th son about this matter. Since he has the audacity to collude with the evil soul master to provoke the dignity of my spirit hall, he must be prepared to pay the price for all this. Prince Xuexing fell silent. At this moment, he dare not say another word, fearing that he might reveal flaw. Xuebing also did not dare to shout. Only cold sweat drenched his clothes. Seeing this, Emperor Xuye understood everything. He had been thinking of taking advantage of the Spirit Hall regarding the evil Soul Master issue, but his own prince was colluding with the evil Soul Master. If this matter were to spread, it would surely have a tremendous impact on the royal family's dignity. He did not worry about the commoners, but only about the major nobles and the many Soul Masters serving the empire. Not only the Spirit Hall, but many ordinary Soul Masters were also at odds with the evil Soul Masters. If such a scandal were to come to light, how could the Tiando royal family exert its influence over the world in the future? This Pope, our Tiando royal family is willing to offer the Hanhai Qian cover. I hope you treat today's events as if they never happened. I will handle my son myself. How about that? In a short moment, Emperor Xuye seemed to grow even older. He uttered these insincere words and collapsed back onto the throne. Bang! Qian Renfeng released his control over the avalanche. With Qian Renxue's request, he naturally would not take the life of the avalanche. However, while the death penalty could be avoided, living crimes were hard to escape. Using the avalanche to completely settle the matter of the Hanhai Qian Dome was also part of his plan. Breaking free from control, the avalanche hurriedly hid behind Prince Xuexing like a frightened hamster, his cheeks pale and his gaze trembling. It was a close call. He almost met his end. Soon after, someone sent by the Emperor of Snowy Night came to retrieve the Hanhai Qian Dome. Looking at the palm-sized object on the tray, which emitted a blue light like a sapphire, Qian Renfeng couldn't help but linger for a moment. The Hanhai Qian Dome, the heart of the sea god. Under such circumstances, it should fall into his hands. Without the heart of the sea god, even if Tang San could still go to the sea god temple to activate the 9 trials of the sea god, How could he wield the sea god's trident without this heart? He whispered to himself. Qian Renfeng couldn't help but think of a very interesting scene. Lacking the heart of the sea god, even someone as powerful as Poseidon could only lift the complete sea god's trident for a moment. As for Tang San, he might as well let the sea god's trident crush him alive. The image seemed to have a hint of beauty. Pope, the vast sea and sky cover has been brought. Has the previously agreed matter been completed? The Snow Knight Emperor looked at the vast sea and sky cover being taken out, gazing at the shimmering blue light on the inverted triangle crystal, feeling a pang of heartache. This item was meant to counter the collusion with the avalanche evil soul master, the nobles of various cities. The Pope could offer them equal treatment with the common people, and the soul masters from various branches of the Wuhuan would naturally deal with the evil soul masters, but they would not become their lackeys. Qian Renfeng calmly responded. With a wave of his hand, the Hanhai Qianquan shield fell from the tray into his grasp, and then disappeared into his soul guide. Seeing the Hanhai Qianquan shield completely vanish, and listening to Qian Renfeng's response, the Snow Knight Emperor suddenly found himself unable to catch his breath, his eyes rolling back as he nearly fainted. Fortunately, those beside him provided timely support, allowing the Snow Knight Emperor to maintain some clarity. I understand now. I will pass on the news and won't let the nobles in various regions have any grievances. The Snow Knight Emperor replied insincerely, feeling his heart bleed. The national treasure was gone, just like that. The rights that the nobles in various cities should have obtained were also lost. It was simply a huge loss. Now that the matter is settled, I still have people in the Grand Prince's residence, so I won't linger any longer. However, I advise the Emperor to take good care of his offspring. I do not wish to see a repeat of today's events. Upon hearing this, the Snow Knight Emperor gritted his teeth and immediately scolded Prince Xuexing. Personally escort Xuebing to the dungeon and let him reflect on his actions in prison. Upon hearing this, Xuebing's eyes rolled back, completely frightened into unconsciousness by the Snow Knight Emperor's imposing presence. In the moment he fainted, all that remained in his mind was a buzzing sound. The matter of the throne? It seemed he no longer had to covet it. An emperor of a nation would never allow someone with a history of colluding with evil soul masters to take on such a role. Years of forbearance had come to an end. Qian Renfeng couldn't be bothered to care about how the Snow Knight Emperor dealt with the avalanche and exchanged a glance with Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue understood. Father, I will take my leave first and take His Holiness to my residence to meet someone. As the voice fell, Qian Renfeng and Qian Renxue, the two siblings, had just left the Grand Hall. Watching Qian Renfeng's departing figure, the Snow Knight Emperor could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of old blood, fainting directly on the throne. After half a stick of incense's time, Qian Renxue returned to her mansion with Qian Renfeng. Once there were no outsiders, Qian Renxue restored her original appearance. Congratulations, big brother, on obtaining the Hanhai Qianquan shield. I didn't expect the national treasure of the Tiando Empire to fall into your hands in this way. Qian Renfeng smiled faintly. Treasures are ultimately just external objects, and my desire for this item is not for the purpose of using it. You will understand in the future. Qian Renxue nodded and decisively did not ask more questions. The matter of the Tiando royal family's invitation has been resolved, and I have also cleared many obstacles for you. Just pay attention to the subsequent matters and don't get trapped again, Qian Renfeng advised. Qian Renxue nodded repeatedly. I know, so I won't see you off any further. Otherwise it will lead to gossip. This time you should be heading straight back to Wuhuan City, right? Next, are you preparing to deal with the evil spirit masters with all your might? Qian Renfeng replied, the matter of the evil soul masters ultimately needs to be addressed by someone. Our spirit hall is the nemesis of evil soul masters. As the Pope, how can I remain inactive? However, hunting down the evil soul masters is one thing. We cannot let go of the culprit responsible for the large-scale emergence of these evil soul masters. Qian Renxue's eyes flickered slightly. How Qian sect? Tang San? Just as Qian Renfeng and Qian Renxue mentioned Tang San's name, three figures clad in black robes approached Tiando City. Beneath one of the black robes, Tang San had a grim expression, with a crazed blood-red hue in his eyes. Wrapping around his arms, hidden under the sleeve, were blood-colored vines, each one sprouting barbs that pierced deeply into his flesh. Streams of blood were being absorbed by these blood vines. They were almost there. Next, they should be able to rest easy for a while. Under another black robe, Tang Hao spoke in a heavy tone. His face appeared somewhat pale, a sign of prolonged exhaustion. Tang San responded with a sound. The Stardow Forest still isn't suitable for me right now. Tiando City is a good choice. The Spirit Hall would definitely not let them go. Inside the Tiando Imperial City, the spirit hall's reach should be limited. And it was also relatively close to the Sunset Forest, where the number of high-level soul beasts was not as abundant as in the Stardew Forest, making it easier for him to increase his strength. As he spoke, the crazed blood red in Tang San's eyes intensified, and the vines winding around his arms became more agitated. After a prolonged period of slaughter, his strength had increased dramatically after his martial soul mutated into a vampire vine, but he had also become intoxicated by it. On the path of the evil soul master, he had gone further and further, and the hatred in his heart was rising. Now, all he could think about was one thing: to increase, to continue increasing. Once his strength was sufficient, he would kill Qian Renfeng on the spot, and then turn him into the woman he had become now. He didn't want to miss out on the 100,000-year soul ring. Tang Hao said nothing more, feeling the chilling, killing intent emanating from Tang San. Something caught in his throat made him feel like he wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Soon, the three arrived at the gate of Tiando City. Halt! Lift your hood, check soul power, release martial soul, and register. The city guard soul master immediately stopped Tang Hao and the others, starting the routine inspection according to the rules. Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression changed slightly as he felt Tang Hao grip his wrist tightly and then lifted his hood. Damn, brother, what happened to your appearance? The city guard soul master felt nauseous at the sight of Tang San's current appearance. Forcing himself to feel a little better with his soul power, he swallowed back the urge to vomit. This is simply hideous. Tang San was furious, and the vampire vine on his arm reacted in kind. Call me ugly? Haven't you seen how handsome I used to be? Now that you see me ugly, you can't bear to look a second longer? This is too much. Kill him. Kill him. Tang San's heart roared with madness, his teeth grinding together. Realizing Tang San's unusual state, Tang Hao quickly squeezed the hand he was holding tightly. The blood-red color in Tang San's eyes faded significantly, and after completing the registration, the city guard soul master allowed them entry into Tiando City. Watching the group walk away, the city guard soul master recalled how Tang San had almost attacked him moments ago and couldn't help but scoff. Just because you're ugly doesn't mean you can't be criticized? I need to wash my eyes well tonight. I nearly cried from the ugliness. Just as they walked a short distance, Tang San's veins bulged again, and the vampire vine's agitation became even more intense. At the same time, in Qian Renxue's mansion, Qian Renfeng suddenly frowned. His 8-winged fallen angel martial soul had shown a slight disturbance. The manuscript is a bit late today. Please forgive me. As the year-end approaches, there are too many annoying things, and tonight I'll be driving all night to go home for the new year, so I need to prepare quite a bit. I have been writing the manuscript every day and didn't prepare for this. Today, I've got everything ready, and once the manuscript is finished, I will update it. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 086, Hunting Tang San. Is a martial soul in disturbance? Qian Renfeng whispered to himself. He was quite clear about his martial soul. The fact that it could stir in response meant that a very strange and sinister power must have appeared. Moreover, it was not just any ordinary sinister power, otherwise. The evil spirit masters encountered along the way would have been able to provoke a reaction from his martial soul, but that was not the case. A sinister power that could cause a change in my martial soul? It seems quite interesting. Qian Renfeng whispered to himself. Just as Qian Renxue, who was preparing to send Qian Renfeng and his companions out of the mansion, noticed Qian Renfeng's silence, she suddenly asked with concern, "Brother, what's wrong?" "It's nothing. Just sensed a bit of sinister power. Be extra cautious in the near future," Qian Renfeng instructed before leaving with Gue Mei and the others. He watched as Qian Renfeng departed. Qian Renxue frowned tightly and suddenly spoke to the air beside her. "Uncle Shi, go investigate this matter." "Yes, young master." The air rippled. The hidden serpent spear Douluo then vanished. Meanwhile, Qian Renfeng, after leaving with Xiaowu and Ayin, did not leave Tiando City directly, but temporarily booked a large suite in a hotel within the city. "Sir, you mentioned the sinister power before. Could it be that a powerful, evil soul master from the city of slaughter has come to Tiando City?" Ayin suddenly asked in a low voice after they settled down. Hearing Ayin's question, both Aro, who had been puzzled for a while, and Xiaowu turned their gazes over at the same time. At the same moment, the ghostly figure also emerged from the shadows. "Your Highness, should I go find the opponent and kill them on the spot?" "In Tiando City, regarding matters within the royal palace, if you act again, Your Highness, it might not be appropriate." Qian Renfeng waved his hand and said, "It's fine. The Snow Knight Emperor wouldn't dare to make a fuss in front of me when dealing with evil soul masters. Moreover, even if you go out to search, you might not necessarily be able to find the other party. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Qian Renfeng's eyes. He wanted to see what kind of sacred being could provoke his 8-winged, fallen angel martial soul. Let's go. Let's go out and take a look. After saying this, Qian Renfeng left the room with his hands behind his back, while Gue Mei led Xiao Wu and the others to follow. Night fell. In the city of Tiando, the nightlife was bustling under the cover of darkness. Many people's night activities began at this time. In a gloomy alley, the sounds of fighting were mixed with cries of pain. A soul master lay on the ground in a disheveled state, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, a blood-red vine was firmly embedded in his flesh. The vine was sucking the soul master's blood like a straw, gurgling as it consumed his essence. Tang San looked coldly at the soul master being drained by his vampire vine, a cruel glint flashing across his pockmarked face. You dare to say I was ugly when you entered the city? Saying I'm ugly has now led to your fate, Tang San said ominously. At this moment, his expression twisted to the extreme, wishing he could personally consume the flesh and blood of this soul master. This soul master was none other than the one responsible for checking the citizens entering Tiando City at the city gate during the day. Ever since his appearance had changed for the worse, and his bloodline had been stripped away, he had become like a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. All right, Xiao San. Suddenly, Tang Hao appeared. Seeing Tang San's ferocious face as he stared at the corpse on the ground, he couldn't help but frown. Tang San suddenly raised his head, a strange roar escaping his throat. Dad, are you saying I've gone too far? You saw everything that happened at the city gate. They are guilty, and I am just judging them. What goes around comes around. If this city guard hadn't humiliated me before, he wouldn't have ended up like this. So all the blame is on him. As he said this, the red light in Tang San's eyes intensified, only dissipating completely after a full quarter of an hour. Hearing this, Tang Hao sighed heavily. All right, I know you felt wrong during this time, but this is Tiando City. Don't make things too extreme. The situation is tense right now. If people find out your true condition, there will be many who will hunt you down. Even I might not be able to protect you, Tang Hao said with a furrowed brow. After looking around to ensure no one else was present, he led Tang San away from there. Just after they left, the figures of Qian Renfeng and his companions appeared in the alley. The sight of the city guard's spirit master in a pitiful state, with all his essence completely devoured, caught the attention of several people. Sir, why didn't you let us take action just now? At this moment, Yin suddenly asked. The tragic fate of the city guard spirit master made Xiao Wu and the others feel uneasy, their stomachs churning. It had not been long since the city guard spirit master was killed, and they had already arrived here. But they did not understand why Qian Renfeng did not let them act. Qian Renfeng gently said, It seems that after you deprived Tang San of his blue-silver emperor bloodline, his blue-silver grass martial soul underwent a mutation. Moreover, this is a malignant mutation, changing towards an extremely sinister direction, and he has completely become a slave to his martial soul. Just now, when he acted, many people around must have lost their lives for no reason. Yin understood. The surroundings were a civilian area. Given Tang San's situation, he definitely wouldn't stir up any trouble, and she also believed that Qian Renfeng had enough strength to subdue Tang San. However, with Tang Hao's presence, there would inevitably be a moment of confrontation, and that moment would be enough for many people to lose their lives in their sleep. Gue Mei informed the Spirit Hall branch in Tiando City to prepare to hunt down Tang San. They don't need to complete the hunting task entirely. It is enough to expose the fact that Tang San's martial soul has mutated and that he has completely become a martial soul slave. At that time, I will personally take action. At this moment, Qian Renfeng spoke again. Originally, Tang San belonged to the citizens of the Tiando Empire, and his personal information must be held by the Tiando royal family. It had just gone through the palace affairs. Qian Renfeng can be sure that any of his actions would be enough to provoke a backlash from the Tiando royal family. First, he needs to reveal Tang San's situation. Only then can he silence any dissenting voices. Gue Mei understood Qian Renfeng's plan and quietly praised his cleverness before leaving. By the time Gue Mei left, Xiao Wu, Yin, and Aro all completely understood why Qian Renfeng hadn't acted directly. However, the thought of Tang San brazenly killing someone right under their noses still left them feeling uneasy. At that moment, Xiao Wu's eyes turned, and she suddenly spoke. I have a way regarding Tang San that can ruin his reputation. P.S. For the next 3 days, until the first day of the new year, the author may only be able to guarantee the basic 2 chapters a day due to the busy New Year period. Tonight, I still have to drive overnight back to my hometown. I will first upload the first chapter, and after finishing the second chapter, I will continue to update. During these 3 days, I will try to find time to write more. I can't guarantee to maintain the previous pace of 10,000 words a day, but I can ensure basic updates will continue, and I'll try to write more. I hope for your understanding. Chapter 087, Yu Xian Tang San. The 100,000-year soul ring has arrived. As she spoke, a look of anger flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes. At that moment, she recalled the grandiose words Tang San had once said to her. Coupled with what she was seeing now, it made her feel increasingly uncomfortable. Speak, Qian Renfeng said. Xiao Wu replied, because of previous events, I have parted ways with Tang San, and he is undoubtedly very resentful towards me now. I can deliberately appear in front of him. During that incident, he was clearly tempted by Yu Xiaogang's suggestion, and he was very interested in my 100,000-year soul ring. If I suddenly appear, the chances of him taking action against me are very high. I think, as long as he considers attacking me. The fact that he becomes a soul slave will definitely be exposed, and it will then be very convenient for you to take action, my lord. Qian Renfeng was surprised. He realized that he had underestimated Xiao Wu. The incident back then had a significant impact on her, enough to make her take such a risky decision. My lord, this method is actually feasible. As Xiao Wu's mother, I know that this reckless approach is impulsive, but since you have revived me, both mother and daughter want to do something within our means. At this moment, Aru spoke up. From the perspective of Xiao Wu's biological mother, she did not obstruct Xiao Wu's decision. And Yin did not speak up at this time either, but he indeed felt that this was a viable plan. Hunting a 10,000-year-old beast was never an easy task. At the very least, it could lure Tang San out of Heaven Do City. All right, Qian Renfeng agreed to this matter. He wasn't worried about Xiao Wu encountering any trouble or danger. If it weren't for the concern that the common people might be affected, Tang San would have already died just now. Thank you for your help, my lord. Xiao Wu expressed her gratitude and then darted into the night, chasing after the direction where Tang San and the others had left. Yin and Aro both tightened their grip, feeling determined but still very worried about Xiao Wu. Qian Renfeng only attached a wisp of soul power to Xiao Wu before bringing Yin and the others back to the hotel to rest temporarily. On the other side, Xiao Wu chased far away. She just stopped at a place called Yuexian, as the court etiquette academy of the Tiando Empire. Everyone entering and exiting this place is from the various noble classes of the Tiando Empire. Brother, is that really you? At Yuexian, Tang Yuehua saw Tang Hao bringing Tang San and Yu Xiaogang to this place, and with red eyes, she hugged Tang Hao. It's me, Yuehua. Tang Hao's voice was deep and muffled as he allowed Tang Yuehua to embrace him, his gaze drifting to the passing nobles around. Xiao San has encountered a bit of a problem in his training, and because of his teacher situation, the Spirit Hall is targeting us. So we specially came to avoid the limelight. At the right moment, Tang Hao continued. Tang Yuehua released Tang Hao and repeatedly assured him, don't worry, it's absolutely safe here. I'll arrange accommodation for you now. Tang Hao responded with a grunt and hurriedly introduced Tang San. Xiao San, this is your aunt, named Tang Yuehua. Is she from the Haotian sect? Tang San frowned. Remembering the previous rejection when he wanted to return to the Haotian sect, he felt a surge of anger. Xiao San, your aunt knows about your father's previous return to the Haotian sect. The sect has its own difficulties. You mustn't take this matter to heart. Tang Yuehua quickly advised, noticing the resentment in Tang San's voice. Tang San huffed and turned to walk aside. Watching Tang San's back, Tang Yuehua felt helpless. After arranging for Tang Hao and the three to rest in Yuexian, she sat alone in a pavilion at the back of Yuexian, gazing at the clear lake outside the pavilion. The aura of anger within her made it impossible to blend into the atmosphere of Yuexian. Forget it. I can't find another place to stay right now, so I'll just stay in Yuexian for the time being. I didn't expect Dad still can't forget the Haotian sect. After they treated us that way, he still thinks about them. Only when I completely destroy the Haotian sect in the future will he awaken. Judging those guilty people will be a matter of time. Tang San thought angrily. His reflection in the lake showed a fierce face, his eyes squinting into slits. His hatred for the Haotian sect had reached its peak. If it weren't for his limited abilities, he would have loved to uproot the Haotian sect right now. And now that he understood that Tang Yuehua was also from the Haotian sect, he felt even less favorable towards this place. Just as Tang San was grumbling, his breathing suddenly became slightly rapid, and the excitement of the vampire vine surged significantly, having absorbed a lot of soul beast blood in the Stardow forest. The ghost vine seemed to be very sensitive to soul beasts. Now that it was suddenly excited, could it be that there were other soul beasts moving around me? This is Tiando City. Could there really be a 10,000-year soul beast that has transformed into a human hiding here? This sudden realization made Tang San feel a surge of joy. With a sufficiently perverse cultivation method, his strength had already improved a lot. Just the thought of possibly discovering a 10,000-year-old beast that had transformed into a human made it hard for him to control his excitement. Not only could he let the vampire vine absorb the blood of the 10,000-year-old beast, but he could also obtain soul rings and soul bones through this method, making it a win-win situation. Indeed, heaven thinks I am right. Such good fortune has come to me. It seems I can make some calculations. Tang San suppressed the excitement in his heart and hurriedly rushed outside Yuexian. Under the night, no one noticed his trace. Soon, Tang San appeared outside Yuexian, which was an academy established in the noble district of Tiando City. Surrounding the academy, many businesses were still open all night, most of which were relatively upscale. Dressed in a black robe, Tang San tried his best not to be discovered as he followed the pull of the vampire vine towards the direction it indicated. That is Xiaowu. Before long, Tang San arrived at a spot directly opposite a merchant and saw a pink figure buying food there, instantly recognizing Xiaowu. Xiaowu also sensed Tang San's arrival, but at this moment, she did not reveal anything and continued waiting for the food to come out from the merchant. Meanwhile, Tang San stared at Xiaowu's figure with a fierce gaze. As expected, he wasn't mistaken. Xiaowu should have fallen into the hands of the spirit hall back then. He didn't expect she could run out from there. Previously, she had used the 8 on him, allowing him to recover for a while. Now that they had completely fallen out, it was only reasonable to take her soul ring. A 10,000-year soul ring, I have it. Chapter 088. Xiaowu's conspiracy to lure Tang Yuehua in. Xiaowu stood in front of the food stall, and while Tang San was observing her, she also noticed him. Realizing that Tang San had been secretly watching her, a smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. Little girl, your takoyaki is ready. At this moment, the food stall owner handed the packed food to Xiaowu. Xiaowu sweetly replied, "Thank you, boss." After speaking, she bounced away, completely treating Tang San, who had been observing her from behind, as heir. Watching Xiaowu leave, a ruthless glint flashed in Tang San's eyes. He followed Xiaowu for quite a while in the noble district of Tiando City until he saw her turn into a residence, at which point he stopped in his tracks. It seemed she really had escaped from the spirit hall and was now hiding in that residence. He would remember her location and take action when the opportunity arose. The ruthless look in Tang San's eyes continued. Knowing it wasn't suitable to follow her any further, he turned to leave. Tang San had barely left for a moment when Xiaowu's figure ran out from the residence she had entered. Seeing the direction Tang San had left, Xiaowu's brows furrowed slightly. You've followed me for so long. It's my turn to follow you now and see where you are hiding. Soon, upon seeing Tang San enter Yuexian, Xiaowu stopped her pursuit. Yuexian seems to be the academy that Tang San's aunt runs, the one related to the noble interests of Tiando Palace, right? Xiaowu frowned slightly. It seems Tang San and the others came to Tiando City to seek refuge with his aunt. But does his aunt know that Tang San has become an evil soul master? Evil soul masters are despised by everyone. Could it be that Tang San has been hiding this identity all along? Everyone coming in and out of here are high-ranking nobles of the Tiando Empire. Surely not all of them are colluding with evil soul masters? Whispering these thoughts, Xiaowu's eyes turned slightly as she quickly formulated a plan. She probably doesn't know. Perhaps this matter can be manipulated. Thinking back to the time when she had expressed in front of Qian Renfeng her intention to ruin Tang San's reputation, and recalling how deeply she had been hurt by Tang San due to the incident involving Yu Xiaogang, as well as the many sweet words Tang San had said in the past, Xiaowu gritted her silver teeth. A wave of pink mist surged from her body, concealing her form as she entered Yuexian under the cover of darkness. In the dead of night, Tang Yuehua was sitting in her bedroom. She recalled the hostility Tang San had shown during their interaction earlier that day, and a look of helplessness flashed across her cheeks. Sigh. How did it end up involving the spirit hall again? The sex seclusion was also due to the spirit hall, and now her second brother and Xiao San's matters were also because of the spirit hall. The self-proclaimed righteous spirit hall. Has it really become so corrupt? Is there some misunderstanding in all of this? Tang Yuehua sighed softly, a look of worry appearing in her beautiful eyes. The spirit hall has always been just, and there is fundamentally no misunderstanding between the spirit hall and Tang San. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang in Tang Yuehua's ear. She stood up abruptly. Unfortunately, without the ability to cultivate, she could only show a face of coldness, lacking any other aura. Who is it? Tang Yuehua questioned in a deep voice. Spirit hall. Xiaowu. Xiaowu stepped out from the shadows, confirming that there were no other people around. She did not continue to hide her identity in front of Tang Yuehua. Let me introduce myself. I was once a student of Shrek Academy alongside Tang San, and I am also a 100,000-year-soul beast. Hiss! Tang Yuehua inhaled sharply, looking at Xiao Wu in utter shock, unable to believe how Xiao Wu suddenly appeared before her and even claimed to be a 100,000-year-soul beast. You say you are from the Spirit Hall? Tang Yuehua narrowed her eyes slightly. What exactly do you mean by that? I said there is fundamentally no misunderstanding between the Spirit Hall and Tang San. The Spirit Hall previously targeted Tang San because he had ambushed the current pope. Now, the Spirit Hall is targeting Tang San because he has become an evil soul master. Do you think there is any reason for the Spirit Hall not to target him? Evil soul master. Tang Yuehua's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, she could hardly believe her ears. Tang San is the only heir of her second brother, and his true identity is an evil soul master? How is that possible? I know you won't believe it. I came to find you today just to see if you knew that Tang San is an evil soul master. If you're interested, I can make Tang San's identity as an evil soul master completely exposed. Xiao Wu continued. Seeing the astonished look on Tang Yuehua's face, she confirmed her speculation. Tang Yuehua indeed did not know that Tang San was an evil soul master. Knowing this, Xiao Wu's mind became more active. In the past, she had heard Qian Renfeng mention some things about Tang Yuehua and knew that Tang Yuehua had specifically established a court etiquette academy here and was someone who valued rules. For such a person, she was very curious about how Tang Yuehua would handle the current situation. Would it be to conceal the truth or to uphold justice against her own kin? After a pause, seeing that Tang Yuehua had not completely believed her, Xiao Wu continued. The main reason for the recent uprising of evil soul masters across the Douluo Continent is also because of Tang San. In order to have enough place to hide from the Spirit Hall's targeting, he destroyed the Slaughter City, which led to the uprising of evil soul masters all over the world. I heard the Pope mention you, saying you are a pitiful woman, but also a very capable and rule-abiding woman. Since I just found out that you did not know Tang San had become an evil soul master, I want to let you know these things. The uprising of evil soul masters all over the world is also because of Tang San. He destroyed the Slaughter City to create a better environment for himself, putting so many people in danger. Tang Yuehua was at a loss for words. At this moment, she felt her heart was completely in turmoil. Originally, she did not want to believe it, but then she thought of her second brother Tang Hao, who had once entered the Slaughter City and had obtained the title of God of Slaughter there. Unknowingly, she had begun to believe a little, biting her red lips lightly. A glint of wanting to uphold justice against her kin suddenly flashed in Tang Yuehua's eyes. How do you want to prove that what you said is true? I want to enter Yuexian, but it doesn't matter. As long as I can enter Yuexian, I can make Tang San's identity completely exposed. Xiao Wu answered decisively, which was also part of her plan. Hearing this, Tang Yuehua clenched her jade hand into a fist. I can give you a quota to enter Yuexian. I want to see the truth. Deal. Chapter 089. Xiao Wu and the three beauties enter Yuexian. Tang Yuehua wants to uphold justice against her kin. That night, Xiao Wu quietly left Yuexian. With Tang Yuehua's promise, she felt much lighter. Thinking that she would be able to go to Yuexian openly tomorrow and could appear right under Tang San's nose, watching but not daring to act, made her smile. Back at the hotel, Qian Renfeng, who was in the middle of cultivating, was awakened by Xiao Wu's call. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Wu, in a row standing in front of him. What is the matter? Qian Renfeng asked. Xiao Wu replied, Sir, I have found a most suitable way. If all goes well, Tang San's identity as an evil soul master should be completely exposed tomorrow. So soon? Qian Renfeng was slightly surprised. He indeed knew that Xiao Wu was clever and had many methods, but how much time had passed? What method? Qian Renfeng asked again. Xiao Wu smiled confidently, her lips curling up. I followed Tang San and discovered they went to the moon pavilion you once mentioned. Then I visited Tang Yuehua and found out she also didn't know that Tang San had become an evil soul master. I was almost able to sway Tang Yuehua to our side. Moreover, I got Tang Yuehua's promise. She can give me a spot to enter the moon pavilion. I plan to enter the moon pavilion openly tomorrow and then continue with the subsequent matters. Qian Renfeng was completely taken aback. He could calculate that everything was originally possible on the historical trajectory. However, the current situation was truly beyond his expectations. This girl, Xiao Wu, had actually almost managed to turn Tang Yuehua to her side. At this moment, the image of Tang Yuehua appeared in Qian Renfeng's mind. She was indeed a pitiful woman. However, he had never considered the idea of turning Tang Yuehua. After all, Tang Yuehua could not cultivate. Although he was very targeted towards Tang San, he would not take action against an ordinary person. Xiao Wu had indeed given him an unexpected surprise, managing to make Tang Yuehua entertain thoughts of righteousness over familial ties. Currently, Xiao Wu and the others knew too little about Tang San, and the most severe issue was still that Tang San had become an evil soul master. Yet, he was very clear about Tang San's character. All along, Tang San had portrayed himself as righteous and just when he was strong. He could have no psychological burden towards the weak. But when he was weak, if he was oppressed and ultimately humiliated by the strong, then everything would be the fault of the strong, and he would be in the right, needing to judge the other party. Many masks hung on his face. Qian Renfeng suddenly became interested. Following the way Xiao Wu handled things, Tang San's hypocrite mask was almost completely about to be revealed. What would Tang San look like without his last mask? He could do whatever he wants. Qian Renfeng pondered for a moment and agreed with Xiao Wu's idea. Before setting off tomorrow, they could wait for a while. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing followed Ning Fengji to Tiando City. At that time, the three of them could go to the moon pavilion together, looking out for each other. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes immediately lit up. The next day, the sun hung high in the sky. Xiao Wu was still wearing her pink outfit, her long scorpion tail braid bouncing as she hopped along. Similarly, the black leather-clad woman beside her, Zhu Zhuqing, had her own waves of elegance. Zhu Zhuqing, who had previously gone to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school with Ning Rongrong after Shrek, walked down the street with a cold expression, unfazed by the gazes of passers-by. Her eyes sparkled with determination. Alongside them was Ning Rongrong, dressed in a light green dress. The three of them walking together became the most beautiful sight on the street. They had the beauty of mountains, the innocence of purity, and the charm of playfulness. Xiao Wu, are we really going to the moon pavilion like this? Are we really going to expose the truth about Tang San's evil spirit master? Suddenly, Ning Rongrong asked Xiao Wu, her eyes subtly shifting as if she had some good idea in mind. Xiao Wu replied, we're going just like this. We're all old acquaintances of Tang San. When we go to the moon pavilion, he'll definitely be surprised. Moreover, regarding my identity as a 100,000-year soul beast, Tang San has been tempted before and even tracked me for a long time last night. I don't believe he can resist when I appear in front of him. If it were just me, Tang San might wait for the right moment, but now that you two are here, my plan is perfect. Tang San will definitely worry about me returning to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school with you. And who knows? He might not be able to hold back and act directly. As she spoke, Xiao Wu revealed a mischievous smile. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing immediately understood Xiao Wu's plan, and smiles appeared on their faces. They were all participants in the Shrek incident. While Xiao Wu alone might temporarily stabilize Tang San, the effect would be completely different with all three of them appearing at once. Soon, the three of them arrived at the moon pavilion. Thanks to Tang Yuehua's prior arrangements, their entry was very smooth. Zhu Zhuqing, born into the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire, and Ning Rongrong, born in the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, blended in naturally. Even Xiao Wu, despite never having been to the moon pavilion before, had learned a lot when she entered last night and now fit in quite smoothly. Their entrance quickly attracted many gazes, with many male nobles unable to resist the urge to approach and greet them. However, upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing's cold face, they immediately halted their thoughts. They could see them but not approach. Each noble couldn't help but wonder which man was so lucky to have such women. At the same time, when these nobles noticed the three women, Tang San, cloaked in a black robe, also saw them enter the moon pavilion. It's them? Could it be that the residence Xiao Wu went to last night is an asset of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school? He thought. It was indeed a coincidence. He had previously thought only Xiao Wu was there, but now the other two were present as well. Ning Rongrong was a direct participant, so he couldn't be polite. At this point, a sinister look appeared in Tang San's eyes as he swallowed hard. Xiao Wu, I once said my virginity is reserved for you. Before I hunt you down, I might as well keep my promise once. As for Zhu Zhuqing, with Daim Mubai's fate unknown, and since Zhu Zhuqing has already betrayed him, I might as well help Daim Mubai take care of her. And Ning Rongrong, I can't let her off easily. If it weren't for her, I might not have ended up like this. Since they're all guilty, I might as well let them pay for their sins. Chapter 090, Sibling Showdown. Tang Hao sets the trap just like last night. While Tang San was spying on Xiao Wu noticed that Tang San was secretly watching them. Slowing her pace slightly, she whispered to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, Tang San is secretly watching us. Be careful not to be ambushed. Don't worry, I've prepared for this. Ning Rongrong replied quietly. Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly. There are still many people around. He shouldn't act directly. He'll probably take some action soon. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu smiled slightly. Whether he acts now or later, it will definitely help our plan succeed. However, according to the Pope's idea, it would be best if we could disperse the crowd. The Pope doesn't like to kill innocents. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong nodded, subtly observing Tang San with their instincts as women. Tang San seemed worried about being exposed and turned to leave. After leaving, he immediately sought out Tang Hao and Yu Xiaogang. Dad, I'm planning to make a move at the Moon Pavilion, Tang San said in a low voice. Tang Hao's eyes widened. Are you crazy? This is the Moon Pavilion. If you act here, won't all the nobles know you've become an evil spirit master? Tang San sneered coldly. I'm not acting against those nobles. I'm targeting Xiao Wu and her friends. They probably came here to learn benefits because of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Xiao Wu and her friends? Tang Hao narrowed his eyes. After the incident at the border of the Barak Kingdom, he could see that Xiao Wu had completely hated Tang San. And now, Tang San had changed dramatically. It seemed possible to control Xiao Wu directly. The soul rings and bones produced by a 100,000-year-soul beast would greatly benefit Tang San's strength. Do you want me to do some persuasion work on your aunt? Tang Hao retorted. Tang San coldly snorted. I don't have aunts from Haotian's sect. I just want you to help me. If we can play the emotional card to get that woman to disperse the nobles in the Moon Pavilion, then even if I poke a hole in the Moon Pavilion, no one will know. As long as we succeed, we can leave directly from the Moon Pavilion. Tang Hao fell silent. Considering the Moon Pavilion's special nature, he didn't respond immediately. Seeing Tang Hao hesitating, Yu Xiaogang couldn't sit still any longer. Haotian, this is a very important opportunity for Tang San. 100,000-year soul beast is rare, and if it has regained its human form, it would be almost impossible to kill at its peak. Tang Hao's heart skipped a beat. Yu Xiaogang's words struck a chord with him. If he were still at his peak and had no hidden injuries, he could indeed take Tang San to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast. But now, even the 9th soul ring couldn't make it shine. Hunting a 100,000-year soul beast, even relying on the secret of Haotian's sect, it's still fraught with danger. Now, a 100,000-year soul beast has come to our door. Good. Xiao San, you prepare with peace of mind. I will go help you think of a way to let those nobles leave. Tang Hao agreed to this, weighing the pros and cons. He no longer cared about other matters. After saying this, Tang Hao turned and left their residence. Soon, Tang Hao found Tang Yuehua. At that moment, Tang Yuehua was flipping through books, pondering over what she had seen of Tang San in the hall, and thinking about the things that Xiao Wu had mentioned to her. Suddenly, she saw Tang Hao visiting. Tang Yuehua was slightly surprised. Second brother, what is this? Yuehua, I came to discuss something with you. I might need your help. Tang Hao said thoughtfully. Tang Yuehua was a bit taken aback. What does second brother want my help with? Xiao San is at a critical moment in his cultivation, and there might be some commotion when he breaks through. You have many nobles from Tiando City here. I was thinking, could you find a reason to let the nobles of Yuexian take a half-day off? That way, when Xiao San breaks through, you won't have to worry about exposing his identity. If Xiao San exposes his identity during the breakthrough, it would be easy for the Spirit Hall to hunt him down. So I came to you to think of a solution. Tang Hao spoke as if he was considering Xiao San's identity. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua's heart sank. Arranging for the noble students to take a half-day off? Does this mean clearing out all of Yuexian? While claiming to provide a place for Tang San to break through, is it actually to facilitate Tang San's actions? A slight pain struck her heart. Realizing Tang Hao's intentions behind this request, Tang Yuehua immediately played along with him. So, second brother, you came to me for this small matter? This is no problem at all. I'll notify everyone right away to arrange for the students to take a half-day off, and then there will be no outsiders in Yuexian. After all, I am Xiao San's aunt, and if he needs my help during his breakthrough, I will definitely not shirk my responsibility. Don't worry. Tang Hao felt a weight lift from his heart. He had been concerned that Tang Yuehua would have reservations about involving herself in the matters of the academy. Seeing her agree so readily, he let out a long sigh of relief. Clearing out all the nobles, only those they could trust would remain in Yuexian, making it much easier to deal with Xiao Wu and the others. In such a large Yuexian, even if Xiao Wu was essentially a 100,000-year soul beast, there would certainly be issues during the hunt, but the impact could be kept within controllable limits. Then I'll leave this matter to you. I'll go back and check on Xiao San's situation. With that, Tang Hao left decisively. He felt as if he were about to burst from lying without blinking. Watching Tang Hao leave, Tang Yuehua's expression suddenly turned pale. If Tang Hao hadn't done anything today, if nothing had happened, she could still doubt what Xiao Wu had said last night. But now, Tang Yuehua's heart already had a vague certainty. Yuepu. Suddenly, Tang Yuehua softly called her trusted aide's name. Soon, A woman appeared in Tang Yuehua's room. Sister Yuehua, what do you need? The aide asked in a low voice. Go to the Spirit Hall branch in Tiando City and invite the main bishops of the Spirit Hall to come to Yuexian once. Tang Yuehua's mood was extremely heavy. She didn't know how to contact Qian Renfeng, so she could only send the message to the Spirit Hall branch. The aide was quite surprised by Tang Yuehua's decision. Sister Yuehua, why do you suddenly want the Spirit Hall people to come to Yuexian? Didn't you always dislike them interfering in Yuexian's matters? This time is different, Tang Yuehua said with a bitter smile, because we have an evil soul master in Yuexian. We need to invite the Spirit Hall to come and eliminate the evil. P.S. Here's the first update. The second update will probably be around 11:30 p.m. I rushed back from my hometown today and didn't have time to get everything done. Please understand. Also, I wish all readers a happy new year. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you. Chapter 091. 3 Women on Stage. Tang San turns pale after the aide left. Tang Yuehua began to arrange for the students of Yuexian to take a break. According to custom, today was not a holiday for Yuexian, but since the arrangement was made by Tang Yuehua, the students from various noble families, although puzzled, still complied. One after another, many students began to leave the academy. Approaching noon, the news sent to the Spirit Hall branch in Tiando City was almost immediately relayed to Qian Renfeng. Seeing the message delivered by the Archbishop of the Spirit Hall branch, a faint smile appeared on Qian Renfeng's face. It seems that Tang Yuehua has made her decision. It's about time for us to head over and see what other tricks Tang San has up his sleeve. Qian Renfeng stood up. Ain and Aro, who were accompanying him, also stood up and followed him out. Both mature women had a hint of anticipation in their eyes, eager to see how Tang Yuehua would enact her righteousness in punishing her kin. Aro had only met Tang San for the first time last night, but through Xiao Wu's recounting, she already knew what a hypocrite Tang San was, almost deceiving her own daughter. Now, as they were about to witness Tang San's misfortune, she was filled with great expectation. Ain shared the same anticipation. Although Tang San had once been a piece of meat that fell from her, his resurrection was akin to a rebirth, with only emotions remaining. However, those emotions had long since faded away with the events involving the Blue-Silver clan, and from then on, they would be strangers. It could be said that Tang San had become a villain in her heart, and seeing a villain meet their demise was indeed something worth looking forward to. In the Moon Pavilion, the nobles gradually left. When Tang Yuehua arranged these matters, she also had someone deliver messages to Xiao Wu and the other two. After learning of Tang Yuehua's arrangements, the 3 did not become the first batch of students to leave the academy. Instead, they lingered in the Moon Pavilion. They understood the importance of putting on a full performance. Walking by the lake, Xiao Wu slightly furrowed her brows. It's really strange. Today is only our first day at the Moon Pavilion, and we already encounter an unexpected holiday arrangement. Ning Rongrong understood and couldn't help but chuckle. Maybe something really happened. We should leave soon, or else the dean will get anxious. Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes and decided to join in the act. Maybe there are some necessary matters. Just don't know what exactly it is. They say women are natural performers. Although Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing had not received systematic training, they performed quite convincingly, appearing completely oblivious. In the shadows, Tang San's throat moved slightly. His father told him to handle things here alone, saying there was no major problem, which was just a test of his strength. Didn't that give him enough space? This place, with the sky as the cover and the earth as the bed, had a very atmospheric feel. It was a perfect plan to crush them mentally and then let them die in misery. Thinking maliciously, Tang San's vampire vines crawled out from beneath his black robe, the blood-red, barbed vines dragging on the ground, appearing before Xiao Wu and the other 2 from the shadows. As soon as he appeared, Tang San threw off his black robe and coldly said, "Don't worry, you all don't need to leave, and you'll soon know what will happen in the Moon Pavilion." Rongrong, Zhu Qing, this person is so ugly. Xiao Wu suddenly shouted, then pretended to gag. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong also felt nauseated. Upon realizing that the person before them was Tang San and seeing his current appearance, they felt their stomachs churn. He was truly ugly to the depths of his soul. Can't recognize me? Hearing them say he was ugly, Tang San's face, covered in blood sores, twisted with anger. Why didn't you say that when you called me third brother before? You women only know how to judge by appearances. Betray me back then, and now I will make you pay the price. As he spoke, the vampire vines on his arms grew longer, the barbs looking terrifying. Seeing this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but gasp. So you're Tang San? You become like this? It feels like the aura of an evil soul master. Tang San laughed maniacally. So what if I am an evil soul master? That's just what you think. Moreover, what's so bad about being an evil soul master? My strength is increasing so rapidly. It allows me to have the means to take revenge. By the way, I really have to thank that 10,000-year-old beast mother I decided to kill. If it weren't for her stripping away my bloodline, my blue-silver grass wouldn't have mutated like this, making it easier for my strength to grow. Upon hearing Tang San admit he was an evil soul master, Xiao Wu decided to stop pretending as she had achieved her goal. This is the Moon Pavilion. If you want to cause trouble here, you won't be able to escape the consequences of being an evil soul master, Xiao Wu said coldly. Tang San sneered. Escape the consequences? The Moon Pavilion is the territory of that woman from the Haoyan sect, and she's technically my aunt. So what if I turn this place upside down? No one else will know what happens here. In the shadows, Tang Yuehua felt uncomfortable hearing Tang San refer to her as his aunt, especially after he had spoken so contemptuously of the Haoyan sect. Tang Yuehua's expression turned grim. She rarely got angry, but now she was truly furious. With a series of high-heeled footsteps, Tang Yuehua walked out from the shadows, her face as cold as Xiao Wu's. She fixed her gaze on Tang San, speaking in a flat tone. I am not worthy of being your aunt, so don't call me that. Just call me that woman from the Haoyan sect. Tang San was taken aback when he saw Tang Yuehua suddenly appear. How did this woman end up here? After contemplating for a moment, his expression turned strange, especially when he noticed Tang Yuehua's reaction to his vampire vines. His brows furrowed. What do you mean by this? Tang Yuehua snorted coldly. Letting an evil soul master be my nephew would bring shame to my ancestors. As she finished speaking, Tang Yuehua launched a signal flare into the sky. As the signal flare ascended, beams of light suddenly rushed in from afar, and some soul masters riding flying swords sealed the sky. Subsequently, teams of soul masters from the Spirit Hall surged into the area. Upon seeing so many Spirit Hall soul masters suddenly arrive, Tang San suddenly realized that this woman had betrayed him. His eyes filled with killing intent, and his face turned green with anger. Chapter 092. Qian Renfeng's Trinity, Tang Hao's Great Sumeru Hammer. Combined betrayal? He had been betrayed again. This was unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Tang San roared, his throat letting out a beastly growl, his eyes blood-red. A thick aura of malice erupted from him. His merciless gaze was fixed on Tang Yuehua, filled with murderous intent. In an instant, Tang Yuehua had made it onto his kill list. As expected of a woman from the Haoyan sect. Previously, they humiliated me and my father, and now you are the same. I was not mistaken. All of you from the Haoyan sect are guilty. You are all traitors. You have all betrayed me. A hysterical roar erupted. Tang San's black robe completely exploded. The vampire vines wrapped around his arms were terrifying, with barbs piercing deeply into his flesh. Blood poured out, but not a single drop fell to the ground. All the blood became nourishment for the vampire vines. Tang San turned himself into a furnace, all to allow the vampire vines to grow and develop as quickly as possible. Without the shroud of the black robe, his once noble appearance was fully exposed to everyone. His face was covered in blood sores, emanating a stench even more unbearable than that of Dugu Bo, a person who dealt with poison his entire life. Gag in the sky. Many soul masters were scared by Tang San's appearance, and sounds of dry heaving were constant. Several soul masters standing on flying swords stumbled, nearly falling off their swords. When Tang Yuehua saw Tang San like this, it was the first time she had seen him in such a state. She thought that no matter how bad Tang San was, he should be somewhat like Tang Hao. After all, they were father and son. But now, it was like comparing heaven and earth. He looked like a devil emerging from hell. He truly was an evil soul master. My decision was not wrong after all, Tang Yuehua murmured softly. Making the decision to act against her kin weighed heavily on her heart. She would rather hope that all her suspicions were wrong, so she wouldn't have to bear so much burden. But thoughts are always beautiful, and reality is always cruel. Tang San truly was an unrepentant evil soul master. Treating himself as a furnace to nurture his martial soul made it hard for her to believe that Tang San would commit acts that would enrage everyone. Moreover, the killing intent in his eyes made Tang Yuehua's face turn even paler. Please, all soul masters, Tang Yuehua whispered, stepping back. Unable to cultivate, she could not provide much help at this moment. Seeing Tang Yuehua retreat, Tang San snorted coldly, and the vampire vines on his arm suddenly lunged toward her. Clang! A flying sword fell from the sky. A soul master from the Spirit Hall raised his index fingers, controlling his martial soul long sword to sever Tang San's vampire vines. At the same time, many other soul masters joined forces, unleashing their power, and a terrifying soul force enveloped the area. Yuehua, what are you doing? At this moment, Tang Hao charged in with Yu Xiaogang from outside, and the sudden arrival of many Spirit Hall members nearly startled him. Rushing in, he saw Tang Yuehua's cold expression and immediately roared in anger. Little San is your nephew. How can you treat him this way? Tang Hao questioned. Tang Yuehua remained expressionless. I do not wish to be complicit with an evil soul master. This is the choice I must make. Furthermore, Tang San has never acknowledged me as his aunt. In his eyes, I am merely that woman from the Haotian sect. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Tang Yuehua said these words without expression. In the past, she had a deep sibling bond with Tang Hao and believed her duty was obvious. But now everything had changed. Trying to use familial ties to bind herself was futile. Tang Hao's face turned green. At this moment, how could he not understand the meaning behind Tang Yuehua's words? So you informed the Spirit Hall? You already knew that little San had become an evil soul master? Today, when I came to you to disperse the students of Yuexian, was it also your intention? Just to let other nobles leave and spare others from unwarranted disaster? Why are you so heartless? Tang Hao continued to question. However, Tang Yuehua did not answer further, merely looking at Tang Hao with indifferent eyes. Evil soul masters deserve to be exterminated. If this is considered heartless, then the world must be in chaos. Suddenly, the voice of Qian Renfeng rang out. As his voice fell, the many soul masters of the Spirit Hall parted to make way. Qian Renfeng appeared before everyone. Beside him were Ain and Aro. Ain? Tang Hao was taken aback. Seeing Ain appear and accompanying Qian Renfeng made him feel uncomfortable. At this moment, Tang San's cold gaze also fell on Qian Renfeng. So it was you. This is all your conspiracy? You bought this woman from the Haotian sect just to continue targeting me? As he spoke, hatred intensified in Tang San's eyes, especially since Ain was also appearing next to Qian Renfeng. Seeing this woman who was nominally his mother, he wished he could immediately hunt her down for a 100,000-year spirit ring. Such a mother, better off without. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang trembled inexplicably upon seeing Qian Renfeng. He recalled the experiences in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, the forced extraction of his martial soul, and the torment BibiDong had inflicted on him. The taste of being worse than dead lingered in his mind, even after so much time had passed. At this moment, he looked at Qian Renfeng as if he were a devil. Xiao San, be careful. The situation is not right now. I will create an opportunity for you to leave with your teacher. You must become a Title Douluo in the future. Suddenly, Tang Hao spoke, his expression resolute. Boom! As soon as he spoke, the Haotian hammer crashed into the ground, and one hand firmly grasped the hammer's handle. Taking a deep breath, it was as if he had made a significant decision. Tang San was confused. Dad, what are you going to do? Do you remember I once asked you not to give the Haotian hammer a spirit ring? That's because our Haotian hammer has a secret that cannot be passed down. Tang Hao explained in a deep voice. My strength has already fallen, and it won't be easy to leave here safely with you. Next, I will use that method to buy enough time for you. As he spoke, the 8 spirit rings on Tang Hao lit up, except for the 9th red spirit ring. The other rings exuded a terrifying aura. Everyone stepped back. At this moment, Qian Renfeng spoke softly. In just a few words, he had already guessed what Tang Hao intended to do. Previously, Tang Hao just detonated his spirit rings and fled. Today, seeing the situation was completely wrong, with various parties blocking them, he was preparing to unleash a big attack. Your Holiness the Pope, my second brother might want to use Tang Yuehua, he thought, just as he wanted to remind Qian Renfeng to be careful. Before he could finish speaking, Qian Renfeng had already waved his hand slightly. The Haotian sect, the Haotian Douluo, and the Great Summer Hammer are not secrets. Boom! As the voice fell, the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul erupted. In the sky, the majestic 8-winged fallen angel, wielding a death scythe, looked down at Tang Hao with a cold gaze. The abyssal demon dragon coiled around his arm slightly raised its head. You really are just like your father. Back then, he was as imposing as you, but in the end, he was still subdued by my hammer. Today, let me see how much better you can be than your father. Tang Hao growled. At that moment, the 8 spirit rings on his body suddenly cracked open slightly. At the same time, Tang Hao shouted in a deep voice, Xiao San, wait for the right moment and find a chance to escape. After saying that, Tang Hao completely locked his gaze on Qian Renfeng and stepped out fiercely. The ground cracked, and the Haotian hammer suddenly flew in his hand, making him whirl like a whirlwind, the wild and devouring aura displayed to the fullest. With his left foot as the center, every muscle in his body tightened in an instant, and a strong black light seemed to merge him and the Haotian hammer into one. With a silent hammer strike that seemed to suck the air out, he slammed it toward Qian Renfeng. At that moment, the 8 spirit rings on Tang Hao exploded in unison. 8 rings detonated. Great Sumeru hammer. Tang Hao's voice rang out. The suddenly enlarged Haotian hammer shattered many buildings. Looking at the ferocious Great Sumeru hammer coming towards him, Qian Renfeng's expression remained calm as always. Each generation of hammers produces a generation of kings. And each generation of hammers hammers the Pope. The old man had let Tang Chen hammer him. The cheap old dad had let Tang Hao hammer him. When it came to him, Qian Renfeng would not let this so-called myth continue. Open, he shouted lightly. The 8-winged fallen angel martial soul behind Qian Renfeng shone brightly. Although he currently possessed the absolute strength of level 97, Tang Hao's peak achievement was indeed to take down the golden crocodile Douluo with a single strike. However, Tang Hao was not at his peak now. The 9 rings exploded, but due to a drop in strength, only 8 rings could explode. Logically, he could suppress Tang Hao directly, but he didn't like to walk a tightrope. If he stumbled in the gutter and allowed the myth of the hammer to continue, it would lose its meaning. As the brilliance of the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul surged, the scythe of death was raised high. Unlike the time when the Haotian hammer was shattered, today, under Qian Renfeng's control, the abyssal dragon entwined around the wrist of the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul suddenly became active. A thunderous dragon roar echoed through the air. The mini version of the abyssal dragon suddenly enlarged countless times, revealing a black dragon hundreds of meters long in the sky above Yuexian. Its purple, eerie eyes, with a cold and merciless gaze, looked down indifferently at the rushing Haotian hammer. Upon seeing this scene, Tang Hao's Haotian hammer hesitated slightly in his hand, and his limbs felt inexplicably cold. 3 lives martial soul? Originally, he thought Qian Renfeng was an 8-winged fallen angel martial soul, and when using the scythe of death alone as Shrek, it confirmed the identity of a dual martial soul. But now, that mini snake was actually a martial soul too, and it was such a terrifying magic dragon. The owner of the 3 lives martial soul. How astonishing was that? How could it be? How could he possibly have 3 lives martial soul? Historically, there's never been a concept of 3 lives martial soul. Yu Xiaogang panicked. Bound by Tang San's vampire vine, he suddenly roared like a madman. The shock brought to him by Qian Renfeng's dual martial soul was already considerable. But he had believed that Tang San was a dual martial soul, and with the number 1 weapon martial soul, he would definitely be invincible after becoming a Title Douluo. But Qian Renfeng turned out to be a 3 lives martial soul. How could one bridge the gap of a single martial soul? Tang San was also greatly shocked at this moment. He had never admitted defeat, believing that he just hadn't improved his strength yet. As long as his strength could rise, suppressing Qian Renfeng would be an easy task, but the current situation had a tremendous impact on him. Martial soul, Trinity, unite. At this moment, Qian Renfeng's voice rang out again. The 8-winged fallen angel stepped on the abyssal dragon, holding the scythe of death at an angle. The martial soul version of the Dragon Knight was unmistakably taking shape. Suppress. The Trinity fused together. The aura of the 8-winged fallen angel suddenly increased several times. The scythe of death was heavily pressed down, meeting the greatly enlarged Haotian hammer. Boom! The collision of the scythe and hammer produced a tremendous explosion that echoed in the sky above Yuexian. Many houses were instantly reduced to dust, and sound waves spread out in all directions. Dust and smoke rose. Tang Hao vanished. Qian Renfeng also vanished. At this moment, the two were completely shrouded in dust and smoke, while the people around them were completely blown away by the aftermath of the explosion. The tremendous noise shook the entire Skydo city. Inside the palace, the Snow Knight Emperor looked in shock towards the direction of Yuxian, unable to believe the terrifying soul power fluctuations that suddenly transmitted. Meanwhile, Dugu Bo, who was accompanying Prince Xuexing, also looked towards the distant sky in disbelief. In the depths of his heart, he sensed the aura of Qian Renfeng's 8-winged fallen angel martial soul, along with the terrifying might of the Haotian hammer. After a moment's thought, he guessed who Qian Renfeng was targeting, and the fear in his eyes intensified. Inside Yuxian, upon seeing Tang Hao and Qian Renfeng's figures simultaneously disappear, Tang San's expression changed dramatically. Unable to believe that Qian Renfeng was actually the truth behind the 3 lives martial soul. The Trinity martial soul made his heart sink like it had fallen into an ice cellar. At that moment, his peripheral vision happened to catch Xiao Wu gazing affectionately into the dust and smoke, which only made him angrier, his face turning green. He could no longer ignore Xiao Wu's feelings for Qian Renfeng. Such feelings had once been directed at him. The resentment in his heart reached its peak. The great Sumeru hammer, the true power of the Haotian hammer. With this strike, it should be able to succeed, right? Tang San thought to himself, consumed by anger. He wasn't even thinking about escaping. He only wanted to see Qian Renfeng being smashed down, lying before him like a dead dog. However, just as he was thinking this, a figure suddenly shot out from the dust and smoke with a loud bang. Tang Hao crashed heavily into the ground, creating a deep pit. Chapter 093. Qian Renfeng's guess is true. Tang San's secret defeated? Tang San's mind buzzed, staring in disbelief at Tang Hao in the deep pit. He had been eagerly anticipating that Tang Hao would smash Qian Renfeng like a dead dog, begging for mercy in a pitiful state before him. But the result was that Tang Hao was heavily smashed into the deep pit, far from what he had hoped for. Why haven't you run yet? Tang Hao suddenly shouted angrily. Spitting out a mouthful of old blood, he saw Tang San still dazed at the edge of the pit and couldn't help but yell. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Hao felt a wave of despair. I should have been able to hold Qian Renfeng off for a while. Even if I couldn't kill him, I could at least injure him severely. But having fallen so easily, even if I tried to escape amidst the chaos, I probably wouldn't get far, would I? Helplessness filled his heart. Having never experienced defeat since his debut, he looked at the towering and unmoving Qian Renfeng in the distance, his expression alternating between blue and red. His previous defeats had all come at the hands of Qian Renfeng. Qian Renfeng seemed to have become an insurmountable peak for him. Tang San woke up. Hearing Tang Hao's reprimand, he also looked towards the side at Qian Renfeng, his face turning pale. At this moment, he suddenly realized that his recent change of mind had led to many altered outcomes. There was no way to escape now. As an evil soul master, encountering the current pope of the spirit hall, the outcome seemed already predetermined. With a resentful gaze fixed on Qian Renfeng, his teeth ground together with a creaking sound. Yu Xiaogang was flustered. Tang Hao's defeat once again left him in a state of distress. Seeing Qian Renfeng indifferently approaching them, his heart felt like it was in his throat. Fearing he might die on the spot, "Little San, why don't you take that thing out?" Yu Xiaogang swallowed nervously and muttered softly. As soon as Yu Xiaogang finished speaking, before Tang San could respond, Tang Hao couldn't help but reprimand. "Nonsense, that thing is something Little San cannot control right now. But that's our only chance," Yu Xiaogang argued. "If Little San doesn't bring that thing out, the three of us will be done for here." He spoke hurriedly. Yu Xiaogang was now as anxious as a dog, fearing he would die at any moment. Meanwhile, Qian Renfeng, having decisively dismantled the great Sumeru hammer and secured victory, suddenly glanced thoughtfully at Tang San upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's words. Something that cannot be controlled? There was only one way left. At this moment, Tang San suddenly spoke in a deep voice, lightly tapping his finger on his belt, and a blood-colored vortex suddenly formed at the edge of the belt. At the same time, a strange energy erupted like a tidal wave, radiating red light for thousands of meters around. At that moment, the sky seemed to be stained red as well. This red was the manifestation of killing intent reaching its peak. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of a sword ringing resonated from the blood-colored vortex. Accompanied by these resounding sounds, a long sword slowly emerged from the blood-colored vortex. It was a blood-red demon sword, about 2 meters long, with intricate and bizarre magical patterns densely covering its surface. The blood-colored vortex and the sky, full of red light, were all caused by this demon sword. "Shura demon sword." Qian Renfeng spoke each word clearly, uttering the name of the magic sword. Others might not recognize this sword, but he was all too familiar with it. This ultimate killing sword, which should have been in Tang Chen's hands, unexpectedly appeared in Tang San's grasp. It truly surprised him. It seems my speculation has come true. From the very beginning, Tang San was a pawn chosen by the Shura god. Perhaps the sea god's inheritance for Tang San was something the Shura god had been secretly orchestrating all along. To eliminate his rivals, the Shura god couldn't accomplish it alone. So he needed to involve the sea god and let Tang San obtain the so-called dual god inheritance. This game is indeed quite grand. The inheritor of the dual gods does have a bit of capability. The fact that Tang Chen has been unable to subdue the Shura demon sword may just mean he has become nourishment for it. After so many years of nurturing without fully mastering the Shura demon sword, it has ended up in Tang San's hands at a time when it shouldn't have, which truly makes him feel fortunate. Analyzing all of this in his heart, Qian Renfeng completely confirmed his past speculations about Tang San and some matters concerning the divine realm. Ning Fengji incurred massive losses, while Tang San made a fortune. Their family assets were depleted, and the two most powerful Title Douluos of their sect were broken and defeated. With his close aid, now turned into a tool for reviving Tang San. In the entire Douluo Continent, it could be said that only QianXunji's family truly suffered losses. And this was even greater than what they experienced in the Spirit Hall. Although the Spirit Hall also ultimately disappeared, they were from different factions. While the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, which originally shared the same camp as Tang San in the historical trajectory, ended up in such a dire situation. It was not just a loss, it was worse than a loss. In this, there seems to be a hint of Shura now. Otherwise, how could QianXunji, who supported the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and was known as the best at recognizing talents in Douluo, be so blind? After all, just like Tang Chen, after so many years of hard work, they ended up becoming a wedding dress for Tang San. You seem to profit greatly. I will never suffer losses. This point is enough to become Tang San's life motto, as he ended up losing so much that he could only become a god king in the divine realm. At the moment Qian Renfeng confirmed these matters, Tang San completely took out the Shura demon sword, and a blood-red aura surged back for miles around, converging towards Tang San. In an instant, Tang San's aura skyrocketed. The vampire vine and the Haoyan hammer erupted uncontrollably with corresponding power. The ghost vine wrapped around the Shura demon sword, while the Haoyan hammer completely melted away from everyone's sight, then converged towards the Shura demon sword. With the merging of the vampire vine and the Haoyan sect, a blood-red armor suddenly spread from the end of the sword's hilt of the Shura demon sword. The blood-red armor instantly covered Tang San, making his aura seamless. Is he controlling it? Tang Hao looked astonished, unable to believe the transformation of his son at that moment. Yu Xiaogang nodded in a daze. It seems he has managed to control it. The current Little San feels really terrifying. This power doesn't seem like Little San-S, but it feels even greater than when I used the Great Sumera hammer. Tang Hao affirmed. At this moment, Tang San also reached a consensus with the Shura demon sword. The blood-red armor enveloped him, and one hand grasped the hilt of the Shura demon sword, elevating his aura to its peak. Dad, the things you couldn't accomplish, I will complete today. I am really strong now, Tang San said confidently. He raised the blood-red demon sword, pointing it straight at Qian Renfeng. The face twisted with blood sores was filled with smugness, harboring no doubts about victory. Tang Hao and Yu Xiaogang looked at the Shura demon sword in disbelief. A mere sword could grant Tang San such a tremendous boost? What kind of sword is this? Tang Hao was shocked in his heart, and Yu Xiaogang was also frantically thinking. Both were speculating about the true nature of the Shura demon sword while looking at Qian Renfeng, eagerly anticipating what was about to happen. Qian Renfeng remained silent. Is he really that strong? But it must be power that belongs to oneself. He was well aware that Tang San's current strength did not belong to him. That overwhelming red light was merely the power temporarily lent to him by the Shura demon sword, or one could say, temporarily lent to him by the Shura god. If it weren't for that, Tang San at this moment wouldn't even be worthy of wielding the Shura demon sword. Such power had already instilled boundless confidence in Tang San. It was time to truly take action. Qian Renfeng, no longer distracted, whispered softly. The ordinary Tang San could be killed with just a slap, but the temporarily empowered Tang San, who had borrowed the divine power of the Shura god, required him to take it a little more seriously. Before this, regardless of any previous encounters, whether it was with Tang Hao or Yu Xiaogang, he had never used his true strength. At this moment, it was indeed necessary to do so. Martial soul, possess. With a soft whisper, the eight-winged fallen angel high in the sky suddenly transformed into a streak of light and merged into Qian Renfeng. Boom! 8 wings suddenly spread out from behind Qian Renfeng. A dark scythe was firmly gripped in his hand, and the abyssal dragon also transformed into a suit of armor that fused onto him. Unlike the soul skill of the first fallen divine armor's soul bone, which was just a soul bone, what he had now was a living dragon. Black armor, black scythe, black 8 wings. The 3 lives martial soul perfectly merged with Qian Renfeng, adding a fierce aura to him. Great power also requires enough people to wield it. This strength does not belong to you, Qian Renfeng whispered softly. Behind him, the black 8 wings spread wide, and one end of the death god's scythe fell to the ground as he stepped closer to Tang San. Now, he had reached level 97, and with the advantage of the 3 lives martial soul, he was already on par with his own father. He wanted to see if, with such power, even if he might not be a true match for a god, could a puppet merely granted divine power stop him? Arrogant, Tang San shouted angrily. Raising the Azura demon sword high in his hand, his expression majestic. Azura, judgment. A red light burst forth. The sword's edge created ripples. The pure, killing intent from the Azura demon sword was constantly influencing Qian Renfeng. Qian Renfeng sneered coldly, feeling the waves of killing intent. He couldn't help but recall the fate of his mother in history. The killing intent of the Shura god suppressed the Rakshasa killing intent inherited from his mother to the extreme. A similar situation was happening to him. But did they really think that pure killing intent could intimidate him? Qian Renfeng? Not a chance. He let out a light scold. Suddenly, the 8 wings behind Qian Renfeng exerted force. An invisible wave repelled all the murderous intent that was crushing down. The Azura god is a god king, while the Rakshasa god is only a first-level god, inherently possessing a suppressive effect. However, he has never inherited any divine position and is not affected by any divine power. The red light and grinding light came at him in succession, yet they could not affect him in the slightest, nor could they penetrate his body. Seeing the scene, Tang San's pupils constricted wildly. How is this possible? With a cry of surprise, Tang San hurriedly raised the main body of the Azura sword and swung it down at Qian Renfeng in the most brutal manner. The speed of the Reaper's scythe increased. In the blink of an eye, the scythe had already appeared at Tang San's lower abdomen. The scythe rose sharply. With a loud bang, Tang San was forcefully sent flying. The defense of the blood-red armor was indeed very strong. With one sweep of the scythe, it only caused Tang San to spit out a mouthful of blood. His breath slightly weakened, but it did not inflict any fundamental damage. He looked up at Tang San, who had been sent flying. Qian Renfeng was not in a hurry at all, unable to harm Tang San through the Shura demon armor. He had seemingly turned Tang San into a big turtle in front of him, flying high in the sky. Tang San felt a wave of discomfort, but, realizing he was safe, couldn't help but become ecstatic. You can't kill me. With my current strength, you simply can't harm me. I can slowly wear you down, making you eventually exhaust yourself to death. You, as an evil person, are destined for hell. He roared hysterically. With his life secure, his confidence surged back to its peak. To exhaust me, you'll need to hold on until I reach my limit. 8-winged dragon scythe dance. Qian Renfeng finally responded to Tang San with a single sentence, his scythe having swung through the air 99 times. The Haotian sect has the chaotic wind and the great Sumeru hammer. Just because other sects lack such skills doesn't mean Qian Renfeng doesn't have them. Based on the 3 lives, martial soul, he had already created this set of techniques back when he was a soul sage. Each scythe dance raised a blade of sharpness. Each blade of sharpness ruthlessly charged towards Tang San. As the blades passed, the space cracked inch by inch. Even more powerful than the might of the great Sumeru hammer wielded by Tang Hao before. Watching the scythe dances rushing towards him, Tang San found himself unable to adjust his position in mid-air in time, and his expression changed completely. At that moment, he realized he had made the biggest mistake. Qian Renfeng's strength is formidable. Here, he can indeed rely on the Shura demon armor to avoid life-threatening damage, but holding on until the end is almost impossible. No, it's impossible. Tang San roared in his heart. He struggled to change direction in the air, but after a long while, he still couldn't succeed. Xiao San. Tang Hao was anxious, wanted to do something, but feeling utterly weak. Yu Xiaogang's face was even paler. Seeing Tang San suddenly rise up, he was overjoyed, as if he could already see Qian Renfeng's misfortune. But now, the situation was not developing along a normal trajectory, and he felt that something was off. If this continued, how could they escape from here? He had bet everything on Tang San. Was it worth it? No one could answer Yu Xiaogang's doubts. In the scythe dance that rushed and had completely fallen onto Tang San. Every scythe dance left a mark on Tang San's Shura demon armor, and each mark generated a massive shockwave that violently struck Tang San's internal organs. The dense sounds became the only tone between heaven and earth at that moment. Chapter 094. BibiDong falls into darkness. The unnecessary existence of twin martial souls. Bang, bang, bang. A series of scythe dances landed on Tang San, who felt like a solitary boat in the ocean. Each scythe dance was like waves crashing one after another. Temporarily possessing the Shura demon armor greatly enhanced his defense and even weakened a portion of the attack power. But the weakening ultimately had its limits. With such a huge disparity in strength, Qian Renfeng could be sure that Tang San's situation was definitely not good. Although hitting a turtle was somewhat dull, the final effect would undoubtedly be significant. A series of screams echoed. Tang San now had no confidence left. After transforming into a red-skinned big turtle, He felt a mix of hatred and madness. He kept flying in the air, sometimes in one direction, sometimes in another, with every shift in position causing his internal organs to feel like they were floating. The massive shockwaves made him faint multiple times. Boom! Suddenly, the Shura demon sword shone with a brilliant light. Perhaps sensing that Tang San was in a dire situation, even with its assistance, he couldn't withstand Qian Renfeng's attacks. Strange sounds suddenly erupted. Woo woo woo. The ancient horns sounded. The dark magic mist suddenly enveloped the entire Yuxian. Shadows suddenly emerged from the mist, each carrying overwhelming power. At first glance, it looked like an army composed of Title Douluos, their might unstoppable. Divine spirit souls? Qianren's wind I narrowed slightly. He recalled one of the functions of the Shura demon sword. As one of the 5 great gods, the Shura god wielded the Shura demon sword, which was a true super artifact. When the sword was unsheathed, it could summon the souls of divine spirits to assist him. Officially, it was to aid the gods. But in reality, these were the souls of the gods that Shura had imprisoned during past judgments in the divine realm. All these souls had been nurtured within the Shura demon sword. For example, among these spirits, there were some humanoid shadows with beast horns on their heads. Undoubtedly, during the great battle between the 5 great gods and the dragon god, the divine beast clan was suppressed to the extreme in the divine realm, and during this time, the Shura demon sword had imprisoned countless souls of divine beasts. With the strength of the user, the original power that these souls could unleash would also be restricted by the user. Tang San was simply too weak. The souls he could manifest under the active operation of the Shura demon sword were only at the level of Title Douluo. If the true Shura were to take action, these souls would likely restore to their peak state, becoming second-level or even first-level gods. Such a formidable army, combined with the strategies of the Sea of Gods, would be enough for Shura to maintain an invincible position among the God Kings. In the original history, during the Battle of Jialing Pass, his mother ultimately let Tang San kill, and if nothing unexpected happened, she would also become one of the souls within this Shura demon sword. Now, it was clear that it was no longer Tang San taking action, as the Shura god had nearly guessed the secrets of Tang San, treating him like a son. He would certainly not stand by and watch Tang San die so easily. It was time to protect the cub. Was this the power of this demon sword? Such terrifying might? Tang San, finally getting a moment of respite in midair, was overjoyed to see figures of Title Douluo emerging from the magic mist. Quickly kill Qian Renfeng. Seeing the hope of defeating Qian Renfeng, Tang San couldn't help but roar. However,